Chapters 11-10. The Abyss Devil looks at the Devil Clown. Although he now knows that this guy may have other purposes, he is really unable to resist the temptation of getting out of trouble. It seemed to affect his decision, which also made him choose to take risks. Although there is too much uncertainty, but he also has absolute confidence in his own strength, he does not think that with his strength there will be other accidents. So, in the end, he decided to toss the dice. I've decided. I'll try. Let me be controlled by others. It's really a little unwillingness. I want to get freedom. Looking at the dice of the fate that emerged in the void, the Abyss Devil finally made such a decision. He really felt that this Devil Clown was a little weird. There may be another purpose. But what happened? No matter what the other party's purpose is, as long as he can get out of trouble, if he can be free again, he doesn't mind paying a little price. That's what he thinks. But is it really like he imagined? The Devil Clown heard the words of the Abyss Devil. The corner of his mouth could not help rising slightly, and his mouth was almost directly on his face. Give a special strange feeling. The Devil Clown is really excited at this time. At last, he has found a vital blood. If he didn't need the other party's willingness, he would have started directly. Where else is the trouble? But the result is always good. Now the devil in the abyss is willing to throw the dice of fate, which makes his plan further. Ha 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 ha, come on. In the future, you will feel lucky for your decision, because you can not only get out of trouble, but also get the most powerful strength in the world. Beyond all power. The Abyss Devil frowned and felt that the purpose of this Devil Clown was not pure, but he had no other way. Only to see this time, the Devil of the Abyss directly began to pick up the dice of that fate, and directly threw it out into the sky. The dice keep turning. Every time I rotate a point, the abyss seems to shake a little, and I feel that it has a tremendous impact on the surrounding space. The Devil of the Abyss looked at it intently. Although he didn't know what these points represented, he also looked forward to if it can really help him out of trouble. I don't know if it can improve his strength. As long as he recovers to his former peak strength, then he cannot be afraid of everything, even the former guy. It will not be his opponent. However, that guy shouldn't exist now, because he doesn't have such a long life at all. His strength is really strong, but his lifespan is too short. Like him, with a long life, this is the supreme life, and others are nothing but ants. Not enough for fear. The Devil in the Abyss is looking forward, so is the Devil Clown. Although he can't control it completely, he can do something about it. After all, it's something he uses to collect blood, but it can't really help other people. If he wants to use the dice of fate, he needs to pay a certain price himself, so how can he easily let others pay? It's impossible. Chapters 11-11, Dice of Fate. Obey the call of my Devil Clown. If you feel my call, execute the contract between us. Devil Clown in the Abyss. Devil does not know, secretly in the heart of the call, with the call of Devil Clown, the fate of the dice is indeed a little change. Originally dice have to stop, but with the call of Devil Clown, dice again in the rotation. This will make the Abyss Devil feel a bit confused, but at this time, he has noticed a little bit of something wrong. After all, it's long time for him to stop. But what is the situation now? What's the matter? Didn't it all stop just now? Why is the dice of fate turning again now? The Devil of the Abyss is questioning the Devil Clown. He has noticed something wrong. Naturally, he has to ask what's wrong. Otherwise, he can't be at ease. But to his surprise, the Devil Clown looked at him with a smile. He didn't want to answer his questions at all, because since he had already cast the dice of fate, he was already acting according to the rules he planned. Where else do we need to be like before? What the hell are you doing? What is your purpose? At this time, the Abyss Devil finally recognized the reality. If he didn't know, all this was done by the Devil Clown, then he would be confused. It doesn't mean that he has been trapped here for so long, and his consciousness has become weak. It's just that at the beginning, he was eager to get out of trouble and get freedom. In the end, he was really put together by this Devil Clown. Now he has felt a little panic. At this time, the dice of fate finally stopped. A little. When he saw this, he couldn't help feeling a fluster. Although he didn't know what effect the dice counting had, he was the ghost of that Devil Clown. It's absolutely impossible to end it so easily. At the same time, he felt a huge suction, and suddenly a huge black hole appeared above his head. If Gao Peng and others were here, they would definitely find that this black hole was what they had seen from the magic mirror before. The Abyss Devil wants to fight, but I don't know why this black hole is so powerful that it sucks the Abyss Devil in. There is no resistance. The devil clown looked at the abyss devil and was sucked into the black hole. At this time, he was really relieved. This is the best result. Ha 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 ha, it's a step closer to the plan. It seems that I need to find the blood of the core as soon as possible. Otherwise, my plan will also be stranded, if the blood of the core cannot be found so easily. The devil clown muttered to himself, and finally his figure gradually disappeared into the abyss. No one knew where he had gone. The abyss also slowly regained its tranquility. After the abyss devil disappeared, its oppressive power had gradually disappeared. At the same time, those dark creatures were naturally more jubilant. However, the abyss has already changed. Chapters 11-12 Gao Peng and others just can't imagine that the abyss devil will have such an end. If they know it, they will definitely feel shocked. After all, the strength of the abyss devil is there. They can also feel the strength of the abyss devil. Such a powerful abyss devil can be played by others in applause. Maybe that is to say, because of the desire, we will finally get the Tao. With the strength of the abyss devil, we will not be easily played by others. At the same time, it is more impossible to be dealt with so easily by others. His peak combat power is not only that, but also that. It is also played by the devil clown and applauded. If we really fight, it is not clear whether the devil clown is the opponent of the abyss devil. When Gao Peng and others feel discomfort for a while, they have already felt the feeling of treading on the ground. When they saw the scene that had already changed before them, everything seemed to be a little different from the abyss they were in, although there were also dark forces around them. But more powerful than the abyss. And give them a special feeling of depression. The sky is red blood, especially when they really touch the air here, it seems to touch the dark. Some depression. Gao Peng felt it so quietly. It didn't feel very much, but the emperor and others felt extremely uncomfortable. They are not dark creatures themselves, all of which are camouflaged, which makes them feel more painful, but in order not to be found by others. They can only support hard, but they can't show it at the same time. This feeling is too hard. Damn it, how can these guys live in such a place? Who can bear this feeling? When are we going to last? It's estimated that we will stay here for a long time. After all, we have reached other people's territory now. If we want to escape, it's almost impossible. Just go through it slowly. If we can't, not only are we likely to be found, but all of us are likely to die here. When they first realized their current situation, they were really desperate. That feeling really made them feel powerless. Originally thought that maybe there was a chance to escape, but who knows now that as the real heaven has no way to enter the earth. What's more, the pain they have to endure, the best unacceptable things can't be shown, which makes them unbearable. Those demon people first step out of the transmission array, and then directly say, "We have officially stepped into the demon territory now, and then there will be other people to pick you up. We'll wait for you here a little bit, and we'll leave when someone comes to pick you up. But if you come here, you can't act rashly, or we won't be able to help if anything happens then." However, in saying this, the expressions on the faces of these demons are a little ponderous, obviously a little gloating. Chapters 11-13 By the time these demons arrived, they had already spread all the information at the first time. So they will have someone come to see them later. It is obvious that they want to leave after watching a good play. Gao Peng also naturally felt the gloating of these guys, but he didn't say much at all. After all, sometimes he didn't need to say too much, just use his fist to decide. But they didn't feel so calm. When they came here, they felt uncomfortable, especially when they felt the evil intentions of these demons. This made them a little more worried. You don't need to panic. I'll take care of everything here. Your current status won't be doubted by others. Just do your own thing well. What should be camouflaged should also be camouflaged. It must not be discovered by other people. Gao Peng saw a few of them in a bit of panic, and couldn't help comforting them at a time. These guys seemed to have never seen the world. But he also has no way. After all, these guys don't know his situation at all. There may be some other misunderstandings, which are indeed natural. Although some of them still want to say something, but the next second there is a very strong breath is approaching, which directly shut them up. I didn't dare to transmit any more. Some people who are afraid of these demons will hear them. After all, Gao Peng can do it, and others can't. Shoo shoo shoo, ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that there were other people living in exile. I've never heard of such things, but I think it's quite interesting. Where is the new man? It's just to see what kind of strength the exile has. It's not a piece of rubbish, is it? It is estimated that it is not much worse. After all, if he does not return to the ethnic group, he will never be able to open up his ethnic talent. What's more, he is not as brave and good as we are. It is inevitable that he will be a garbage. What a pity he may not be able to improve too much. The best golden age is wasted. The longer we live, the stronger we will be. The best period of development is when we are just born. If we don't reach a certain level of strength when we reach adulthood, we will be more slow to improve. What a pity. Before the demons arrived, they had heard the conversation between them. Moreover, their conversation was unbridled, and they didn't avoid others at all. Maybe this is their territory, so there is no consideration at all. Green Willow God Emperor and other people secretly worry about, after all, they heard these words, which means that the people of these demons are not simple, their strength is likely to be more powerful. Several people of the god of Yan Steel couldn't help looking at Gao Peng, because they also wanted to see what kind of expression changes Gao Peng would have, but when they saw Gao Peng's face was expressionless. Also let them a little sigh of relief, at least did not meet these demon people panic, this can be expected. Chapters 11-14 In a short time, I saw a group of demon people appear in front of them, each of them showed a very horrible atmosphere, and they just went there for a stop, they could give a very evil atmosphere. However, it has nothing to do with the demons, but it has a huge impact on the Green Willow God and others. After all, they are not dark creatures at all. Naturally, they are extremely sensitive to this evil power, and they also feel uncomfortable. It's a very painful thing to stay here. What's more, the people who see these demons. It seems that the people who only saw the demons found the three of them, which is slightly strange. How can there be other dark creatures here? The demons who led Gao Penglai said. Those were all his slaves and clerics, originally of some other races, but after the transformation of the source of evil, they became dark creatures directly. After such an explanation, they finally understood what was going on. Only to see these demon people nodding. I don't see that it's a big show. I have my own slaves and officials. It's not easy, but you are such a rubbish that you can see that we didn't say hello. Do you look down on us? The people of the demon family suddenly get into trouble, which makes all people somewhat unexpected. After all, they didn't expect that these people of the demon family would be so arrogant. Originally thought that people of the same race would not have a big accident, but it seems that they didn't think so at all. What else do they do to bring their own people back? Qingliu Shendi and others feel special doubts, but at this time, their identity is completely unable to speak. They try not to speak if they can. No one knows what will happen next. And they were a little nervous. I wish nothing could happen. Those demons didn't want to take care of it, and they had more important things to do, but at this time they stayed here to watch a good play. Because this kind of thing is very rare, who doesn't want to have a good look? It's rare for them to see each other, so they stay here, just to see how Gao Peng will deal with it and whether he will be severely abused in the end. They basically think that Gao Peng can win the final victory. All the demons on the demon's plate have started their racial talent, and their combat effectiveness is particularly strong. It's not an exile at all. It's comparable. Therefore, they have already determined that Gao Peng will definitely lose to others. Therefore, they really have some expectations. But no matter what they think, Gao Peng has never paid attention to these guys, and he's already itchy, since these guys come to the door automatically. Then he won't be so polite. It's just enough to improve his own strength. He hasn't improved his own strength for a long time. If he didn't want to come to this place in the first place, he would have looked for those demons and abyss demons. But now, it seems that you can improve your own strength openly, and you don't need to be afraid of being doubted by others. This feeling is good enough. Chapters 11-15 Gao Peng suddenly smiled. This kind of result is the best. In life, he is looking forward to this kind of result, but these demons are catching up. I don't know what they are thinking, maybe because they think their strength is really strong. Gao Peng's smile directly shocked all the people present. What's so funny? Don't he know what the situation is? And those demon people are clearly picking and challenging him. Several people of the Green Willow God Emperor are confused. They are very worried now. They don't know how to describe it. Moreover, it's clearly someone else who is looking for trouble. But now Gao Peng is still there laughing. Don't see what kind of result it is now. Doesn't he have a match? It's over this time, may be the real end. There is no fluke psychology, it seems that we can only admit our lives. Popping God also gave up completely. Even those demons are slightly shocked. After all, they didn't even think that someone would smile in front of them. Didn't they take them seriously? Those demons who led Gao Peng also stayed together, and then their faces also showed a smile. After all, only in this way can they become more interesting. If it's just one side rolling, what's the meaning? This is even more interesting. That's right, we don't want to see the rolling on one side. If we have a little bit of resistance, it seems more interesting and dramatic. I just don't know when he can survive. After all, he doesn't have the talent to open the race, and he doesn't know what his strength is, although it's a long way to follow us. But it's really uncertain what the strength is, but how to say it has been strengthened by the source of evil. The strength should not be too weak. They are all looking forward to it. But those demons who come to pick and challenge themselves are a little angry this time. They think that this newcomer should see that they are afraid to guess right. But at this time, I would suddenly laugh. Is this to look down on them? Damn it, all of a sudden their tempers came up, and their tempers were particularly grumpy. At this time, when they saw Gao Peng's behavior, they could not bear it anymore. You are a waste. Are we funny? Do you look down on us? It seems that if you don't teach you a good lesson, you really don't know your position. Do you think this place is really the same as the place you stayed before? Everyone of the demon clan exudes their own breath, and their breath is particularly evil, which directly attracts more and more huge evil breath. Gao Peng looked directly at each other and said, I just look down on you. It's just a group of weak people. Who gave you the courage to walk in front of me? I'm rubbish. What are you guys? Isn't rubbish as good as that? Ah, I saw for the first time that I scolded myself for being so fresh and refined, but your eloquence is very good. It's just a talent to launch a vicious attack and even scold yourself. Chapters 11-16 Quiet. The scene suddenly fell into silence. All the people couldn't help looking at Gao Peng. The expressions on their faces were particularly vivid. Most of them had a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths. They really suspected that they had just heard the wrong thing, and they would even hear him say those words. This is just hard. The Emperor Qingliu and others were even more desperate. They thought there was still a little hope for survival, but when they heard Gao Peng's words, they had no hope at all. Although also shocked by Gao Peng's boldness. Can be more on their own future, it is now the people who have provoked these demons, then almost no room. My God, do you want to be so unlucky? Compared with those demons, they feel the most shocked now. They didn't expect that this new man would be so brave and talk rubbish to them. How do you look down on them? What's more, I just came in and said that I look down on them. This new man really has a kind of personality, and at the same time, all people are looking at him. They didn't expect that this new man would be so brave. It's also a little unbelievable. The popularity of the leader's demon clan trembled. He didn't even think that this man who didn't know how many years of exile would be so disrespectful to him. I can't imagine it. They just wanted to teach this new man a lesson, let him know that he must be honest on this chassis, but they can't think that he is very strong after wandering outside. You have to obey the rules wherever you are. But now they have changed their mind, that is, they must teach this guy a good lesson. If they don't let him fear, then they will never give up. Do you have a way to say it again? But they are still a little angry, can't help but refute a sentence. Gao Peng's face shows a trace of strange affection. Now he finally understands that some guys are really uncomfortable. Many people can't help asking him to say it again. Are these guys a little bit self-abusive? Why do you tell him to say it again? This is a helpless request, and if he doesn't do it, will he be sorry for each other? This kind of request is really rare, but I can't satisfy you. I just look down on you rubbish. If you have the ability, you can go straight ahead. Don't nag me here, and I hate other people squabbling there. Gao Peng gave them a cold look. Do these guys really think they are really strong? It's just his stepping stone. As long as these guys make a move, it means that they all lose the use value, and in the first time it means that they all lose. Want to win him? How is that possible? This has never happened before, so Gao Peng is not afraid of anyone at all, which is the strong confidence he has. It's because of his confidence in his own strength and system, so no matter what kind of enemy he faces, he is never afraid of it. Chapters 11-17, You say we're rubbish. Some of the demons couldn't believe it. They all thought there was something wrong with their ears, and some of them couldn't be sure. All the demons have an incredible look on their faces. Gao Peng nodded his head definitely. That's right. What's the purpose of your group of rubbish coming here? Want to get in my way? Why don't you just give it to me together? I will never fight back. After all, it doesn't need to be too serious to deal with your garbage. Because you are too weak to let me mention any interest, so I think you should go together, maybe you can get a little cheaper. Everyone. At that time, all the people present didn't know what to say. They really felt that Gao Peng was too arrogant, but they also felt that Gao Peng seemed to have unprecedented confidence. At least that kind of calm expression gives people a feeling of winning. Is it an illusion? But it's not like it makes everyone feel particularly confused. No one knows what Gao Peng thinks, but he thinks his words are too arrogant. It's impossible for ordinary people to say such words at all. At least we can see the situation clearly. Besides, it's the territory of the demons now, although it's undeniable that he is also the people of the demons. But it doesn't mean other people won't kill him. And why does he have such a strong foundation? As if everything was under control, no one could hurt him. Who gave him such a strong confidence? It's really a little bit of a puzzle. The people who led Gao Peng and others to this place were silent immediately. They didn't know how to describe this new man, although they didn't know the strength of Gao Peng at all. And in their memory, these helpless people wandering outside should not be able to make you how powerful, let alone have known that Gao Peng did not open the racial talent. This makes them more convinced that Gao Peng's strength should not be so strong, but why does he have such a strong self-confidence? I don't understand. At this time, those demons are completely angry. Looking at their twisted faces, you can know that they are really angry. They never thought that someone would look down on them so much. There are some unforgivable things. Bang! A big bang scared everyone. When all the people looked at it, they found that one of the demons exploded directly, but the others felt used to it and didn't react much. But Gao Peng and several other people, their eyes are only shocked at this time. They really don't know what happened in front of them. But just when they were shocked, there was a sudden sound in the blood mist. You damn bastard, you are really pissing me off now. Don't let you know what kind of rules to abide by on this plate. You have no such strength at all. Dare to look down on any of us. Chapters 11-18. The sound of the blood fog suddenly came out. Directly shocked everyone. Gao Peng also felt inconceivable. After all, this was a real gas explosion, but even though his body had been completely exploded, he was still intact. No, it should be said that there is no death. That's a little unexpected. Is this the race talent of the demons? It's too powerful. It can not only make you lose your body, but also live. Is there any other wonderful use? The god of Green Willow also stayed for a long time. It's terrible. Is this the real demon? If all the demons have such a talent, it's too horrible. Who else will be their opponent? No one's going to be their opponent. It's not going to kill at all. No wonder they all say that as long as the demons start their racial talent, it's impossible to be destroyed by others, because their racial talent is immortal, and no one can kill them at all. Gao Peng just looked at the blood fog quietly. At this time, he was also a little excited. If he could really open this racial talent, wouldn't he also become such a terror? He has always known his weakness, that is, if he duels with people who have no murderous spirit, and is not the enemy, he will not only be able to improve his strength, but also may be seriously hurt. If someone wants to kill him by this point, it is really possible to do so, so he has always been worried about his weakness. But if he can get this race talent, then he doesn't need to worry about accidents at all, because he can't even smash his body, so what else can kill him? If it's the enemy, he will be able to improve his strength in an instant, which is just the best thing. Just think about it and feel special excitement. Great, this is just for me. If I can get this talent, then I have no weakness now. Gao Peng is excited when a voice suddenly rings again. That's the demon that brought them here. This is the race talent of the demons. Does it look particularly powerful? It's not like you are completely shocked now. After all, the body has been blown up directly. There's nothing wrong at all. This is the race talent of the demons. If you start the race talent, you won't be killed so easily. Unless all flesh and blood are completely wiped out, it is possible to kill the people of the demon family. Generally speaking, as long as the people of the demon bead have a little blood left, they can definitely be resurrected. Of course, it's only for those who have turned on racial talent. If you don't turn on racial talent, it's just like other races. If you just lose your head, you will die completely. I don't know if you can turn on the racial talent now. Maybe you can work harder, but you have to get past that now. Otherwise, nothing else will work. Chapters 11-19. When Gao Peng finally saw the blood of the demon family, how powerful it is, it can be called the most powerful blood. However, there is still a little doubt in his heart. If race talent is just like this, will it hurt him every time he uses his race talent? Therefore, he asked his inner doubts. People with a demon clan are also very patient to answer him. In fact, there will be no damage at all, which is beneficial to our demon people. When the mood swings are very intense, it is the racial talent that can't help but start to operate itself. At the same time, as long as you get more hurt, your strength will become stronger after you recover completely. It can be said that the people of the demons are stronger in the Vietnam War. Gao Peng, the stronger the Vietnam War is, the more masochistic it is. And the more hurt you get, the more powerful your strength can be. What's not masochism? It's no wonder that the characters of all the demons are somewhat strange. It turns out that this is not only because they are the embodiment of evil, but also because of their blood. Otherwise, how could each character be so weird? It is absolutely because it will become so weird after being abused. It seems that the blood of this race is still weird. It occurred to Gao Peng that he once seemed to have met such a race, which he called himself a fighting nation. However, when he came to this continent, he basically did not see that race again. The people of that race are really powerful, but now it seems that there is nothing, but the people of that race are really some virtual powerful. That is the stronger the Vietnam War. It seems that there are some principles in it. Gao Peng asked, I remember that I once saw a race claiming to be a fighting nation. They are the stronger the Vietnam War is. What's the difference between them and our demons? The man of the magic bead smiled coldly, and his face was obviously a little dismissive. There are not many races in the world that can be compared with the magic clan. Don't say what kind of fighting nation it is, it can't be compared at all. How can that garbage race be compared with our demon race? It's nothing more than a second-class nation. The stronger the Vietnam War is, the more they are squeezing their limits. It's not to improve their own strength at all. As long as they are squeezed to the lowest level, they can't improve at all. Their improvement is limited. It's not like we demons can improve infinitely, but when we reach a certain level, it's also very slow to improve, but it's okay to improve. We can have an outbreak period when the demons are underage. At that time, as long as we keep fighting for ourselves, the improved strength will be unimaginable to others. Once we are underage, the speed of improvement will become more and more slow. That's the difference between demons and other races. Don't talk about that kind of junk race. Their limit is so low that they can't reach our level at all. Chapters 11-20. After a little thought, Gao Peng also thought that it was true. After all, the strength of the fighting nations he met was not so good. Even the most powerful of them, it seems that they can kill at will. At that time, I really felt very strong. Now, looking back, it's impossible to enter his eyes again. At last, he understood what is the limit of potential. It seems that our blood power is quite strong, but I don't know if I can open the racial talent, otherwise it would be a real pity. The demon people heard Gao Peng's words, and the corners of their mouths could not help twitching. What's a strong name? It should be the strongest blood, okay. However, he didn't contradict. He thought that Gao Peng was really a little angry. If he argued with him at this time, he didn't know what he would say. I think it's going to blow up again. Qingliu and others are more helpless. Although they know that Gao Peng really has the blood power of the demon family, you are not the demon family at all. You even want to open race talent. Are you afraid you want to go against the sky? They can only look at the sky without words. Looking at this bloody red sky, the whole person has been completely desperate, and now they are resigned, whether they will come to the end of life in the next second or not. They can all accept it. This is a kind of suffering. Damn it, damn. You garbage, ignore me. You bastard, I will never forgive you, I won't forgive you. That angry demon is really angry at this time. After all, he was ignored directly, perhaps because his temper was too grumpy. That's why it just blew up. But with the passage of time, his body has gradually started to agglomerate. He wanted to teach Gao Peng a good lesson. After all, in his opinion, Gao Peng, a newcomer, has neither opened his racial talent nor grasped the period of the outbreak. At this time, it is impossible to be more powerful than him. But what surprised him was that the guy ignored him all the time and didn't look at him at all. This feeling of being ignored was just outrageous. His whole person slowly exudes a particularly evil atmosphere, and has begun to slowly atomize, and the power slowly begins to gather. At this time, Gao Peng finally realized the sad demon family, because he was so angry that people could not help but ignore him. However, at this time, he suddenly exuded such a terrible power that it was impossible to ignore him. Gao Peng could not help but smile at the corner of his mouth. He's not in a hurry now, because he wants to wait until this guy has all the power, and then he can have a good fight with this guy. Then he can improve even more. Oh, I'll wait for you to improve for a while, even if it's to let you burst out the most powerful force, I'm not afraid. Garbage is garbage, I can deal with you with one hand. It's really weak enough to see you explode all your strength and have such a long time. Chapters 1121, There are species. That demon instantly gathered his body, and his voice seemed to break his teeth, which was vividly displayed. Phew, he didn't hesitate at all. He just flickered from the place where he was. A red light appeared in the void, because the sky was all bloody red. His hand is not so obvious, but if you look carefully, you can still see it, other people will not say for the moment. Gao Peng can see each other. This speed is not so fast, and it can only be said that the strength of the other side is very strong, but the speed is not the advantage of the other side, otherwise, there are not many people who can see it. Also at this time, the prompt sound of the system rings in Gao Peng's mind again. Ding, enemy of host detected, scanning, scan completed. Name, Devil 13 race, Devil Blood, Super Emperor Road Constitution, Bloodthirsty Emperor Road Realm. The first level of spirit, the highest level of enemy is the first level of spirit, which will automatically upgrade the host to the second level of spirit. The enemy's strongest blood is the Demon Blood, Super Emperor Road, which will automatically upgrade to the Ancient Demon Blood, Emperor Road, for the host. The enemy's strongest constitution is Bloodthirsty Wangdao, which will automatically upgrade the host to Ancient Shinto Blood, Chaohuangdao. Before the Devil 13 had attacked, Gao Peng's strength had changed dramatically, but at this time, he found that his blood force seemed a little strange. Why are these authentic demons only the blood of the demons, but they are the blood of the ancient demons, which seems to be different? Why is that? He doesn't know for the moment, but this special feeling can also bring him great power. It's definitely not something other people can give. Once again, he stepped into a new realm. He felt that the power in his body was just a powerful explosion. Even in this very stable space, he was very confident that he could sweep everything. Of course, he is not sure if there are any more powerful people, but the power in his body is really terrible now. Dozens of times more powerful than before. It's a great feeling. It's too strong. This posture is too strong. It's not only the constitution and blood, but also the energy in your body. It's full of energy. Gao Peng directly ignored the attack of Demon 13, because at this time, he was carefully understanding the changes of power in his body, that is, because he felt that the power in his body was particularly powerful. He couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. This scene was directly seen by all the people present, all of them were stunned, but now they are under the full eruption of others. What the hell is this guy doing? Do you really think he can ignore the attack? In the end, you are too arrogant and arrogant. No matter what kind of self-confidence you have about your strength, you should not be so obvious. And they also don't think that Gao Pengjun has such a terrible power, only to see that they are completely stunned at this time. Devil 13 is really angry. I have never seen anyone look down on him so much, and even ignore his attack completely at this time. Do you think that he dare not to give up his heavy hand? Chapters 1122, Hateful. You are looking for death. Devil 13 instant rage, did not expect to have arrived this kind of time, unexpectedly stillborn to be ignored, his whole face is directly distorted. At this time, Qingliu Shendi and others are completely speechless, but they have long been desperate. No matter what happens, they all feel that they will not live long. In that case, just relax. The three of them are in total despair. As for the other demons, they are also ignorant at this time. I really don't know what Gao Peng's performance is. Are they really confident in their own strength? Others are about to attack, but now they can still seem so calm, which is too small for others, right? Is this guy really dying? Does he really think other people won't kill him? Devil the 13th of may be really angry. Seeing the performance of Devil 13 at the moment, these people of the demon clan have basically known that he is completely angry, which makes them feel a little serious. If they have to stop when they have to. Although it is said that their race is particularly bloodthirsty and ruthless, we can't easily kill our own compatriots on this chassis, or we may be punished at that time. No matter whether they are recognized or not, the blood of the demons is flowing in their bodies, so they can't be killed on their territory. But they haven't thought about making a move at this time. They just crash on one side. If there is a chance to make a move, they must stop it. They are all ready. However, their action was obviously to do more than one thing. Seeing the Devil 13 incarnate as evil, they rushed to Gao Peng directly, but Gao Peng just stood there regardless. From the beginning to the end, I didn't want to fight back. At the same time, I didn't want to avoid at all. I just stood where I was. Boom, there was a shocking sound. The Devil 13 turned into a light, and he was jumping all the time. At last, he attacked Gao Peng, but Gao Peng never moved. It's like a big mountain, just standing there like a mountain, even with a slight smile on the corner of the mouth. When the Devil 13 felt that his attack was completely ineffective, he was a little stupefied. Even his attack had stopped completely. He didn't know whether to attack or not. Because his whole person is in a state of stupor, he has already burst out all his strength, and has exhausted all his strength, but why is the new man indifferent at present? Is the strength of the other side really so strong? At this moment, he was deeply doubted. After all, he opened up the racial talent, and his power was really powerful. In addition, I have just used my racial talent again, and my strength has improved a little bit, but it has no use for this guy in front of me. He can't help but doubt. Is he too weak, or is he too strong? Chapters 11-23. Everyone in each scene also saw this scene. Originally, those demons were still waiting for the opportunity to stop Devil 13. But now it doesn't seem necessary at all. My God, what did they see? I saw that Gao Peng completely ignored the attack of Demon 13, and didn't move at all. After a minute, the whole person stood there, which scared everyone present. It's the same with Qingliushendi and other people. They have already despaired when they came to this place, but now when they see Gao Peng so fierce, they are also shocked. There was no hope at all. But now they have a glimmer of hope. Maybe they can't be killed so easily. After all, Gao Peng is so fierce now. Maybe they have a chance. It seems we really look down on him completely. Doesn't that mean we are relatively safe this time, at least not so easy to be found by others, and we don't need to be too afraid of being killed by others? He has such a powerful power, so he will definitely be used by these demons. Then you will not take us out of anger. We still have a great chance to escape from here. After such an idea, the three of them are in a much better mood, and no longer as unhappy as before, because now they can see the hope of living. At the beginning, because Gao Peng had been doing it all the time, they were really afraid. They were directly discovered by the people of these demons, and finally all the people were dealt with. But now seeing Gao Peng's strength, they feel relieved. At least they won't be killed so easily by those guys. Then they are not so dangerous. Just don't make big mistakes, then nothing needs to be afraid. In addition to the three of them, those demon talents are the only ones who feel the most shocked. After all, they thought that Gao Peng would be taught a terrible lesson, and might even be killed by the angry Devil 13. So they are ready to stop Devil 13, but now when they see what is happening in front of them, they really know how wrong they thought before. It's not a matter of stopping. It's the Devil 13 that can't shake this new man. This makes them feel particularly shocked, because they naturally know how powerful the Devil 13 is and what kind of state it is in at the same time. This will make them feel special shock. My God, I feel that I have hallucinated. The strength of the new man is so strong. Has he been promoted to the realm of spirit? But he didn't start his racial talent at all. How could he be promoted to the realm of spirit? Some can't believe it. I don't know how he got promoted, but I think there must be a secret in him, but it's not wrong to have a little secret during such a long time in exile. What kind of opportunities have you met? Otherwise, you will never enter the spirit realm. It's interesting. I thought it was just a weak person. But now it seems obvious that it is not. Chapters 11-24, interesting. The demon who led Gao Peng and others to return, just rubbed his chin and looked at Gao Peng. At this time, he really felt very interesting. At first, he didn't find Gao Peng's strength. Because at the beginning he didn't care. After all, the weak are the weak. They just can't attract his attention. Even if he can finally afford the talent of race, then his strength is just like that. But now when he finds out that he has some eyesight, Gao Peng is a spirit realm. That's something, because Gao Peng didn't start his own race talent at all. If he started his race talent, his strength would become stronger. It's the spirit realm without the start of racial talent, so once the start of racial talent, it will become more amazing, so he will feel particularly interesting. The people of the demons around him agree with him. Although they are the same as other demons, their identities are quite different from the general modules. Otherwise, they will not be assigned to collect the source of evil. It is absolutely a great trust for them, so they will go. What's more, they are powerful enough not to be killed so easily by others. Even if the Abyss Devil wants to kill them so easily, it's not easy. Therefore, they have absolute rights. When they found that Gao Peng was different, they couldn't help but pay more attention to him. It seems that we can focus on him. Although we haven't started our own racial talent yet, once we do, his potential will be more terrible than others. It's estimated that when he wanders outside, there will be some opportunities, so his strength will be improved so much. It seems that he is really a little strong, but I don't know if he can grasp this opportunity. It's true, I don't know if I can pass. There should be no problem to pass. As long as the blood of demons is flowing in his body, there won't be too much problem. Moreover, he should be able to open his own racial talent. After all, with his current strength, there won't be too much problem. But there may be accidents. Of course, there will be other exceptions, but I'm more confident that he can make it, because you can see that he has such terrible strength now, and can mix to this extent with his own luck and opportunities. Let alone give him a chance. There is something magical about that. However, other people agree with it. After all, it is true. People like them, if they don't know their own blood and don't start their own race talent, they may easily die outside. In addition, many people are hostile to them, which can cause countless enemies. If they are discovered by others, it will be a disaster. That's why they think it's okay. Just when Gao Peng didn't know it, he was thoroughly listed as the focus of attention, and at the same time, he was paid more attention by others. He, inexplicably involved in the unknown risk, and even he did not know. Chapters 11-25 At the beginning, no one thought that Gao Peng would have such a performance, because all the people did not feel the power of Gao Peng, so there would always be a preconceived idea. But in fact, what they thought at the beginning was also true, except that Gao Peng was totally different from ordinary people, and he was totally a guy to open and hang up. As long as there is an enemy, then his strength will rise rapidly, and no one will be his opponent at all, unless there is no trace of malice in fighting with him. But how is that possible? When the demons fight, they will never be malicious, and they are a little angry. This is the real angry move of Devil 13. It must be to beat Gao Peng half dead in the end. Although he didn't want to kill Gao Peng at all, he will also be judged as the enemy by the system. This also made Gao Peng suddenly improve such a powerful strength, which is not expected by others at all, so they really don't understand at this time. But more still think Gao Peng is hiding his strength. This guy is really able to hide. He didn't show his strength from the beginning to the end. He really made us think he was weak. He didn't look like a demon at all. Shouldn't we all be arrogant and high profile? Don't you know that this guy has been wandering outside for so long? If he doesn't learn to hide, maybe he won't be able to stand in front of us at this time. It makes sense. After all, our demons are enemies of those races, and once they find us, they will never let it go so easily. What's more, the garbage has long been thought that we have been exterminated. Once they find that there are still demons alive, it will definitely come out and hide, which is also very good. It's estimated that we will hide our strength, and finally we can live until now. Without 2 brushes, we would have been killed. Gao Peng didn't say anything at all, but the people of the demons who were watching had already started to find excuses for him. Let alone, what they actually said is well-founded. If Gao Peng doesn't know what his situation is, he will believe them. Just when the demons are talking about it, Devil 13 is completely indecisive. He never thought it would be such a result. He thought it would be easy to teach the new man in front of him, but now he has not only failed to teach him, but also lost face himself. Let alone in the eyes of so many people. He felt special anger, but he still couldn't believe more of it, and at this time he was not sure what realm Gao Peng was. Since even his powerful attack can stand there undamaged, it's a little shocking. Only to see him staring at Gao Peng like this, his mind is running at full speed, thinking about how to solve it. Gao Peng can't give up so easily, and the people of his demon family won't give up. What's more, in front of so many people, he can't really lose face, otherwise he will be completely unable to raise his head. Chapters 11-26 It's when Devil 13 looks at Gao Peng. At last, Gao Peng looked up at him, but at this time, a little cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he was dismissive. It's annoying to see that expression. But before he could respond, Gao Peng said, "What's the matter? Is that the end of it? If your strength is really only like this, it is very disappointing. I just saw your aggressive appearance and really thought how powerful you are, but it just let me down. I stand here still and let you attack. You can't even move me. You are really weak," Gao Peng said with some emotion. And this sentence falls into the ears of everyone present, which is another experience. Demon 13 is not weak, but Gao Peng's present state is too evil to grasp his strength. Everyone can't help but feel speechless when hearing Gao Peng's words. This guy is really arrogant. Powerful, but not so arrogant. Seeing Gao Peng's arrogant appearance, all the people felt speechless, even most of the demon's mouth corners were twitching. Just now I thought Gao Peng was very low-key, but now they all want to take back what they said before. This is not a low-key, but a special high-key. Perhaps other habits hide their own strength, which is a kind of playing pig and eating tiger, in order to show their strength in a higher profile. It seems that they are also a bit like the character of their demons, only slightly different from most of them. Most of the demons are perverse, regardless of any consequences. Even if there are some rules that can restrain them, they will do some unacceptable or even crazy things within the scope of the rules. Demons are such a body of evil, and crazy blood. All of them looked at Gao Peng with no words. It's really arrogant. One of the most exciting is Devil 13. He has felt special anger now. After all, the strength of the new man in front of him is so strong. At the beginning, he thought he could take it easily. But it turned out to be unexpected. It made him lose face in front of all the demons, and now he was so insulted by this new man, so he was almost angry, but he could not really explode like before. Even if he has his own race talent, it is impossible for him to have such a serious injury endlessly, which is an overdraft of his potential. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful, and he was so good at hiding at the beginning. He didn't open his racial talent at all. He was so powerful. Is this guy really new? If he is allowed to open up his own racial talent, then the power is not even more powerful than me. At this time, Demon 13 felt that the shadow had risen in his heart, and he was not willing to believe that Gao Peng was much stronger than him even if he did not start the racial talent. He really doesn't want to believe it. Chapters 11-28. Although the demon clan is the embodiment of evil, it does not mean that they have no feelings at all, especially for their own people, which has a strong feeling. But now, both sides are their own people, will let them feel special embarrassment, but also just when they are extremely entangled. Demon 13 officially launched an attack. Boom boom. The whole heaven and earth seems to be trying to attract him, and his constitution is very suitable for this heaven and earth. Therefore, when he fully displays his strength, the whole sky seems to respond to him. This is going to break out. Although it's a bit chaotic, I have to say that his strength is really very strong. If he develops well, he will definitely become a strong one. I just hope he doesn't damage the foundation. Even if he makes a mistake this time, he must cheer up. Otherwise, it will be a big loss for us demon people. The people of the demon family just looked at it, and then they saw the potential of the Demon 13, but it was totally useless, and they could not stop it. At most, they could only watch it. No one can stop it. Green Willow God himself was even more stunned. They had never seen such a powerful person before, and when Devil 13 broke out all his power, they all feel special depression. When they are in this place, they feel pain all over their body. After all, this kind of negative force has a special impact on them, making them unable to exert their power all over. Let alone want to resist these evil forces, itself has been a special pain. When they feel this more horrible bloodthirsty power, let them feel more uncomfortable. Also shocked by these forces. The power of terror was beyond their expectation. They never thought that there were so many people in the world. Even their ancestors, those old guys just can't erupt such horror. Although they haven't seen it, they can guess it occasionally. Even if it's desperate, it's just that, right? They are not sure, but they are also probably so, which makes them feel particularly shocked. It's such a terror for any demon people to show their strength. But their race has to work hard to make such a person finally appear. The gap is just too big, just like a gap. This kind of gap makes people despair. It's so powerful. I've never felt such a powerful person, and why is the talent of demon people so good, and it's so terrible to have any strength? I feel so terrible from this man, let alone who he is. At first, they thought that all people were gods, but at this time, they fully understood that they had hallucinations. Even those who collect evil can't just be gods and emperors, just show their power and let them see it like this. This makes them despair directly. Chapters 11-29. The gap between race and race is so big. It's not only talent but also strength. It's just that people can't see any hope at all. At this time, they really doubted that at one time. How did those people think that the demons had been wiped out by them? How big is this heart? Don't they really understand the real strength of the demon clan? Just seeing each other's talent is enough to frighten people, even saying that the whole demon clan has been eliminated. Damn it, how do those guys determine that the demons have been completely wiped out? Don't they know that there is such a terrible race talent in the demon clan, and the cultivation talent itself is already so terrible? It's a joke to think that we can kill the demons together. The strength of any one of the demons has been so strong, which is definitely beyond the realm of God and Emperor. Those guys are all pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. They didn't show any real strength before. Now we find that we are naive. Burst God is also very desperate. Originally, they just thought that the people of the demons were just a little stronger than them. After all, at the beginning, when they saw that the people of the demons collected the source of evil, they didn't feel so desperate. At most, they felt the abyss, the devil's strength was particularly strong. At that time, they did not feel too much abnormality. But now I think it's very unusual after I think about it a little bit. Why is such a powerful abyss devil so polite to this couple of demons? Even if they belong to an alliance, it is impossible for them to behave like this. At that time, they did not have a careful impression at all, but at that time they saw the power of Demon 13. That reminds them of all this. But at this time, they only think how ridiculous the idea at that time is. They even think that other people are in the same realm with them, and they are already such a terrible demon. How could it be so weak? That's exactly what they think. Even the Abyss Devil has surpassed the existence of the God Emperor, and now these demons are definitely surpassed. It's just horrible. What is the realm above God? They don't know. All the people feel that the strength of these guys is too terrible to recruit people easily. It's just such an outbreak that the negative forces and evil forces of the whole world are converging on him. It's just terrible. It's so powerful. I never thought anyone could be so powerful. I think they can really blow up the whole sky with one fist. If they were allowed to appear in the ancient land, it would be absolutely earth-shaking. Even if the ancestors of all forces appeared, they could not resist such a demon clan. How did they resist? It's too fanciful to say that the whole demon clan has been eliminated. All the people are confused. They don't know how to eliminate the demons. Such a terrible talent and strength is the strongest race. There is no race talent to match. Chapters 11-30. At the time when all the people have their own thoughts, the fierce attack of Demon 13 is coming. Gao Peng didn't move all the time, because he said at the beginning that he would never move easily. He was waiting for the attack of the other side so quietly. He is so confident. Although his realm is only a little stronger than that of the other side, his blood strength and constitution have already been stronger than that of the other side, which is a qualitative change. This kind of strength is not only a little bit, he can crush each other at will, which is all thanks to his own blood and physique. At the same time, he has completely doubted that his own blood power and constitution are definitely stronger than them. After all, the prefix adds an ancient time. This is definitely not the general blood power and physique can have, let alone these authentic demon people are completely different from him, which can show his special. This also makes him more confident about his own strength. His own blood strength and constitution are stronger than others, and now more special. The realm is higher than the other side. This is the absolute advantage. If you have a chance, you have to check my blood strength and physique as soon as possible. What's the matter? It looks different from these people. But it's really powerful. I feel that my own blood is much stronger than theirs. Maybe it's the blood of ancient demons. I don't know if I can find the reason from these demons, but there must be some clues. Gao Peng ignores Devil 13 directly. Because this guy can't pose any threat to him at all, he just wants to study the blood force in his body. It is absolutely necessary for him to study it well, and he also thinks it is necessary to investigate it. Otherwise, he can't understand his own blood and constitution, which is really a little sad. Such a strong blood, it's absolutely impossible to disappear, so he thinks that as long as he has a good look, he can definitely find out the relevant information, let alone as long as he can really be included in these demons. Then it's nothing. It seems that we can only penetrate into the inner part of these demons first understand the power of blood in our body, and then slowly find our own constitution. But I don't think there is much difference. Who makes my own blood and body so terrible? In the end, he couldn't help but narcissism. Now he has completely determined that his own blood strength and physique may have reached the top. Otherwise, it can't have never been changed. The system will definitely let him gain the most powerful power. But now his blood power and constitution have passed for so long, and never changed again. At most, it's only a slight increase, which shows how powerful the system and blood are, and it can't be abandoned so easily. This makes him more confident. And he is no longer afraid of being killed by others. It's really that his strength is too strong for others to kill him. Chapters 11:31. Because he has grown to a certain extent, especially his physique and blood power bring him not only a little improvement, but also a sense of qualitative change. This also makes him find that he will not be killed by others at all, so he can slowly improve his strength. If it wasn't for more information, he would have been rioting here for a long time, but he didn't want to do it. Some people may be really tough, no matter what you kill him or do. It's really impossible to tell you everything you want to know. All of this still needs to be done slowly. Only when he enters the inner world, can he solve all the problems better. So he wants to enter the inner world of the demon family. But he also wants to make a good investigation of his blood force. Why is it so much stronger than the blood of these demons? Other people didn't find his blood's strangeness at all. Even if he had fought such a powerful force, no one cared about it, just thought that what he had was the blood of the demon clan. Gao Peng naturally knows that other people can't understand everything about him. All of these can only be explored and investigated slowly by himself. First of all, we have to investigate from this area, especially those who have lived for a long time. Maybe they really know something interesting. It seems that we need to solve this guy as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be endless. As long as we can solve it, we will be mixed into the demon clan, right? Gao Peng finally returned to the spirit this time, but he looked at Devil 13 thoughtfully, because only by defeating the guy in front of him can he really integrate into the demon family. Nobody thought that in such a tight period of time, Gao Peng thought so many things in his mind. They only saw Gao Peng standing there. This is the same as before. This makes everyone feel speechless. It's too arrogant. We have to say how to ignore each other's attacks again and again. It's about to get revenge. What's more, it's almost in front of others. Who can bear it? All the demons are extremely arrogant. At this time, they are so humiliated by a new man. The consequences are especially serious. Qingliushendi and others don't know what to say. They don't have any right to say anything. Moreover, they have slowly found out Gao Peng's brain circuit. It just doesn't make sense. And now they have compared Buddhism. If they can live, they will live. If they can't live, they will die. Anyway, no matter how much they resist or escape, they will never survive, so they are completely convinced now. Anyway, I can't resist. Better enjoy it. This is what they think now. They can't be said to be self-defeating. They just don't have any confidence in their own strength. Their own strength is not strong. They can only rely on Gao Peng, but Gao Peng has been dying. What can they do? Take it chapters 11:32. This guy has a real personality. Does he really have such a strong strength, or does he just don't realize anything? I think I have a very strong power, and I have absolute confidence in myself. Otherwise, I can't ignore Devil 13 so much. The people of these demons were completely speechless when they saw Gao Peng's move. They felt so arrogant for the first time. At first, they all thought that the people of the demon family were arrogant, but when they saw Gao Peng's action, they really knew what it was called, the witch sees the witch. It's impossible to compare. However, they also know that Gao Peng's strength is very strong, which has been known from the previous performance, but now the Magic 13 has completely erupted, shouldn't it be said? Devil 13 doesn't know whether he is used to the feeling of being ignored, or whether he has been angry for a long time and has no expression. His eyes are so fixed on Gao Peng. It was just a moment. The sky has been stirred by him. Bang! It's like a tornado coming down from the sky. The tip of the tornado is attacking Gao Peng directly, but Gao Peng gently raises his hand at this time. The curtain fell in everyone's eyes, showing a look of shock, but it was not waiting for them to respond. Gao Peng has gently turned his hand a little, and finally pinched it. He fell directly to the ground. No one knows what he is doing. I just think this kind of action is too strange, and does he just want to deal with Devil 13 with such a hand? It's a little too contemptuous, isn't it? If he just stood still, it can be said that his defense is too amazing, but now he wants to defeat the other side with one hand, which is a little unbelievable. But I can't believe it. I have to believe it. The next second, they saw a tornado as if it was bloody red, and it disappeared in a flash. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared on the ground, and there was a very obvious seal on the top, which was definitely made by Devil 13. At that time, they were also curious about what had happened. At that moment, they were all distracted. Others can't see clearly at all. They think that some people can't believe what they see in front of them. It's too dramatic. Gao Peng appeared at the side of that mark without expression, slowly reached into that hole, and directly pulled out a figure. All the people look, only to see the Devil 13 at this time appears to be particularly embarrassed, and both eyes have turned over directly. Originally it seems so fierce. But now this kind of feeling is just too wonderful, and he is just too extremes. This kind of feeling makes all people drop their eyes. It's really Devil 13's appearance is too miserable. It's completely crushed by others, and there is no resistance. Who could have thought that would be the result? Just like turning over his hands to cover the clouds and rain, he directly turned over his hands to crush the Devil 13. This is not only an amazing defense, but maybe his strength has already been beyond everyone's expectation. Otherwise, it can't be so powerful. Chapters 11:33. I didn't want to argue with you, but why do you have to ask for my trouble? Don't you know the gap between us? Gao Peng said this in a rhetorical way, but Devil 13 didn't respond at all. At this moment, he was already in a complete coma. Just after the collision, there was no reaction at all. Now there is no consciousness. All of us haven't responded yet. We still feel that Gao Peng's strength is too strong. It's not just a little strong. It can directly make a powerful spirit lose its fighting power in an instant. It's not for ordinary people to match. Maybe the people of the Green Willow God don't know, but all the demons in this scene know exactly what the state of the Devil 13 is. This makes them feel more shocked. Have you been playing pig and eating tiger all the time? What's more, it directly makes people in the spirit realm lose their fighting power. This kind of strength is just too unexpected. What is his realm? It's quite unexpected that he has such terrible power without opening his racial talent. I feel that he has not exerted all his power now. And before using all his strength, he ran over Devil 13. How can he show all his strength? This sentence directly makes everyone feel speechless. After all, it seems to be the same in fact. It can't be resisted even by others' attack. How can it let others show their full power? Now all of them look at Gao Peng with strange eyes. After all, Gao Peng is hiding his strength. And how could he be so strong? It's impossible for ordinary demon people to be so powerful, but Gao Peng is not only so powerful, but also he doesn't open the racial talent at all. Finally, he can easily crush a demon people in the spirit realm. It was quite unexpected. Who could have thought that would be the end result? No matter what they think, Gao Peng's strength is too strong, and because he has been living outside for a long time, he may have been a little different from them. Or the potential is very different. In any case, Gao Peng absolutely concealed his power at the beginning, that is to say, after seeing being picked and provoked, he really broke out. No one thought it would be such a result, so all the demons on the scene specially looked at Gao Peng and the peaceful appearance of Gao Peng's face. They all knew that this guy didn't look so simple at all. Absolutely a tough guy, otherwise, it's impossible to conceal. I think he had expected it for a long time, and it would be such a result, so he would hide his strength. Now, although it's not fully exposed, it can be relied on his hand. This has made a lot of people complain about the machine, and they dare not provoke him easily at all. But although all the people in the audience dare not challenge him, they also have some demons who appreciate him. At least they have not opened their own race, and the talent is already so powerful. If we wait until we open the race talent, that can definitely become the pillar of the demon family. Chapters 11:34. In fact, Gao Peng is not only to improve his own strength, but also wants to show leeway to the people of these demons. After all, there may be some people who are a little stronger than him. However, he will never allow others to challenge him again and again, which is just endless. After this solution, not only can he improve his strength, but also can avoid many troubles. However, if he wants to challenge, he will naturally challenge. He only wants to take the initiative in his own hands, not in the hands of others, which is different. Seeing the expressions on the faces of those demons, he has basically guessed what kind of results will be. It is estimated that they are also shocked. It seems that the effect of leeway is really good, but I don't know how long it will last in the future. After all, it may not be the most powerful one for this guy. That guy hasn't changed much from the beginning to the end. He was just a little surprised at the beginning, and then there was no other reaction. Gao Peng's eyes have been staring at the evil people who collect the source of evil. The first one, who was a little surprised at the beginning, never responded. From this kind of performance, we can see that the strength of the other side is absolutely strong, otherwise, he will not be so calm. But in this way, Gao Peng feels even more excited. The more powerful he is here, the more powerful he can be. But for the time being, he doesn't want to move so easily. We still have to understand all the information we need to know, and then we can improve our strength as soon as possible. This order cannot be disordered. Gao Peng is looking at each other, and the people of that demon clan are also looking at Gao Peng. In fact, he is also a little surprised in his heart. Originally, I wanted to see a good play. Who knows that this good play is really unexpected? This guy has some abilities. He not only hides his real strength, but also has such a terrible power when he doesn't start his racial talent. It's really amazing that all of them can crush the Demon 13 who just broke through the spirit realm. It's really amazing. It seems that it's time to take him to see if he can get his own racial talent. If he can turn on racial talent, you will definitely have a one-off burst. I'm looking forward to his promotion. It seems necessary for me to take him with me. That is to say, Gao Peng's performance has made his inner decision. At the beginning, he just wanted to bring Gao Peng to this place, and then he died with himself. No matter how it turns out, it's none of his business, but it's amazing to see Gao Peng's strength and talent. Then he changed his mind and was ready to take Gao Peng directly to open his own race talent. Maybe after opening race talent, the strength will have an outbreak period. Once he has really improved a lot, he may really pick up the treasure. Chapters 1135 here. It is estimated that only the people of this demon clan are the most calm. There are some changes in other faces. Even now, there is also not much calm. They can't believe that a member of the same ethnic group who has not yet turned on racial talent can be so powerful. Although I don't know if I can compete with them, I can directly crush the people who have just broken through the spirit realm, which is very powerful. What a surprise. There's something about this guy. He doesn't know what he's gone through. It seems that he has some ideas about strength. He didn't start his racial talent at all. He can fight such a powerful strength. He feels that he has other opportunities. If he didn't have the opportunity, he would never have such a terrible power. This has not yet opened his own race talent, but it has already been so terrible. Now I'm looking forward to his appearance after opening his race talent. How could it be so easy? It's not so easy to open up your racial talent with the consent of the elders. What's more, he is still in exile, so it's more difficult for him to get the chance. All the demons are talking about it. It's Gao Peng's performance. They have to be surprised and want to talk about it more. However, just after they all expected Gao Peng to open the power of racial talent, some people poured cold water directly. In fact, not all people have the right to open racial talent. Some people may open it when they are young, but that's because they grow up in this place. It's totally different from Gao Peng, who has been wandering for so long. It's a little conflicted by the demons here. For a while, it's impossible for him to start his racial talent. It can only be realized after he has made contributions. So they just wanted to see Gao Peng's appearance after he started his race talent, but now it's impossible, which makes them feel special regret. At this time, Emperor Qingliu and others don't know what's going on. Their strength is too weak. They just can't get involved in anything, and they can't be too excited at this time. They are so passive. However, looking at Gao Peng's great power, they have now fully believed in Gao Peng, not to think that Gao Peng has no strength at all. At least Gao Peng has the strength to take them out, which is the best news. Great. With such powerful strength, we don't need to be too afraid at all. If the real people who are found by magic bead find that we are all pretending, then we will never be too worried. As long as there is him, we can still get out of the siege. It seems that we don't need to worry too much at all. As long as we don't find him, we can still lurk slowly. Even if we are found, we are not afraid. When they saw Gao Peng's strength, it was a tranquilizer, which made them more confident that they could live, so they were relieved at this time. It's true that I was in despair all the time, and I didn't feel that I could go out alive at any moment. Chapters 1136. When they were excited, they suddenly saw that the people who led them suddenly moved, especially the one who led them came directly in their direction. Hee, what's the matter with him? Have we been found? No way, we've all become dark creatures now, and it's absolutely impossible for camouflaged creatures to be found so easily by others, let alone our conversations are all whispered in the dark. It's absolutely impossible to find out. But he's coming towards us now. The three of them were scared. At first, they thought they had great hope and could go out from here alive. But who knew that suddenly they saw the demon people approaching? It's really scary. Gao Peng also saw that he had been moved by a demon people, and at this time he came to their side, which made him have to pay attention. Especially this one has always been very calm. He must be the most powerful here. Besides, he brought them to the site. It also made him feel a little confused. That demon people came directly to Gao Peng's in front, so quietly looking at Gao Peng, said nothing. The scene fell into a eerie silence. The three of them were secretly relieved. They didn't come to find them at all. Fortunately, they weren't found out. Otherwise, the three of them might be really doomed. Seeing that the people of the demon clan are looking for Gao Peng, they don't need to worry at last, but they dare not talk at this time. No one knows whether the other side can know that they are talking. Especially at such close quarters. It's a little scary. Gao Peng is also looking at this demon clan quietly. He doesn't know what the other side wants to do, because the strength of this guy in front of him may be much stronger than all the people. Absolutely the most powerful one. But what is the significance of his action? At this time, the demon suddenly spoke. I haven't made a formal self-introduction since I just met. My name is Magic Rock. Gao Peng. I think your talent is really good. After all, you have not started the racial talent, and your strength has exceeded the spirit realm. Are you interested in following me to see if you can start your own racial talent? Magic Rock said at first, and he didn't have any inflection at all. Gao Peng was stunned. He didn't expect that this demon would say that when he spoke, but he didn't hesitate much. Yes, I also want to see how powerful I will be when I start racial talent. I just saw this guy's racial talent is so amazing. If I began to have race talent, would I have almost a mortal body like him? Yes, this is the racial talent of our demons. As long as it's really opened, it's almost immortal, but there's a limit. Everyone is online by their own power. Once it's used too recklessly, it's likely to fall into a land of no return. Chapters 1137. Gao Peng naturally knows that no matter how horrible the race is, talent will definitely have its limits, and it can't be used endlessly. But he still thinks that the race talent of the demons is too magical, just like the immortal body, and he doesn't know what the limit is. Is everyone's limit different? Gao Peng asked about his inner thoughts and curiosity directly. After all, the Magic Rock seemed to know a lot about him, and he looked like he had seen everything. Maybe it's really the top level in the demon clan. Just now you can have a chance to talk, so naturally you have to ask all the doubts in your heart, and you can't miss it. But we must not miss it so easily. Magic Rock's eyes flashed a little surprise. If someone knew that he could open such a terrible racial talent, he would definitely be very excited. Where can we care about the unlimited? After all, it's quite immortal. Once someone knows that he can open such a talent, he has already forgotten everything. However, Gao Peng was surprised to have such an idea, which made him feel very happy. As expected, he could roam outside for such a long time, and his final strength could be raised to such a level, which was not for no reason. Naturally, there are other people's excellences and unique vision. With the help of the questions asked now, it is relatively high-end. Some people, as long as they know that they have such a terrible racial talent, where will control the limit is not the limit, just think that they are completely invincible. Who cares so much? Magic Rock didn't hesitate much. In fact, it's not a secret. If you have a little understanding, you can know what the limit represents. It also starts from the opening of racial talent. Every race who opens racial talent has a kind of ability, which can also be said to be an energy. Compared with the divine power, it has a very different role. Divine power is universally owned by all races, but this special power can only appear in the body when the people of the demon race open the racial talent, which is called magic power. The amount of magic power represents how many times you can use the racial talent. The amount of magic power of each person is different. When you start the racial talent, you have already determined a certain range. After that, After conscious training, you can make your magic power more, which will make you use more race talent. The number of times depends on the number of magic power. As long as the number of magic power is more, the number of times you use your own racial talent is more, then you can play out the potential talent that every demon has. The stronger the Vietnam War is, the more helpless it is, the more powerful it is. Ultimately the most powerful race. When Magic Rock said this, he also felt special pride. Even his eyes gradually showed a little fanaticism. The previous cultivation of calmness no longer exists. Maybe he also thinks that the demons are the most powerful race, because their talent and race talent are all here. I don't know how many times stronger than other races. It's just an incomparable magnitude. Chapters 1138. Gao Peng listened to the introduction of Magic Rock so quietly. He didn't know until this moment that there would be another kind of energy when he started the racial talent. And it all depends on the number of talents opened. I don't know if this kind of magic can fight, which makes him more expectant. I don't know if he can open his own racial talent. It seems that those who open their own racial talent have a success rate. They may fail or succeed. So he doesn't need to worry too much. No matter what, he won't help. Since there are successes and failures, it's not a big deal that he didn't open his own racial talent in the end, just to let others down. It's like turning genius into waste. I guess it's just like that in the end. There is no other change for him, so at this time he has decided to follow the Magic Rock to open his own race talent, regardless of the final result, but he is more curious. He also wants to know whether he can turn on the racial talent. If he can turn on the racial talent, it's just too cool. No matter whether someone is hostile to him or not, he doesn't need to worry anymore. That would make up for his last weakness. He has gradually made a decision in his mind that he must open his own racial talent, and it is obvious that Magic Rock has a certain say in the demons, otherwise, it is impossible to take such an important source of evil. What's more, it seems that the strength of those demon people is not as strong as his. Although he still doesn't know what kind of realm he is, the feeling to Gao Peng is as deep as the sea. It is necessary to know that Gao Peng is also a spirit realm now, but he also feels that Magic Rock is unfathomable, which is enough to prove the strength of each other. It's not just a little bit of power. How is it? How are you thinking? As long as you can follow me to open the racial talent, you will have a great chance to open it successfully. At the same time, you can also open your own racial talent as soon as possible. If you don't go with me, you want to start the racial talent as soon as possible, but it will take a long time. After all, you come in from the outside. Although you are also a demon, there must be a difference between the demon and the demon. Mo Yan is not talking, but Gao Peng knows what he means. It's the same as the one he picked up. He picked it up now, if he doesn't show his own value. In the end, it must not be taken seriously. Whether we can get the right to start racial talent is a question, so this is the most embarrassing situation. No matter what the final result is, if you don't even have the chance to try and have enough talent, let alone succeed or fail. There is no way to talk about that. Gao Peng naturally understood this very well, so he didn't think much at all, and nodded directly and agreed. How could such a good opportunity be missed? You can help such a thigh. Although you don't know how much discourse power Magic Rock has, it shouldn't be wrong to follow him. You can also use it as a pretext. Chapters 1139. At the moment when Gao Peng promised, he almost knew that Magic Rock might want to approach him. Although he didn't know what the purpose was, he could also give others some opportunities. How to say that he also wants to get this chance to open up the racial talent, not to mention that this guy obviously has some status at present, and it is not clear how the strength is for the time being. But the strength must not be weak. At this time, several people of the Green Willow God also followed. At this time, they seemed to be dark creatures without any sense. However, they were all slaves and officials of Gao Peng. Nature should be with you at any time, not to mention that there is no reason. If you don't, who knows where you will go and even what kind of things you will do. If you do something out of the ordinary, you will be killed directly by the people of the demon clan. What can you do? So I can only bring it. In fact, Emperor Qingliu himself is speechless now. They don't know what to do now. They always feel that they are in the mire now. Although Gao Peng has brought them a little bit of self-confidence, after all, Gao Peng's strength is so strong, it should not be so easy to give up on them. And once the demons find them, they should not be able to solve them so quickly. But at this time, although they feel very confident, they always feel that the situation has developed to the extent that they can't expect. A little flustered. Why did things develop like this? I always feel that things have developed to the point where we can't control them at all, and I don't know what will happen in the end. Where are we going now? It's probably to open up the racial talent. After all, it's just been made clear, and there's absolutely no other thing. Sometimes we don't know what kind of people we will meet next, said Yan Gang. I feel that we are a little suspended, and if I don't give us a breath, I feel that I may not be able to withstand it. The dark power here is so terrible that I feel that my power is completely suppressed. Indeed, it's not only that my strength has been restrained, but also that I feel very uncomfortable. It's just too bad. I don't know how this place survives. These demons are different from us. Maybe they think it's the most comfortable place for them. They are the embodiment of evil. They don't care about these dark forces at all. Bad situation. These people are used to it now. They secretly start to communicate with each other. After all, only in this way can they relieve their boredom, and at the same time, they will not be completely mad. This feeling of helplessness is just too bad. If they cannot communicate a little, they will definitely be driven mad. They stay here all the time and don't feel the feeling of being eroded by the darkness, because they are not dark creatures. For this dark power, there is no compatibility at all. There is only torture and resistance. Chapters 1140. When several people were talking in secret, Magic Rock said, "Would you like to stand on my side?" Gao Peng. Suddenly he was asked. In fact, at this time he felt that he was still a little confused, only to see him looking at Magic Rock in some doubt. At this time, the Green Willow God Emperor and others suddenly calmed down and looked at the Magic Rock with some doubts. However, the three of them were very secretive. After all, now they are the kind of irrational dark creatures. Don't let others discover it. The strength of Magic Rock is very strong. Once there is any reckless move, it may be discovered. Magic Rock also knew that he suddenly asked a little abruptly, so he only saw him smile and said, "Everyone who goes to open the racial talent basically belongs to all factions. The reason for this division is that if every faction has more people who open the racial talent, there are a lot of magic powers, basically, all of them have very strong talents. If the more talented people are, the more resources this faction can get in the end. I hope you can go out on behalf of my faction, but it's not unhelpful. You won't be targeted in vain. If you can win from this, then I can definitely give you some resources. And I can give you a chance to improve your own strength and magic power, which is very useful." I don't know what you mean. After such an explanation, Gao Peng basically knows what's going on. These demons are not completely concentric, maybe they have many factions. I guess it's because I've lived so long that I need to create some competitiveness before I can divide myself into different factions and compete in this way. Magic Rock can still directly represent a faction, which means his strength is absolutely strong. At this time, Gao Peng can't help but look at him more. Gao Peng now feels that he has just underestimated him completely. It is possible that Magic Rock's strength and status are beyond his imagination. After all, it can represent a faction, which is a little unexpected. But it's because he can talk directly with people with status, which is very good for him. After all, it will be more convenient to do things. He himself wants to try to open up his own race talent. Since others give him the chance, he must not miss it, and Magic Rock has already said that if he can win this time, then we can give him some benefits and opportunities. Although we don't know what it is, it may bring him some advantages. Although he is not very scarce, he is very curious. Anyway, he can't give up such an opportunity. He wants to try to see if he can open his racial talent. This opportunity must not be missed. The Green Willow God Emperor and others looked at the Magic Rock. They didn't expect that this guy was still a very important person in the demon family. His strength was really very strong, but his right to speak was also a little big. Chapters 1141. Magic Rock's decision-making power is not small, which can represent a shooting, otherwise, it is impossible for a person to decide all things directly. This kind of people's strength will certainly be very strong, but they haven't shown it all the time, which makes them more cautious. They don't want to be discovered by others. And their strength is too big. If Gao Peng didn't disguise it for them, it would have been completely exposed at that time, but also because they were a little cautious. I haven't been found for a while. How is it? It's not very difficult for you, and if you can win, you can not only get a large part of the resources, but also get the opportunities I give you. In addition, You are not qualified to open the racial talent, but if you agree, I can also open the racial talent for you. It's not going to cost you anything, it's just a little bit of a squeeze when it comes to race talent, but it's okay to have a little bit of competition. I think you can understand that. Gao Peng nodded in silence. Of course, good resources need competition. Even people of the same race are no exception. It is impossible that all resources are completely open. That's a little unrealistic. If there is no competition, who knows which can win and who wants to lie down and win? Some people have no talent, or they just don't have enterprising spirit. This kind of people's access to resources is a waste in vain. The reason why there is competition is that we want to select these people from the beginning and kick them all out. This is to avoid wasting so many resources. Only those who are talented and enterprising at the same time. These can definitely become the pillars of a race, which is what all the strong people like, so there is nothing unacceptable about having competition. What's more, Gao Peng doesn't need to be afraid of competition at all. Instead, he will like it more. Maybe he can improve a little bit at that time. Although I don't know the strength of the other side, and I can't show it openly, but sometimes it's okay to sneak around. This made them hesitate for a long time. When they saw him, they nodded without hesitation. Yes, I can represent your faction in the battle, and I hope you don't cheat me. If you win, I need to get some resources. There's also the opportunity you just said. You can rest assured that since it's my words, it's impossible to cheat. After all, if you are a little suspicious, you can go to other people to inquire about my name. I've always said the same thing, said Magic Rock with great confidence. But he just finished. Gao Peng, I looked at him without any words directly. I'm not familiar with the place of life. Who can I find out? Thanks for his words. However, when Gao Peng saw that the other side said he was so confident, he was finally relieved. He was most afraid of the kind of person who didn't have self-confidence and asked others how to do. Chapters 1142. Seeing that Gao Peng had agreed, Magic Rock didn't delay anymore. He took them directly to fly to the distance, and introduced some important things to Gao Peng on the way. For example, when they start racial talent later, they will enter a pool, which is commonly known as talent pool. This can open everyone's race talent, but everyone's race talent has strength and depends on their own magic power, so the more magic power, the stronger their race talent. So we have to compete in it. Especially in the talent pool, you can gain more energy only when you reach the center of the moon, which means that when a person's racial talent is fully turned on, his magic power will have a huge amount. This is also the final result of all the people of the demon clan after observation. Although this law is not necessarily accurate, with a direction, many people will try their best to do it. They will never miss this chance. Therefore, at that time, all people will absolutely compete for the most central place, and then it depends on their own strength. Magic Rock is also based on the absolute strength of Gao Peng, so they want to try to attract Gao Peng. Gao Peng has the strength to crush the spirit realm. Even in it, it can be regarded as a little bit more top-notch combat power. At that time, it will still have a little bit of competitiveness. In the end, it's not clear how to do it, but we can know that in this talent pool, it's definitely a fight between the dragon and the tiger, and all people are going to strengthen the most central area in succession. Everyone wants to make his magic power more. After all, only the more magic power, the stronger his talent. After that, Magic Rock began to introduce a more interesting thing. After all the people open the racial talent, they will come out through a stone with a special magic stone, which can detect the amount of magic power in our demon's human body. People of the same race who start racial talent have to pass the test of this stone, so that they can just distinguish a strong one from a weak one, and then they can rank first with the most magic powers. The more magic powers there are, the more resources you will get. My requirements are not high. As long as you can enter the top 10, everything I promised you can be achieved. There were 100 participants at that time, each of them was very powerful, and some of them had possessed the spirit realm. I can't see what realm you are, but your strength should be stronger than most of them. But I hope you have a good performance. After hearing these introductions, Gao Peng has basically determined the whole process. At the same time, he knows how to do it himself. It is impossible for him to give up the opportunity he has already got. And he thought it was really interesting. There was no unfriendliness to him at all, but special friendliness. Can he fight in it? Doesn't that mean he can improve his strength again? There will certainly be some people who are a little stronger than him. Since it's said that it's Tianzhao of the demon clan, its strength will certainly not be weak. Chapters 1143. If you just start racial talent, it doesn't need to represent that every faction is competing. So this time, it's not easy. Gao Peng basically understood a general idea from the words of Magic Rock. Maybe it was when they reached the time of resource allocation that they came up with such a way to compete. If the top demons are allowed to fight, it will definitely take up a huge amount of space and even cause human losses. That's just a little too bad, and some of the gains are not worth the losses, so they can only compete with the slightly younger demon people, which is a better way. The demon people themselves want to open the racial talent, but because this time all Tianzhao opened the racial talent at the same time, then the pressure of competition will be especially great. Maybe people who could have gained more magic power, because of the failure of competition, the final magic power may become less and not necessarily. This kind of things are unpredictable. But now that all factions have decided, they may be determined to do so. It's not that they don't know how powerful Tianzhao of other demons is. When they start their racial talent at this time, they are absolutely confident in themselves. Maybe they want to accumulate to a certain extent and finally start their racial talent at once. Get more magic power. Gao Peng's heart is so guessing. Otherwise, how could there be so many Tianzhao of demons? They all start their own racial talent at this time. It should have been started a long time ago. But in order to make their racial talents and demons more powerful, they stifle their tenacity to the point that it seems that their tenacity is not comparable with that of ordinary people. You just want to gain more powerful power, so they can bear it. At this time, they start their own racial talent. Maybe when they don't start their own racial talent, they are still behind those who start it. But wait until they really turn on the racial talent. Then all the situations will be completely reversed, because they are so terrible that they have not turned on the racial talent. Once they turn on the racial talent, they will not only improve their cultivation talent. It can be expected that its own strength will also skyrocket. Gao Peng can't help but show a little excitement in his eyes. After all, he can let some guys become his enemies completely, and then his realm can be improved again. It's a special feeling. Other people don't know his purpose at all, and he can quietly improve his own strength. At the same time, he doesn't need to make things too big. For the time being, he doesn't know any other news, so he doesn't want to expose his identity so quickly. After all, once it is exposed, there will be some troubles. It's also to wait until you know everything, and finally think about it. Anyway, this kind of time can improve their own strength, and others still ask him to do it. This feeling is totally different from his feeling of making a scene before. It gives him a different kind of stimulation. Chapters 1144. At this time, several people of the Green Willow God were crying and laughing. They didn't expect that the final result would be like this. They also listened to the rules of Magic Rock without missing a word, which made them feel more uncomfortable. After all, they may see Tianzhao of all the demons next. There are also some high-level demons. This makes them more worried. Will it help? At that time, they will be really finished. After all, with their current strength, this demon's territory is completely impossible. No matter where they want to go, there is no way. Too weak. Even the weakest of the demons are even stronger than them, which makes them feel deeply frustrated. These demons are just too rebellious. No wonder it's the most powerful race. This is not only their strong blood, but also their cultivation talent, which can be obtained from the strength of most people. Although the number of demons is a little less, but their average strength is beyond everyone's imagination. This strength is just too explosive. It makes people feel frightened. Such a race really doesn't know how to be expelled from the mainland. What are the old guys who used to be? They can't help but come up with this idea in their mind. It's really unrealistic to see that the strength of these sows is too strong. How did those old guys drive the demons out of the mainland? They can't figure it out. It's a tangle. In a short time, they have reached the talent pool in the mouth of Magic Rock, and seen a group of demons with evil breath from afar. There are also some slightly old demons in it. However, their breath is completely introverted. Although they don't emit any breath at all, it can't be underestimated. Magic Rock didn't show much of its own breath, but his strength was also not to be underestimated, so several people on the scene were totally afraid to underestimate those who were a little older. These are absolutely big guys. Gao Peng then focused on those who were a little younger. These were the arrogance of the demons mentioned before. They all had a very arrogant look on their faces. Because they all know that after today, they will be completely reborn, and will be able to crush all people. Those who have already started racial talent in advance have been pressing them all the time. If it wasn't for not opening racial talent, they would never be so embarrassed. Now you can start the racial talent, which means that they will enter the outbreak period of strength. When their racial talent is fully opened, their magic power will be more than others. This is definitely a great joy. This also makes many people feel special excitement. We can see it from Tianzhao's face of these demons. Gao Peng has a panoramic view of all this. However, his heart is also very excited. That's because this proud guy is better to deal with. A little stimulation can make them completely angry. Isn't it a matter of minutes to be an enemy? Chapters 1145. Those demon people saw the appearance of magic rock, and those demon Tianzhao didn't react very much, but they basically looked at Gao Peng, and finally they didn't pay any attention. Because they don't think Gao Peng will threaten them. After all, in their opinion, this guy seems to have never seen before, so there is no need to worry. But compared with Tianzhao, those who are obviously from every faction can see that they are all staring at magic rock. Some of them said it ironically. Isn't this magic rock? Don't you go to collect the source of sin? How can I still have time to come here? Isn't it other people? Evil Rock slightly glanced at each other and said coldly, I really go to collect the source of evil, but what about that? Don't you allow me to come to the talent pool? Or are you afraid of me? We're afraid of you. What a joke. You are just a little lucky. Don't you really think your talent is so powerful? We should have self-knowledge and don't put gold on our faces. Ha ha. Magic Rock didn't take care of him at all, as if he started to ignore them directly, and took Gao Peng and others to the side of the talent pool. Those demons are angry. They are the top leaders of all factions. Now they are ignored directly. Of course, their inner anger is very strong. No one thought that they would be ignored, but as soon as they thought of the character of Magic Rock, they dare not be too presumptuous, even though they want to talk again. But if they get angry with Magic Rock, they can't bear to go away. Who can let their strength completely defeat each other? This makes them feel special suffocation. This scene was also seen by Gao Peng. At the beginning, Gao Peng thought that the whole demon family should be united in the end because of its small population. For example, once he was found, people would be eager to bring him to this site. Isn't that special unity? However, he has now fully understood that at the beginning, he thought more about the demons, among which there was internal fighting, which was not so united at all. Maybe when dealing with foreign enemies, it would appear special unity. But there is also a fight in the demon family. I don't know if this fight will be particularly fierce. No matter whether the fight is not fierce, it doesn't make much difference for him. Now he appears in front of so many people, which basically means that he belongs to this faction. After that, other major factions will definitely attack him. This is the outcome he wants to see most. Anyway, he wants to improve his own strength. If he attacks indiscriminately, it will be found by others. Even if one is not good, he may kill others. But now he doesn't need to worry about it, because other people will definitely send it to him. No matter how he improves his strength or does something extraordinary, some people will help him find reasons automatically. And I won't be doubted by others. It's so cool. Chapters 1146. Wait. Just as Gao Peng and others have passed by, one of the demons suddenly says, and their eyes are directly on the popcorn god and others. This makes people like Emperor Popout feel a little bad. After all, they are not dark creatures themselves, and they are not evil people at the same time. It's unreasonable to appear in such a place at this time. It's just a little disguise. Now it seems that something is wrong. Was it discovered? Gao Peng is also slightly stunned, but there is not much expression change on his face. Anyway, no matter what the final result is, he is not too worried. His strength is so strong, not to mention such a terrible system, there is no need to worry a little bit, so he just looked at that guy quietly. What's the matter with these guys? Don't you know that the talent pool doesn't allow any dark creatures? As long as you are not a demon, you can't get close to the talent pool. Have you forgotten this rule? Magic Rock didn't speak, but quietly looked at the person who spoke. Magic Wheel, I think you are looking for death. You'd better keep your nose out of my business. Who am I going to take with you? Don't you dare to be cocky again. I'll screw your head off. There was an uproar. Gao Peng is a little more unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Magic Rock is so hard. If there is such a rule, it should be obeyed. But he can't help saying such words. It's really a special mark. Maybe it's because his strength is so strong that he can speak so forcefully. It's just tough. Don't say Gao Peng, even other people of the demon clan also feel the special arrogance of magic rock, which can't be described as arrogance. This is basically the rule of the demon family, but they dare not say anything. The evil rock is famous for its arrogance, and its reputation has been known by all people for a long time. Who dares to provoke him easily is just looking for his own death. Moreover, if his strength is not strong, he should not touch him easily, otherwise he may be killed. The magic wheel was also stunned, especially embarrassed in front of so many people, but when he thought of the identity of magic rock and the temper of the other party. In the end, he put up with it. In fact, he really wanted to be angry face to face. After all, it was just their rules that were ignored, and other races could not enter here. Now it is not only for other races to enter, but also completely ignored when it was proposed. This is not unintentional at all, but intentional. It's really something that can't be forgiven. But when he thought of the evil name of Magic Rock, he closed his mouth completely and didn't dare to say a word more. After all, he didn't want to be beaten directly here. If it's a little more serious, maybe it's possible to kill him. Other demons may not. It's not necessarily Magic Rock. No one knows what special things he will do in the end. So he counseled in a flash. Chapters 1147. Seeing the face of the demon wheel and other demon people, Gao Peng really felt something unexpected, because at this time, he clearly felt that other people were not willing to provoke evil rock. Although this has obviously violated their rules, no one dares to say a word more, which seems to be a special fear. This is a bit intriguing. Several people of the Green Willow God are even more ignorant. At first, they felt that they might be doomed, because if they were driven out by the people here, they would rely on their current identity and strength. The end result must be very bad. They could have predicted it for a long time, but when they were about to give up their lives, they didn't expect that the people of a demon family could stand up directly, and they were still surprisingly strong. All the people of the demon clan dare not speak at all. That kind of strong power directly makes them feel a special shock. No one expected that they would have such a terrible deterrent force. What is his identity? How do you feel that all people are afraid of him? It's clear that they have already known that they have violated the rules, but in the end, no one dares to say a word more. This is not only the identity can represent, may also represent the strength, that is because they do not understand, now can only watch so quietly. But everyone's heart is particularly shocked. My God, this demon's people are really very powerful. They even make all people so afraid of him. Is his identity really special? Or he is more powerful than all the people in the market, and he may be beyond imagination. Otherwise, why do all people seem to be afraid of him? I always feel that we really hold a thigh. If it's true, then we don't need to worry too much. If it's true that he is willing to protect us, then it can be a lot more reassuring. Now they are still in charge of being eroded by those dark forces. No matter how painful it is much better than losing their lives. What's more, after such a period of endurance, they have gradually become accustomed to this feeling, but they are more afraid of being found by others, but now they see such a thigh. This makes them a little more relieved. As long as they can always protect them, then they are confident that they can escape here. At this time, Gao Peng thought the same with them. At the beginning, he just thought that Magic Rock was the top of a faction, and it was not much different from those demons here. At first, he was ready to fight, because he would never let the Emperor pop out and other people be killed. He came in with him anyway, not to mention the 3 men were his subordinates. Where can let others move easily? He is ready to start, but didn't expect that Magic Rock would be so strong. The strong head makes people feel special like it. It's so safe. Gao Peng felt protected for the first time. Even he felt very strange, and even raised such an idea. But at this time, he could already know. The identity of Magic Rock is absolutely not simple, and its strength may exceed his imagination. Moreover, seeing the expression of all people, Magic Rock is absolutely not simple. This is not only the identity, but also the strength. Chapters 1148. When all the people were quiet, Magic Rock took Gao Peng and other people directly to the talent pool. Now no one dared to stop them. They all made way directly. However, in such a blatant disregard of other factions, those people have been particularly angry for a long time, although they can't say anything in person. But it doesn't mean that they will do nothing like this. Only when they see that they secretly start to discuss with Tianzhao, the demon family who makes their own films, and they will definitely squeeze Gao Peng out of the talent pool. This is almost the best revenge. Although they can't refute on the spot, the fight in the talent pool completely ignores all the rules, and no one can interfere, even if there is a serious fight in it. They can't revenge or interfere. They can only remember this hatred in their hearts. That's what they are talking about now. Everyone looks at Gao Peng with a little bad eyes. It's obvious that all of them will take Gao Peng as their target, and Gao Peng will become everyone's enemy. Gao Peng clearly felt the eyes of these guys, but he didn't think so. His strength in life was there, and he didn't need to be afraid of these guys at all. At the same time, he has a system, which makes him more confident. As long as these guys have a higher level than him, his strength can be improved in an instant. This kind of promotion is just wonderful. He also thinks that the speed of this kind of promotion is too fast, and other people don't know it at all. It's the best way to improve. Well, plan slowly now, and then I'll let you feel what real despair is. Gao Peng didn't pay much attention to the Tianzhao of these demons. After all, in his opinion, it's totally impossible to constitute a threat. Anyway, it will eventually become a stepping stone for him to improve his strength. What's there to pay attention to? Therefore, he put more attention on the talent pool, that is, he did not know whether this pool could open the racial talent for him. He even felt a little skeptical. At this time, the god of Green Willow and others are finally relieved, but they are also curious. Can Gao Peng open the racial talent? They all know that Gao Peng is not a demon at all, but has the blood power of the demon. This is a special kind, so they will feel a little curious at this time. If you can really open the racial talent, it's not too much to say that Gao Peng is a demon. They are really looking forward to it. If you get into the talent pool, you must squeeze that guy out directly. You can't let him open the racial talent, and you can't let him close to the middle. No matter what method you use, I will definitely get rid of that guy first. You can also unite with other people. I just need you to accomplish one goal, which is not to let him open the racial talent. All the high-level officials of the faction spoke to their own demon Tianzhao, and their orders were very obscure, and they didn't show much. But seeing their eyes, we can almost know what kind of ideas they are working on. However, it seems that Magic Rock really has confidence in Gao Peng. No worries at all. Chapters 1149. At this time, Gao Peng also took a special look at Magic Rock. Gao Peng really doesn't know how to describe his inner mood. Where does this guy come from? Is this guy really so confident in him? Although the strength he showed before is really very strong, but to see the Tianzhao of those demons, almost all of them are spirit realm, and every strength is not weak. Where on earth is the confidence? Gao Peng's heart is really a little puzzling, because he has no idea why Magic Rock has such a strong self-confidence. He really wants to ask now, but words into the mouth, and finally hard to swallow by him. It's really not easy to talk. But if Gao Peng doesn't ask, it doesn't mean that Devil Rock won't tell. You should be in a hurry now. Why do you have so much confidence in you? Said Magic Rock suddenly. There's no denying it, I can see it from your expression. But I want to tell you why I have such a strong self-confidence in you, because when you see these guys, there is no wave in your heart, or even you just don't think so. From here, we can know that your strength is not only apparent. I think your strength can be more powerful, at least you can ignore these people. So I think you can definitely win, you don't need me to worry too much, and the performance you give me is exactly the same, you have no doubt at all. You have special confidence in your own strength. Even in the face of me, you have never been a bit timid, as if you can defeat me. In the words of Magic Rock, I only saw that he had a special look at Gao Peng. In fact, he was really confused. This guy didn't know why he didn't have any fear to see him. Obviously, he knew that his strength was very strong, but there was never any fear in his eyes, which made his heart very puzzled. However, he can only be defined as Gao Peng's great heart, perhaps because of his strong strength and absolute confidence in himself. Plus also can't see his strength, will have blind self-confidence to own strength. That's what Magic Rock thinks right now. However, it's impossible for him to think clearly even if he wants to break his head. He can't imagine it. Gao Peng has the ability to kill him in a second, but only if they really become enemies. A result he would never have imagined. Gao Peng looks at Magic Rock in surprise. Unexpectedly, this guy observes so carefully. He can't even do such details. No wonder he is so confident. Gao Peng has always been dismissive of Tianzhao of those demons. It's really that the strength of those guys is too weak. No matter what, at most, they are just stepping stones for him. That's why he is so calm. I didn't expect that all these things were put in the eyes of Magic Rock. As expected, people standing at such a high position are not simple. It makes sense why he has such a strong self-confidence. All of this is shown by Gao Peng. Chapters 1150, I said that I would win if I was wrong. That's not just saying it. I'm serious. What's more, I don't really despise these guys, but their strength is really too weak. Gao Peng said coldly. In his tone, he didn't pay attention to those guys at all, which directly surprised Magic Rock's eyes. But then there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. Well, I want this momentum. I hope you can do what you say. If you can really win, then I will definitely give you a chance. At the same time, resources will be divided into parts. Magic Rock is sometimes happy in his heart, especially seeing Gao Peng's self-confidence, which is also very good for him, after all, so that he can get the allocation of resources this time. This resource allocation is not to say, if we can win, then we can allocate more resources. For a faction, it is enough to grow. It's not a joke. With so many resources, we can make a faction develop well. The number of people in this faction is the least, but because he is here, other people are not willing to let it go easily. Otherwise, his faction may not really exist. After all, he has been excluded by others. If he is not a little bit hard-hearted, he may not be able to obtain cultivation resources, let alone turn over. It may disappear slowly. This is a very serious thing. The strength of Magic Rock is really strong, but it can never match the resources allocated by the ethnic group to find resources by itself. So at this time, he is also in urgent need. When seeing Gao Peng's confidence, his heart is particularly excited. When Gao Peng saw the performance of Magic Rock, he felt a bit surprised. However, he was not prepared to ask more questions. Anyway, this kind of cooperation is mutually beneficial. Win-win. For him, he can get a little bit of resources, at the same time, he can take the opportunity to improve his own strength, and even see if he can open the racial talent. It's earned. After all, it's very rare just to improve your own level, and you can also try to see if you can open your own racial talent. That's just as important. That is to say, it's incidental to obtain resources, because if he wants those resources, they have no use at all. For him, he can't improve his own strength, even if it's for others, there is no other person to give them. But he can stay. Although it's not necessary, it can't be said not to. How could it be so easy to let go of what belongs to him? It's like one arrow and 3 eagles. If I win this battle, I will definitely get the friendship of Magic Rock. By then, I will have a foothold in this module. If other people want to get into trouble with me, they have to look at his opinions. At that time, they may really get into this faction. I feel it's not far from knowing the truth. After all, when I become these demons, they should tell me something. As for why they live here all the time, it's also possible to know. Chapters 1151 Gao Peng feels that he can almost enter the demon family, especially if he helps Devil Rock get the first place in this faction, it can definitely enter the demon family. Originally just said to get the top 10, but with his strength, how can it be just the top 10? Gao Peng has the confidence to sweep all the people, not to mention that he is to improve his own strength in this, so he must fight against other people at that time. Moreover, he believed that if he entered the talent pool, there would be a lot of people who would attack him. After all, he has almost once provoked the public anger. All the people are discussing how to deal with him. He has known this for a long time, so he doesn't need to worry about it at this time. No one will fight against him at that time. Even he was more willing. It seems that when you enter the talent pool later, you don't need me at all. They will definitely attack me first. It seems that they can improve their own strength. Gao Peng can't help but smile at the corner of his mouth, and it's just right now. He has Xianxia of a demon family. Seeing this smile at the corner of his mouth, his face suddenly shows a very ugly expression. And at this time, Gao Peng just looked at him. Gao Peng nodded to him like this, and Xianxia's face of that demon family became more ugly. Now he is being scolded by the elders of his own faction, but this guy is still so ridiculed. Yes, in the eyes of Xianxia of this demon family, it is ridicule. Because at this time, his heart was just too angry. No matter what he saw, he was particularly upset. Especially when he saw Gao Peng, his anger monitoring was about to break out. They really don't dare to get angry with Magic Rock, but the moment doesn't mean they won't deal with Gao Peng. After all, They don't think that Gao Peng is so powerful. At this time, they have already made full use of their energy to make this guy look good. After all, now they are scolded by the elders of their own family, and even have been given a death order. They can't let that guy get the noun, and they can't let him open the racial talent at the same time. Make sure you squeeze it out. All of them remember this, especially clearly, only to see that all the faces of Tianzhao, the demon family, have become extremely ugly now, and they all look at Gao Peng so quietly. This guy doesn't know where he came from. He's never seen him, but he's the one who made us scolded. Since we've all given the death order, I'll decide to ask this guy to see later. Some things will bear the consequences. Still can't deal with magic rock, then you can only be the vent bucket for everyone. You don't want to open your own race talent. Go out honestly. Everyone thought of all kinds of voices, and at this time they really wanted to repay Gao Pengyi. After all, now they are scolding their elders. And everyone has been ordered to die. Never let Gao Peng open the racial talent. If you really open the racial talent, then all people will have to eat it. They're going to take on more punishment, so only to see that they have to do it. Chapters 1152. At this time, the most important people haven't appeared. Gao Peng also saw all the people. Their faces were particularly ugly, and some of them were just gnashing their teeth at him. All of a sudden, he had a little mood to tease these guys, but these guys are too interesting. Now he didn't try to provoke these guys at all. Maybe they have just received some kind of order, so now they will show such emotions, that is to say, it is more interesting. Gao Peng suddenly said, "What? You've been staring at me. Do you have a problem with me?" All the people on the scene were stunned. No one expected that he would suddenly say such a thing, and they did not even consider what kind of people there were. Magic Rock was also stunned, but he didn't want to stop it at all. Even the corner of his mouth was slightly cocked up. Maybe in his opinion, this is the person he chose. How can the person he chooses not be domineering? If he is just a coward, he thinks his vision is too poor. That is to say, after seeing Gao Peng's response, he feels that his choice is absolutely right. It seems that I have a good eye. At least the person I choose is not a waste. Otherwise, if I dare not speak at this time, it is a complete waste. Magic Rock is very satisfied. At this time, he has really recognized Gao Peng. Right, how can he say that it is the person he chooses who may be worse? If he is not a bit aggressive, he will be bullied by others. As for other people, they are also ignorant. They didn't even think that a person who needs to start racial talent could be so arrogant here. Who does he think he is? Do you think he's Magic Rock? This guy is so disgusting. After all the people gnash their teeth and look at him, there is no one to talk at this time. After all, they all stand by when they see Magic Rock. If there is no him, then all the people on the scene can't stand their anger for a long time. Even the top managers of the major factions are also angry at this time, but after the previous events, they have learned to tolerate. But one by one they said in their hearts, "Wait, as long as you enter the talent pool, it will be your death time. How dare you pick up and challenge you at this time? Isn't that looking for death? Don't think everyone is Magic Rock. You can't be the second one. Since you are so arrogant, let you be a little arrogant for a while. Then you don't even know how to die." All people are so hateful in their hearts, not because there is Magic Rock on the side, so they are likely to do it directly, because they are controlled by others now. They don't dare to act rashly, but their eyes are particularly fierce. But who is Gao Peng? How could they be so used to them? Don't stare at me with your eyes. I hate people who stare at me so much. Wait for me again. Be careful that I dig all your eyes down. I like those who eat them most. If you're staring at me, I don't mind digging your eyes out and eating them. Chapters 1153. At this time, all the people were completely shocked. They had never seen such an arrogant person. No, it's not that they haven't seen such an arrogant person, but they think such a guy dare to be so arrogant. Does that mean that all people are ignored? You don't see what people are here. Each of them is the Tianzhao of the demon clan, especially the senior managers of various factions. This guy dare to be so arrogant here. Don't you take others seriously? They all felt a special shock. Their eyes were extremely wide. There were few things that shocked them, but now when they saw the words of the ghost, they could not help but feel a special shock. Because they didn't dare to be unbridled here, but Gao Peng did it, and didn't even pay attention to other elders. How arrogant is this? Qingliu Shendi and others are also ignorant, but at this time their hearts are speechless. After all, Although they don't know Gao Peng very much now, they have basically found out some of Gao Peng's actions after a period of time with Gao Peng. They have already known that Gao Peng's death is just a habit. Although they all know that Gao Feng's strength is really very strong, every time they do such things, people can't help accelerating their heart. Who can stand the feeling? If not for the fact that they have all experienced so many things, their bearing capacity would have been extraordinary, otherwise they would have been cut off on the spot. It's so scary. I have decided that if I escape from here this time, I will never follow him again. After all, I can't stand the feeling of going up and down. I feel that I may be killed at any time. Can't he not die? It's not good to quietly improve your strength and see if you can open the racial talent. Why do you have to fight these guys? Don't you see what kind of territory you are in now, but there's still time to challenge others here. Don't you see whether their elders are here? I feel like it's going to be over again. Why do I have such a bad feeling every time? I can't follow him anymore. If I follow him again, I think I can't stand it. At this time, the three of them felt a heartbeat, which was absolutely not suitable for them, because they did not know how many times they tried. This feeling of heart rate acceleration is really not something that people can try. At this time, they are just about to spit blood. This is a wave of ups and downs. People all think that they can peacefully get through this difficult time. But who knows, Gao Peng is going to die again. It's really not something that ordinary people can stand up to. What's more, their strength is relatively weak. No matter how they do it, they are also the weakest in the end. If they are found by others, they don't even have the chance to escape. They will definitely be killed by others in the end. At this time, they will be so anxious. This kind of feeling is just too bad, and they are also speechless. Why do people in the world die like this? Chapters 1154. Compared with the three of them, Magic Rock feels special satisfaction at this time, which definitely has his style, no matter where or in the face of no one can advise. At this time, he felt particularly satisfied. It was just like a copy of him. He nodded his head with great satisfaction. Good. It never occurred to me that I could choose someone like me. It seems that my vision is very good, so I can choose someone who suits my character at a glance. As long as he has a little training, he can become a talent. His talent is very good. Now his character is very good to my temper. It seems that this is God's blessing to me. Magic Rock's heart is just a burst of joy. This character is just too much to his temper, and at this time, the more he looks at Gao Peng, the more he likes him. From this moment on, he even has the idea of cultivating Gao Peng. However, he didn't make a decision so quickly. Instead, he wanted to prepare for a little observation. He just liked this kind of character. No matter what kind of person he faced, he didn't advise him. Moreover, he knows that such powerful people can speak such arrogant words. This kind of character encourages absolutely what he likes, and he also thinks it's too much for his temper. The heart is a burst of joy. At the same time, I also think my vision is particularly good. Just when he was secretly happy, Gao Peng was looking at Xianxia of those demons with contempt. He didn't like those guys very much. If these guys want to fight with him now, he doesn't mind at all. Instead, he has his thighs here. Besides, he can improve his strength by the way. In fact, he knows that no matter how the system improves its strength, no one else can find the existence of the system at all. At most, he just thinks that he is hiding his strength. So this is his biggest dependence. Others don't know where his self-confidence comes from. So many people feel a special shock. Does this guy think that standing beside him can be unbridled? Don't he know that there are people who can stop Evil Rock? But these people are really no one who can stop Magic Rock, and they are not his opponents. But a guy who needs to open his race talent dared to be so arrogant. This makes a lot of people a little bit unbearable. You are too arrogant, don't you know where it is? How can you be wild here? Do you really think you can be lawless? Among them, Tianzhao, a demon, was totally intolerable. He was full of fire and saw Gao Peng's arrogant face, which made him even more intolerable. So he said it directly. Gao Peng looks at the man who is talking, and the expression on his face doesn't change much at all, because he doesn't care about these guys at all. Anyway, it's just a bunch of rubbish. Only to see that at this time, he said coldly, I am arrogant, what can you do for me? Do you come here if you have the ability? I will never fight with you here. Dare you? Gao Peng is a guy who doesn't think it's too big. He's staying here. He's a little bored. I'd like to see if I can improve my strength. This guy comes to my door automatically, so I'll see if I can improve. Chapters 1155, You. Tianzhao of that demon family didn't know what to say in an instant. He couldn't see other people behave wildly here, but he didn't know how to refute when he heard Gao Peng talking like this. Although he thinks his strength is absolutely strong, and it is definitely stronger than Gao Peng, but he can't fight here, so his heart is particularly angry at this time. I've never seen such an arrogant man say he wants to fight with him. How can such a guy come here? Other people are also ignorant. Nobody expected that this guy would be so arrogant. He has been in this place and dared to be so arrogant. What kind of situation is this guy in the face of everyone? Is he not afraid of death? The elders of all major factions are here. He can even say such things. I wonder if he thinks he is too arrogant. Magic Rock silently nodded. He saw all these things in his eyes. No matter whether someone agreed to fight, he was particularly satisfied with Gao Peng. You can say such hard words here, which is absolutely confident and courageous, otherwise you would not dare to say such words at all. Let him feel his vision is particularly good, otherwise how could he pick Gao Peng? Damn it, why is this guy so arrogant? Isn't he afraid of the elders of all factions here? Tianzhao of that demon family felt that he could not get down at this time. After all, he was also the one who refuted at the beginning, but now others have been clamoring for a fight. But he's stuck right now. Doesn't that make him lose face? Moreover, he has not received the prompt from his elders, and does not know how to do it. I don't know if I can make a fight here. Now I haven't got the instructions from my elders, which makes him in a dilemma. I don't know what to do. After a few minutes of this state, Gao Peng's words broke it. Are you afraid? It seems that you are a coward indeed. I didn't expect that you look pretty, but you are such a person. If you are really afraid, why don't you hide at home? What's the use of coming here? People like you can't open their racial talents at all, so don't waste the energy here. If you stay at home, there will be no danger. You don't have to take such a risk. After all, it's not your fault that you are timid. You were born timid. Maybe it's also inherited your father's timidity. Tut tut, you useless son, really don't know what kind of father can give birth to a son like you. No, maybe your father is similar to you, right? Gao Peng's tone is too much to beat, especially when he shakes his head while talking. It seems that he really looks down on Tianzhao of that demon family. The audience was speechless for a while. They couldn't believe that this scene happened in the talent pool. It's unbelievable. Chapters 1156 Gao Peng's sentence is just too poisonous. Whoever hears it will be angry instantly. After all, it has involved his parents. If it is only oneself, then it can be tolerated, but now we have talked about our parents. If Tianzhao of that demon can be tolerated, then it can be really regarded as a coward by others. As expected, only Tianzhao of that demon family was completely angry, and the expression on his face was ferocious and even extremely twisted. You guy, unforgivable, even if you insult me, you insult my father. I can't spare you. At this time, everyone was speechless. Gao Peng's mouth is poisonous, and what he says can irritate people, even they can't believe it. Such words are actually said from their own people. Is that too arrogant? And such insults, don't he know, once the real anger to others, anything can happen. They don't know what to say. They are really stunned at the scene in front of them. They think it's just amazing. It's beyond their imagination. At the beginning, Magic Rock was very appreciative of Gao Peng, but at this time, even he felt a little stunned, even a little shocked. This guy, what a talent this guy is. Especially in the place of swearing, there is absolutely an unprecedented talent, otherwise, how could you say a word at will to provoke others? What a genius. But at this time, all the people are not stopping, and at this time, they even have a faint feeling of watching a play. Even the elder of Tianzhao, the demon clan, has not thought about stopping. This is the most strange. Isn't this their holy land? It's so interesting that there is no one to stop it. Magic Rock also didn't want to stop it, and even looked at it with interest. This also made Gao Peng a little confused. Although he also wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible, he just wanted to tease each other at first, but now he saw that all the people did not dissuade him. He didn't know how to do it, because he thought everyone would stop it, but it was obviously beyond his expectation. If other people don't stop it, should he do it directly? Can you kill this guy? Gao Peng is a little confused. Even he doesn't know how to do it. Especially when he sees Tianzhao of that demon, he is obviously in a state of rage. Next, he can't bear it. So next, if he didn't fight, he would fight, but he was just a little bit stunned, because it's not the same as what he thought, but if other people would fight at him, he would never have any hands left. Seeing that other people didn't seem to want to stop, he was not polite. His eyes suddenly changed a little, and a strong breath broke out from him. Chapters 1157. Although Gao Peng feels that everyone's performance is particularly strange, he is completely free from any fear. Since no one has stopped him, what does he care about? If that guy really wants to fight, he doesn't mind killing him directly. Anyway, he doesn't need to give other people any face. Since other people do the first day of junior high, why can't he do the 15th? But it didn't work. When he made such a decision, Xianxia of that demon family stopped working, as if he had been controlled by something, but the expression on his face was really furious. What's the situation? I just said that I can't accept such insults. Can I accept them now? Gao Peng said it doubtfully. All of them rolled their eyes. They were completely speechless about Gao Peng's mouth. It was absolutely poisonous. Otherwise, how can these words be so angry? It feels like they are specially angry with others. It's really inflamed. Magic Rock did find out. Gao Peng really has such a talent. Every word he said can directly make others spit blood. It's not just arrogance. What's more, every word he said can arouse other people's anger and make them forget where they are all at once. This kind of thing is absolutely poisonous. After such an attempt, all people have really known that Gao Peng is definitely that kind of poisonous person. Even the Xianxia of the demons is the same. Each one is speechless. This guy is just too presumptuous. Don't he know where it is? This is the talent pool. How dare someone dare to behave wildly here and say such words? If he is really fighting here, doesn't he know that there is such a rule? Although other people didn't stop it at all people know that they can't do it here. Once they do, the consequences will be extremely serious. Everyone knows such a result, so they expect what it will be like in the end, otherwise they will not stop. What's the situation? Don't you fight? Gao Peng said doubtfully, and looked at Xianxia of that demon family very provocatively at this time. This expression is really in need of beating. If it's not because he's not allowed to fight in this place at all. Xianxia of that demon clan has been unbearable for a long time. At this time, Magic Rock helplessly turned his eyes and said, "Do you really want to do it here? I didn't see that other people are not ready to start. Besides, there is a rule here. We can't do it here. Can't you just look and act? Did you tell me that the other side is about to fight? Of course, I can't be polite to him. If you just stop me, I will not." Gao Peng said it doesn't matter. Magic Rock, your heart is really big. No, it's not that I have a big heart, but this guy is so over the top that he wants to fight me. Naturally, I have to pay him back. Am I going to stand here and let him fight honestly? I don't know if he's going to kill me and give me a hand. Chapters 1158. That demons Xianxia just can't wait for a mouthful of blood to gush out. Never seen such a bold and shameless person. It's just a rake. Who is insulting who, don't you know? Just now you have all said such insulting words, even other parents have brought them. Is there any sense in this? Why can people have such a thick skin? All the people here are also speechless. They have never seen anyone so cheeky. It is clear that they are insulting others all the time, and they are basically provoking others. Now it's someone else's fault. It's clear that he has been irritating others and insulting others. Now others have been unable to bear to fight him. Now it's someone else's fault. Never seen such a brazen man. At that time, Magic Rock had to see Gao Peng more. When he was alone, he felt a little confused. After all, he didn't know whether his vision was good or not, although Gao Peng really had such momentum. But I don't know why. Now he just feels a little empty. It is such a thing that Gao Peng did that he felt too speechless. He never thought that a person could speak so well. What's more, insulting people is to form an art, which is beyond his expectation. Even seeing Gao Peng's heart is so big, it seems that nothing has happened, which makes him feel speechless. This guy is almost hopeless. The same is true for other people's eyes when they look at Gao Peng. They finally see the power of Gao Peng. His mouth can kill people. After all, his mouth makes people spit blood. If it's a friend, it's okay to say, but once he becomes an enemy, he will definitely be angry alive. Now look at Xianxia of that demon family, and you can see that he can't stand it. If he didn't know that he couldn't do it at all, he would have been really unbearable now. he would have been a little unbearable for being insulted by others. Not to mention looking at Gao Peng's face now, which made him more angry, but now there is no way, so only to see his eyes is to look at Gao Peng. I wish I ate Gao Peng the same. Seeing that all the people haven't stopped you, you should have a good understanding of it. After all, there is no place where you can fight recklessly. As long as you do it here, you will be disqualified. Then you won't tell me. It's almost a direct operation, and it's possible to be disqualified at that time. How do I know you are so tiger? It's frightening to want to fight without saying a word. What's this? If you don't like it, you can kill it. Anyway, this kind of guy is too weak to be regarded by me. It's the same whether he teaches in the talent pool or outside. Magic rock. Okay, you're awesome. I don't know if it's a big heart or if I think my strength is particularly strong. But at this time, he really doesn't know what to say. Maybe he wanted to fork in the beginning. Chapters 1159. Mo Yan thinks it's necessary to redefine Gao Peng. At first, he really felt that Gao Peng was a little like him, and his personality was also in line with his temperament. But at this time, he thought that Gao Peng was poisonous. What he said is just irritating. He can easily irritate others. Even his words seem to be taken for granted. Is this his own strength or is it his own way of speaking? This needs to be well thought out. He didn't know whether to repent or not. After all, seeing Gao Peng's actions, he could offend people and possibly cause trouble. Although he is not afraid of things, he still thinks that Gao Peng will definitely let him wipe his buttocks. Do I want to change? I always feel that if I let him go on like this, I'm a little uneasy. Now I'm a little flustered. What's the situation? Magic Rock looked at Gao Peng. At this time, he actually had a little uneasiness, especially when he wanted to let Gao Peng into the talent pool. That feeling became more intense. However, he just had such an idea just now. He didn't really want to replace Gao Peng. Since he had already chosen, there was not much room. Well, since it's all decided, don't give it back easily, and I think he really has such a strong strength, but he is a bit arrogant. There is some unbridled in doing things. Maybe it's because his strength is too strong, and no one is his opponent outside. That's why he has developed this unbridled habit. I still have to beat him when I have time. Otherwise, he really thinks he's invincible. Then he has some problems. He can't have such an idea. Even I dare not say I'm invincible. If there's time, Magic Rock thinks it's better to have a good talk with Gao Peng. It hasn't officially started yet. It's better to have a good talk with Gao Peng. Otherwise, once there's real carelessness, it's bad. Seeing him, he whispered, "Don't you think you're good enough? I'm telling you now that it's better not to be too arrogant. Sometimes you should learn to restrain yourself. After all, there will always be someone stronger than you in the world. There are people out there, there are days out there. We can't be a frog at the bottom of the well. I know you have absolute confidence in your own strength, but sometimes confidence is not blind. It's not that you think you must be as powerful as you think you are. Only by combining the strength of other people can you know where you are." Gao Peng looks at him in surprise, and doesn't know why this guy said such a thing, just as he doesn't know at all. Gao Peng is speechless, but he also knows that it may be that others are too arrogant to see him. Sometimes they will remind him a little. But in fact, this is not necessary at all. He has absolute confidence in his own strength. After all, he is totally different from other people. But he can't say it directly. It's really an interesting embarrassment. Chapters 1160, your strength may be very strong, but you must not underestimate all the people here, but there are many people who are particularly strong. I hope you can listen. Magic Rock is rarely serious at this time. After all, he doesn't want to lose. As long as he can get the top 10, he has definitely met his expectation. But he was afraid that Gao Peng would be arrogant because his strength was too strong. At last, he was a little forgetful. So at this time, he had to make clear with Gao Peng. Otherwise, I will be really careless and lose all communication. Arrogant is not a good name indeed. Arrogance can also have personality. But at least we should have strength to support, otherwise everything will be in vain. So at this time, he will specially want to persuade Gao Peng, and let Gao Peng pay attention to all people. After all, Tianzhao's strength is also very strong, but it's not so easy to deal with. I don't look down on anyone, and I'm really confident in my strength. At least these guys are not my opponents at all. Just heard the first sentence, there was a trace of joy on the face of Magic Rock. At least Gao Peng could hear it. He spoke, but when he heard the content behind, his whole face pulled down. After a long time, I didn't listen at all. Still say what won't look down on everyone, but you say finally, have confidence in their own strength, especially in front of these guys, Tongtong won't be your opponent. This is not to look down on everyone. Don't you have a deep misunderstanding of this sentence? Magic Rock didn't know what to say, but he looked at Gao Peng's confident expression on his face, and finally he stifled what he wanted to say. He doesn't have to listen to it. As long as he can get the money mission, he doesn't want to worry about other things anymore. But at this time, he had to give some good instructions. When he saw Gao Peng was so impulsive, even a little tiger. Even he was a little scared. It's better to give a good command, otherwise once there is any real mistake, it will be disqualified, even he can't get anything. You should be clear that you can't do it in this place. If anyone does it, they will be disqualified directly. Only when they enter the talent pool can they not be affected by any rules. If you want to move those guys, you can only do it when you enter. When you enter, you will definitely be targeted by many people. You'd better understand that, after all, you are not only from me, but also from what you just did. You have already become the enemy of all people. Now you can only make your strength stronger, or hide once you enter. Don't let others catch you, otherwise you will definitely be killed by others. Although killing is not allowed in it, it will also make you miserable. At this time, Magic Rock climbed Gao Peng a little bit, so he said all the things he knew at one breath, especially what he emphasized, he could not do it outside. Otherwise, they will not be qualified. Chapters 1161, Oh. It turns out that it's impossible to do anything outside. It's only possible to enter the talent pool. I should have said earlier otherwise, I thought I could do it anywhere. Gao Penglian suddenly realized, which made Magic Rock feel speechless. Sometimes you really don't know how to say it. Especially in the face of Gao Peng, that feeling is particularly obvious. Magic Rock didn't say a word, even was stuck in the throat. This feeling is simply too uncomfortable. He looked at Gao Peng so quietly. Gao Peng didn't look at Magic Rock, and also didn't find that the other side was staring at him. Gao Peng had been looking at other directions, especially those demon Tianzhao. He takes care of most of them. In fact, there is a slight provocation in his eyes at this time. After all, since these guys can't do anything at all, why let them go so easily? Apart from the fact that people who want to turn on racial talent can't do it, can people from all factions do it? Gao Peng asked suddenly. Magic Rock was a little shocked, but also quickly replied, it's not the same. If someone gives a shot, all the people in his whole faction will be disqualified and will never be able to enter the talent pool again. Oh tilde, Gao Peng nodded thoughtfully, and his voice was deliberately stretched a little longer, only to see his eyes staring at that side all the time. Magic Rock suddenly had a very bad premonition. He felt that he shouldn't tell Gao Peng about it. Maybe if he didn't, he wouldn't have that feeling. This kind of foreboding is particularly wonderful. Even he didn't know what was going on, but the next second he really knew that his hunch had come true. Why did he have such a bad hunch? Because only seeing Gao Peng step forward, even his eyes and expression on his face, the whole action is particularly hard to beat. But at this time, he said a more hairy word. After a long time, you old guys can't do it. Since you can't do it, what are you guys arrogant about there? A bunch of scum. All of us are stunned. The next second, all the people on the scene exploded. They had never thought that there would be someone who looked down upon them so much and even provoked them in public. It's just disgusting. Only to see all the eyes can almost kill people, just like looking at Gao Peng, even their breath is surging. There was chaos in the void. Magic Rock is also stunned. This operation is just too awesome. After all, he had a bad feeling just now. But when he saw Gao Peng's operation, he didn't know how to say it. Should we be happy or distressed? That's not the same as him at all, and now he finally finds Gao Peng, who is even more arrogant than him, even reckless arrogance. But other people are in the rules, no one can move him at all, but Gao Peng doesn't want to think about it. What if he goes out? Or is he in the talent pool? Can't he think about his situation? He even said such infuriating words. Chapters 1162 Gao Peng saw that those people were all angry, and even the breath was surging all the time. But at last, all the people firmly controlled their temper, and looked at Gao Peng angrily. If they can't stand their temper, and they really want to tear Gao Peng alive at this time. Never been so angry, never wanted to kill like that. But now all people want to kill Gao Peng very much. They have never seen anyone dare to insult them in public. This is just looking for death. At the time of Magic Rock, he didn't know what to say, and he was not good at persuading others. Don't care what he said. Every strong man has his own dignity. Now it can basically be said that he fights in public. It's hard for him to say anything. Even in his current position and strength, he may not be able to persuade them. If he is forced to suppress, he will eventually make a scene. He is really speechless at this time. If he stops Gao Peng directly when he feels uneasy, such a thing will not happen. But it's all late. This guy can really make trouble. I just told him not to make trouble. He needs to know that there are people outside and there are days outside, but now I'll make such a mess. Doesn't he know how to write death? Magic Rock is completely speechless now. Even he is eager to repay Gao Peng. He has never seen such an arrogant person, and he is arrogant in front of all people. That's not right. However, it is obvious that Evil Rock has some misunderstanding about arrogance, and then he sees what is called real arrogance. Gao Peng looks at them contemptuously. What, do you want to do it with me now? You can think about it clearly. If you do it, all of you will be disqualified. I have to think about it well and do it again. Don't do something that you regret on the same impulse. It's like a basin of cold water splashed on everyone's forehead, which makes them have already angry expression, and they are stunned instantly, and their facial expression is still a little distorted. This is very angry, but for the sake of the overall situation, they have to put their temper down. This feeling is just too hard. And then they looked at Gao Peng with gnashing teeth. They had never seen such a disgusting person before. How could this guy be a person of the same race with them? It's just outrageous. People are also speechless. They have never seen such a bold and shameless person, and there is a cheap taste from inside to outside. And it's the most obvious one. Gao Peng is not polite to them at all. Even though many people have been enduring it for a long time, they even show their ferocity. But he's not afraid. I don't need to worry about others. What's more, these guys just can't do it. What's to worry about? Do you want to move me? If you don't kill me, you can beat me up. I really feel that I'm not comfortable with myself. Especially when I see your ugly face, it makes me feel more uncomfortable. Or you're going to fight me, right? How? Chapters 1163. Quiet. The scene suddenly fell into a silence, and all the people were staring at him. Can people say such words? If the things before are arrogant, then now they are inferior to a state, which is beyond everyone's imagination. They didn't even expect that someone would say such a thing. Is this looking for death? Looking for him? I've never seen anyone want to ask others to do something to him, and what they say is really speechless. Everyone didn't know how to reply. At first, Tianzhao of the demons was really activated, but at this time, their eyes were slightly strange. Especially when they heard Gao Peng's words, they simply didn't know how to describe their mood at the moment. This is what Gao Peng said. It's unbelievable. Some like idiots. Magic Rock now finally understand that Gao Peng's character is not like him at all, and it is not so arrogant at all. No arrogance is really special arrogance, but it's like a scumbag. In fact, the adjective, stir excrement stick, is particularly in line with Gao Peng. All the people are now quiet and don't know how to describe what they see at the moment. It's hard to say. These people are speechless at this time. After all, they have deeply understood what kind of character Gao Peng is. Now when they hear such familiar words, they have some memories of what happened in the past. It seems that they have been treated like this, but the feeling of knowing each other is too unfamiliar. I don't think we should follow him anymore, or we will be killed by him one day. No matter where we go, we will never know how to keep a low profile. Now we can't go out. Besides following him, it's also a dead end for us to go anywhere. If you have a chance, get away from him as soon as possible. Otherwise, I think we will not live long at all. Sooner or later, we will be really killed by him. At this time, the three people have been particularly alert, and their hearts have gradually started to be firm, and they can never follow Gao Peng anymore. After all, over and over again, it's really annoying at this time. They feel that their lives are out of their control, which is just too bad. Absolutely can't have this kind of idea, so they have already begun to have the idea of wanting to break away from Gao Peng slowly now. After all, they don't want to die. No matter what Gao Peng does, he is extremely arrogant. He just doesn't take any consequences into account. We don't know if he will overturn completely, so they really feel that their heart is about to be overwhelmed. Why don't you just find a chance to leave? Some of them do have this idea at this time. Magic Rock doesn't want to take care of it anymore. He thinks that no matter how much it is said, it doesn't have much effect in the end. Gao Peng is really floating. This feeling has existed since the beginning, but at the beginning, he made excuses himself, but now he doesn't know how to say it. I hope that he will enter the talent pool and not be killed. Chapters 1164. Oh my god. I've seen such a man for the first time. I'm afraid he's got a brain problem. He asked others to start at him, whether it's a fat beating or killing him. What does this guy think? Does he really have a tendency to be abused? At this time, many people think that Gao Peng's brain really has a lot of problems, but their hearts are also shocked. No one has ever asked for this. This kind of request is just too wonderful. And it also shocked them, so they all stared at Gao Peng in a daze. Although it's totally forbidden here, this guy is too arrogant, isn't it? Is he convinced that no one can do anything to him? Then did he think about it? If he got into the talent pool, he would be able to really start. All of a sudden, there were so many people out there. Is he really not afraid of death? At that time, it will definitely be attacked by all people. Is that what he wants to see? All the people don't know how to describe the situation now, but when they look at the eyes of the ghost, they all seem to be looking at a dead person, because now they have completely angered all the people. Tianzhao, one of the demons, was even more angry. When he was insulted, he was already very angry. Now he saw Gao Peng so angry. This is absolutely unforgivable. Damn it, I really can't touch you now, but as long as I get into the talent pool, I want to see when you can be arrogant. It's not too late for a gentleman to revenge for 10 years. Then I'll let you kneel down and beg for mercy. At this time, his heart has decided that he must make Gao Peng look good, especially looking at Gao Peng's arrogant face. He can't stand it anymore, but he can't stand it here. Otherwise, he will not only be disqualified, but also may delay the major events of the faction, so he can only bear it. No matter how provocative others are, I can't do it easily, or the consequences will be unacceptable to him. Seeing that no one paid any attention to him, Gao Peng became more unbridled. He doesn't need to be afraid of these people, and seeing that all people dare not even scold him at this time, he is just a coward, which makes him more thoughtful. For such people it's time to scold them. Anyway, Gao Peng never fears them. No matter those Tianzhao or their elders, there is no danger for him at all. What is there to be afraid of? What, are you all mute? I've all stood here and asked you to fight me. There is no one to fight me. It's too cowardly, isn't it? But you're really afraid of being disqualified. People don't speak, but their hearts have been really wiped away, but their hearts do have such ideas. If they do, they will be disqualified. Who dares to do it? Then I'll wait for you inside. If you don't blame me for being rude. I won't let you know what a real genius is. You people are just too rubbish. And there is no seed. Chapters 1165. Gao Peng's words angered all the people in an instant, not only the one Tianzhao, but also all the demons in the audience. At first, they just had a good attitude. However, Gao Peng has now directly launched a map cannon. They are totally ignored by politics, which makes them feel particularly angry. But reason still let them control their emotions, but it doesn't mean they won't deal with Gao Peng, although it's impossible to get Gao Peng here. After all, the rules are there, so they can't easily do it here, but it doesn't mean that they don't want to revenge. In the dark, all the demon Tianzhao have begun to communicate. Because it's impossible for them to start the discussion so openly, but you can know what they are doing by looking at their eyes. It is absolutely discussed that once entering the talent pool, it is a fact that all the people are united to deal with Gao Peng. Because when we only see the Tianzhao of those demons, we can know how angry they are now when we open our eyes to them from time to time. As soon as we get in, all of us will join hands and get rid of that guy first. If we can, I think we must give him up, and then we will fight slowly. Good, I agree. That guy is so arrogant that he didn't pay attention to us at all, and even said such a thing. It's time for him to learn a little bit. This guy is so arrogant. At that time, all of us will join hands. No matter how strong his strength is, it is absolutely impossible to make our opponents. Moreover, I don't think his strength can be so strong. All the people have been united in the dark. After all, they have already looked at Gao Peng badly. At the beginning, they just had someone else, but when Gao Peng started the map gun, the nature has gradually become different, so some people have completely hated Gao Peng. In the dark, Tianzhao of these demons has also received the order of their elders. They really can't deal with magic rock, but that doesn't mean they can't deal with Gao Peng. Now all people think so. This also makes them more confident. If they can really teach Gao Peng a lesson, or even give him up, they may be praised by their elders. This is definitely a good time to make a contribution. Therefore, there is a little excitement in the eyes of all people now, because as long as they can make contributions in it, then they will get more cultivation resources. Everyone is very important. Everyone hopes to get more cultivation resources, and then they can improve their own strength. Even if they start their own race talent, it doesn't mean they will be invincible. It's still necessary to use cultivation resources to improve their own strength, so they all look at Gao Peng excitedly, just like looking at the lamb to be slaughtered. Wait, you're a guy who's completely in the middle now. Anyway, it won't be so good to meet your destiny next. Chapters 1166. Just when all the people are united, Magic Rock is completely speechless. He doesn't know how to describe the current situation. He has already considered it. Once Gao Peng can get the top 10, he can give Gao Peng a chance. At the same time, give him some more resources. After all, I've been wandering for so long, and some things are still very clear. But we didn't expect that the current situation would be like this, so that he didn't know how to say it. How could it be that somehow? And the original difficulty is not so powerful, just a little competition with some demons Tianzhao, but now after the agony of Gao Peng, the difficulty is increased directly. This is absolutely a scumbag. And still let oneself become more and more passive. At the beginning, if you don't say so, you will never have such a situation, but because Gao Peng said so. Infuriated everyone, this feeling is just too sour. It's just a little bit difficult at all, but after his provocation, now it has been completely upgraded to hell mode. Who can think of the final result? Although he said that the formal style is also very arrogant, he will also consider some consequences when he does things. She can't do this like Gao Peng. Everything is reckless, regardless of cost. Some helpless Magic Rock said, "Do you know what you just did, how much more difficult it will be?" "I know." Gao Peng's very calm answer. "You know what else do you say? You've been picking and quarreling again and again. I can't even see it myself. I haven't stopped you completely, but you've said it. Do you know how dangerous you are now? It is obvious that all the demons Tianzhao will definitely join hands at that time. The first thing they want to eliminate is you. And if there is no accident, someone even wants to eliminate you. You can think of the consequences. If you had thought about the consequences, you would never have done anything so impulsive. Now you'd better think about how to deal with it. I'm not sure that I'll let you get the top 10. In that case, it's basically you who deal with so many demons Tianzhao alone. That's the end of your nonsense." Seeing Gao Peng's plain appearance, and without any panic and anxiety on his face, it seems that these things are just a common thing. Seeing this, Magic Rock is completely mad. He never thought it would be such a result. It's just that the Emperor is not anxious about eunuch. Gao Peng is not worried about these things at all. But he's always worried about what the hell is this? Why is that? He asked himself in his heart, but he didn't think so much in the next second, because this time there was no such complicated thing in itself, and all of a sudden it was made more and more complicated by Gao Peng. All the demons Tianzhao would definitely unite next. It will be even more difficult to deal with it. It is almost a confrontation between one person and all people. Who can withstand it? Chapters 1167, isn't that good? Gao Peng asked, and the expression on his face was natural. He didn't think there was any mistake in his way of doing things. From his point of view, there was really no mistake. After all, he provoked the enemy, that is, the way he improved his strength. People just can't imagine it. But in other people's eyes, Gao Peng's way of doing this is just looking for death. Although his strength is quite strong, all the demons Tianzhao's strength is not weak. In addition, all the demons Tianzhao are now united. That's the more troublesome thing. Knowing that you are confident in your own strength, and that you have absolute strength to despise other people, don't you know how much trouble you have caused yourself? Now all the demons Tianzhao are definitely united. When you are going to fight against all the people, you will know how crazy it is. Don't you really want to do this? Why not? Gao Peng's eyes are clear and clear. There is no wave in his eyes. What he said is just like his real thoughts. This directly led Magic Rock Lang, don't know how to reply. Gao Peng then said, "What if these guys are united? No matter how many people are rebellious, the dynasty cannot be overthrown in the end. What's more, I'm not afraid of trouble, and I'm afraid there is no trouble. As soon as Gao Peng's words came down, Magic Rock was completely stunned. He had never heard such a saying before. Even someone was afraid of no trouble. Was it his real illusion? But he also has the courage to guarantee that he will never have hallucinations. After all, when he reaches his level, the whole body's function is already impossible to have such mistakes. So at this time, he would feel a special shock. He never thought that there would be such an explanation. In fact, at the beginning, he had thought that Gao Peng would answer all kinds of questions. But I didn't expect that in the end. This made him speechless. After a long silence, Evil Rock whispered, I really don't know what you think. I'd like to remind you that you should never look down on other people. Some of them are not very powerful, but once they are united, it will definitely become a nightmare for anyone. If you have your own consideration, you'd better think about it. Now you can quit if you want to. If you want to participate, you have to be careful. I don't ask you how many places you can reach now. It's better to survive. It's too difficult to get a place in the current situation. Magic Rock shook his head and gave up a little. After all, even if he didn't give up at this time, it had no effect, and didn't look at the response of Tianzhao of those demons. They have been completely united. They are not one person to deal with. Only with overwhelming strength can they deal with all people. But Magic Rock doesn't think that Gao Peng has such strength, which is the reason why he will say such disheartened words. Chapters 1168. In consideration of other factors, Magic Rock doesn't ask Gao Peng to get the ranking now, let alone the top 10, and it will be a good result if he can finally start his racial talent. Other factions are united. Now it's an irreversible situation. Just enter the talent pool and don't be killed or abandoned. This is almost the most tolerant option. Magic Rock did not hold too much hope, but when he finished this sentence, Gao Peng suddenly looked at him. And I haven't spoken yet, just stare at him so quietly. After a while, Magic Rock said, What? Do you have anything to say? Gao Peng nodded and said, I don't know what you think and why you think the garbage is so powerful, but what I want to tell you is that since I have made it, such a decision will not be changed. Apart from helping you get the top 10, you will never lose your word. And with those guys, how can they kill me? It's also impossible to abandon me. Don't look down on people too much. Let alone I'm going to take the first place. Gao Peng said confidently that no matter who suffered from him, Tong Tong had to be defeated. What's more, those guys already had murderous spirit in their hearts. It should have been the enemy. If a couple of them are stronger, then his realm will definitely soar in an instant. As long as he is in the same realm, or a little higher than them, then he can be invincible. Who makes his blood power and constitution seem to be more powerful than other people? After a lot of research, his blood power is indeed stronger than all people, which is basically an undeniable fact, even he didn't think of it. That's just the reason why he is so strong and confident. After all, no matter how strong his strength is, once he is really besieged by others, it will also be a miserable ending. But his strength can be absolutely crushed now, which makes him more confident. After all, his blood strength and physique can definitely crush other people. This is unreasonable strength. Gao Peng also knows what he depends on. In fact, because his own blood strength and physical level are particularly high, which is beyond the reach of others, so his strength is beyond imagination. It's the same realm, and it's impossible for anyone to be his opponent. It's extraordinary to be able to survive in his hands. Having a hang is such arrogance. As soon as Magic Rock stagnated, he didn't expect Gao Peng to say that. Since he said that, he wanted to take the first place. There's no expectation for him to take the place. But when he saw Gao Peng's confident face, he felt that he couldn't believe it. What kind of confidence could he have let him say? He wanted to ask, let the words into his mouth was swallowed by him forcefully, did not speak. Some want to talk and stop. At last, he shook his head helplessly, didn't say anything, and didn't know what he thought now, but he didn't believe it a little bit. Chapters 1169. First. Your heart is very big, although your courage is commendable, but the first is not everyone can get it. An old voice suddenly sounded at this time. At the same time, when the voice sounded, all the people were shocked, even those who were angry Tianzhao and the elders of various factions. At this time, Tong Tong was quiet, and they all looked around. Old clan, it's the clan that's coming. All the faces became a little excited, but the most excited one was Tianzhao of those demons, as if he had found their backer. After all, he is the only one who can find a place for them at this time, so all people will feel so excited at this time. Gao Peng felt a little bit confused. Why did he just hear a voice? All the people seemed so excited. Was the owner of the voice particularly powerful? What is the situation? However, he didn't say much at this time. After all, the stronger he is, the better he will improve his strength. So he is quietly waiting for the speaker to come out. Anyway, no matter who it is, he won't do it for the time being, but first he knows all the strong ones clearly, and then he will be more rapid if he wants to improve his strength. Try to see if you can turn on your racial talent for a while, and then find out what happened from other places. After that is his growth plan. He thought about everything thoroughly, so at this time he was not too angry, even interrupted by others, and didn't react too much after speaking. He is very patient when he can improve his strength. Unless someone hinders him to improve his strength, he will not be so easy to talk. Seeing all the people so excited, he asked quietly, "Who is the owner of this voice? Is he strong? Why do you feel that when you hear this voice, everyone's response is so strong?" Magic Rock silently looks at Gao Peng. Although he has fully convinced Gao Peng at this time, some words can be explained. This is the person who presided over this time to open the racial talent, and also one of the top people of the whole demon family. Don't talk in front of him at once, otherwise I won't be able to hold you by myself. You don't want to mess around. I advise you to enter the talent pool and find other guys to get angry, but don't be too presumptuous for the clan elders. It's also for your own good. Although Magic Rock is really arrogant in the whole ethnic group, he also knows that some people can be a little bit arrogant, but for some people, it is necessary to keep their temper down. Otherwise, it will be over. Arrogance is enough, but nothing can be ignored, even if you provoke even stronger than yourself, or even when you can't do anything. That's really bad. He also has deep experience now, so he would dissuade Gao Peng, otherwise he would not care. Chapters 1170. Gao Peng saw the look and expression of Magic Rock, including its tone, which made him feel a little confused. I saw that he said, "Why do you agree when you say this? It's like empathy. What have you experienced?" There was a convulsion in the corner of Magic Rock's mouth, but he didn't say a word. Instead, he stood by so quietly, and now he began to pretend to be deaf. This makes Gao Peng think that he has ghosts in his heart, and he has definitely experienced some things. Otherwise, why he would be so identified, even deeply felt. Gao Peng touched his chin and said, "I think you must have provoked this clan elder. Otherwise, why do you feel so empathetic? It's as if you've ever experienced it and now tell me this later generation. Well, it's kind of interesting. Since you have such a story, why don't you tell me directly? Tell me what you have done in the end. Maybe I can learn from it a little, and then it will not happen." What nonsense are you talking about? After all, the matter of being picked up by others makes everyone feel particularly unhappy. What's more, it's said directly at this time. He is his own privacy, which can't be said directly, so he just doesn't want to deal with Gao Peng. But the more he is like this, the more curious Gao Peng feels inside. After all, at this time, he really wants to see what Magic Rock has experienced. Other people are so afraid of Magic Rock, which means that he is also a very powerful person in this demon clan. It can be seen from what just happened, but now he is afraid of the elders, so something must have happened, otherwise it would never show such fear. That's interesting. Gao Peng saw that he never spoke, and he didn't speak anymore. Instead, he was alone thinking about what was going on. What's more, now that old man has not appeared from the beginning to the end, he just said a word and disappeared immediately, and he doesn't know what kind of situation it is. Isn't it the guy who's opening this race talent? Why hasn't it appeared yet? When is this supposed to be delayed? Somehow when Gao Peng was thinking, he didn't find that Magic Rock was suddenly silent, and even the wave in his eyes was violent, that is, he slightly controlled it, so other talents didn't find it. At this time, Magic Rock seems to be affected by his own emotions. He looks at the distance in silence. No one knows what he is thinking, and no one has found his current situation. Others may not know what he is thinking, but the clansman in the dark does understand. Well, he's suffered, but at this time, some people need to stand up and bear all the pressure, otherwise our race will really disappear completely, although I'm sorry to say that. But I can't help it. A long sigh, said all the helpless. Chapters 1171. No one knows that the clan elder has been observing secretly for a long time. In fact, he has seen Gao Peng's arrogance for a long time, but that's because it was brought by magic rock, so he is so tolerant. Otherwise, he would have suppressed it for a long time. In this place, no one can be allowed to play wild here. But sometimes, it can be tolerated. After all, the clan elder felt guilty in his heart, so he made such lenient treatment, but sometimes he had to control it. He felt that when the scene was a little out of control, he would suddenly make a sound, that is, he wanted to control everyone's emotions, but now that he has spoken, others also know that he has appeared. Naturally, it is impossible to hide in the dark all the time. But at this time, he saw the eyes of magic rock. Emotions also fluctuate a little. People's hearts are full of flesh. Even though they represent evil, it doesn't mean that they have no emotions or any feelings. But sometimes it is so helpless. They are indeed called the most powerful race, but sometimes they don't mean strong, they can be useful. Of course, it doesn't work. It's just that you are not strong enough. Only when you are strong enough, you can ignore all obstacles and even difficulties. Find the problem directly from the source. But they are not strong enough. Otherwise, he would not have made such a huge sacrifice. The clan elder felt ashamed of magic rock, so he would have made such a huge concession and tolerance. Otherwise, Gao Peng would have directly crushed and suppressed Gao Peng when he was arrogant. But in the end, with his rigid character, he finally made such a concession, which shows how guilty he really is. Other people are looking for him. The clan elders sort out their emotions a little, and then they come out. All the people saw the clan's elders, and their faces suddenly showed an excited look. Even Tianzhao of the demon clan looked excited. Old people, come out and judge quickly. This guy has been arrogant here, and he even insults us. If it's not for obeying the rules here, it's already been crushed here. And that guy is just so arrogant at present. If you didn't show up, that guy would never stop so easily. I think we're going to get rid of him right now. We can't let him into the talent pool. He doesn't deserve this qualification at all. I don't know where he came from. Shut up. At the beginning, the elders didn't speak at all. Instead, they listened to their complaints quietly. But when he heard the bastard, his whole face suddenly changed color. Although there were some wrinkles on his face, he also looked a little old. It doesn't mean that he doesn't know anything, and his heart is full of guilt. When he hears this sentence suddenly, it seems to arouse his inner emotions. All of a sudden, he roared out. All the people were quiet for a moment. They didn't know what was wrong. They were all frightened. He was really scared like that. Chapters 1172. All the people were shocked. They didn't understand why the clan elders were suddenly angry. At this time, they didn't dare to speak at all, even to complain. It's a little flustered. If they offend the elders, all of them will be punished, and may even be completely expelled, even without the qualification to open the racial talent. That's the real sin, so all the people are quiet and dare not fart. On the contrary, Evil Rock took a long look at the old people, and finally didn't take a long look at them. Instead, it was his own self-cultivation. No one knew what his heart was thinking. Gao Peng seems to have found something. He looks at the magic rock and the clan elders. There's a situation. Why do I feel that the two of them must have something to hide from others, otherwise why do I feel that there is something wrong in their eyes? When the clan elders appeared, they could not help looking at Magic Rock. Just now, Magic Rock looked at the clan elders a little strange. There must be something wrong. What on earth is this? It would make them both behave so strangely, and in the beginning, the complaints of those guys seemed to have a little effect. But when it comes to the last sentence of bastard, it seems that it really broke out, which is interesting. Gao Peng has nothing to be angry with those guys who say that he is a bastard. After all, when those guys really enter the talent pool, they will have their good fruit to eat. Now let them be a little proud for a while, and then they will have to cry and cry for mercy. It's the same if they die sooner or later. Let them be arrogant for a while. This kind of guy who should have been punished didn't pay much attention, so he's in such a calm mood now. Instead, he's in a mood to think about why they too feel a little twinkle. Yes, Gao Peng describes the two of them by looking around, but he doesn't know what the situation is now, just knows that there must be something he doesn't know at all. But it doesn't matter. Now he has obviously felt that the clan and the old gang are partial, so it makes him more confident. If the other guys dare to be arrogant again, he will definitely spray. They dare not talk more. What's more, Gao Peng faintly felt that because of the magic rock, the clan elders are almost on their side now, which makes him more confident. When there are so many subtle things, he can already detect so many, so now the confidence in his heart doesn't care that those guys are suing at all. After the clan elder opened his mouth, all the people had calmed down, and even Shengtong showed a kind of frightened expression. They didn't dare to talk at all. But when he suddenly found Gao Peng's expression, his mouth was also convulsed. Because he found out this guy was really mean. It's already this time, and I can't help but secretly feel happy. What's going on? Magic Rock didn't know what kind of guy he was looking for. He was such a bastard. Chapters 1173, this guy it's not arrogant anymore. I don't know how to describe him. The clan elder is also helpless. If he didn't feel the debt, he would definitely punish Gao Peng. But sometimes, because of the scruples, he didn't do it at all. The people of the demon family are moody and they are called evil washen by others. It can be seen that they represent evil. Although it can be called special arrogance, what Gao Peng shows is simply too moody, and they are not the same style at all. So at this time, he will feel helpless in his heart. If it wasn't for his debt, he would definitely teach Gao Peng a good lesson, and even let him know what the younger generation should do. Instead of just being arrogant, even knowing how to use all available resources, it's just too smart, but sometimes it's not good to be too smart. At the moment, all the people of the demon family don't understand what's going on. Just now, they didn't say anything at all. But the clan elders are even angry, which makes them feel confused. But since they have been told to shut up, they naturally dare not say anything more. Several of them also saw Gao Peng's expression, but although they were very angry, they dared not say anything more, and even did not dare to complain. They're really afraid of getting angry. This makes them feel more flustered and resentful. If they can enter the talent pool, they must teach Gao Peng a good lesson. How can such a hateful fellow bear it? It's absolutely necessary to let him know what is real despair, and just insulted them all the time. If not all kinds of rules limit them, it would be really unbearable. Sometimes it is so helpless. Damn it, you are a guy who is still complacent. Wait until you enter the talent pool. I want to see if you can be so arrogant. All of them depend on their own strength. Then you may not be arrogant. Since you have been poisoned, you have to enjoy all of them honestly. Some of the demons Tianzhao had been particularly angry at this time, but they had already had a mind in their hearts. When they saw their cold smile, they could already know what they were thinking. They are already unhappy with Gao Peng. Seeing Gao Peng do this, their hearts can't bear it, so at this time, all people have been secretly thinking about how to teach Gao Peng. Gao Peng also saw the expression of those guys, but he didn't care about it at all. He even raised his eyebrows. That feeling is just too much to beat. It's not that other people didn't see his action, but in such a serious and quiet time, no one dared to talk at all. Once you talk or do something else, you may be noticed by other people that NACO is not a good thing, so all people are about to hold back their internal injuries. That one is angry. Chapters 1174. This feeling of anger and inability to vent simply makes them feel too oppressive, as if they are about to breathe out of internal injury. But they have no choice, the clan elders are right next to them. Even if they are not there, they dare not act rashly. Therefore, all the people are almost suffocating their internal injuries, and they are in despair. But they have been holding their breath for a long time. They must let Gao Peng know what is the consequence of arrogance in front of them. And their alliance has always been there. Some of my people are also secretly contacting at this time. After all, Gao Peng has really offended the public anger. All of us hope that Gao Peng will be out completely. It's not only that we can't open our racial talent, but also that we wanted to give it up. We can see how angry everyone is at this time. Again and again arrogance, and almost all people to scold, coupled with their own now has a task, which makes them more convinced. We must let Gao Peng know their strength. Since the clan elders have arrived, it means that they can enter the talent pool next, and all people are secretly expecting, not only the final situation of their own race talent. After all, the number of magic powers of all people is different. They really want to know whether their number of magic powers is more or less. Of course, they are looking forward to how to teach Gao Peng. This guy really pissed them off. The clan elder took a look at the reaction of all the people. With his many years of experience, he didn't need to think about it at all, so he could know what kind of idea the people in the field really were. He could only shake his head helplessly. He thought these guys were too naive. Did he really think that race talent could surpass everything? And their current idea is too simple. Only when they are in the talent pool can they understand the pressure. It's true that racial talent can be turned on, but the pressure is not something that ordinary people can resist. There's not much space in it, but the pressure can crush a person into mince. It can be seen that there must be a particularly painful impact. What a naive group of kids. I don't know what happened to those guys or what happened to them. But it may be a better result not to tell these boys, or to let them know that there are people outside the world, but it doesn't mean that the blood of the strongest race can go unpunished. After a little thought, the clan elders also think it's very good. Only in this way can all the demons Tianzhao be fully vigilant. Some people just think that they can do whatever they want when they are born in the demon clan. After all, with the blood of the strongest race and talent, they can be invincible in the world. If they really have this idea, it's a big mistake. It's good that when they start racial talent, they can also be discouraged. That's what other factions think. Almost all of them are the default rules of their elders. All of them didn't tell Tianzhao in advance. This is an unwritten rule. Chapters 1175. The clan old man's face was flat, and said seriously, all the people who are going to enter the talent pool will come here later, and all the people will come to my side to get the access token. This access token is very important for you. Not only can you enter the talent pool, but also if you can't bear it or some accidents happen, you can crush the whole access token directly. Then you will be brought out with the access token, but you can't be brave to understand your own situation. Otherwise, I won't blame other people. After all, there may be accidents at any time, but only you know your own situation best. You can't be too brave. Although I can't tell them directly, the elders still want to give them a preventive injection. I think at that time, a vulnerable place for them may even be too strong, and finally directly kill them. This is not what they want to see. Only to see and hear this sentence, all the demons Tianzhao seemed particularly excited, but they didn't pay attention to the meaning of it at all. Gao Peng did notice that he only saw the old man. This old man is a little interesting, but he still has something in his mouth. If he wants to remind others, why don't he just say it earlier? Why do you say it now? And it's not so obvious, isn't it, to let others suffer? Regardless of him, it's none of my business. Besides, with my current situation, no matter what kind of difficulties I have, it's impossible to defeat me through communication. Gao Peng is confident in his heart, so he only looks at his slow start and is ready to receive his own access token. After all, this access token is related to whether he can enter the talent pool. It's not only about saving his life, but also about whether he can go in, so how can he ignore it? But just as he passed by, it seemed that all the demon Tianzhao were particularly dissatisfied with him. They didn't even want to make way for him, even secretly wanted to block his way. This scene is particularly hidden. If other people don't pay attention to it, they can't find it at all. The clan elders don't pay much attention to it at this time. On the contrary, they were intently sending out their own access tokens there. When Tianzhao of many demons saw this scene, he was secretly pleased. After all, this kind of thing can give out a bad breath. You guy even wants to get the access token now, so we will stop you directly to see if you can get it. If there is no access token, then you can't go in. Stop you directly. See how arrogant you are. Tianzhao of these demons is secretly pleased at this time, but they don't know whether their brain is wrong or whether they think things are too incomplete. Don't you know that if you wait until you enter, the clan elders will find something wrong? But at this time, they just want to stop Gao Peng. They just don't think too much about other things. It can be seen that at this time, they have already been confused. Sometimes, just because of being too angry, what you think is completely out of your mind. Chapters 1176. Gao Peng sees these guys' small movements, and his heart is also speechless. Are these guys' brains really trapped by the door? I don't know how to use my brain. I don't think this kind of small action will have any effect at all, or even be completely looked down upon by others. Maybe they just don't pass through the brain at all. Get out of my way. Gao Peng didn't want to give them face at all, and he didn't want to play with these guys at this time. It was just unreasonable. Although it's ridiculous to want such a small action to stop him, what's the situation now? I can't think about it. It's really a brain drain. Gao Peng's voice directly attracted everyone's eyes, and all of them immediately looked over. At this time, they also saw that Tianzhao of the demon family was blocking Gao Peng. But no one spoke. The clan elder just looked at it. After all, he can't be so biased all the time. If he is too biased, it's not good to be seen by others. In any case, there is no other conflict, so open one eye and close one eye, so he quietly began to send his own access token. Gao Peng doesn't mind. Anyway, he has enough. Partiality. There's no need to be partiality again and again. It's to invite hatred for him. Although he was not afraid at all, he also felt that it was too uncomfortable. After all, some things he did next might endanger the safety of this demon family. He didn't think that when the old guy jumped out again, he felt uncomfortable all over, so it's not as good as the guy who didn't take sides in the first place, which can make him calm down and do things. Tianzhao of other demons is particularly ugly at this time. Although the expression changes on their faces are not obvious, their faces and situations can also be found in their eyes. But no one spoke, and they also did their own little action, which was to prevent Gao Peng from getting the access token. Gao Peng saw that they were just going their own way. When they did that little action, he was almost angry and laughing. Are you guys looking for death? If you really want to die, I won't mind any more rules. After all, if you guys offend me, I won't be polite. I'm really tired of talking to the mentally retarded, because I always feel your head on your neck. It's totally useless, just like counting, and it doesn't work at all. I feel superior in IQ when you talk. I'm not insulting you, it's looking down on you. Gao Peng's face showed a helpless smile, and he said it all at once. When he finished speaking, Tianzhao's body of those demons could not help but have a meal. There were some small movements of the body suddenly stopped, and even can see their bodies in the uncontrollable tremble for a while, as if in holding strength. Other people were also stunned. When they translated a little, they couldn't help looking at Gao Peng. His mouth was poisonous. The old corners of the mouth of the family were also convulsed severely. Chapters 1177. Sure enough, if Gao Peng is not stopped in time, something unexpected will happen next. At this time, he has a little regret. If he had stopped it as soon as possible, it would not have happened. Isn't it exciting for other Tianzhao? At that time, if you can't help it, it will be a big fight. Moreover, there is an unwritten rule here, even though there is everything he can suppress here. But when all of them go in, isn't it going to cause trouble? Everyone is an indispensable resource for the demons. One less is missing, so at this time, he would like to take a breath. If he had just stopped as soon as possible, it would not have happened, but now he is not very good to stand up directly. Because there is no conflict at all, if it comes out, it seems that there is no reason to stand. He only hopes that there will not be too much conflict, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with. But he obviously underestimated Gao Peng. Gao Peng has never been so low-key, and as long as there is a conflict, then all communication is developed into the most intense level. How to say, he has to improve his strength as soon as possible, then he can only play the power. No matter once or now, his mouth is particularly poisonous. Once he says something, it will be very irritating, just like he has seized the aid of others. What? It seems that you are very angry. Do you want to fight with me now? Don't get close to me. I feel that as soon as you get close to me, there will be a kind of silly and forceful smell approaching, which makes me a little unbearable. I'm a little allergic to these tastes, or it's better to stay away from me. In fact, I have a question that I'm curious about. What's the meaning of your being alive? What kind of courage can you live with? I think it's a great courage for you to live, but I don't know where your courage comes from. Can you tell me? Suddenly in silence, everyone felt speechless and looked at Gao Peng. What this guy said was just blandness. He didn't give anyone any face at all. These words are also very exciting. They make Tianzhao tremble with anger. It can be seen how angry they are at this time. But no matter how angry they are, because they know there is an unwritten rule here, so they can't do anything but look at Gao Peng in anger. And they also don't know how to connect back, so they can only hold it so much. Their eyes are almost as angry as looking at Gao Peng. What? Are your eyes going to fire? Or do you want to blow fire out of your eyes to burn me? Isn't that terrible? Gao Peng looks scared, but when he looks at him, he knows that he is laughing at these guys. But all the people seem to have internal injuries. They just can't refute it. They want to fight directly, but they can't fight here. But they just don't know what to say. This feeling is a little uncomfortable. Chapters 1178. Magic Rock clapped his forehead directly with one hand, and there was a very speechless look in the sky. He really didn't know how to describe Gao Pengkai. At first, He thought this guy was quite in line with his temper. However, after such a period of time, he found that his idea was simply too wrong, which was not in line with his temper at all, but Gao Peng, a guy who was simply too invincible. It's a kind of invincible with thick skin like a wall. Moreover, his mouth is really poisonous. Every word he utters can be half dead with anger. Magic Rock puts himself in the position of thinking that if he really stands in that position, he would have been unbearable for a long time. This time and again was insulted by others, or even scolded. Who can stand it? All of their hearts are extremely arrogant. They simply can't accept this kind of thing, so they will naturally appear particularly angry. Moreover, all the people here are the pride of the demons. They are the most gifted people, and they are more unlikely to bear the insult, so they only see the corners of their mouths twitch and tremble. This feeling is about to explode. Other people also see it very clearly, not to mention how angry the elders of the major factions are, but the clan elders and the Magic Rock are very helpless at this time. Because they don't know why it happened, but they can't let it get worse, otherwise they may not be able to stop it. The clan elder could stand out directly, pointed to Gao Peng and said, "Come here, take your token and hurry in. Don't grind here, or you won't have a chance to go in again. I can only make such a decision. If Gao Peng is allowed to stay here again, it's really possible that he will fall out. I don't want to see how angry other Tianzhao are. Maybe they are all about to explode. I really don't know what will happen if I stay a little longer," so he can only let Gao Peng enter the talent pool as soon as possible. And nothing else will happen. Other Tianzhao didn't dare to have any refutation after hearing what the clan elders said. On the contrary, they rarely made way honestly. That look to want to have to beat, still left a more exasperating words finally. "Fight me, are you afraid that I am stupid or forced? A group of rubbish guys, don't you think you are invincible, or do you go all out to do what you want to do? Or are you really invincible when you enter it? Know what you do your best is nothing more than what others do casually, and that one is that others are me. Your talent is so rubbish. You should go back as soon as possible. Otherwise, I feel a little guilty when I really hit you. After all, if this hit you, you will have a thorough cultivation problem. What can I do when someone comes to you?" Gao Peng walked away from everyone so slowly. Other people gnashed their teeth and looked at him. This sentence is just too bullying. But they can't help it. It's just too helpless. Chapters 1179. The clan elder would like to knock Gao Peng on the head directly. He is so rude that he dared to say such a thing in front of him. Don't you take him seriously? But I don't know why, he even likes Gao Peng a little bit. The character of this stinky boy really conforms to his taste. Although those words are really annoying, looking at such a character, it's just too pleasant, it's too easy to cause trouble. If you say 2 less words to me and 1 more word to me, I'll just throw you out of here." The clan elder frowned and said, he really didn't know what Gao Peng would say next, which might really stimulate other people in the presence again. That's not good at that time, he can't be too partial, so he will stop it in time, otherwise he really doesn't know what will happen. Gao Peng is also quiet down. The reason why he can say those words is nothing more than to provoke the so-called Tianzhao of the demon family. And that's just his habit. It's really a habit. For the enemy, he is always used to irritate the other side, and then he can improve his own strength. So when he sees that Tianzhao of those demons has made such a small means, he can't control himself. At this time, he is also very proud of the family. At the beginning of the speech, people were so partial to him. How could he not be proud of this old guy? Seeing Gao Peng quiet down, the clan elders also feel special satisfaction. At least for the time being, they are quiet down. If they continue to talk, it may really stimulate other people. Take your own token and hurry into the talent pool. What kind of situation is it? Explore it by yourself. Don't ask others. You just need to know. The closer you get to the middle, the more magic power you will have. You can lean in the middle as much as you can. Of course, now you have provoked other guys. You need to be careful, or I won't know how to save you then. Everything inside is not affected by any rules. You have to be careful of other people. After all, now you are almost on the middle road. When all the people come together to deal with you, it will be really bad. You'd better think about it clearly, but if you go in as soon as possible, there shouldn't be too many things. Don't say no to me. I'll let you go in now. It's like opening a small stove for the old people. They say it in such a low voice. According to the reaction of others, no one can hear the old people's words at all. It seems that only Gao Peng can hear the smoke, which makes him feel very strange. This kind of transmission seems to be really special and magical. Of course, it doesn't seem to be the transmission. After all, the dialogue between them is really spoken out of the mouth. But I don't know why. Other people just can't hear the same thing. It's so strange, but Gao Peng didn't say much. With his token, he came directly to the side of the talent word. Other people are stunned. I don't know why Gao Peng can get into it so quickly, and it's unfair for them. Chapters 1180, How can he get into the talent pool so quickly? Why can he be confined to us? All the demons Tianzhao suddenly exploded the turbine. They all felt a little unfair. Why do they have to wait here now, but others can go in directly? This is just too unfair for them, so they start to fight against injustice one by one. Even those from all major factions are also uncomfortable with both advantages and disadvantages. Only to see them slightly dissatisfied said, "Clan Old, why that guy can go in hand? Unfair, you should treat them equally." Seeing that a lot of people are fighting against injustice, the clan elder is just about to destroy all the people present, and doesn't see what kind of situation it is just like, if it's not for him to let Gao Peng in as soon as possible. Maybe something will happen, and I don't know what their brains will think. Is it true that they have been flooded? Otherwise, why can't you think of such an easy thing? Mo Yan just looked at it quietly, and didn't even think about talking. But he also knew why. If Gao Peng stopped here again, something unimaginable would happen. No one knows what Gao Peng will say next. Maybe he will fight here. This is not the result they want at all. So it's not impossible to put a high shed in advance, but in the eyes of other people, it's obviously partial. The clan elders are partial to Gao Peng. Otherwise, how could they let him in? Seeing that all the people are making noise, Gao Peng just going to go in. He already thinks that if he goes in like this, it's just too boring. Because other people don't know when they can really go in, which is also a bad thing for him. Gao Peng suddenly turned around and said, "You should be very sad now, right? Be sad, accept the reality. Clan Elder, Magic Rock, they just want to kick Gao Peng in. Now they have put him in. They are still talking at the door. They don't rush in. It's a waste of other people's hard work, but they can't stop others from speaking openly. After all, speaking doesn't violate the law. Don't think the world has abandoned you. What's going on? Is this smelly boy's head enlightened? Suddenly want to comfort these guys?" The clan elder felt something was wrong, because when he heard Gao Peng's words, he looked forward to it, and also felt something strange. There was also a trace of eccentricity in the eyes of Magic Rock. However, the next second they do not have such an idea. Gao Peng said, "Don't think the world has abandoned you. The world has not paid attention to you at all. It's redundant. At the same time, it's just the same." Gao Peng just finished saying this sentence and rushed directly into the talent pool, leaving behind all a group of people, and most of them were directly ignorant on the spot. "I'll go, this guy stops here to say such a thing, and he gasps so much when he speaks. It's almost speechless. What's more, it's too poisonous." Chapters 1181. The clan elder looked at the entrance of the talent pool and was so stunned. In fact, his heart was also speechless. Unexpectedly, he put a smelly boy in, but now he still left such a mess. Is this to make everyone mad? The clan elder looked at the surrounding Tianzhao a little, and all the people were already mad at this time, and started to gnash their teeth one by one. It's just too outrageous. It's uncomfortable to say that other people are countless, and that the world just doesn't care about them anymore. No matter who hears these words, they can't accept them. Even they will feel special anger. Gao Peng has already done so many angry things. At this time, it can be said that Tianzhao has been complaining for a long time, and all the demons have been very dissatisfied with him for a long time. Then suddenly, such a sentence came out. It's just so popular. Magic Rock also feels special speechless. What's the matter with this son of a bitch? At first, it was quite honest to see him, but why is it more and more wrong to see him now? Is this guy itchy, or does he always want to be beaten? Magic Rock didn't know how to describe it, but at this time, seeing Gao Peng really enter the talent pool, he was a little relieved. At least not being stopped, which is the best result. It depends on his performance inside. If you don't perform well, you may not be able to develop your own race talent. As for the reserves of your magic power, it depends on his own efforts. Next, you can only see yourself. If you want to make your own demons have more quantity, then you should try your best to rush forward and directly come to the middle. Otherwise, even if you really start your own race talent, there is no big gap between you and others. Then you will also fall behind. What's more, now that you've totally provoked other people, if you don't improve your strength as soon as possible, you will surely be retaliated by others. I won't care about your grudges. That's what you're looking for. Who can blame death? After seeing that Gao Peng is really in the talent pool, it's not up to him whether he can get the rank after he finally gives up his mind. In this way, he is also looking forward to what kind of ranking Gao Peng will get and how much magic power reserves there are in the play, but he will never pay more attention. Expect to return to expect, but also will not have too big hope, who let Gao Peng do such a stupid thing before, directly provoked all Tianzhao. This is not to set up enemies for themselves. When all the demons Tianzhao enter into it, they will definitely all join together to deal with him. I don't know if he can survive in the future. It depends on his creation. At that time, when Tianzhao of all the demons saw that Gao Peng had gone in, he would naturally be very worried, and so would the other factions. After all, Gao Peng went in ahead of time, but he had a chance to get close to the center as soon as possible. Isn't that to say that he can open his own race talent as soon as possible, and the magic power will have a lot of reserves? Chapters 1182. Seeing this, people of other factions totally ignored whether magic rock was here, and some discontented said, "Clan Elder, why did you put his hand in it? Isn't that in favor of him? If you let him stay in it for a long time, and then he has absorbed all the energy in it, how can you be fair to the other people here? It's not fair. Yes, it's not fair for all people. You can't just let him in. It's right to let all the people in now, or the energy inside will be absorbed by that guy, so other people can only pick up the rest." At this time, many people begin to fight against injustice. After all, they are also in a special hurry, but they can't have other opinions or even say too much. Otherwise, the clan elders may not put them in, but they still have a glimmer of hope if they aftertaste the old photos. Seeing the discontent of all the people, he also knew that if he went on like this, he would burst out completely, so he said lightly, "I know. Since you want to enter so much, all the people will come to me to collect the access token. Those who get the access token can go directly now." Boom. After all, most of the people have got the access token. When they hear the voice, almost all of them are flocking to the talent pool where all of them have rushed directly. For them, the only thing they want now is to go inside and find Gao Peng for revenge. They have been waiting for this moment for too long. Everyone's face is excited. Even at this time, they can't restrain their internal strength. Because as long as they go in, they can not only open their own race talent, but also find that stinky boy to settle accounts. This makes them feel particularly excited. Finally, I can get revenge. I've been waiting too long for this moment. I'd like to see how arrogant he is now. If he dares to appear in front of us, Tongtong will kill him. It's estimated that he has been hiding in a place now, but he can't hide in it for a long time. He is not so big. Then we can go in and find him. I don't believe that when he can read it, sooner or later, it will appear, and then let him know who said it here. That guy dares to sneer and insult again and again. How can we do that? Now I'll see when he can hide. Many people's faces were ferocious and excited. After all, they had been patient for a long time. Originally, I just wanted to open my own racial talent, but after meeting Gao Peng, everything changed, especially Gao Peng's anger over and over again. This is even more intolerable to them. A lot of people are particularly angry, which makes them seem very excited. They don't need to know what Tianzhao is thinking. It's just a good lesson to Gao Peng. Chapters 1183. Gao Peng passes through the gate of talent pool. As soon as he passes through, he feels that this body suddenly falls from the sky as if it had been thousands of times and tens of thousands of times. All go. What kind of gravity is this? Although I can't resist the gravity with my current strength, how terrible is it? Isn't that terrible? With my strength, it seems that I'm so exhausted. If it's other people, aren't they just unable to move? How do you open up your racial talent? When Gao Peng was suffering from his body like 1,000 pieces, he felt special doubts, even his strength felt so uncomfortable. How do other people turn on racial talent? With their strength, can they really move? I always feel that there is something wrong with it. Other people should not be able to move, right? But why can so many people turn on racial talent? It's too strange, but it's not until he thinks it out. The system beeps all of a sudden. Ding! Magic power detected, optimization in progress. In Mana Reserve, when the Mana Reserve is completed, the race talent of the host will be officially opened. When Gao Peng arrived at the prompt tone of the system, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Unexpectedly, there was such a thing. The bull force of the system can directly enable him to open the racial talent. Although it's said to reserve magic power, it means that he can really open his own racial talent, although I don't know if he can compare with other people. But he felt that he was already very strong. It's a universal system. Not only can he improve his strength, but also can improve all kinds of abilities for him. It's so cool that he didn't expect to solve all kinds of doubts since he relied on the system. This made him feel a strong force suddenly appeared in his body, but it was only his illusion. Because he has seen the momentum. At first, he really thought he couldn't open his racial talent, but now it's obvious that the system has helped him solve this problem, so he doesn't need to worry too much. All you need to do is to reserve magic power. That's great. I didn't expect that the omnipotent system has helped me deal with everything. If I only need to reserve the magic power, then I can directly open the racial talent. So now is it said that as long as my reserve demons can be more, will the racial talent opened at last be more powerful? Because there is a big difference between mine and others, I can choose when to turn on the racial talent, but other people can only wait until they turn on the racial talent, and then slowly reserve the magic power, which is quite different. And some people's magic power reserves are very small, and the upper limit is very low, so I can almost surpass many people now. After a series of thinking, Gao Peng has already known what kind of advantages he has now. As long as he can absorb magic power to his heart's content, his racial talent will definitely become more powerful. The reserve of magic power is also very much. Chapters 1184, since I can choose my own lower limit, I have to improve my magic power as soon as possible and reserve more magic power. Then I can start my race talent. It's not urgent. Now, wait until the demon can save a certain amount, and then consider whether to turn on his racial talent. But now it's the most important thing not to go for a while. I'll wait here a little bit. I have to wait for those guys to show up anyway. Gao Peng looked around a little, and finally he sat up directly in the air. Now his body feels extremely heavy, and he has to adapt to the current feeling. Especially those guys who want to wait for you, since those guys don't want to trouble him. Then wait here. It's just that he can improve his own strength, which is the best result, and he can also absorb many magical powers here. Although the magic power absorbed is a little less, as long as you can upgrade your realm, you can really go to the most central area. So at this time, he is not in a hurry at all. He starts to absorb the magic energy here slowly. Anyway, as long as he saves his magic energy as soon as possible, then he can open his ultimate talent. What's more, there will definitely be someone who can improve his realm later. This is absolutely the best. After all, if someone comes directly, he can improve his own state. It's not too cool. Do you come quickly? Didn't you just want to kill me? Now I'm waiting for you at this door. Don't let me down, otherwise, I will have to go to you one by one slowly. If I find you then, I won't be so polite to you. Gao Peng is absorbing all kinds of magic power with his eyes closed, muttering to himself. If anyone can hear him here, he will be shocked. It's very good that others don't come to him. He even wants to go to others one by one and even revenge. Why does this guy have such a big heart? Of course, he doesn't think he has absorbed much of these magic powers. He wants to leave this place as soon as possible, but if he doesn't want to improve his realm as soon as possible, he doesn't need to stay here at all. Looking at the magic power reserve indicated by the system, he felt speechless. He also stayed here for a while, but the magic power absorbed was very poor, even less than 1%. It's a blow to him. This speed is too slow. If we go on like this, we don't know when we can fully open our racial talent. Although the system has officially stated that even if the reserves of magic power are not full, it can also open the racial talent. But what I want is the most invincible. How can I just barely open the racial talent? But if you're here, you don't know how long you'll have to wait to start your race talent. It seems necessary to take a look in the middle. Chapters 1185, why is this guy so slow? I've been waiting here for so long. If they don't show up soon, I have to go to a place with more magic power as soon as possible. It's a waste of time here. Otherwise, my magic power is more than just a little bit. Gao Peng is shaking his head here. He has basically completely adapted to the gravity here. At first, He was a little caught off guard, but now he is completely unaffected by the gravity. Although the speed will be a little slower, he has not felt so uncomfortable. The most painful thing for him now is that no matter how he absorbs it, the reserves of magic power have not increased. Moreover, he didn't feel the increase of magic power, which was too painful. He really wanted to open his racial talent as soon as possible, and if he was here, he didn't know when and where he could reach 1% completely. This feeling is too hard. A bunch of damned guys, it's time to shut up and say that you want to kill me. But now where are you going? I've blocked your door here. You can never bypass this entrance. Haven't you come in yet? Or that old guy didn't let you in at all? After Gao Peng, he felt a little annoyed because he seemed to find something wrong. If the clan elder didn't let those guys in at all, wouldn't it mean that he was basically waiting for nothing here? This feeling is just too bad. But he has been waiting here for so long now. He doesn't want to leave anymore. Anyway, he has been waiting here, so he has to wait for those guys to appear quietly. In any case, we should improve our own strength. Then we should take those guys to improve our own state. We can teach those guys a lesson. Otherwise, when he is storing magic power, some unsightly guys will harass him. That can be a little unforgivable. So I only saw that he didn't let other thoughts influence his thoughts at this time. He just absorbed the magic power and looked at the entrance. Shoo 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 shoo. Before long, when a series of voices suddenly sounded at the intersection, he only saw that he slowly changed into a smile, because he had already felt other breath in it. Make him feel very excited. These guys finally appeared, otherwise, there would be no point in his blocking. There are definitely people who can improve his strength. At that time, he will be able to make a breakthrough in his realm, and in the near future, he will also be able to open up his own racial talent. As long as he thinks a little, he will feel particularly cool. The feeling that this kind of strength improves slowly is simply too addictive. Those who have just entered the demon Tianzhao, they haven't fully adapted to the gravity here. Just after entering, all people fall from the sky. Even a few of them made a scream, and they didn't know what they thought, but all of them didn't adapt. However, Gao Peng found something wrong. Chapters 1186. From the response of Tianzhao of the demons, it seems that their gravity is not so strong, at least not as strong as his own. He is so powerful, why do you feel the gravity is greater? When those people react, Upeng can basically observe it, which makes him more confused. Why does this happen? What's the matter? Why is gravity different in the same place? Isn't it the same for everyone? What's the matter? Or the more powerful you are, the more gravity you have. Gao Peng's face suddenly changed, but he didn't want to admit it, but when he saw this kind of result, he could be sure. It is true that the stronger the strength, the greater the power. So isn't he more miserable? If he improves his state here again, his gravity will become more terrifying. Although his strength is also stronger, the gravity he suffers will also be more terrifying. He has to adapt again. Besides, when he finds that the gravity of each person is different, he has some doubts. Will the gravity double when he gets closer to the center? It's not impossible. When the gravity of these people is different, it can be predicted. It makes his face slowly show a little bitter. He has never met such a thing after all. He has always relied on the system, but here the system is only able to improve the state and reserve magic power. The rest is simply unable to help him. As for the gravity, it can only be carried by himself. This is just too much pit. This kind of feeling is simply too bad, but his idea is only a flash. When he saw the tragedy of those demon Tianzhao, he is much better now. At least he felt very comfortable in his own heart when he saw the miserable situation of these guys. Although he suffered unimaginable gravity, at least he had completely adapted to it and would not look so embarrassed. Even when I just entered here, I didn't feel so embarrassed. But those guys, one by one, seem to be very embarrassed, as if they can't bear such gravity at all. It's estimated that they can't believe that there is such a terrible driving force here, which can make their powerful people feel embarrassed. Moreover, no one really tells them, otherwise, they will not be so vulnerable, which is too much to pit their father, but everyone has such an experience. Everyone who goes through the entrance seems to be bound with a lot of gravity devices, falling directly from the sky, so that very few other people can slightly control their own fall. But most people fell directly from the sky and fell on the ground with a bang. That feeling is just how embarrassed they are. At last, Gao Peng could not help laughing. Ha ha ha, you guys are so funny. Are you here to be funny? He can't help it. After all, these guys have all kinds of postures. That feeling is just so interesting. Chapters 1187, damn it, why is there such a horrible gravity that we can't resist with our strength? What kind of ghost gravity is it? They can't believe that the gravity here can't even resist them. We need to know how terrible their strength is. But now they are in such a mess that they can't resist the gravity. No matter how strong they are, they can feel their body falling down. This feeling, it's just too bad. In particular, they also heard Gao Peng's unbridled laughter, which made them even more angry. Originally, they wanted to teach Gao Peng a good lesson, but now they were laughed at by the other party. Make them feel special anger. But there is no way. All the people are very angry. They wanted to teach each other a lesson, but now they are not only not taught, but also laughed at by others. This is really unbearable. Hateful, why is there so much gravity here? It's not scientific at all. Why on earth? How can we turn on our racial talents? Why is that? Some of them had already been fed up with it, and saw that they wanted to fight hard, but at this time, they just adapted to this little bit of gravity and didn't let them free themselves. But also let them have a little bit of confidence, although the feeling is still a little poor, but also let them see a little hope. At least when they are really used to the gravity, they can teach Gao Peng a lesson. That hateful guy can't be allowed to be arrogant there anymore. He must be taught a good lesson so that he can't open his own racial talent, and if he can, he will be abandoned. See how arrogant he is. Also let a lot of people slowly see a little hope, at the same time they also want to adapt to the gravity here more. But what they think is obviously too simple, and they don't think about Gao Peng's idea. How could Gao Peng make them adapt to the gravity here so easily? How do you guys look like lobsters? I don't think you can't move at all. It's just too weak. I didn't expect your strength to be so weak. I still wanted to teach you a lesson. First of all, you can move freely. You've already done this. It's a good thing to say that you want to teach me a lesson. I don't know why your face is so thick. You can say that. I feel ashamed of you, and you really mean to say that. Gao Peng looks down at them, and at this time, his words are particularly ironic, which directly makes Xianxia of all the demons unbearable. They are already very angry now. After being stimulated like this, they suddenly erupted into more terrifying forces, although the gravity around them also did not weaken much, and even increased a little. However, now that they have slowly adapted to the gravity, they will not be so embarrassed as before. Chapters 1188. At this time, there are more than 10 demons in this place. They are extremely proud, but when they meet Gao Peng, they are frustrated again and again. And when they enter this talent pool, their hearts have already thought about it. They must teach Gao Peng a good lesson. Their hearts are very strong, so their hearts are also very proud. But when they come in, they are not only unable to move, but also laughed at by Gao Peng again and again. It's really too angry. Only to see all the expressions on Tianzhao's face are changed, even their eyes have changed obviously, and their breath has soared a lot directly. This kind of change is particularly significant. After all, they seem to be normal at the beginning, but now with their real anger, their power is out of control. You guy, you are so arrogant. Do you really think we dare not kill you? It's just that we are bound by rules outside. Otherwise, it's impossible to make you crazy until this time. Now you dare to laugh at us in front of us. Do you think we really can't move? It's just because we haven't fully adapted. You can be arrogant here. If you really think we can't do anything about it, then you are quite wrong. I want you to know what is real regret. Do you feel despair now? Some of the demons really straightened up, and their breath also became extremely irascible, but they didn't have too much expression on their faces, just a very hate-free look. When they look at Gao Peng, they are looking forward to Gao Peng's expression of shock, but they are disappointed. When they look at Gao Peng doesn't have much expression change at all, but looks at them thoughtfully. Then it makes Tianzhao of these demons feel particularly ignored. All of them are speechless, but at this time, they can only say it secretly. You're going to get dressed now. I don't believe when you can hold on. This guy is more able to hold on, but you can only kneel down and beg for mercy later. Several of the demons Tianzhao have the same idea. Now more and more demons Tianzhao are standing up. This also makes them more relieved of their anger, and the look at Gao Peng becomes more vicious. After all, Gao Peng has been laughing at them all the time, which is just unbearable. Now it's time to take revenge. This also makes them feel particularly excited, with cruel smiles on their faces. However, because they have not yet adapted to the gravity here, they cannot move easily. At least they are not in such a mess. With the passage of time, there have been more and more demons of Tianzhao who can straighten up and even control their bodies. Let them see more hope, that is to teach Gao Peng a good lesson. They all slowly showed their ferocious faces. There was even some evil laughter. Chapters 1189. Seeing the changes of these guys, Gao Peng's eyes become more and more bright. After all, he can feel that Tianzhao's strength of those demons here is becoming stronger and stronger. Their breath is the best proof. This has to make him feel particularly excited. I didn't expect that directly stimulating these guys could make their strength more powerful. That's not to say that as long as they are really angry. At that time, their strength can be enhanced again. If they really play each other, the promotion they bring to him is also very huge, which seems to be feasible. Directly let his mind appeared many methods. Those demons Tianzhao didn't know at all, because of their unintentional action, finally let Gao Peng find the best way to stimulate them. Only by stimulating them can their strength be improved. It's almost like raising pigs, fattening them and killing them again maximize benefits. If Tianzhao of the demon family knew that they only had such a role now, they would be absolutely furious. Unexpectedly, they would be compared to pigs by others. And now they also seem to have become pig-like creatures. That is because they don't know, otherwise it's really going to explode. Looking at those demon Tianzhao who can move slowly, they are not ready to start yet, and they look at Gao Peng with a sneer, as if they have already won. Because most of the demons Tianzhao has completely controlled their own body, and even this part of the demons Tianzhao has come in slowly from outside, which makes them have a stronger self-confidence. I didn't want to solve Gao Peng so quickly. Instead, I watched him leisurely and slowly made my strength stronger. At the same time, with the passage of time, they can have better control over their surroundings. They don't need too much effort at all, and they won't become so embarrassed. The gravity has not had much effect on them. We are now basically fully adapted to the gravity here, which can't affect us at all. Are you ready to die? Ha ha ha. He estimated that he had been completely shocked now. After all, we have so many people here, and now no one cares about him anymore. But there are no external rules. Now he is afraid completely, and even if he wants to escape, he can't escape our palm. Ha 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 ha. These demons are still talking with each other. After all, they have long thought that Gao Peng has been completely controlled by them. Only need them to fight, then Gao Peng is absolutely impossible to resist. That is to say, with such an idea, they are not so anxious at all. But they are too naive to know why they are so arrogant, but they are used to the feeling. I didn't pay attention to others at all, and didn't think how powerful the college entrance examination was. I just thought that there were external rules that bound them, so they would be bullied again and again. This is the idea of Tianzhao of all demons. Chapters 1190. Gao Peng has no curiosity about these guys' ideas, and he can know what they think without thinking. After all, these guys' ideas are too naive. I don't know why they come up with this idea. Maybe it's because they think their strength is too strong. Everyone is the pride of the demon family. For Gao Peng, a guy who came out inexplicably, he didn't have a cold at all. He didn't even think that Gao Peng would be so powerful. That is to say, because they are bound by rules, they will be tied up and bullied again and again. It's not their own strength at all. What do most of the demons think of Tianzhao? But they also don't want to think about it. If Gao Peng is not as strong as them, how could he have been waiting for them here all the time? What's more, it's impossible for people who can escape to wait so long at this door. Because we already know that someone is going to kill him, it is even more impossible to put ourselves in danger. No one is so stupid. So Tianzhao of these demons don't know how to think about it, but they do have enough confidence in their own strength. As time goes on, their breath becomes stronger and stronger. This also makes them feel more excited. At the same time, they don't feel the horrible breath from Gao Peng, which brings them more obvious confusion. If they can feel Gao Peng's terror, they can't have such a confident idea. But it's because they don't feel Gao Peng's breath completely that they have such an illusion. It seems that everything is under control, and more demonic Tianzhao have entered here, although most of them haven't completely controlled their bodies. But there are already some people in control of their bodies. These are definitely the main forces. With more and more people in control of their bodies, they can also act at will. They have slowly started to close together, directly surrounding Gao Peng in a circle, which is not to escape Gao Peng. How is it? Are you completely afraid now? If you are really afraid, Then it's better to kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe we can spare you directly. Or we won't spare you. Those things you have done have really made all of us angry. We will definitely solve the problem before you compete. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, we will only push you out. Although you can't open your own racial talent, at least you won't lose your life and your accomplishments. What do you think? If you are stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. One of the demons Tianzhao said calmly, because there are so many people supporting him, and even so many demons Tianzhao is here, which makes him have a stronger foundation. As if we can despise Gao Peng, so are the Tianzhao of other demons. They all look at each other with their arms in their arms and feel how cold they are. Chapters 1191. For these guys, Gao Peng feels speechless. Which eye of these guys will see him kneel to beg for mercy? What's more, I don't know what kind of expression he is now. He is so confident. It can be said that he is overconfident. Maybe it's because of holding it too long. Haha, a bunch of interesting guys. I don't know that he has been listed as a stepping stone to improve his strength. I'm still in the mood to be arrogant here. It's just too reckless. Maybe I won't kill them for the time being. But it's not so easy for them to really open their racial talents. After all, they have to absorb more magical powers. This can make the racial talent he opened more powerful. As for whether other people can open the racial talent, it's none of his business. When he improves his realm here, he can safely go to the middle area, where the magic power will be more abundant, and at the same time, he can also reserve more. I don't know if he stores all the magic power. Will you become more powerful when you absorb more magic power, especially when you start racial talent? Will you be more powerful than when you finish reserving? You can try it if with his current absorption speed, it's too slow. It's been such a long time, even less than 1%, he's already in despair. If he doesn't go to the center, he won't be able to complete the reserve as soon as possible, but that's because he wants to improve his level as soon as possible, otherwise he won't waste time here. Seeing these arrogant guys talking to themselves, Gao Peng couldn't help turning a white eye and saying, "Are you afraid you're not in the water?" Without saying a word, you said a lot there, and do you think I would really kneel for mercy? What's more, with your garbage, I can't even look at it. I don't know where your self-confidence comes from, but I think you can beat me. The rules outside are not binding me, just a life you escaped. I didn't expect you to go on the way to heaven and break into hell. Since you want to die so much, don't blame me for being rude. That's because there are rules outside, so I can't touch you. Don't you really think I'm weaker than you? Where do you come from to be confident? Gao Peng said so coldly, and there was not much expression change on his face at all, but more of it was a cold emotion spread. When all the people heard his words, they couldn't help being stunned. After all, they couldn't imagine that Gao Peng would reply to them like this. Even they didn't think that Gao Peng would say the rules outside, not binding them, but saving them. It shocked them all. Even once I doubted if I had heard it wrong, otherwise how could Gao Peng be talking nonsense here? Didn't that guy feel their breath? What a powerful breath it is. If it's not because they haven't been able to turn on racial talent, their strength is not just that, but that's it. Their strength can reach this level. Let alone race talent. Chapters 1192. Once they really start racial talent, the cultivation speed of all people will definitely soar in a flash. That's why they are so confident. They are the pride of all factions. Even if they don't start racial talent, they are even more powerful than many people, which shows how powerful they are. The potential is also huge. If they can open the racial talent, their cultivation speed is definitely beyond everyone's imagination, so they will always be so confident. Now their strength is so terrible. As long as we open the racial talent, no one will be their opponent, and those who have surpassed them will be thrown away by them, even their backs will not be seen. This is the source of their confidence. But now it's been looked down upon by others, and it's still a totally unknown guy coming out of nowhere, which directly makes them feel a little stunned. Gao Peng is still stunned when he sees these guys. The expression on his face hasn't changed much, but the corner of his mouth is slightly cocked up. It's like a mockery. What? Do you really think you are really strong? It's just that other people see that you haven't started your race talent, so they don't want to worry about you. At most, they just want to let you go, or it will hurt your self-esteem. Do you really think you are a genius? Don't be kidding. I just want you to do some experiments to see if you can become more powerful when you start racial talent. Don't take it for granted. It's just too much self-deception. After all, People are letting you go everywhere. You really think you have such a talent? You know what? You are just some experimental objects, but I am different. You are not running together. I am the one who really leads you. You're just experimental. Gao Peng once again stressed that since we have found the Tianjiao of these demons, after the emotional fluctuation, the strength will increase a little, so he is ready to let these guys really angry. Isn't it easier to be angry? After all, the arrogance of these demons is very arrogant, as long as they pay more attention to the place. That can definitely attract their attention, and make Tianjiao of all the demons really angry. Then their strength will skyrocket, and their strength will increase even more. This kind of thing is really good. There is no need to have too much burden at all. Since these guys can improve their strength in this way, let the storm come more fiercely. He wants to see how much strength he can improve. As he said one sentence after another, Tianjiao of all the demons was really confused, because they didn't react at this time. However, when they react, they feel that there is an energy emerging from their body, and the expression on their face is directly distorted, and their hearts are just about to explode. Especially when they saw Gao Peng's face, they couldn't control their emotions at all. Chapters 1193, You seem angry. With your garbage, you can't even control your body. I don't know how angry you are. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? The outside rules just protect you. Do you really think you can beat me? Wake up, the clan elders just want to protect your rubbish, so they suddenly appear. Otherwise, with your strength, I can discard you at will. Gao Peng looks at them as if they are ants. The indifference in his eyes is even meaningless. It's as cold as a robot. For a moment, the whole void seemed to be a drop in temperature. Even those who were still struggling were stunned. When they looked directly at Gao Peng, they really felt that they were very small. This feeling is special and strange, but their reaction didn't last long, and in an instant they came back to their senses directly. At this time, their eyes showed a more angry look. This guy was just too bullying, even if he repeatedly bullied them outside. Even if you come into this talent pool, it's also so humiliating. It's really disgusting. This damned guy, we just want you to kneel down and beg for mercy, but now you even find your own death, then we will complete you. Quote, you don't know what to do. All of a sudden, all the demons Tianjiao directly send out a strong breath, and at this time, with their voice just falling, everyone sends out a special language. They do not match the breath. At the same time, it resonated with the whole void, and I don't know how to do it. But with their breath slowly emanating, even their bodies have changed a little. With this little change, their breath has become more powerful, but their eyes have gradually become more indifferent. It's really like a robot, without any emotion. You guy, do you really think that all of us are as low-blooded as you? At first, we didn't want to worry about you at all, but if you want to die, don't blame us for being rude. Do you know why we are all expected by others? Why is it called Tianjiao? That's because all of us have the blood of ancient demons flowing in our bodies, and only we can finally awaken the blood of ancient demons, otherwise why do you think we have such a high position? One of the demons Tianjiao said this, and other demons Tianjiao smiled coldly as if they were the blood flowing in their bodies, making them proud. After hearing what they said, Gao Peng was stunned directly. He didn't expect that the blood of the ancient demons flowed in these guys. At first, he was still a little strange. Why did he sell it? It's not the same as the blood of these demons. But now when he hears the words of Tianjiao, he seems to gradually understand what's going on. Chapters 1194, Ancient Demon Blood. Gao Peng doubted and said that at the moment, he really had some doubts, although he had such blood power. But he didn't know what it meant. After all, he didn't know much about the power of this race. Especially before, he had improved his own strength, and found that other people's blood is totally different from his. At this time, he suddenly heard Tianjiao of these demons talking about the blood of ancient demons. This immediately made him feel more confused. What the hell is this? Is it said that the blood of ancient demons is a very rare blood? Why does Tianjiao of these demons only have a little blood power of demons, and finally have such a high status? There must be some mysteries in it. At the same time, he is eager to know. One of the demons, Tianjiao, said, what? Don't you know that you are such a cheap guy? With a guy like you, I have no idea why we are called Tianjiao. That's because we all have the blood power of ancient demons flowing in our body, although only a little, but if we really wake up the blood of ancient demons, then we can wake up the blood of our ancestors. Do you know how powerful the blood power of ancient demons is? That's not what you lowly people can imagine. Every one of us has such noble blood. Do you really think you can be our opponent? It's just that we let you. Now you dare to insult us again and again. Do you really think we dare not abandon you? Even if we are abandoned, no one dare to say a word. After all, our body is flowing with the blood of ancient demons. All people are still waiting for us to awaken the real blood of ancient demons. Do you think others will be on your side? Magic rock is really powerful, but it's impossible to get involved in everything here, and it can't easily move us. You're going to die now. Gao Peng listened to each other so quietly. He would like to have some arrogant words occasionally, but he automatically blocked them. He still wanted to know more about the ancient blood. After listening to him, he finally understood the blood of the ancient demons. What kind of position they had in the group of the demons was really noble. It can be seen that these guys only have a little blood power, and even can be so arrogant. If they really open the blood of ancient demons, isn't that really respectable? Can you even do what you want? This immediately made him think of many things. After all, they were born with the blood power of ancient demons, but he wanted to camouflage and investigate all these things. So it has not been exposed for a long time, but now he suddenly finds that the blood power of ancient demons is so strong, and they also have a super high position in this group. If you get out of here, he will expose his ancient demon blood. Will it bring him a protective film? Chapters 1195. Just a little bit of the blood of the ancient demons can have such a high status in the end, and they have not awakened at all. Listen to them. If they really awaken the blood of the ancient demons, then they will have a higher position, isn't it? I don't need to hide my blood anymore. After hearing the words of Xianxia, Gao Peng's own consciousness began to wander around Tianwei, because he came up with a better way, if he wanted to inquire about some important news as soon as possible. Then he can only reveal the blood of his ancient demons, but he has to measure his gains and losses slowly. If other people find some problems, he will be in trouble. This is really a long-term plan. But it has provided him with a good idea, so he thinks so. After all, if he can really let others know that he is the blood of the ancient demons, he will be more convenient. And by then, he has already started the racial talent. With this, he can definitely have a higher position. Then, he can know what happened, which will make many demons feel so urgent. Evil rock to collect the source of evil. In the old saying of ethnic minorities, the meaning outside the words has revealed helplessness. After all, it has been said before, even though they are the strongest ethnic group, they sometimes feel special helplessness when they encounter something. No matter how they improve, they seem to be unable to cope with it in the end. That's probably something really big, and it is also very urgent to need the blood of ancient demons. Maybe it just brings them a little sense of security, and can't completely solve all the problems, but it can let them see a glimmer of hope. So it's possible that Tianzhao of these demons is pinned on such a hope, otherwise they will not have such a high position. Gao Peng can figure it out slowly, and at this time he has a more bold idea in his mind, but this bold idea can't be implemented for the time being. Only when he starts his race talent and goes out in the insect can he come slowly. Otherwise, even what he wants to do will be inconvenient here. It seems time to think about it. Since they are so scarce in the blood of the ancient demons, so I can accompany them to play a good play, and just know what happened. If I say I wake up the blood of the ancient demons, I will definitely get a higher position in an instant. It's much more convenient to know something more secret. Shouldn't there be any other problems? With this idea, Gao Peng suddenly showed a smile on his body. Before that, he just wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible, as well as to open the racial talent. But he didn't have a long-term goal, even if he wanted to know how to get some important information. But now it's different. Chapters 1196, Are you afraid now? Those demons. Tianzhao thought that Gao Peng had been frightened by what they said when they saw that Gao Peng had not spoken for a long time, so they all seemed to be very pleased. Because they have inspired a little blood of ancient demons in their own bodies now, and also increased their strength. Only the growth is limited. If they can open their own racial talent, it will be another time, but with their current strength, it is not enough to open the racial talent. Only when they can go to the most central area, can they have the chance to open their own racial talent, and at the same time, magic power will have more reserves, which is what they thought at the beginning. But now they have to deal with Gao Peng as soon as possible. From the outside, they have really seen Gao Peng unhappy. Now, naturally, they want to deal with him as soon as possible, and then they can go to the center and start their own racial talent. But their ideas are too much to take for granted. Gao Peng will not let them go so easily, and at this time, he also wants to improve his own strength as soon as possible, and then start his own race talent. He now has a better goal, which is to open the racial talent, then slowly reveal his ancient demon blood. At that time, he will have a higher position, and he will be able to learn some more secret information, and he will not need too much trouble. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Gao Peng looks up at Xianxia of the demons present, with a wry smile on his lips. I'm afraid, are you kidding? What's a joke? Just because you're such a waste, you want me to be afraid of you? Do you really think you can do whatever you want with the blood of ancient demons? Is it really my opponent? Do you know how terrible this bloodline is? One of the demons is angry and grins at Gao Peng. Gao Peng also said calmly, let alone how terrible it is, but you are insulting this bloodline because you are too weak. It's impossible to give full play to the power of this blood. No matter how powerful the blood is, it's just a waste of nature. So you're just ruining this blood here. You don't really think you're invincible, do you? Don't be naive here, I think you are just daydreaming. Gao Peng mercilessly poured cold water on them. Do these guys really think that if they have such a little blood of ancient demons, they will be invincible in the world? Although there are several realms, they are also very high, but when they meet Gao Peng, the result is different. If it is to meet other people, it is indeed as they imagine, but Gao Peng is a bug. Completely ignoring the enemy's state, constitution and blood, as long as the enemy's strength is even stronger than him, he will surpass all people in an instant. This is his strength, so he will be fearless. Because there is no need to be afraid, the enemy will only become the nutrient and stepping stone for him to improve his strength. Chapters 1197. Gao Peng's voice just fell, and all the demon Xianxia were silent. It's not that they feel the same for Gao Peng's words, but at this time they have reached a certain level of anger. I don't want to show many people can't help but start to seal all the surrounding areas. If Gao Peng wants to rush out of the same place, he has to go through their siege. And with the passage of time, Xianxia, who was unable to control his body, has been able to control his body slowly, and some of them come and go freely. Even slowly, Xianxia of all demons exudes a little blood of ancient demons in their own bodies. Their breath is growing slowly, but no one is shouting. Maybe it's because they know that no matter what nonsense they are talking about, they can't speak of the Green Willow God Emperor. So it's better to take some practical actions. Now let their strength reach the highest point. What's more, there are still some people behind them who have just entered the talent pool. Xianxia of those demons has no control over their body harmony, and they have no way to adapt to the gravity here. Now they just want to get used to it. It's not that they are not sure how to deal with Gao Peng, so they don't want Gao Peng to slip away. Only when all the people can adapt to the gravity here, can they really encircle Gao Peng. They will never let go of Gao Peng. All people think that their strength is particularly strong, but now they don't want to start so fast, only to ensure that everything is safe and don't let the other party escape, then it is the top priority. This is because so many Xianxia of the demons have not thought about doing it, but they are quietly waiting for their companions and fully adapt to the gravity here. They don't want any more carelessness. It is absolutely necessary for this guy to understand what is called the blood of ancient demons. This is not comparable with those inferior blood. By then, if all the people can open the blood of the ancient demons, they will be truly invincible. All the people seemed particularly excited. But when they see Gao Peng, the smile on the corner of their mouth slowly turns into a sneer. This guy doesn't know that he's going to die. He's so calm now. If he rushes out now, maybe there's a little room for recovery. Maybe he will escape, but now such a good chance is still there. It seems that this guy is really arrogant. But sooner or later, there will be a time when you regret it. Xianxia of these demons is waiting for the last moment. Just after seeing that the door of that entrance has been closed, they already know that the opportunity is coming, as long as all the people have completely controlled the gravity here. Not even the body can't move freely, so they can really do it. But now all the people are surrounded here, Gao Peng can't escape easily. Unless they pass by. However, Xianxia of these demons doesn't think that they are really weaker than Gao Peng. Xianxia of all demons is particularly confident. Chapters 1198. Seeing that the entrance is completely closed, Gao Peng also knows that no one can enter. After all, the access token is limited. Everyone has only one access token, which not only means they can enter here, but also lead them out. If there is no access token, then they will be completely left here. Actually, that's the best way to kill someone else. But sometimes it's not necessary to kill the enemy. Some people are worth more than killing them. Gao Peng doesn't want to solve these guys for the time being. He just wants them to be stepping stones to improve his strength. Besides, he doesn't want to give them a ride. This is not his original intention after all. These guys also have a little blood of ancient demons in their bodies. If several of them have fully awakened this blood, their strength is also considerable. Especially now, he doesn't know what happened, which will make the elders feel special helpless, so there must be something incomprehensible happened. He must not act rashly when he has not fully understood the matter. He does not want to kill again. Over time, Xianxia of the demon family has slowly been able to control his body. Even those who finally come in can basically come and go freely. Only to see at this time all the demons of Xianxia are looking at Gao Peng, and their faces also showed a trace of bad intention smile. It's really like a hunter looking at his prey. However, Gao Peng also looks at them with this kind of eyes. In fact, who is the hunter and who is the prey are not clear for the time being. Everyone thinks he is a hunter and the other is a prey. Now we want to see where you can run. No matter where you run, you have to pass us now. Can you be arrogant now? Xianxia of the demons is not arrogant. At this time, all of their people have arrived, which can make them show their strength. But no one is so easy to do it, and it is because I feel that there are some safe winners, so it will appear more calm. That's what we used to say. The villain died of many words. These guys have been trying to prove themselves, but they have been losing opportunities, but in fact, no matter how they are not Gao Peng's opponents. But if it is to deal with other people, has been talking nonsense, it will definitely be completely overturned by others. Gao Peng shows his eyes to idiots. You guys don't have brains, do you? How many times do I have to say that? Or did you have water in your head before and never get it out, so that will affect your judgment? Otherwise, I feel that your brain is useless, just like a tumor on your neck. Anyway, you can't use it. Why don't you just cut it? If it doesn't work, it's lost. It's almost like a tumor anyway. Gao Peng's words are really vicious. At the same time, they disgusted all the demons Xianxia. They wanted to see Gao Peng's frightened face. But it's a little different from what they think. Chapters 1199. I don't know if God is doing right with them. No matter what they think, it's against their wishes. It's not exactly what they think. Originally they wanted to see Gao Peng's frightened expression, but now they were mercilessly mocked by others, which made them completely angry. All the demons Xianxia are here, and they all surround Gao Peng. They dare to ridicule them so arrogantly. Is this looking down on them? Bang! Can't bear no more. You damn bastard, give you opportunities again and again. You really think we dare not touch you? In that case, you should accept the punishment honestly. Xianxia, one of the demons, is completely angry, and will see that he looks like a normal one in a flash. It's very different from the ordinary demons, and the color on his body is much darker. And he exuded a special evil breath, as if it became more pure, more evil, and when he was directly angry. The huge breath directly caused a ripple. Xianxia of other demons didn't want to start it. After all, since someone is ready to start it, they can't fall in price naturally. So one by one, Gao Peng is not so stupid. It has fully understood how the system can improve its strength, so it is impossible to let others do it honestly. If he didn't fully understand the system before, he might have stayed in place until the enemy came out, but now he won't. It's better to start first. Phew, I have endured you for a long time. Do you know that when I see garbage, it will turn my stomach? What's more, you're garbage. After all, they couldn't imagine that Gao Peng would take the lead. If it was according to their original idea, it would be Gao Peng's honest stay in place. They finally rub it on the ground. But now things seem to be beyond their imagination. Gao Peng even took the lead in making the move, and he did not show any mercy at all. This is quite unexpected. Gao Peng smashed the devil's body with a fierce fist, and all the people couldn't help opening their mouths, which was too fast. Although it didn't say that it was a special fear, it was totally different from what they had expected. That feeling is just too bad. Ding. Enemy of host detected. Scanning. Scan complete. Name: Magic Sky Race. Demon Race Blood. Incomplete Ancient Demon Blood Constitution. Incomplete Ancient Demon Constitution Realm. Spirit Level 4. The enemy's blood is not stronger than the host, and will not be improved temporarily. If the enemy's constitution is not stronger than the host's, it will not be improved temporarily. The enemy's realm is Level 4 of Spirit, which will automatically upgrade to level 5 of spirit for the host. When Gao Peng hits that demon with a fist, the system prompt will react instantly, and the strength of his body will suddenly soar a lot. Chapters 1200, What? All the people on the scene stared at all this. They didn't believe that Gao Peng could knock down Xianxia of a demon family with one fist. But in front of them, they couldn't believe it. They felt a special shock inside. They just thought that Gao Peng was just going through the back door. At most, it's just a bastard, but now it seems that it's totally different from what they think. Why do they think the final development is too different from what they think? I don't know why. If Gao Peng's strength is very strong, then there should be ancient magic blood flowing in his body, but he didn't see the peak completely, which is why they think Gao Peng is a hybrid. They are not the same at all. There is no blood of ancient demons flowing in their bodies. That's why they think Gao Peng's strength is not so strong. But now the result is beyond their expectation. After all, Gao Peng smashed his fist directly at Xianxia of that demon family, which had a big impact on them. How could it be? How is it possible? Without him as a bastard, it's impossible to be our opponent. Even if it's his realm, it's impossible for us to be a little stronger. What's more, it's impossible for him to surpass us. With his low talent, he can't compete with us if he doesn't open the racial talent at all. But why is his combat power so strong, and who can tell me? False, it's all false. I don't believe that he really has such terrible strength. It's all false. With Xianxia, I can't believe it at this time. After all, they are just because they have the modern age of ancient demons in their bodies, and their strength will be so strong finally. But what qualification does Gao Peng have to compare with them? He is a person who does not have the blood of ancient demons, and his realm is much lower than them. How could such people be their rivals? It makes them more angry. It's different from what they think. In fact, it's not only that they feel special anger, but also that one who is hit by a fist is really ashamed. At first, he was very angry and stood up to solve Gao Peng as soon as possible, but now it is not only not solved, Gao Peng is even knocked down by others. The most important thing is in front of everyone. This brought him a great humiliation, which he could not help himself, so he only saw his face show a special angry expression. Even his teeth were about to be broken. This kind of thing can't be forgiven. Even in front of so many people, the blood of ancient demons flowed in all human bodies, but he was suddenly knocked down by this recognized bastard. How does this make him face everyone? After a little thought, he felt special suffocation, even extremely uncomfortable inside, and his eyes turned bloody red instantly. Chapters 1201 All the responses of Xianxia of the demon family are various. Some of them show special anger. Some of them would like to rush to fight with Gao Peng at this time. But when they were about to take action, they saw Xianxia, a demon who had been knocked down by one blow, but stopped everyone's action because he wanted to take revenge with his own strength. If someone else intervenes, it means that he can't lift his head anymore, so he can only see his whole eyes turn bloody red. This is the real anger. Otherwise, his mood would not change so much, even his eyes would change obviously. But when they had such a big change, Gao Peng's face slowly showed a little smile, because just in his mind, he thought of the prompt tone of the system again. This is another good thing. Ding! Similar blood vessels are detected. Is blood fusion extracted? Yes. Gao Peng answered without hesitation. After all, how could such a good thing be missed so easily? And he thought that it would be a very happy thing just to improve here. At most, it's also a great discovery to open up your own racial talent, but who knows that you can extract the strength of other people's blood and finally integrate it. If he had discovered the secret at the beginning, he would not have worked so hard to extract other people's blood. If he had succeeded in extracting, wouldn't it really improve his blood power? He was really afraid that he would never be promoted again. Unexpectedly, there was such a way. It was just wonderful. Just as he replied, in the face of the magic empty face suddenly showed a painful look, even his eyes have slowly began to fade. What's going on? Why do I feel that the blood in my body is completely out of control? What's going on? All of them were slightly shocked, because they had just seen the magic sky ready to explode, and even their eyes had already completed the blood-red transformation. They are quietly waiting for the development of the situation, but when they are preparing to do so, who knows that there is an accident again, and Magic Air doesn't know what nerves suddenly appear there to shout. What's going on here? It seems that he is really suffering from such a huge reaction. Is it true that what happened to him? This makes Tianzhao of many demons very anxious. But at this time, they dare not touch it easily. It's magic sky, the reaction is too violent now. Now they even twitch directly in the void. His face slowly became a little pale. This made all the people on the scene seem particularly anxious. After all, they didn't know what happened to the magic sky at all. Looking at this scene, Gao Peng felt very satisfied. Maybe it can extract the blood vessels of others directly and solve these wastes in an instant. It seems to be quite useful. Chapters 1202, No. Don't. Magic Sky felt that the power of blood vessels in his body was slowly disappearing, and this method of extraction was too cruel. Even he felt special pain, but his first thought was to keep the current blood vessels. After all, if he doesn't have such a bloodline, then he will become a real loser and will not even be recognized by others, which is a fact he will never accept. Therefore, he is absolutely not allowed to let his blood completely disappear. He is not only suffering, but also struggling all the time. In fact, he has a certain understanding of the changes in his own body, but no matter how he understands them, there is no way in the end. In fact, all these are implemented by the system. If it's not because this blood is too strong, it can't be stripped for so long. It took a little time to extract this ancient demon's blood. It's just as incredible for the system. In Gao Peng's opinion, the system is completely omnipotent, and it is impossible to take such a long time to extract an incomplete blood vessel, but it has taken such a long time now. It's a little unexpected. Is the blood of ancient demons really so strong? Even the system needs to be extracted, and this time is not finished in an instant, which is totally different from improving your own strength. There's something wrong with that. Is it true that the power of this bloodline is too strong? Gao Peng himself doesn't know what kind of situation it is now, but seeing that Magic Sky is suffering so much now, he can be sure that this is the system's ghost. But now that it's all like this, why don't you use this time to beat the rest of the people? You'd better not move, otherwise, this guy may never be able to get up again. Now he has been hit by my blood-sucking method. If you dare to act rashly, then his blood will be completely sucked out by me. And then he will be completely bloodless, and eventually he will only be reduced to an ordinary demon people, and his brilliance will be completely lost. If any of you want to be like him, then I don't mind if you really move. Maybe you can be the second one. All of them were stunned. They didn't expect Gao Peng to say such a thing, which made them feel a little confused, although they didn't believe it at all. But to see the painful appearance of the magic sky, which is to say that they can't help but have a little resistance. Even gradually some believe what Gao Peng said. After all, there are no other people here, and only Gao Peng is the nearest to the magic sky. It's also the most suitable one for shooting, so all the people just stare at Gao Peng in such a stupefied way, and there is even a little blank in their mind for a while. I don't know what to say. But when they were in a daze, that magic sky had already been a little unbearable. After all, the pain he suffered now was unimaginable. He never thought that such a thing would happen. Chapters 1203 Merkong felt that he was really suffering now. It was as if his soul would be pulled away, which made his whole person nearly burst. But he could do nothing. No matter where he was, there was no room in the end. This is too helpless. When he heard all these things, all of them were Gao Peng's hands and feet, he seemed to find a savior, only to see that although his face was painful, he tried to climb to Gao Peng's side. Please let me go, let me go. I will never be against you again. Don't draw the strength of my blood. Although my blood is the blood of ancient demons, it's just incomplete. If you really draw out the power of my blood, then I will completely fall into the ordinary demons, then I will really lose the qualification. And the whole clan will definitely abandon me. Now I have the power of blood and can do a little for the clan. Is the whole demon clan you want to see really hopeless? Now Merkong has no other sense of shame. Now he just wants to keep his blood as soon as possible. Moreover, this kind of pain is not affordable for ordinary people, so he really feels that his body is about to explode. As long as Gao Peng can stop, then everything is going well. After all, as long as Gao Peng can stop, he can turn his face and refuse to recognize people. What's more, his heart still has resentment. If Gao Peng raises his hand, he will definitely bite back. Although it sounds so good on the surface, he once had a desire to move in his heart, and a lot of hatred has been brewing. But Gao Peng is not so stupid. He has already completely formed hatred. He also said all these things. If he turns around and releases this guy directly at this time, who knows what these guys want to do next? With this method, they can also completely restrict the Tianjiao of these demons. They should not dare to be unbridled anymore. All people are particularly afraid that the blood in your body will be extracted by others. At that time, they will lose everything they have now, and they will no longer have such a strong talent, which is totally unbearable for them, so when they see the scene in front of them, can't help but step back. They don't dare to get close to Gao Peng easily. It's the means that Gao Peng shows now, which makes them feel special fear. It's terrible. Even in this world, there are such means, and even with one's own power to suck out the blood of others, what is the ghost of this means? Let all the evil people make complaints about themselves, and even a little bit of collapse. When they saw the magic sky, it's even more painful. If they are also treated like this, it's unimaginable. Who wants to be extracted by others? No one wants to, because they are not easy to open their own race talent, absolutely cannot appear here any slip. Chapters 1204. Once their blood vessels disappear, it means that they will be completely destroyed. No one wants to let their blood vessels disappear, and they finally get to this point. There must be no difference here. Seeing their irresistible step back, Gao Peng showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, which can really shock all the demons present. At last, he looked at Tianjiao of the demons painfully, as if he wanted to ask them for help. Help me please. As long as you can save me, I will do whatever you want me to do. I don't want to have this bloodline in my body. I can't do without it. At this time, he had no other choice but to turn to those who were already with him. While he was looking at those people with full expectation, all the actions made by them finally made him feel special cold. No one wanted to help, or even regress one by one. It's like trying to stay away from him, and even a little bit of careful thinking. That's to stay away from Gao Peng as soon as possible. This guy is not only a bastard, but also such an evil sect. His strength is not very strong. It is even more impossible for the body to have the blood of the ancient demons, but his strength is extremely strong, and this means is even more confusing. It's terrible, and they don't save Magic Sky, in fact, not only because they are afraid of communication, but also because they have their own selfish ideas. After all, if they lose a strong competitor here, they will also gain more magic power. Isn't that to say that they will become more powerful if they open their own racial talents? After all, resources in this talent pool are limited. If there are few competitors, their strength will increase significantly. That is to say, with such selfishness, they are even more unlikely to help. Magic Sky just watched those guys backing away. He didn't even think about taking care of him, or even more unlikely to lend a hand. There was despair in his eyes. He didn't expect that the final thing would be like this. If Gao Peng didn't save him, it's understandable. After all, they are hostile. People who are not in his camp don't want to save him. It makes him feel special cold, even cold all over his body in an instant. It's a kind of cold and piercing. From the original pain struggle to the sound, it gradually becomes smaller and smaller. But now his inner resentment is not against Gao Peng. Instead, it's those who share the same hatred with him and are now helpless. This makes his heart full of resentment. These guys are allies. At first they said so beautiful things, but now they can't help. It's unbelievable. How could he not have thought that he would eventually become such an original? Even if he knew that his blood was extracted, if someone saved him, it would not be so desperate as now. Now there is no one to save him, he has felt his blood away from him, his eyes are gradually gray. Then he really understood a truth. Man is not for himself, and heaven takes the hindmost. Chapters 1205. Magic Sky has been completely desperate. After all, Tianjiao of those demons has never thought of taking care of him. At this time, he has deeply seen the future road. Once he lost the blood of the ancient demons, then his identity will really plummet, and it will be more impossible to obtain other resources. There are those same people he bullied before, and then he will also retaliate. If he has already opened the racial talent, his realm may soar directly. But now his blood is about to be completely withdrawn, which is a huge disaster for him. After all, his racial talent has not been fully opened. Once it is completely withdrawn, it is opening the racial talent. That's a big difference. That's why he feels so desperate. If he had started his race talent earlier, it would not have happened. There was a little regret in him. Why is that? Quote, how could he have such a means to extract my blood? I feel that my blood is about to leave me. What kind of means is absolutely necessary to tell the elders? If this guy does anything by this means, wouldn't it be said that many people's bloodlines will also be pulled away by him? This must be told to the elders. At this time, Mekong seemed helpless. After all, his own blood was about to leave him, and he could do nothing. The most important thing was that those guys didn't help him. This made him more resentful. Of course, what he wants to do most is Gao Peng. If all people know that Gao Peng has such means, there will definitely be fear, and then all people will be targeting him. This is absolutely what he wants to see. After all, his enemies must end worse than him. Otherwise, the resentment in his heart cannot be eliminated at all. At this time, he no longer cares whether he can keep his blood or not. What he wants more is to see his enemy get a more miserable ending than him, so that he can solve his heart's hatred. Otherwise, he can't get rid of the present flame. No matter the Xianxia or Gao Peng of the demons, he has already hated them. Xianxia of the other demons also seems to be very afraid at this time. They just dare not to get close to Gao Peng. Although what sucks blood is only one side of each other's words, seeing the magic void is so painful, and it is obvious that the whole blood is about to be drawn out. This can't be ignored, and they are really afraid of such things happening, so they are totally afraid to approach. Once their blood vessels are really pulled out, it is also an unacceptable thing for them. So they are more afraid to get close to Gao Peng, so they all show a little vigilance on their faces, and they even slowly retreat. They are all helpless. How could they manage the magic sky? That guy's strength is not good in itself. It's impossible to be noticed if he is dead or alive. Chapters 1206. All the people are afraid of Gao Peng. Gao Peng felt extremely happy in his heart, because at this time, he had completely withdrawn his blood, and the system even gave him a surprise. Ding! Extract a fragmentary ancient demon blood and merge it. Fusion succeeded. When Gao Peng saw this change, although he didn't know what kind of change he had for the time being, he could definitely improve his strength since he could integrate. And now only one copy is extracted. It seems that 100 copies need to be extracted. Then Xianxia of all demons here seems to be only enough to improve his blood. Didn't he say he was going to fight all the demons? At first, he didn't want to kill these guys, but now that the system has such a choice, he has no other way. It's also the way to improve his blood. How could he give up so much? First of all, improve his own strength. As for other troubles, then think about it. Anyway, he is not afraid of other people. What's more, as long as the strength of his blood is fully improved, other demons can't be his opponents at all. This made him have such a decision even more, so when he looked at the magic sky, there was a trace of cold in his eyes. At first, I just wanted to extract your blood. But who knows that your luck is too unlucky. If I could extract all your blood at once, I think you should hate me. Since that's like letting the tiger go back to the mountain, I'd better kill all of you directly. Anyway, it's no use leaving you here. There's no blood. You've all turned into waste, so I'll settle you as soon as possible. In the end, I'll trace you back to me anyway. In order to prevent you guys from interfering with me outside, I'd better give you a ride directly. Now you can all contribute to me and buy it. Gao Peng has already thought about it. He wants to get rid of all the people. Anyway, he just wants to improve his blood power. If we can extract all the people's blood connections, then he will also be promoted. As for these guys, we will give them a ride. There is no need to worry about it. Anyway, when I go out this time, I will be interrogated by others. Just don't make things too rigid. At least let him know what happened first. Even the demons seemed so helpless. It was a huge thing that happened, so it made them so anxious, but now he is very curious. Such a powerful race, in the end, would choose such helplessness. It is absolutely necessary to understand clearly, otherwise he would not dare to go out easily. He really has a strong system, but he also has shortcomings. Because of this, he has to understand clearly before he dare to make a decision. Chapters 1207. Gao Peng has made up his mind that all the demons Xianxia on the spot should be the nourishment of his blood. Anyway, things are almost irretrievable, but he just wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, and all things are not in his consideration. As long as you can improve your own strength, then it's nothing. Of course, he doesn't need to worry too much if he wants to improve his realm. His main concern now is his blood and constitution. It is absolutely the first thing to consider. After all, only by improving these two aspects can we make his strength surpass that of all people. The realm can be improved at any time. He still understands the importance and urgency, so as long as he can improve his blood supply, there is no big problem to get a little trouble, so he has made up his mind. This also led to some changes in his eyes. At the beginning, he wanted to receive all the Tianzhao of the demon family. But now it's impossible. Seeing Gao Peng look over, there is a very sad smile on Magic Air's face. At that time, his blood has been completely drawn away. Now he also feels a special sense of despair. No matter what happens in the end, he has become more miserable now, because his racial talent is completely not open, and it is absolutely possible to be abandoned by the factions. After all, he has no use value. Even if he went out, he would definitely be hunted down by his enemies. Even if he thought about it a little, he felt special despair. But in this way, he didn't want to die. Please let me go, my blood is completely gone now, and my strength is not better than you. You don't need to worry about my revenge. If you let me go, I will definitely listen to you. If you let me go east, I will never go west. If you let me go west, I will never go east. As long as you let me go, I can do anything. Please. Magic Sky began to beg for mercy without hesitation. After all, at this time, he really felt that he was about to die. After all, he saw that Gao Peng's eyes had completely changed. It made him feel a little bit wrong. Tianzhao's face of other demons changed at this time. After all, it was once one of them, but now it seems so low. It makes their heart feel very uncomfortable. But no one came out directly. After all, they didn't dare to get close to Gao Peng, although they thought it was a little unlikely. But Magic Sky has already revealed such a miserable appearance. How can they not believe it? Therefore, they dare not get close to each other easily. They can only look so far away, and even feel a special shame in their heart. This one is actually the same camp as them. Once arrogance was completely abandoned, now it's just a bug begging for mercy. But these guys don't want to think about it. When other people have asked for help, but there is no one to help. Other people are completely desperate, and of course they will choose their own way to live. Chapters 1208 Tianzhao of all demons looks at the Magic Sky like this. They really feel that the Magic Sky is their shame. Even if they die, they will not ask for mercy, right? It's just too humiliating, and I even stood with them before. Doesn't that make them such people? But they didn't think about it at all. In fact, now they are also greedy for life and fear of death. Otherwise, they would not do such things as abandoning their companions. It is even more impossible to be afraid to approach Gao Peng. In fact, both of them are similar, but at this time, they hide very well, and even show such awe-inspiring carelessness, while Magic Sky is like a poor creature. That's the gap between them. Tianzhao, one of the demons, said in a dark hate, "This damned Magic Sky is so cheap." Unexpectedly, this guy is a greedy man. Now he has knelt down to beg for mercy. It's just too shameful for us. I also think of this kind of guy standing with us before, and I feel very sick. If I can, I really want to kill him directly. It's a shame. Many demons also have all kinds of ideas in Tianzhao's heart, almost all of which have been shown on their faces. After all, they all feel very unhappy about what they think of Merkong. It's really beneath dignity. How can I fall to my knees and beg for mercy? And they said that they could do anything as long as they let him go. Isn't that losing their face? How to say that they are also noble demon Tianzhao with ancient demon blood flowing in their bodies? Oh no, there is no Magic Sky. Now they almost don't need to guess. After all, from the fierce reaction of Magic Sky, we can almost know that he has completely lost the qualification to stand with Tianzhao of the demons. Have become those vile demons. This also makes the Tianzhao even more disliked. Even if the Magic Sky is not killed, they will never be able to walk together, because they all think that the Magic Sky is absolutely not qualified to stand with them. It's just too real. At the same time, it is particularly cruel. All of a sudden, Merkong gave Tianzhao a look. From here, he could almost feel the disgust in the eyes of those people, but at this time, he didn't react very much. But looking at his hand suddenly clenched his fist, we can know how angry his heart is now. After all, once we could stand together, now we are despised by others. Even his next life will be very dark, maybe it will be dark, which will make his heart directly become more distorted. Originally, he had a bright future, but now he suddenly lost such a precious ancient demon blood. How can he bear it? It seems that he used to be a millionaire, but suddenly he became a penniless man, which made him totally unable to adapt, and suddenly his mood became particularly intense. But he is well hidden. He just wants to live from Gao Peng now. He is slowly thinking about everything next. He will definitely let those guys all pay the price. You all wait for me, I won't make you feel better. Chapters 1209. Gao Peng looks at the magic sky that is begging for mercy. In fact, he has already felt a mood fluctuation of the other side. After all, such a violent mood fluctuation, even when he is so close, if he hasn't found it, it's just too bad. What's more, he has a very keen insight into the emotional fluctuation of others, and suddenly found out the emotional fluctuation of Magic Sky. Plus a series of strange actions of Magic Sky. In a short time, he could figure out what was going on. It was just that this guy had been really abandoned by others, and at the same time he was despised by their whole team. This is really miserable. Even if this guy is released at this time, his final experience is also very miserable. Tianzhao of other demons can't easily let him go, so it doesn't make a big difference whether to put it or not. Anyway, this guy has to die in the end, but Gao Peng is not going to let him go. If we can cut the grass and root, why should we leave behind some evils? He doesn't think that once these guys are left behind, they will cause him trouble. He's really not afraid of trouble, but sometimes it's better to have less trouble. In that way, he can wholeheartedly look for the people who can make him improve his strength. Otherwise, if he is blocked by some rubbish, it will be too bad. There are many wonders in the world. No one knows what will happen next. It's better to avoid them as much as possible. Therefore, look at the expression of Mokong's pleading face. Gao Peng said coldly, I sympathize with you, and at the same time, I sympathize with your current experience. After all, you meet such a group of people who are totally selfish. It's just shameless that I can't save my life. This is the most selfish guy I've ever met, and there are so many people all of a sudden. Gao Peng is mocking Tianzhao of the demons inside and outside, but Tianzhao of the demons seems to have no way at all. Now they still have some fear in their hearts. They don't want to lose their blood easily, so now they dare to be angry one by one. Although they have been completely angry for a long time, they haven't figured out what happened to Gao Peng before. They dare not act rashly. After hearing Gao Peng's words, Mokong suddenly showed a trace of joy, because he seemed to see hope, which was obviously Gao Peng's words, let him see a trace of hope to live. However, Gao Peng's next words brought him to the bottom. Sympathize with you, but will not let you go. You have obviously resented me to the bone, so I can't let you out. Do you think I will be so naive? No. The expression on Magic Air's face was sluggish, and he said excitedly, absolutely not. As long as you let me go, I can't find your trouble. I don't hate you. Boom. Gao Peng didn't listen to his explanation at all, so he directly blew out with a fist. There was a particularly violent turbulence in this space. In an instant, Magic Sky was wiped out, even his voice remained, but the whole person had completely disappeared. Chapters 1210. Do you really think I'll be naive to listen to your sophistry? Don't treat me as a fool. I know better than you what you are thinking in your mind. Although a guy like you can't make a huge impact on me, I also hate flies to bother me when I improve my strength. So I'm sorry, I can only ask you to die. Gao Peng mumbles to himself so coldly, and when he says this, there is no taboo at all, and all the people on the scene say it directly. This makes Tianzhao of other demons tremble uncontrollably, and even feel a little cold. Now they look at Gao Peng's eyes, which also reveals something wrong. It's actually that there is a little gap between Gao Peng's performance and their previous imagination. Even people of the same race can kill without mercy. If it's for other races, it's understandable. After all, they can do the same thing without blinking, but they hardly dare to kill their own peers. But Gao Peng didn't have any taboos at all and even made such a move in front of their eyes, which made their hearts shudder and they could not help but step back. This is really a little scary. Although the number of the demons Tianzhao is very large, they all feel that Gao Peng's whole body is a little strange. Not only can they shed their blood. Now it's like a murderous devil. The real thing is the incarnation of evil. Although the people of the demon family are called the incarnation of evil, they don't have the hateful appearance that others see. At least for the people of the same race, they did not kill at all, but now when they see Gao Peng, they kill Mokong without hesitation. This has created a little fear in their hearts. What's the matter with this guy? Why did he kill Mokong? Isn't he really afraid of being prosecuted within the family? Isn't this guy crazy, or is he really invaded by evil? Otherwise how could he forget the clan rules? Tianzhao of the demon clan also has these doubts in his heart at this time. It has been stipulated by himself that killing is absolutely impossible, although it can be competed here. But competition is not killing. It will be hated. Even if we solve the case here, we don't need to worry at all, but it's just like this. Once we do such a thing, it will definitely be listed by other factions. Everyone doesn't want to see this kind of thing, so if we can avoid killing in the talent pool, then we are avoiding it. But it seems that Gao Peng doesn't think so. He just doesn't blink when killing people. It's absolutely dangerous. But just as Tianzhao of all the demons was a little scared, Gao Peng suddenly turned around and looked coldly at all the people present. Next, it's your turn. Have you ever thought about what will happen to you? And if you want to choose your own way of death, in fact, I don't mind completing yours. Chapters 12-11. Gao Peng's words seemed to step on their tails directly, and all the magic spells Tianzhao suddenly blew up. At first, they were a little afraid, but when they suddenly heard this sentence, the expression on all the faces changed in an instant. After all, it seems that all of them are not strong. All of them are like lambs to be slaughtered. This makes them more unbearable. Tianzhao, one of the demons, said, "Who do you really think you are? Do you really think we're afraid of you? But we just think your method is a little weird. I don't know what means you have used, but do you think you can really kill us with this crooked method? We're not that idiot of Merkong. That guy is just a piece of trash and threw it into our face. At last, you killed him so easily. Do you really think we are afraid of you?" Tianzhao of this demon once again stressed that the same was true of other demons, although they said that they were a little bit tough. It's because their bodies don't want to be close at all. From here, we can know that they are also very afraid. It's just a little bit of outside work. In order not to lose face, but Gao Peng has already seen through their inner thoughts. These guys have been afraid of him for a long time. How can they act rashly at this time? Are you sure you are not afraid? Gao Peng's face showed a smiley expression, and even looked at these Cao's Tianzhao as if they had all been eaten. The expression on his face made people angry. Then why are you so far away from me? If you have the ability, you will fight with me openly, just like just now. Maybe I really may not be your opponent. Why don't you just shoot at me? Gao Peng said so. However, Tianzhao of these demons here is obviously a little cheeky. At this time, although they also feel particularly embarrassed, they have been alert for a long time. But I dare not say it easily, only to see that they are still cheeky and say, "We are afraid of hurting you. After all, you are stipulated. It is absolutely impossible to kill other people easily. Magic Sky just takes its own blame and dies when it dies. It has nothing to do with us at all. We don't hate you now, so we don't have to fight with you for any reason. We just want to open up our racial talent as soon as possible. As for this trivial matter, it's not enough to stop us." After Tianzhao of this demon family finished speaking, the other Tianzhao also compounded one after another. After all, they didn't want to do it easily. Because they are also a little afraid, so this will let them say such shameless words. But they don't feel ashamed at all, but everyone feels particularly ashamed. After all, they just don't want to violate the rules of the clan. In order to develop harmoniously, they can't do it easily. Chapters 12-12. Do you know what we are doing in this talent pool recently? It's just to improve our strength as soon as possible. Let's start the race talent, and then our cultivation speed will become faster. We didn't come here to fight to death, so I hope you can figure out what's going on. What's more, we don't have so much time to fool around with you. Now we need to start our race talent as soon as possible. It's obvious that Tianzhao of these demons doesn't dare to provoke Gao Peng easily at all, and in order to take care of his face, this kind of grandiose words have been said. But Tianzhao of all demons is very cooperative, because they are also afraid to act rashly now, but they want to start their own racial talent as soon as possible, and finally wait until they start their own racial talent. Then everything is possible. That's because they have such an idea. At this time, they are more eager to open their own racial talent, but they don't want to entangle with Gao Peng here anymore. It can be seen from Gao Peng's performance before that, Gao Peng's strength is absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. After all, it can kill Magic Sky in an instant, which is not necessarily available to all the people present. What's more, Gao Peng's methods are too weird, just like absorbing the power of other people's blood, which they have never seen before. In order not to fall into the Devil's Sky, all people dare not act rashly, or even dare not easily go near Gao Peng. They are also afraid that their blood vessels will be drawn completely, and then they will really lose what they have now, and they will also lose the ability to gain more powerful race. That's just too much to lose. It's just for revenge, and finally they put their future together. That's not what they want to see. Since there are some risks, then why can't we bear the calm of the wind and waves? Then there was this scene. Xianxia of all the demons didn't dare to act rashly, even the words they said were so grand, as if they really let Gao Peng go. But their hearts are really scared. When Gao Peng saw this scene, he also thought it was very interesting. After all, these guys can't breathe a lot when they talk, and they all talk like real ones. I don't know why their faces are so behind. At the beginning, I hated to kill him one by one, but now I start to cheat myself one by one. I really don't know how thick-skinned these guys are. How is it made? Gao Peng suddenly laughed. You have such a thick face. You have never seen such a thick face before, and you are still deceiving yourself. If you are afraid, you will say that you are afraid, and that you will not destroy the rules of the family. It's really funny. You cowards can't even compare with Merkong. At least he dared to roar out angrily. Although the final performance was a bit awkward, it's true that you people who even dare not admit your fear are terrible. Chapters 12-13 Gao Peng's words are just too hurtful, and this is almost mocking all people, but when he just finished, there was not much expression change on the edge of Xianxia of all demons. Originally, Gao Peng thought that these guys should be completely angry. After all, they could be provoked by saying a few words before. These guys are like powder kegs, they blow up at random. But now that they have been so insulted, but all the people have not spoken, even the face of a special calm look, do not know what is the situation. What's the matter? Why do these guys suddenly behave so quietly? Just a word or two of ridicule, they have exploded completely. Now they can still behave so calmly. Don't they get angry inside? When Gao Peng saw that Xianxia of these demons was so calm, he seemed to be totally indifferent, which made him feel special strange. In fact, Xianxia of the demons is also very angry. Their inner heart is about to explode, but now there is no way. At the beginning, they really thought they could cope with Gao Peng, but when Merkong was killed, they had really recognized the reality. At least with their strength, they can't deal with Gao Peng at all. That is to say, with their self-knowledge, they dare not easily provoke Gao Peng. Let them do it. This is absolutely impossible. After all, they are not so stupid in this kind of valued behavior. They have to wait until their own racial talent is turned on, and then consider it slowly. Now is definitely not the time to think about this kind of thing. If you are really killed by the other side, it will be terrible. So many people are trying to bear their inner anger. If they really lose their temper at this time, maybe their doomsday will come. For their own lives, they will be patient one by one, and show special indifference. This is what Gao Peng saw. I have to say that your face is really thick. Even now, you can speak hard. It's clear that you have a special fear in your heart, and you can still show that you have to say admiration. But if you really think it's just that, then it's a real big mistake. Don't you can't I do it without you? Don't you think I'm so naive? There are no other people here. As long as I kill you, it doesn't matter if I know in the end. Anyway, I'm not afraid. What's more, no one. I can say you moved your hand first, and then I killed you accidentally because I suddenly woke up to the power in my body. Gao Peng showed a smile. Although he looked very sunny and kind, when his smile fell into other people's eyes, it was like a devil. There are more demons than demons. It's really evil. The real old house is not the embodiment of evil. It's frightening to all people to show this smile. After a little thought, they also fully understand what Gao Peng means. Chapters 12-14, Damn it, aren't you afraid of being discovered by the clan? At that time, you will not be able to eat. After all, you have killed all of us who have ancient demon blood. At that time, you will be the sinner of this demon clan. You can figure out what you are doing now. Now it's too late to stop. We can do anything that hasn't happened. Try to improve our strength and open up our racial talent. But if you insist on that, then we will never be caught. Xianxia, one of the demons, looks very ugly at this time. After all, he didn't expect Gao Peng to be so crazy. Ready to kill all of them? Is this crazy? Don't he be afraid to be blamed by the whole demon clan, let alone they have the blood of ancient demon clan in all the human bodies here, which is to be expected. If you don't open up your race talent or gain more potential, it's not too big. But if all the people are killed, you will have a big problem. What's more, Gao Peng is the only one left to survive. Who can't doubt that? Even if he finally found a very reasonable excuse, as just said, it would also be questioned, even blamed. So at this time they try to make Gao Peng shake. But it's obvious that their idea is too naive. When they look at Gao Peng's smiling face, there is a cold breath all over their body. Run! Tianzhao, one of the demons, seemed to realize what was wrong. He shouted a word without hesitation, and then turned it into a dark red light and flew out. At this time, there is no time for them to be flirtatious here, and most of the demons Tianzhao has felt the cold on Gao Peng's face, which is definitely not joking. Just now they have witnessed the killing of Magic Sky, how can they dare to stay here easily? If they were killed at this time, they would be really wronged. They had a great future. How could they give up so easily? If they can open their own racial talent, it's really possible for them to escape. Even they have decided in their heart that as long as they can escape from here, they must open their own racial talent as soon as possible. Then they will definitely come back. However, some people are completely flustered at this time. Instead of thinking about revenge, they want to open their racial talent as soon as possible, and then go out as soon as possible. That's what they want to see now. However, none of the demons Tianzhao wanted to go out immediately. They waited so long that they could not wait for the chance to open their racial talent. How could they give up so easily? They still want to gamble. So now all the people are basically running away, and no one crushes the access token at all. They don't want to go out so soon. It's only when they turn on their racial talent that they really have a place in the family. Chapters 12-15. All the demons Tianzhao fled at this time. They also knew the situation. Most of them were full of hatred, but it's not their time. They have already felt Gao Peng's inner intention of killing. They have the same fear of blood in their hearts, so they all want to escape. Only when they open their own racial talent and improve their strength, can they really appear. And then they will have confidence. Haha, do you really think you can escape in this way? Have I allowed you to escape? Since you guys don't stay honest, don't blame me for being rude. I didn't really want to make you suffer. At most, I just drew your blood. Since you chose to run away, don't blame me for being rude. Now the hunt begins. Shoo shoo shoo. At this time, Gao Peng also directly broke out all his strength. Naturally, he could not let these guys escape. He also knew that Tianzhao of these demons could not easily crush the access token. They also want to open up their racial talents. It's impossible to do such a thing, so this is his best chance. Otherwise, if all the people have despair, they will definitely drown in the access token. At that time, he will not be able to obtain the blood of the ancient demons, which is absolutely not what he wants to see, so he only saw that he began to pursue those demons Tianzhao. Boom, boom, the sky flickers violently, his speed is very fast, and with his current strength, in fact, he doesn't need to be afraid of Tianzhao. There is a part of the demons Tianzhao realm. Although it is stronger than him, it can't compete with him at all. After all, the power of his blood is incomparable to other people. Draw, yes, Gao Peng is reaping the prey and meditating. After all, he has no other time to pay attention to the prompt tone of the system. At this time, he just wants to finish all the prey harvesting as soon as possible. And in this moment, his strength is also further improved. Directly let him reach the 7th level of spirit. Although there is no other change in constitution and blood power, he is now extracting other people's ancient demon blood. As long as it is completely extracted, his blood will definitely be improved. It is because of this idea that he would like to kill all Tianzhao of the demons. Only in this way can he gain more powerful blood power. These guys must not stay. Gao Peng's harvest speed is very fast. He has killed Tianzhao, who is more than 20 demons, all at once. After all, these guys are only trying to escape. They never thought that he would catch up in an instant. In the case of no response from others, he killed the other party in an instant, and then he took the blood of the other party in an instant. Gao Peng seems to be a ruthless killer. When he kills people, he ignores the corpse and turns to another target. Chapters 12-16. When Gao Peng killed most of the demons Tianzhao, he felt that he was about to collect all the ancient demons' blood. It gave him a thrill. However, most of the remaining demons were quite powerful in Tianzhao. Now they have found something wrong. After all, they can also feel the breath of people of the same race. With less and less breath, they have gradually found a little bit of something wrong, and the expression on their face has become extremely ugly. If there is so much less breath at once, it's really terrible. It's possible that they will be killed by that madman, which makes them more cautious. Although they want to leave as soon as possible, their race talent hasn't been opened yet, so they can't easily waste an opportunity. The devil, is he really not afraid of being investigated by the family? He killed all his hopes, once all of us died. Then no one can open the blood of the ancient demons. Isn't he afraid? Some demons Tianzhao feel particularly depressed. After all, this situation is well understood. But they can't believe what Gao Peng is for. Is it just for a moment? Or vent your inner anger? It doesn't make sense to think about it, but Tianzhao of many demons doesn't care about anything else at this time. Let's run. However, in this talent pool, the closer to the center, the more powerful the power is. When they rush in, they feel the terrible gravity. Although it affects their speed, Gao Peng also suffers a little bit, otherwise these guys will never have a chance to escape. But even if it's blocked by gravity, it's impossible to stop him from harvesting prey. These guys are all raw materials for his blood purification. This can't be missed so easily. That is to say, Gao Peng is more powerful in killing Tianzhao of these demons. These guys are just too arrogant, which means nothing to Gao Peng at all. I really didn't want to understand them. But they are unlucky because they have such abnormal blood. If they don't have the blood of the ancient demons, they may have a life. Shoo shoo bang 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 bang. Gao Peng was stunned by Tianzhao of many demons, and killed them directly. Most of Tianzhao of the demons didn't react at all. And some people think that as they get closer to the center, the gravity will become more and more terrifying, and Gao Peng will never catch up with them. That is to say, with such an idea, they become more and more confident, but they are obviously the humble Gao Peng, although the gravity of Gao Peng is really amazing. But that didn't stop him from catching up. I finally solved these guys, but how can I feel something wrong? Gao Penggang has just finished harvesting all the prey. At this time, he found something wrong. Chapters 12-17. At the beginning, he didn't realize it at all, because he just wanted to harvest all the people and then extract the blood of each other. But at this time, he felt a little confused. Why is it different from what he imagined? He really has been promoted. But he has been expecting that the power of blood has not been improved at all, and he has extracted all the blood just after he made it clear. It's right that he should be promoted now, but he feels special and inexplicable. Why hasn't he been promoted yet? Gao Peng points on the prompt tone of the system, because in the fierce harvest just now, he has no time to pay attention to the prompt tone of the system. At this time, when he paid attention, he felt speechless. He killed Tianzhao of all the demons. It also extracts the blood of the other side. When it is extracted to a certain extent, it can really let it have the ability to enhance the blood force. But at this time, he found out that he had made a big mistake. There were 100 people in this talent pool. Normally, 100 people were just enough to improve his blood. But at this time, he completely missed a point, that is, he is also included in it, so the 100 people can only be counted as 100 people if he is included. Otherwise, there are only 99 people. As he is now, he has only extracted 99 blood vessels, but he is still short of the last one. This makes him feel special pain. What are these things? It's really speechless. He stands alone for a long time and doesn't speak. He really doesn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. It's like a roller coaster. It's really speechless. At first, he really thought that he could improve his blood vessels, but who knows that it will become like this now, which is a little bit less. So where did he get the last blood vessels? And he heard that all Tianzhao are here. Doesn't that mean he can't improve his blood? For a long time, he was actually doing no hard work, which made him feel special collapse. If it was true, then he would not be able to do it so easily. Now, everyone has been killed by him. When he goes out, others will be blamed by others. Moreover, he may have exposed his identity. Even now he has not promoted his own blood, and he does not know whether it will work once the strength of his own blood is exposed. But now it's the only way, otherwise it's just hard to break. Oh, a bad feeling. Why the last one? It's said that Tianzhao of all demons has been here. Where can I go to find the last one with the blood of ancient demons? Isn't this a pit? It's just outrageous that there is only the last one left. If you give me one more, it won't be so hard. Seeing that your blood vessels can be improved, why is the last one still missing? Gao Peng was going crazy at this time. He didn't count the thousands. He was still the last one. Chapters 12-18. Looking at his own blood power, he got a promotion, but it was stuck at this key point that directly made him feel a special burst. But there was no other way for him. After all, Tianzhao has been killed by him. In fact, it's not so easy to find such a person with the blood of ancient demons. So no matter how distressed he was, there was no other way. Alas, it seems that I can only find another way, but now I have to clear up as soon as possible and be subjected to more tribulations. Otherwise, I will not be able to open my racial talent at all. As for the power of blood, when I go out, I will see if there are any people who have failed in the ancient demons. If I travel, I can get a promotion as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will definitely be in danger in this demons. It's better to improve your strength as soon as possible. He doesn't know what kind of danger it will be, but he wants to improve his strength as soon as possible and make his strength stronger than the same level. That's what he needs to do now. Even the clan elders are worried about things, so he thinks it is absolutely impossible to solve them so easily. It is better to improve their strength as soon as possible. It doesn't matter, but he wants to improve his physique and blood power as soon as possible. If he is promoted to the most powerful, maybe all the troubles will be solved. It's because of this idea that he wants to improve his blood as soon as possible, and because of the way to improve, he wants to improve as soon as possible. But I didn't expect to get stuck in the most critical step. Maybe it's fate, but he didn't struggle too much. Now that he can't improve for the time being, he focuses on opening his race talent. His physique can't be improved for the time being, because there is no enemy whose system is equal to or even stronger than him. This makes him more trouble, because in this way, he is simply unable to improve his physical fitness, so his strength improvement is relatively limited. As long as he thinks about the realm, it can definitely be improved. After all, there are so many people, and the realm is higher than him. As long as he thinks about it, he can definitely improve his realm as soon as possible. But that is to say, the power of blood and constitution are more troublesome. But now there are more important things to do. That is to store the magic power and open up your own racial talent, which is the most important thing. Without any hesitation at all, Gao Peng flew directly to the central area, although here gravity is slightly adaptable. But the magic power reserve here is too small. If you let him stay here, you don't know how long it will take him to really store it to 100%. So it's better to rush to the middle. It can also make his magic power reserve faster. This is the best way at present, and now he has occupied all resources. No one goes with him to rob these magic powers. Without such resources, we can't waste them so easily. We must make good use of them. Chapters 12-19, I'll go. Why did the gravity suddenly double? When Gao Pengjung was advancing at full speed, he suddenly felt his body was sinking, and even he felt special inexplicable. Even he felt very uncomfortable. If he fought with others in such a situation, it was absolutely unacceptable. Is this the gravity that people can bear? Even people with such high physique and blood vessels feel extremely hard at last, and don't know what kind of people can go in. But Gao Peng didn't know it at all. It was because his strength was too strong that these gravity forces doubled. Other people had no such experience at all. In this talent pool, the more powerful he is, the more gravity he will bear. The higher your quality, the more pressure you are under. That's the training and test here. As long as the people who have come in here, they basically know this. However, many people don't have such terrible blood and physique as Gao Peng. So they didn't feel such terrible gravity at all. Most people can barely accept the gravity here. That's because Gao Peng's own strength is too strong. The gravity he bears is thousands of times that of others, which makes him breathless. If not, his own strength is not weak. The constitution is also very strong. Otherwise, he would have been completely finished by this time, but even if he could bear the gravity, he also felt special hardship. The gravity here is terrible, too. So how did those guys get into the center before, though the magic power reserve here is really more amazing than that in the periphery. But at this speed, I also have to wait a long time before I can really leave. This is not what I want to see. I don't have so much time to stay here. But what's the gravity here? This kind of gravity can't be borne by anyone at all. I think I'm stronger than most people, even if Tianzhao of the demons returns. It's impossible to do better than me, but why can everyone else get into the center, and I can't do it now? I'm not as weak as they are. Gao Peng gnashed his teeth and said, and at this time he looked very angry. After all, he thought that his strength was absolutely no weaker than anyone, but why did he encounter such shame? He's not weak. Why can't he enter the center? This made him a little intolerable, so the power of his body broke out in an instant, not only the power of his blood, but also his own constitution. Boom boom boom. At the same time, just when he broke out all his strength, he fell. Directly from the sky, there is no resistance at all, and even he feels particularly ignorant. After all, his strength is not weak. Even just now, all the forces have burst out, but why do you suffer such terrible pressure in an instant? I lost it. What the hell is this? Why does gravity flip so much in a flash? Is this about human life? Chapters 12-20, no, there is definitely a problem in it. It should not only be resisted by its own strength. If it is impossible to stop here by virtue of my strength. I don't believe I'm weaker than the others. There's definitely something wrong here, isn't it because of blood? But I also have the blood of ancient demons, even more advanced than theirs, but I also can't move forward. What's the situation? Gao Peng lies on the ground so honestly, and at this time, he dare not act rashly. He is thinking with his brain, where is the problem? If he doesn't find a way as soon as possible, he may be pressed on the ground all the time. He feels the gravity. If he moves a little more, he will definitely be pressed into the soil. It's a horrible feeling. Who can stand it? The rest of the demons Tianzhao, if they suffer from the pressure of such gravity, it must be a split moment, the whole body suddenly exploded. His strength is definitely stronger than others, so at this time, he just felt that there is something wrong here. His strength is not weak, but why is he always here? But what's wrong with it? He can't understand it for a while, but he has chosen to think with his brain. He can't start to run rampage with one wild force. This is simply not desirable for him. Anyway, there are no other people here. All the resources are his. He doesn't need to worry too much, so he has the mind to think quietly. He slowly converged his breath, and now he was forced to lie on the ground by this gravity. If he still released such breath, even he felt very tired. But when he was astringent to his breath, the gravity on his body gradually weakened a lot, and as his breath weakened, the gravity suddenly weakened countless times. This feeling is absolutely amazing. Gao Peng's eyes suddenly brightened. At first, he didn't find anything wrong. But when he restrained his breath, he suddenly felt something wrong. The gravity on him is disappearing. And as his breath waned, these gravity became more and more insignificant, even he could ignore the gravity directly. This feeling is really wonderful. Don't you? Gao Peng feels that he has found the problem. After all, if he doesn't find such an obvious problem, he can lose his brain. He slowly began to increase his breath, not as directly as before, but when he slowly increased his breath, the gravity of his body began to increase slowly again, and it increased several times, making him feel that he was about to lie on the ground again. Even so, his face suddenly showed an excited look, and he finally found the problem. It made him feel particularly happy. I finally found it. I didn't expect the principle here to be so simple. It's not that the stronger the strength is, the more it can be passed. On the contrary, the weaker the strength, the easier it is for people to pass. Chapters 12-21, the rules here are really dogs. If it wasn't for my sudden outburst of all strength, and then to save my own strength, I would not have found the rules here. Then am I not going to march forward with such a frightful neutrality? It's really frightening. Fortunately, I found something wrong in time. Otherwise, it would be fatal to rely on the power just like that. At this time, Gao Peng finally found something wrong here, and now he finally understands why other people can reach the central area, and he even feels so difficult. In the outer world, if not for gravity, he would not be able to deal with the arrogance of the demons so easily. If he is in the periphery as he is now, he feels that he is going to die. Even if he is so powerful, he can't understand the rules. It will definitely be bullied by others. At this time, he even had a little heart to live up to. It was because of this kind of inexplicable rules that he was so embarrassed, but at least he had mastered the rules. Although he can do whatever he wants with his own system, sometimes in the most specific place, he is also more dangerous. After all, even the system he has doesn't mean that he can be invincible. At this time, he understands this more deeply. But he will only make a move when he is sure. If he is not sure, he will not make such an easy move. If you encounter this situation in the future, you should try your best to be careful, otherwise you don't know when the boat will capsize in the gutter. Although we don't have this system, it is absolutely invincible, which doesn't mean that there is no other way to deal with me. In the future, it's better to wait until it's really clear. Otherwise, when it comes to a situation like this, a person who doesn't pay attention may be killed. No matter how strong our strength is, it is also likely to be killed by others, which is too dangerous. Gao Peng was filled with emotion. He never felt this way at this time. It's really too special. He prefers to use his own thinking. But that's what makes him feel particularly dangerous. He always thought that once his strength becomes more powerful, then all the obstacles are not a problem. Just like just now, he always habitually bursts out all his strength. But the results are clear. It's not useful if he is strong. How strong is his strength? It will hurt him, when his strength soars to the strongest, that is, when he is completely unable to move. On the contrary, the weak will not suffer such differential treatment. If he didn't find it in time, it would be really bad at this time. After a while of feeling, he would try to restrain his breath. After all, he has to go to the middle area as soon as possible, where there should be many demons to store for him, and gradually converge with his breath. The gravity of his body also disappeared, at least he didn't feel that terrible power, and he could walk easily with it. It's a really good feeling. Chapters 12-22, still so easy. Gao Peng has completely restrained his breath. If other people see him at this time, they don't know what kind of strength he is. And his breath performance is particularly weak. Once other people find out his natural state, they will surely think that his strength is not so good. Because he is going to show such a state now, so that he cannot be really crushed by gravity. He doesn't want to try the moment when he can't move because of gravity again. What's more, he's not in the same place now. He's getting closer and closer to the center. If at this time, he's going to burst out all his power directly. Isn't that looking for death? The gravity here will definitely be more terrifying. Once he really bursts out of all his power, he will be pressed on the ground in an instant, completely unable to move. He doubted that if he released his own power, it would explode and die in an instant, because this place is about to reach the center. Gravity is absolutely terrifying. As the saying goes, curiosity kills a cat. You can't have any curiosity at this time. After all, before he can easily try, he has become so embarrassed. Once again, he felt that he was going to die, so he didn't dare to try again. It's still a matter of fact. He can reach the central area as soon as possible with his current state, and then he can quickly reserve enough demons to see if he can break through the original boundaries. In this way, he should be able to open up a more powerful racial talent. Although it's only his guess, he thinks it's 8 or 9. Although there is no reliable basis. But he has a great sense, he thinks it should be possible. After all, the system is absolutely impossible, just let him absorb enough magic power to start the racial talent. How to say that he has such an advantage? It is absolutely necessary to obtain the most powerful force, even he does not allow himself to only obtain the force of force. This is not his character. It seems that it's here. After passing through a layer of film, Gao Peng really came to the middle area of this place, and when he just entered, he suddenly found a sound in the system. The surrounding demons are particularly abundant. It made him absorb a lot faster, at least countless times faster than before, and he felt that it would not be long before he could fully open his racial talent. The magic power reserve here is just too abundant. No wonder all people want to come to this central area. If you want to start racial talent here, it's too easy. And almost everyone can turn on a particularly powerful racial talent, right? The reserves of magic power are also very considerable. But I don't know why other people don't tell Tianzhao of the demons this way. I think they should also know some rules here. But they don't say anything. It's strange. Is there another secret? Chapters 12-23. He doesn't care what the devil's purpose is. Since they don't even say this method, they probably have other purposes. But in the end, he doesn't care what his purpose is. Now he just wants to reserve all magic powers as soon as possible. This will allow him to turn on his racial talent. 1%. It seems that the magic power reserve here is really amazing. It can't be seen in other areas at all. It can store all the magic power at the moment. At last, there is hope. Looking at the increase of the magic powers reserve, Gao Peng felt very excited. After all, when the magic power is saved, he can really open his own race talent. Although he doesn't know how powerful his racial talent is, he is definitely more powerful than others, even he firmly believes that. Because other people start their own racial talents at random, they don't know how powerful they are, what kind of environment they may be in, and how far they will finally open their racial talents. But Gao Peng's is different. He must store all the magic powers before he can really open his own race talent. He doesn't even know whether he can directly break this limit. It's not clear, but he believed that his own racial talent was definitely beyond everyone's imagination, so at this time he sat in the void and quietly began to wait for the completion of his magic power reserve. There is no other way for him now, and there is no one else here to improve his quality. Plus he is not used to practice. The strength of self-cultivation and promotion is too weak, which makes him totally unaccustomed. Therefore, he will never do that kind of idle work, and more of it is to find more powerful enemies. Now when he is storing magic power, he thinks of all kinds of plans. After all, when he goes out this time, he will definitely be questioned by others. After all, he has killed all the people in a flash, which makes all the people particularly angry. Xianxia of those demons has the blood of ancient demons. This must not be taken lightly. It's no joke that so many hopeful people have been killed. The whole demon clan will definitely vibrate. Gao Peng knows this, so at this time he is thinking about how to carry out the next step plan, and so on. He is ready to learn other things slowly. But now some things have already exceeded his imagination, and some are unexpected. According to the original plan, it seems that it cannot work at all. It seems that I need to think about other ways. Otherwise, with the current situation, if I don't think about another way, it will be really bad. I don't have much, but there may be some troubles for them. I don't know how to take them out with their weak strength. Even if I want to take them with me, it's not easy. If other people focus on the three of them, I'm a little passive. As the saying goes, only 1,000 days is a thief, and there is no reason for 1,000 days to prevent thieves. Although he can protect the three people, such as the Green Willow God Emperor, it doesn't mean that he can always protect them. Chapters 12-24, who do you think will come first this time? It's hard to say. After all, this time, the gap between all the people is not so obvious. Basically, we can only see who's lucky. If anyone finds a way first, he will probably win the first prize. If not, he is not sure. Really, if you can tell them the skills, that's good. They can definitely start their race talent as soon as possible, and they don't need to take so many detours at all. In the outside world, all the demons are talking, and most of them are looking forward to who will get the first place this time, because getting the first place represents his racial talent, which is absolutely very powerful. And the reserves of magic power are also very high. But this time there are no obvious outstanding people, so even they don't know who will win the first or the top 10. They can only communicate with curiosity. They have basically known in the talent pool what kind of skills should be used to really start their own race talent as soon as possible. But all the people do not say it, as if it is a conventional rule. All the people did not tell their younger generation. So they have no idea how to get to the center as soon as possible. One of the demons said, "It's for their good. If you tell them how to do it so easily, then they are definitely getting it without any effort. It's also good to knock them, so they won't be too arrogant. They've always been too pampered. They always think that they can do whatever they want with the blood of ancient demons. Sometimes having a strong bloodline doesn't mean anything at all. If you don't work hard, even if you have the best potential, it's a waste. Only when they are truly aware of the evil of this world can they really grow up. The burden they are carrying is very heavy. Do they have the blood of ancient demons? If you can really awaken the blood of ancient demons, it can definitely help, but the chance is too slim. In fact, all the people of the demon family know exactly what the truth is, and they also know that they are too spoiled for the younger generation, but they just have such a baby pimple. Sometimes I can't help but hemiplegia. Otherwise, Xianxia of those demons will not show such arrogance every time. It's because they are used to the moment when someone wipes their ass. No matter how they make trouble or even what kind of things they do, there will always be people who will cover for them. As time goes by, they have become really used to it. And it's because of the indulgence of these guys that Xianxia of those demons becomes so arrogant. At the same time, he thinks that if he has the blood of ancient demons, he can do whatever he wants. That is to say, if we do not teach carefully, it will lead Xianxia of those demons to a detour. Chapters 12-25. Outside the talent pool, all the people are very calm, and they are still in the mood to talk about who will get the top 10. At this time, they are really relaxed in Fujian, even one by one. They don't pay attention to the racial talent this time, because in their eyes there will be no accident at all. That is to say, with such an idea, they seem to be very relaxed at this time. They don't care too much about what's going on, let alone they don't know what's going on inside. It's all imagination, but when they saw magic rock, they could not help but have a little curiosity. After all, they are really curious now. What kind of achievements will Gao Peng have? How to say that it's also the person that the guy brought? That shouldn't be too bad. With his arrogance, the person he should choose can't be too bad. Otherwise, it would be a real shame. What kind of rank do you think the man he brings will eventually get? I think it's a bit impossible, but why don't we guess? I'd like to speculate, but I don't think that guy is worth our breath, because he will never get a place. That's right, I don't think he will get a place at all, so we don't need to discuss him at all. It's a waste of time. Some people's tone is full of disdain. After all, they don't think Gao Peng can get the rank at all. That guy is like a bastard, and has no blood of ancient demons. How is it possible to compete with their younger generation? This is an impossible thing at all, so when they say this sentence, they are more or less a little despised. When they said this, they couldn't help looking at Magic Rock. Although they didn't like Gao Peng at this time, they didn't dare to talk casually. Once it's really that guy on the other side of the road, it's really going to end. That guy is not a good talker. Once it's really provoked, it's estimated that Nake will be really unlucky. All the demons on the scene are particularly clear about what kind of end it is. So most of the people are particularly cooperative, because they can't easily touch other people's eyebrows, and what Magic Rock says is absolutely true. You do what you do. Once the other side says impulsive words, it is really possible to do it. This is just that although these demons are arrogant, they dare not do other things that are more extraordinary. Of course, you also heard the conversation of those people, but he didn't refute it at all, because now even if he refutes it, it won't help. It's better to beat them with real reality. I believe in him. Magic Rock stared at the entrance without saying anything. Although he thought that Gao Peng and his character were too different, he also hoped that Gao Peng could open his own racial talent. Moreover, it is definitely better than other people. Chapters 12-26. The clan elders are also staying in this place, waiting all the time. All the people have to stay here, quietly waiting for the emergence of all the demons Tianzhao. And they just stay here, they can't see the scene, but most people are looking forward to it. Because every time a person enters, he or she can definitely open his or her own racial talent. Unless he or she has no way at all, he or she cannot open his or her own racial talent. The clan old half squints, has been staring at that entrance to look at. That kid doesn't know what kind of situation it is. With his little skillful head, he should be able to discover the skills soon, right? Although the rules inside are particularly horrible, if you can master the skills of my rules, you can definitely get benefits. And I can open my race talent as soon as possible. I think with his smart character, it should not be too bad. Gao Peng gives the old people a special sense of intelligence, and it is also impressive for him. After all, no one dared to make such a bold move in front of him. What's more, he fell in love with Gao Peng at the first sight, because that kind of character is really very interesting. Although, sometimes he really felt very angry, sometimes he could make people laugh. Apart from him, all the demons here are looking forward to it. They all want to know whether the back of their faction will open their own racial talent, and then awaken the blood of the ancient demons. If so, then they have a real chance to survive the disaster. Now they have no other way but to look forward to it, because they can't see what's going on here. So once there's a fight, they don't even know what's going on and what's going on. It can only be learned from others. This also makes other people feel particularly excited. Gao Peng is almost isolated by all people. Once he is bullied inside, no one will help him. All the people present have self-knowledge. Magic Rock also knows what those guys think, but he believes in Gao Peng. Gao Peng, a guy who can't paddle autumn, doesn't just have what everyone sees. And there are a lot of ghost thoughts in his stomach, plus his strength is very powerful. From here we can know, where can Gao Peng be so easily bullied by others? This is absolutely impossible. Although he is also here at this time, but his heart is very confident, there is no worry or expectation like other people. Instead, I stay here with my usual heart. The other demons are expecting more. They all want to see if their backs can get a good rank, which can also bring them more resource allocation. If we can open the blood of ancient demons, it will be better. It's the best time for them to rise. Chapters 11-27. All the demons outside the talent pool don't know what's going on inside. If they do, they will definitely feel special and incredible. Their expectations will not come true after all. And they think too much. Gao Peng, I have killed all their backs. Their final expectations and all kinds of expectations will not have any result in the end, and they don't know whether they will explode in an instant when they really know this situation. Because those are Tianzhao who have the blood of ancient demons, each of them is very precious, which are carefully selected from the demons. Everyone who has the blood of ancient demons is a proud man, and their cultivation talents are particularly excellent. What's more, they also have the blood of ancient demons to inspire and awaken themselves. This is where they feel special. If we can really open the blood of ancient demons, then they will also really soar, and at the same time, they can get more resources. From the beginning to the end, no one has awakened the blood of the ancient demons. At most, they only get a little incomplete. However, no one has ever wanted to really get all of them. Once they have such a terrible blood, they can absolutely beat everything, and this is the blood power of their ancestors. Of course, they want to awaken the blood of ancient demons as soon as possible. But it's obviously not so easy. Even with this part of the ancient demon blood, it doesn't mean that he can definitely awaken the final ancient demon blood. This is two different things. In fact, there is still a part of Tianzhao in the whole ethnic group, and those who also have the blood of the ancient demons, but their blood is thin after all, and they cannot reach the standard at all. Moreover, their cultivation talents are generally too poor, which is different from what people of all factions expect. So even those who have the blood of ancient demons have been eliminated for a long time. At the most, they can only slightly improve their own strength, there is no other big role. The world is so realistic. If Gao Peng knows that there are people in other places who have the blood of ancient demons, he will definitely be excited. After all, only in this way can he improve his blood power again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But he doesn't know the information, so he just thinks that the whole clan has only 99 people with dazzling ancient clan. The lack of information makes him have such a misunderstanding, but at this time he didn't think about anything else. Anyway, it's okay to start his race talent as soon as possible, or with his current situation, I don't know what will happen next. It's better to escape or fight, or to improve your strength as soon as possible. Maybe if you see his talent, you'll have to let it go. It's a little whimsical, but if there's no dream, what's the difference between it and salted fish? 50%. It seems that the time of talent is getting closer and closer without its own race. I only hope that the stored demons in it can have more and more, or even unlimited. There is no other extravagance. Chapters 1228 inches 51%, 60%, 88%. With the passage of time, more and more magic powers have been stored in Gao Peng, which is almost reaching the critical point of 100%. At this time, he really understood that it was not so easy to open such a terrible racial talent. He had been here alone for a long time. What's more, he still has a system to help him absorb these magic powers. If he relies on a person's ability, he can't absorb so many magic powers. Finally, we can imagine the racial talent. Moreover, it is absolutely impossible to have much magic power reserve in one's body, which shows that even if other demons start racial talent, their talent is not so powerful. It's just as if it's a seal. The seal of their realm has been completely removed, but there are not many magic powers in their body, and they can't afford to spend freely at all. As for their racial talents, although they are all the same, there are still some differences among them, so the magic power reserve of each person is not only the key, but also can bring you more powerful racial talents when you start racial talents. It is also crucial. Other people didn't understand this at all, that is, because of the system owned by Gao Peng, so he deeply understood what this was for. Each person's magic power reserve estimate is to see how he can absorb it on his own. If he can't absorb it on his own, he can't open his own race talent. Once the talent can be absorbed independently, the person can definitely open his own racial talent, but how much can be absorbed can determine their reserves. Is racial talent strong or not? These are already predestined. They don't have systems like Gao Peng, so they don't know all these things. But Gao Peng knows, and that's what he found when he stayed here. If it wasn't because he absorbed the reserves of these magic powers here, he wouldn't know it at all. He doesn't practice by himself, so when absorbing magic power, he is totally in a daze, or think about how to get out of here. That's how he came to study it. If you let other people know, you will definitely lose your chin. Who can think of that? I don't know whether other people know this. If they know that they can freely control their magic power reserves, or make their race talent more powerful, they will definitely be crazy. From my observation of them, they probably don't know much about it, because other people just think that only entering here can open the racial talent. It's all up to them to turn on racial talent, but if they know the secret, then they won't have such an idea. Alas, unfortunately, if I am really a demon, maybe I can help them, but I am not familiar with them at all. If they don't kill them, they can burn incense. How can they tell them something so secret? Chapters 12-29. After a short period of time, Gao Peng has basically figured out all the things in it. At the same time, he finally understood why some people have high or low magic power reserves, which is related to their own problems. But now it's basically useless. Anyway, this time he can make his magic power reserve complete, and then he can start the racial talent. I will not come to this place again. So he doesn't need to think about these things anymore. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him. On the contrary, what he needs to pay more attention to now is how to deal with the problems he faces when he goes out, and then he needs to face them more. After all, he has killed all the demons Tianzhao. If no one goes out, he will be doubted. And then there will be a unified test ranking, so he is the only one to show up, isn't it going to show up? Unless he can synthesize a demon to tear his face at that time, he is not afraid to tear his face. The only thing he is afraid of is that if this matter is involved in the violent split God and others. Then he felt a little guilty. Those guys are already very unlucky. They will finally enter the territory of this demon clan with him. At this time, they have to be implicated by him. I feel very unlucky when I think about it. These guys are really miserable since I've been with you. I don't seem to have gained any benefits. Instead, I've been worried all the time. I don't know how they spent it. They've already hated me inside, haven't they? Gao Peng shook his head with a smile and a cry. In fact, he didn't know that things would develop like this. After all, at the beginning, he just wanted to ask 3 of them to help him, but his speed of promotion was too fast. Other people simply can't keep up with his speed of improving strength. The final thing can be imagined. The 3 of them will also go further and further away, and they will not be able to keep up with Gao Peng's speed anymore, and the things they encounter will be more dangerous. With the strength of the 3 of them, they can't stay in such a place, but in fact, they are too unlucky now. Even if they want to get out, it's not so easy. It's all bad luck to think about it. The reason why Gao Peng considers so much is that he doesn't want these 3 people to be implicated by him. He is alone and doesn't need to worry about anything. He doesn't need to worry about anything at all. But although his strength is strong, it doesn't mean that he can certainly protect other people. What if other people kill 3 of them when he doesn't pay attention? No one can guarantee such a thing. That's how it is. At this time, he will feel special worry. He is not afraid to tear his face, but it's because once they do, the 3 of them will be really finished. If they are targeted at a little bit, they will definitely be killed by others in an instant, although other people don't pay much attention to the 3 of them. After all, the strength is too weak. But if you're not afraid of 10,000, you're afraid of 1. Nobody can say these things clearly. Chapters 12-30. Well, it seems that we can only go one step at a time. If there is no way, then I will kill them all. No matter what kind of danger it is, I will investigate slowly then. I don't believe that they can really move me. Under my protection, the 3 of them shouldn't have too many problems. After thinking for a long time, Gao Peng found that there was no other way at all. At this time, he finally gave up and could only go one step at a time. Although he also wants to come up with a reasonable way as soon as possible, but now he has no other way at all. It's better to start your race talent as soon as possible, and then think about how to go out, let alone there will be some changes. In fact, he also holds a deadly card. As long as the bottom card can be safely spent, of course, this is only a certain chance, but he felt that as long as he showdown, it is still a great assurance. He will not think about it anymore. Anyway, even at this time, no matter how you think about it, it's useless, but it will disturb his mood. That's better to think about something else. At this time, the system prompt suddenly rings. Magic power saving completed. Now open race talent, Immortal Demon. Gao Peng is overjoyed to see the talent he has opened. Although he knows all the demons, his function is not much worse after he has opened the talent. But now his magic power has been completely saved. He thought that if he went out to finish it, he could absorb more magic power, which would also open up more powerful racial talent. But now he seems to think too much. But no matter what, his race talent is absolutely strong. Just looking at the name, he already feels very strong. What's more, at this time, a particularly strange energy is flowing in his body. He also feels what kind of racial talent is and how to use it. It made him feel particularly excited. At last, it has opened its own race talent, and this race talent is too powerful, a mortal devil race. In addition to this race talent, then my weakness has been completely made up, but sometimes I have to be careful, not afraid of 10,000, even if no one knows which one comes first, accident or tomorrow. Although Gao Peng felt particularly excited at this time, he could not forget himself, and he also knew that he could not be so complacent. Even if he has turned on his racial talent, he must not be so presumptuous that there is no danger against him. Even if he has a system, he doesn't dare to think that he must be immortal. Sometimes, once an accident occurs, it will cause him great trouble. So he didn't dare to neglect. But it's the best to start his own race talent. Moreover, with this race talent, his strength has been greatly improved. Chapters 1231. Feeling the changes in his body, when he started his racial talent, he seemed to have a special strange power, which directly affected his body. And the magic powers that his body has stored are working all of a sudden, but the strangest thing is that he can't feel the existence of these magic powers at all. It's said that all demons can know their magic power reserves and feel how many racial talents they can use after they start their own racial talents. But at this time, he felt very strange. He could not detect the changes of magic power in his body at all. He could not even understand what kind of reserves it was. This made him feel a little bit confused. What is this? Why can others feel the reserves of magic power, but I can't feel it at all, although I can know that there is magic power flowing in my body. But I can't feel the reserves at all. So how many racial talents can I use? Gao Peng himself is a little confused. After all, he can't feel his magic power reserve at this time, so he doesn't know how to use his race talent. After all, if this undead demon can't deal with it well, it may really become a dead demon. It made his face suddenly change. This feeling is too bad. He didn't even think that such a thing would happen. He didn't know how to describe it. It's not easy to start his own race talent, but now it's the same as not, which makes him feel speechless. So what's the use of opening up this race talent? He was really afraid that if he used the racial talent, he would really die. He could not even perceive his magic power reserve, so he was even more afraid to try. There was a little depression on his face. What's going on? Why does my body become like this? This is clearly one to improve my strength. Why does it become like this? Everyone's magic power reserves can be clearly felt, but mine can't be felt at all. Which is a little strange. Gao Peng feels something special is wrong. He has absorbed so many magic powers. His race talent is naturally more powerful than all people's race talent. The impotent reserves are also the most. It's impossible to be just such a point, but now he feels that things have become special. Can't feel what's your magic power reserve? Gao Peng is also very upset, which is totally different from what he imagined at the beginning, although he feels that the racial talent he has opened is really very powerful. If his magic power has no reserve at all, it can't be used at all. Once it is used, it may hang up at any time, even he doesn't know. How can I play this? He never thought it would happen, and now he thinks the system is a little unreliable. Although the system can help him to open his own racial talent, it can't be used at all. What if he opens his racial talent? It's too much. This is quite different from what he imagined. Chapters 1232. No. When Gao Peng just thought of the system, he immediately felt that it was necessary for him to console the system. After all, he always thought that the system could not be answered. No, the system rarely answers his questions. Even now, he doesn't know how the system appears, but he just knows that it appears to improve his strength. There is nothing else. That's not to say that the system won't answer his questions. It has answered him several times. But the instrument is a little cold. It's not impossible to listen. So, Gao Peng put his idea on the system and saw that he asked in his heart at this time. System, why can other people see the magic power reserve? Why can't I? Be quiet. The system did not respond. When Gao Pengjung felt a little disappointed, he suddenly heard the prompt sound of the system, which also brightened his eyes. The system tells him in a more sophisticated way that he doesn't have magic power reserves, but he doesn't find it at all. When Gao Peng is quietly feeling his body, he also really feels where those magical powers have gone, which has been fully integrated into his body for a long time. Almost all over his body, that is to say, he can use his racial talent directly no matter what, and he doesn't need to worry at all. As long as he can use his race talent, he doesn't need to worry about the reserves of magic power. And the magic power reserve in his body will not be completely consumed at all, and he can even absorb a little power from the outside to make up for it. It's almost like a perpetual motion machine, so that his magic power will not be exhausted at all, and almost unlimited. As long as he can move, his magic power reserves will never be exhausted. When he thought about it, the expression on his face became more excited. He didn't expect that it would be such a powerful magic power reserve. At the beginning, I almost thought that I didn't have any magic power reserve at all. If I only used the racial talent once, I would definitely die. But now it's obvious that he thinks wrong. His magic power reserves are against the sky. No matter what it is, he doesn't need to worry. And his race talent can be used indefinitely. He doesn't need to be like other people, and he has to worry about his magic power reserve. And at this time, he felt that the power in his body was a little ready to move, and even those magic powers outside would slowly flow into his body. It made his face suddenly change. Can I absorb these magic powers from the outside world by myself? If I can absorb the magic power autonomously, it doesn't mean that I don't need to worry too much, and now I have unlimited magic power. You just don't know how it will become if you absorb more magic power. I want to see what will happen. Gao Peng has already known how much magic power he has, and he is also very excited. Especially now, he has found magic power that can absorb the outside world. This made him more excited. Chapters 1233 anyway, his time is very much now. Since he has made such a discovery, he can't give up so easily. Now he doesn't need to worry about his magic power reserve, and he doesn't need to worry about his magic power reserve as others do. What's more, he has this anti-sky system. There is no other worry. No matter what kind of enemy he encounters, he can easily deal with it. He worries about his race talent. That's just to deal with some other accidents. After all, he can't guarantee that he can be invincible in the world. Sometimes it's better to avoid some accidents. If it's not the real enemy, then the system can't protect him at all, and he can only rely on his racial talent to survive. So at this time, he wants to try to see if he can absorb more magic powers. Once he absorbs these magic powers, how will they change? With such an idea, Gao Peng did not hesitate at all. He sat on the ground in an instant and began to rely on the feeling in his body. Start absorbing the magic power of the outside world. The speed is really very fast. He can feel the magic power in his body is increasing, and when he has been absorbing the magic power of the outside world, he can already feel that his race talent is gradually increasing. My God, I didn't expect that the racial talent could be improved by absorbing magic. If someone else could hurt me like I am now, I would be back to the original state in an instant. And my strength is almost endless. Doesn't it mean that I don't need to be afraid of chariots at all, or even to outnumber the enemy? When Gao Peng thought of this place, he felt very excited. After all, although he was very powerful before, he would also be exhausted once he met many people. But this time it's different. With this racial talent, he can completely make up for this weakness. What's more, now he can enhance his racial talent by absorbing external demons. As his race talent grows stronger and stronger, he will recover faster. No matter how many people there are, he doesn't need to worry about it. This makes him feel special joy. With such a change, he would like to absorb more magic power to change his resilience, so that it can become more impeccable. Whether it's a single fight or a group fight, he is invincible. The system allows him to crush everything, and his racial talent allows him to maintain more physical strength, whether others want to fight in wheel or outnumber the enemy. He can deal with it with ease. How can he not be happy? I didn't expect that he would have so many benefits just after he started a race talent. He didn't even think of it. So he began to absorb the magic energy without any effort. The magic energy accompanied every cell in his own body and gradually integrated into his body. With more and more magic power, he felt a faint dark light in his body, but he didn't care. Chapters 1234. After all, he didn't notice any danger at all, so he didn't care about the dark light on his skin at all. There will be no threat to him, so he doesn't need to worry about anything else. As long as it doesn't endanger him, he wants to absorb more magic power as soon as possible. After all, as long as he comes out of this talent pool, it's going to be hard to get into. With this opportunity, we must take good advantage of it. We can't waste it so easily. That is to say, with this idea, he began to absorb these magic powers even more desperately. After absorbing magic power, he felt that his race talent was becoming more and more powerful, and even he felt that if he was really injured, his wound would definitely recover in an instant. Who made his race so terrifying? It may be difficult for other ordinary demons to regenerate by dropping blood, but he can definitely do it now, even with a little cell. Then he can be reborn. It's a particularly terrifying ability, especially as he absorbs these magical powers. His skin has slowly shown another color. At the beginning, he used his ancient demon blood to disguise his appearance, but now the whole person has changed obviously. However, he has no other problems for the time being. He also knows that his image has changed, although it looks a little ugly. He can't stand it himself. However, in order to absorb more magic power as soon as possible, he can't control so much, let alone he thinks it can definitely be recovered later. Under this kind of visible promotion, everyone can't resist his inner soul, even Gao Peng. It can be seen that as long as one can improve one's own strength, then one can really do anything. It seems that it's a little bit saturated. I actually feel that the speed of absorbing magic power is slow, and now it's a little more difficult. It seems that with my current body, I can hardly absorb other magic powers, but it's also good if we continue to absorb it like this. We really don't know what will happen. Then I will first observe the changes in my body, and what is the image of myself now, and whether I can change it back. Gao Peng opened his eyes and looked at his skin. It turned into a dark color. It really looked like a pure demon. However, it is quite different from other demons. There is a clear gap in the whole shape. Moreover, at this time, it has absorbed so many magic powers. It's because he feels that he has made obvious changes that he is not prepared to hold on so hard. I don't know what changes will happen next. It's better to observe them carefully first. Moreover, he also changed his blood system, but now he has almost become a complete demon. The similarity between the whole body and the demon clan is 70 to 80%, which makes him feel more distressed, if not because of the absorption of magic power. It shouldn't be like this, but even if it is like this, he doesn't regret much. Instead, he just waits quietly to see if it will change back. Chapters 12-35, Shout. It's a good harvest this time. Gao Peng feels the magic power in his body, which can definitely enable him to gain the immortal body. The immortal devil family is indeed such a terrible racial talent, absolutely worthy of the name. In addition, he had already exceeded the imagination of all the demons at this time. Not only did he save a lot of Mo energy, but now he can also absorb it autonomously. If you let others know, it will definitely be a special shock. After all, this kind of thing has never happened. Not only did it appear to him, but he also did such a shocking thing. Now as long as he is slightly injured, he will recover in an instant. It can be imagined that no matter what kind of battle it is, no matter how terrible the promotion this race talent has brought to him, he can be invincible. What's more, he has a system against the sky. I feel crazy when I think about it. Well, it seems that we can't absorb magic power anymore. It's a pity, but I can't be too greedy. Otherwise, it's too much to lose. Anyway, now I have such a strong racial talent. It's more powerful than the race talent of the rest, and there's no need to think about it that much more. Gao Peng feels that he is too greedy. After all, what he has now is already more powerful than those vague ones. Moreover, his race talent is also the rarest. In addition, he has the blood of ancient demons in his body, which is an advantage that no one else can imagine. But he has it all. Now of course, he can't think too much, otherwise he will feel that he is too discontented. He can leave at this time, but he went to see what he looked like, and finally decided to watch it a little bit here. At this time, he was also curious about how this talent pool was formed and why it had such meaningful magic power. It's absolutely a magical thing that people of the demons can open their racial talents. He thinks it's necessary to explore it. Anyway, these dark lights on him will not disappear for a while, which makes him want to explore what kind of secret there is. Where did these powers come from? I don't know if I can find it, but I have to explore it. It's not easy to come in this place, and I don't know if I can come in later. I can't waste this opportunity so easily. Gao Peng himself fell into a deep meditation. He thought this opportunity was extremely rare, but he could not miss it and enter the Tianfu pool again. That's not necessarily. Besides, he doesn't necessarily stay in the Devil Kingdom. At this time, he doesn't know what to do when he goes out, so he doesn't intend to stay here any longer. Therefore, it is necessary to explore this place well, if you can find something interesting. That would be fun. He also wants to see if there are any other valuable things. By the way, he can take them away directly. If he goes out this time, he will probably turn against the demon clan. Why don't we just do it 2 times? Chapters 1236. Gao Peng knows that if he wants to explore this talent pool, he must have a good look at this central area. As for those peripheral places, there is no need at all. After all, the reserves of magic power are so thin that it is not a more important place at all. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is possible to stay outside. However, Gao Peng believes that the secret lies in this central area, but he has to find it well, although the central area is not large. But it's absolutely necessary to have a good look. He needs to have a good look at where these magical powers come from. He is really curious now. Such valuable things, I have to have a good look at where they come from, whether they are man-made or natural. What's the reason for such magic power? I don't know if these demons can enable other races to open their racial talents. If they can, they will definitely cause a fight. Gao Peng felt the surge of magic power quietly, and many ideas flashed in his mind, but they were all suppressed by him. Although I also want to try. However, some things can't be compared easily. Besides, these magical powers don't look like a normal thing. For example, if he had not absorbed too much magic power, his body would not have changed so significantly. If you don't use the blood of the ancient clan, you can also become a demon clan. Besides, 70–80% of them are similar. Other people can't see it at all. At the same time, because he has such changes, so he does not want to go out so easily for the time being. After all, if he is found by others, he will be slightly suspected. Even if he has 100 reasons, sometimes it's easy to show his horse's feet. What's more, he thinks that once he goes out, it will definitely tear his face. Who told him to kill all Tianzhou? This is absolutely unacceptable to the demons. He has self-knowledge, so he doesn't think that he can get along with each other peacefully. So now he tries his best to win benefits for himself and see what else is interesting here. If you think it's pretty good, take it. Just in time, he also wants to know where all these magic powers come from. Are they made by man or nature? He would like to know if these demons can make other races open their own racial talents. Maybe other races don't know that they have racial talents. Because they don't know yet. But it's not to say no, it's just that we haven't found it yet. This makes him want to know whether these demons can let other people start their own racial talents, but this idea just appears in his mind. It's not so easy to really implement it. You can only think about it. Other natures are unthinkable, absolutely impossible to realize, and he doesn't know how to bring out the demons here. Thinking too much is of no other use. It's nothing more than increasing worries. Gao Peng soon left this idea behind. Because there are more important things waiting for him. Chapters 1237, I want to see what's in the middle. Gao Peng felt the magic power here, in fact, it formed a vortex. The real magic power is definitely emerging in a certain place in the central area. He thought it was in the middle. So at this time, he didn't have any ambiguity at all. He flew directly to the center, feeling as he flew. Basically, I can feel some of them surging, which makes him look forward to more. What is it? In fact, this central area is not big. It didn't take him long to get to the central area, he thought. And with his feelings, it can be found that magic energy has been emerging at his feet, which has formed a vortex and spread around. This allows the demons to emerge slowly. Then these magic powers will definitely float in this central area first, then through that film, and finally to the periphery. This seems to be the pattern of this talent pool. It seems that this is the place. I just don't know what's in this place, but I have so many magic powers. Is it natural or is it already here? Or is it man-made? Gao Peng can't think about it all the time, but since he can't think about it, it's better to go there than to spend his brain all the time. Because his own body has been full of all kinds of magic power, and has been fully saturated for a long time. Even if he came to this place, he would not feel special pain. Of course, there will be no exclusion. Even those magical powers are still around him all the time. After all, he can absorb the magical powers by himself, but he doesn't want to absorb them easily now. This feeling is really too inflated. If he absorbs these magic powers, he feels that he will become a real demon. Seeing his current appearance, there is a dark light all over his body. And now he's almost become a demon. If he continues to absorb it, he finds that he may really become a demon. This is not what he wants to see. So he will not absorb any magical power, no matter what kind of discovery or other accidents will happen. Anyway, he thinks his race talent is strong enough, and there is no need to make such a sacrifice. The magic spring is a little interesting. From this appearance, we can't see anything inside. But there is definitely a secret that cannot be told. Otherwise, how can these magic powers emerge endlessly? It seems that it's necessary for you to go in and have a good look. I also want to see what kind of things there are. Since other people haven't looked at them at all, then I'll take a look at it for them. Gao Peng's mouth slightly shows a smile. Since no one else has seen it, he will wait for work with ease. It's just that we can see whether these magic powers are formed by ourselves or by people. If they are made by people, only the powerful people can make them. Chapters 12-38. Since Gao Peng has made up his mind, it is impossible for him to have any hesitation. Regardless of the intervention of some magic powers around him, he came to this magic power spring directly. At this time, although I felt a particularly strong force, it didn't play a great role for him. It doesn't matter, so he entered the magic spring directly. At first, he thought that the magic power authority might be very small, but as he passed through, he fell to the bottom all the time. This feeling seems to be a little deep. Even he was a little uncertain, but he didn't stop so easily. Anyway, he had already entered this place. If he didn't find it clearly, he felt a little reluctant. It's all magical. I didn't expect this magic spring could be so deep. What kind of things could there be at the bottom? I'm looking forward to it. Gao Peng's face is full of smiles. When exploring the place, he feels particularly interesting. After all, his strength is strong enough. Sometimes I can't be satisfied with the current situation, so I can only find some exciting things. This talent pool is just a good place to explore. He also thought it was very interesting. In any case, he may not be able to improve his strength for a while, not to mention his blood strength and physique cannot be improved all the time. At this time, it's useless just to improve his own state. It's better to let him play well first. He has been desperately trying to improve his strength, but in the end he found that although his strength is particularly strong, sometimes it is so weak. It's like there's no end. It won't make him feel desperate. It's just that he's not as paranoid and crazy about improving his strength as before. In any case, having a system can definitely improve his own strength, so at this time, he really wants to explore these unknown things. Maybe he can also have unexpected gains. Others have so-called opportunities, so he believes that he can do the same. Just because his promotion speed is too fast, such opportunities have long passed him. Even with such an opportunity, it may not be suitable for him. Think about it and know why. It's really that his strength is too terrible. These opportunities are of no use to him, so at this time, he is just playing for a while. As for the others, he didn't think too much at all. Anyway, he is the only one here. Other people are not here at all, so he doesn't need to worry too much. At most, he just needs to worry about how to deal with the demons after going out. It seems to be at the bottom, but this place is really spacious, and I feel that the magic power reserve here is definitely more abundant than that above. It seems that the source is indeed here. Sometimes I don't know what the source is, and whether it is man-made or not. If it is man-made, then who has such terrible power? Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to make such a great contribution. This is absolutely something that Willie can do. Chapters 12-39. When Gao Peng got to the bottom, he quickly looked around, and found that it was really special here. It was dark all around, but he could feel the abundant magic power, which was the source absolutely, but at this time he didn't find anything else wrong. Because the magic power reserves are almost the same everywhere, this space has almost been filled to the brim, so that he can't realize where it's denser and rarer. It's a little difficult. I didn't expect that there are magic powers everywhere. If anyone stays here and starts his racial talent, it's absolutely no problem. And when he started his race talent, he was absolutely powerful. It's a pity that no one found such a place after so long. I just don't know where this source is. Gao Peng first sighed a few words, and then he walked forward without hesitation. After all, at this time, he could not act so rashly. He felt that this source was definitely here and could not be wrong. This makes him more firm in his heart. So he slowly looked for it. Sometimes he felt that the reserves of magic power fluctuated a little, but those were not obvious. He can't find the source. Just as he was looking for it, he suddenly saw a huge black shadow in front of him, and that black shadow gave him a special impression. At first he had no other ideas. He only thought it was a stone, but when he looked carefully, he found that the shadow combination was not only a stone, but also a statue. It made him a little confused. How could there be a statue here? And the position of the statue is a little strange. It's placed directly in the middle and looks like it's a little huge. What's the matter? Gao Peng felt a little confused at once. It was actually that the position of this statue was a little strange, and it seemed that the statue was a very huge statue. It's really strange to see. When he saw the statue at first, he thought it was a bit strange. When he saw it more, he slowly found something wrong. But he didn't feel anything wrong, so he just stared at the statue, trying to find out why he had such an idea in his heart. But there is no answer. That is to say, he dare not act rashly. Although he doesn't think there will be other things here that can affect him, he is careful to drive for thousands of years. Sometimes it's better to be cautious. So he just watched it, always feeling a little familiar with the statue, as if he had seen it somewhere. But he couldn't think of it, so he stayed in the same place. In such a strange place, sometimes it's necessary to investigate clearly and then implement it. But that's because the statue brought him an unimaginable feeling, so he just stared at it all the time, and didn't take any other measures at all. Chapters 1240, Why does it feel familiar? I always feel like I've seen it, but where does it come from, because I haven't seen such a statue at all. I don't think I'm familiar with it, and I don't remember seeing it. Gao Peng stood alone and mumbled to himself. He didn't dare to approach it so easily. It's really that the position of this statue is a little weird. Although he wanted to find out. But some things still can't be so hasty. He wants to have a good observation. What is the situation? Why does he feel so strange about this statue? And the system didn't respond at all. It means that it is absolutely impossible to have a bearing on the system, that is, his own problems, but I can't even think of him when he eats. It shouldn't be. He is also a strong spirit. He should be able to remember everything. No matter what he sees, he can't forget it. But he always felt that the statue was so familiar, but he did not see the statue. This feeling of déjà vu was a bit uncomfortable, even he was in a panic, but he just wanted to know where the statue had been seen. Otherwise, his heart will be hard to rest. At that time, Gao Peng suddenly saw the back of the statue, which was a pair of huge wings, just because the wings of the statue were folded up. If you don't pay attention, you can't see this wing at all, and if you look a little more carefully, you can see that there are little scales on the body surface of this statue. It's like dragon scales, but the light is too dark, and his perception of the surroundings is a little weaker. I don't know the color of these scales, but when he saw that wing, he had a little guess. Especially seeing this scale, he had almost come to the conclusion that he had not seen the statue, but he had seen it. And he was so familiar with it that he could forget it at first, but then he suddenly remembered it. Isn't this the image of the ancient demons? Maybe other people haven't seen it, but he's really seen it. What's more, the power of his blood shows the real body of the ancient demons every time they emerge. This is because he felt that the feeling of déjà vu was clearly seen, but he felt that he had never seen a statue made by himself. Moreover, the wings of the statue are completely folded up. If you don't pay attention to it, you won't find the mystery. There are some delicate scales on the surface. This place is full of magical powers, so in fact, he doesn't pay much attention to these details, but he has a deep understanding of ancient demons. It also made him guess that this statue was definitely an ancient demon family statue, but what does this statue mean here? And why does this statue appear here, and what kind of role does it play? Gao Peng feels that his head is a little big. This kind of inexplicable thing is really weird. Originally, he just wanted to explore it. Who knows that such a statue would emerge? And still in this kind of place, it's a bit intriguing. Chapters 1241, Why is this statue here? I always feel that this statue is very strange here. Isn't it the source of magical power? But what does this statue mean here? Gao Peng did not dare to approach easily. After all, he did not know what kind of situation it was at this time. What's more, when he came to this unfamiliar place, he saw the statue of an ancient demon clan, which was very strange. Naturally, he dare not act rashly. And he came here just to find the real source, and didn't want to touch other things, although he wanted to see what the statue was. What's the effect, but he didn't dare to act rashly. So he began to retreat, or try not to touch the statue, who does not know what the role of the statue. If there are other dangers, he can't guarantee what will happen. In such a place, everything must be careful. If it's against the enemy, then he doesn't need to be afraid at all, but he's a little empty to deal with things that don't belong to life at all. The system can't help him. He can only rely on his own strength, so he is more afraid to act rashly, and no one knows what kind of danger this statue will have. Just in case, I'd better go to other places first. This place is really weird. Gao Peng's hind legs slowly, until he couldn't see the statue at all, then he was finally relieved. It's true that the appearance of that statue is too weird, and it is placed directly in the middle. If you want to go in the past, you can only make a detour. But I don't know what the statue is like. It always felt strange, so he didn't think about going there at all, so he went back along the road and went in another direction. But he felt more and more strange as he walked. After a little perception, he found that those magical powers actually seemed to flow in one direction. It gave him some pleasure. It's called Kung Fu for those who want it. It won't let me find the real source, will it? If that's the case, I'd like to see what the real source is. I'm curious, too. Gao Peng immediately followed this trend. As his speed increased, he also found that there was no other thing around him, and there was no other treasure. It's really empty here. At the beginning, what he thought was totally different, but as long as he can find the source of magic power, then his action this time will not have too much loss. When he really followed these demons to find the past, he was stunned. Even the expression on his face became a little ugly. At that time, he saw the statue of that ancient demon clan again. But this time it was different from before. Now he saw the back of that ancient demon statue directly, and he could clearly feel the answer he wanted to know. The magic power emerges from this statue, and the place where it is released is the back of this statue. Chapters 1242, What's the matter? Why is this source the statue of this ancient demon clan? What kind of things are there? Damn it, are there any other weird things here? Otherwise why do I always feel strange? When Gao Peng saw that the real source was the statue of that ancient demon clan, he became more careful. It was this statue that made him feel very bad. Even when he faced other demons, he never felt that way. Even the devil of the abyss, he had no movement. But in the face of this statue without any life, it gives him a special strange feeling, and this feeling seems to be the source of evil. There is an illusion, but he didn't know how to describe it, so he didn't dare to get close to that statue for a long time. It was this statue that made him feel so strange. It was definitely not what he wanted to see. He wants to go out a bit. Anyway, now he has found the real source, but he doesn't dare to touch it easily. So it's better to leave this strange place as soon as possible. No one knows what will happen, so it's better to leave as soon as possible. I'd better leave here as soon as possible. The statue of this ancient demon clan is really weird. I always feel something is staring at me. Isn't this statue alive? Although I don't think it's possible, some things can't be judged by my own subjective consciousness. I'd better leave as soon as possible. Anyway, as long as I don't provoke this statue, there should be no matter. Gao Peng is not going to stay here any longer. Because he felt uncomfortable all over, this statue made him feel really peculiar, as if someone had been staring at him all the time. This statue is clearly lifeless, but it gives people such a strange feeling. How can he get close to it? Gao Peng wants to leave now. But just as he was about to leave, a larger magic power appeared in an instant, and directly blocked his retreat. It just kept him from moving. Gao Peng found something wrong at the moment, and it was useless. There was no way for him to move forward or back, because his back road has been blocked. In front of him is this strange statue, which makes Gao Peng's face very ugly. He has never met such a thing, and he has never been so passive. But if it wasn't for this statue, it would never be like this. It's the system that only allows him to improve his strength in an instant when fighting with the enemy. If there is no vitality, then the system will be indifferent at all, so at this time he will feel a special tangle, and his face will become extremely ugly. What is this? Why does this statue suddenly change? Is this statue really alive? If it's alive there will be no worries, but if this statue is not a living thing, then I will not be trapped here all the time. After a little thought, Gao Peng thought the result was terrible, but now he is in a real dilemma. Chapters 1243. Gao Peng is guessing in his heart, because he knows that if this statue is really alive, it is the best news for him. That means he can kill the statue. If it's not alive, then he has to be prepared to be trapped here all the time. That's not to say that if the statue is not alive, he will be trapped here. That's because he measured it a little bit. If there is no life, then he can't deal with it. This statue is really those magic powers just emerging, and it has blocked his retreat. Let alone want to break through the siege of this statue. This is basically an impossible thing, so at this time he will feel special worry, and there is no other measures to implement. But if he is really trapped here, he will definitely decide to die, but because he doesn't know what kind of situation it is, he chooses to observe it first. Young generation, you can come here to wake up. I have to say that your blood vessels are really pure. I didn't expect that someone could come here. You should have fully opened your racial talent, right? There are so many magic powers in your body. I feel that every cell in your body is full of magic powers. Although I don't know what's going on, I know your body now can be called the immortal. Devil Clan. When Gao Peng's face was blue, a very ethereal voice sounded. In fact, needless to say, it was definitely the voice of that statue. At the beginning, Gao Peng felt a special suspicion, because he always felt that someone was watching him, and the statue seemed to have life. Now when he suddenly heard this voice, he was absolutely sure that the statue was alive. At the same time, his heart was just too happy. If this statue is alive, then he can go out. It's impossible to be trapped here. Because since this statue is my life, it means that the other side can also be his enemy, and the system can really play a role. It's exciting to think about it. However, he didn't show much. Even when he heard the voice of the statue of the ancient demon, he didn't say a word, just looked at it in such a gloomy and uncertain way. Sometimes it's better not to talk. Let this guy talk about what's going on. And this guy has some quirks. It's a statue in itself, but it still has life. But it's a statue of an ancient demon clan. It's a little weird. Gao Peng is going to have a good understanding of what kind of situation it is. At the same time, he also wants to know what the purpose of this statue is. The other side is definitely not good at coming. Otherwise, it's impossible to block his retreat, but such a move by the other side is just what he wants. If the statue of this ancient demon family really comes out, that's the power of living him. I just don't know what kind of guy this statue is. It looks really strange, but at this time, he began to look up and down at this ancient demon statue. The more you look, the more strange. Chapters 1244, Who are you? Gao Peng's face was alert. When he knew that the statue was alive, his heart had already relaxed a lot, but it had to be dressed up. He especially wanted to know what kind of ghost the statue was and whether it was alive. He had never seen such a creature before. What's more, it's the statue of the ancient demons. It's a bit intriguing. I don't know what kind of reaction those demon people will have once they see it, but he doesn't care at all. Instead, he is particularly curious about what this statue is. Because I haven't seen it, I find it very interesting. You should also be able to see me as I am now. I can feel the blood in your body, which has the same blood as me. You can call me my ancestor. I am your ancestor. I was trapped here because of an accident. If you can let me out, I will definitely be rewarded. I will make your blood become more powerful, and then your blood will become the whole, and will inherit my power. As long as you can let me out, then I will teach you how to become the most powerful demon in the world. No one can be your opponent. No creature can be your opponent. The voice of the statue came back again, and at this time, it was also very ethereal, and directly reached Gao Peng's ear. But where is Gao Peng so easy to cheat? Generally speaking, Gao Peng is fooling others, but at this time, this statue would say such a thing. It's obviously just fooling, but he even thought that Gao Pengjun was really bluffed by him. I don't know what he thought. Maybe he was locked here for too long and didn't communicate with others at all. That's why the idea came out. Gao Peng can't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Now he finally understands what this guy wants to do. It's just to cheat him to release him. But Gao Peng doesn't need to have any fear at all. No matter whether he releases it or not, as long as there is no evil intention in the other party's heart, everything will be okay. But if the other party has a bad idea, then it can only be sorry. Gao Peng will never let the enemy go. He nodded and said, "Can it really become more powerful? Can my blood still improve?" "Of course, as long as you can let me out, then I can let you have super strength, and also can improve your blood." Then your blood will be very strong, even I have to give up 3 points. If you really want to have such a powerful power, then you have to listen to me and let me out of this statue. If I can, then I can promise you. Gao Peng thought for a moment, as if he was hesitant, and all the scenes fell into the eyes of the statue of that ancient demon family. Only a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, as if he was particularly satisfied. It is only this statue who knows what kind of idea is in his heart. Chapters 1245. After thinking for a while, Gao Peng finally nodded and agreed. Well, if you can really let me have such a strong power, then I can let you out. I hope you don't deceive me, or the consequences will be serious. The statue said, No, I can't. How could your ancestors have deceived you? And I'd like your strength to become more powerful, so that I can really patronize a demon clan. The power in your body is absolutely rare for other people. I think you are the one who can restore the power of the whole demon clan. I look forward to you. This is what the ancient demon statue said, but if someone can know his inner thoughts, he will definitely understand that, in fact, everything he said is false. At this time, his heart is another dialogue. Ha ha, it's really stupid. Don't you know that our demons are born evil? What kind of blood do you want to connect with? I really am your ancestor, but since you are my younger generation, then you have to give your body to let me live, which is true filial piety. I will use your body to really realize and become more powerful, and when I am stationed in your body, your blood will indeed become more powerful. And then your blood will become a complete question. I really didn't cheat you. Ha 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 ha. The statue of an ancient demon clan has a good idea. After all, almost all of his words are frictions. But is Gao Peng so simple? That's impossible. How could he give in so simply? At the beginning, the test question was just weak. What's more, he wanted to see what the statue of this ancient demon family wanted to do. Now it seems that we can understand each other's purpose, but we still don't know exactly what it is, so we have to follow each other's purpose. Ancestor, how can I release you? This is simple, because I am the same as your blood. You just need to drop your heart blood into the surface of my statue, then I can really get the release. Sometimes I will definitely make your strength stronger, and your blood will really become the whole. Believe me, I will never be wrong. Gao Peng pretends to be hesitant and walks slowly. His heart has known for a long time that the statue of the ancient demon family is not good at fault. There are definitely other things in his heart, but Gao Peng doesn't care at all now. As long as this statue is alive, it doesn't need to worry too much. The system will absolutely smooth it out. That is to say, with such self-confidence, he would dare to approach. If it was not for life, he would not dare to act rashly. Although there is a little bit of strangeness in it, he is not too afraid. Instead, he goes directly to the statue of that ancient demon family. The voice of the statues of the ancient demons has been urging, as if something urgent has happened, but they are still saying the grand words. Chapters 1246. Gao Peng came to the statue of this ancient demon family so slowly, and the voice of that statue always reverberated in Gao Peng's ear. Gao Peng is really upset. If it's not because he wants to know what this guy is, and now he really wants to see what this guy wants to do. Otherwise, Gao Peng would have lost his temper. Is it a drop of heart blood? Yes, any drop of heart blood on the surface can release me completely. Good. Gao Peng did not hesitate to spit out a drop of blood from his mouth, which was the blood of his heart. When this drop of blood dripped onto the statue of this ancient demon family, a flash of light, there are more terrible magic powers around the statue, and the number of these magic powers is very large, and the skin of the statue seems to slowly start to show some changes. But I haven't waited for Gao Peng to respond. Another ray of light rushed directly into Gao Peng's body. At the same time Gao Peng heard the voice of the statue of that ancient demon clan. Ha 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 ha, you stupid guy, I didn't expect that you did what you were asked to do. Don't you know that there is another thing called rebirth by borrowing? I didn't expect that the people of the demons would be so merciful. It really opened my eyes. Everyone in our demons has evil blood flowing in their bodies, and they are the embodiment of evil. I never know what goodness is. You want to let me out. You say that you are also a greedy guy. You want to have more powerful power. But you are too kind after all, or you will not let me succeed, but you have no chance at this time. Your body will completely belong to me, and your wishes will be realized for you. You can stay at ease and be honest. Gao Peng's mind has always been the voice of the statue of that ancient demon family, and it is especially unbridled. As if he had succeeded completely, the voice sounded particularly proud, and he was particularly satisfied with Gao Peng's body. It's true that Gao Peng's body is full of magic power, and his own strength is particularly strong. Not only his physical fitness, but also his blood, are really daunting. This is absolutely the body that others dream of. So when the statue of that ancient demon felt such a powerful force, he was already happy. I didn't expect that it was hard for someone to enter this place, and finally he was cheated, plus this body is really strong. Let him feel the double confidence. If he is reborn with this sentence, he can definitely get revenge again. Realize his wish. His own rights have been limited for a long time, so he needs a more gifted body to realize his wishes, and Gao Peng's body just meets his requirements. Plus no one else asked. This can definitely be disguised, and now he doesn't know what the devil's situation is. He wants to know how the devil's development is now. Only knowing one's own and knowing the other can 100 battles be invincible. He is also afraid of being recognized. Chapters 1247. At this time, the statue of the ancient demon clan was extremely arrogant in Gao Peng's body, and at this time, he felt that he had completely controlled the whole body. After all, Gao Peng's hard work has already trickled to his surface, which means to contribute his body to him. So at this time, he had a little control over his body, but at this time, he didn't adapt very much, and he didn't have a big idea. However, he felt that as long as he could master this powerful body, he could escape. He has been waiting for this day for too long. From the moment he became a statue, he had been waiting for this opportunity, and every time he was expecting someone else to come in and find him. I can't help it all the time. And at this time, he finally survived. Not only did he wait for Gao Peng, but he was also very strong. His body also had the blood of ancient demons. This is the perfect body for him. At this time, his heart is in excited awe. However, he did not find that Gao Peng was not completely controlled by him, and at this time, the corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and he did not control him at all. But the statue of this ancient demon clan, because it was completely excited, has lost its mind. Where can I have time to pay attention to other things? He didn't even notice that. On the contrary, he feels that this body has been completely controlled by him, and he also feels that he has to adapt to this body well. Otherwise, he is really not good to go out. As long as he really controls this body, then his strength will be beyond imagination. At that time, he can rely on his own blood, then slowly start to recover, and as long as he can recover to the peak of combat effectiveness, no one can be his opponent. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that I could poison such a powerful body, and your body is so powerful, with infinite potential. God has eyes. If I didn't meet you, I would have been really desperate now. But you let me meet you and let me see a glimmer of hope. I will treat you as a body well. No matter what kind of wish you have, I will realize it for you. You can stay in your body now. It's very kind of me not to kill you. If you disturb me again, don't blame me for being rude. The statue of the ancient demon family examined his body. When he found that the potential of this body was so great, he could not help getting excited. He didn't pay any attention to the outside world, but now he really knows it. He really picked up the treasure. Who would have thought this body not only has the blood of ancient demons, but also has the constitution of gods? At first he didn't think of it, but when he had a little control over the body, he really realized how terrible the right of the body was, though he didn't know where the body came from. But it's absolutely unique. The combination of darkness and light is the best combination. Chapters 1248. At this time, the statue of ancient demons has a very high expectation for the future. After all, he has mastered such a high potential body. As long as he slowly follows his own plan, then he can definitely achieve his own wishes, but also can return to the original strength. At that time, with all he or she knows, not only can he recover his strength, but also he may go further. After all, this body is surprisingly powerful. He had no idea that the potential of the body was so high. But that's it, he felt how lucky he was. Even if it is the body of any demon, he will directly devour, seize and give up, because he can't wait, let alone there are no other people in this place. If he doesn't seize the chance, he will stay here completely. But he didn't expect that the potential of a person who came in such a long time ago was so powerful, which was beyond his imagination. At this time, he also yearns for the future more. After all, he has such a high potential body, plus his insight, and he can recover his strength as soon as possible. It won't be long before he will definitely return to the top. Even then it will go further than before. I feel very excited when I think about it. So he didn't realize that Gao Peng's body had already changed. In fact, there were changes at the beginning, but the statues of ancient demons didn't care at all. After all, he just thought that he had just moved into this body. At this time, there are still some unaccustomed, and after the real habit, there will be no such situation. But is that true? Can you stop shouting there? You're upset, you know. Who allowed you into my body? Do you think you have succeeded? At this time, the statue of the ancient demon suddenly heard a voice, and it was still the voice directly to his soul. At the beginning, he was completely hoodwinked. He didn't know who the voice was. But when he felt it carefully, he found that the voice was actually Gao Peng's. This time he's a fool. He thought he had completely controlled this body. Although he didn't know how to master it, at least he had moved Gao Peng's soul to the other side. Consciousness has been completely squeezed out. It's impossible to have any control over this body, and it's impossible to speak at all, but what's the matter now? It makes him feel special. And his whole person is directly stupid. He just seems very excited, but now he feels a little chilly. After all, he doesn't know what the situation is. In principle, this body has completely belonged to him since then. Although it hasn't been controlled yet, it's still a little strange. But it's not going to happen, is it? He never thought that he would fail, and the owner of the body could talk with him directly, which made him completely ignorant. Even completely stupid. He would like to know what happened and why. Chapters 1249, What? Are you a real fool? I don't know what the hell you are. It's a statue. Since you still want to rob my body, you are very kind. I could have let you go, but you wanted to let my body go, so I'm sorry to tell you that you are completely finished now. If you were just a statue, or you didn't raise the flag to mourn me, then I could really let you go. Why don't you think about escaping? If you take away other people's bodies, I may not be in trouble with you, and I particularly agree with you. But it's a pity you want my body. Then I can only say sorry to you. At first, Gao Peng didn't know what was going on, but when he saw the statue of that ancient demon, he finally understood what was going on. A statue wanted to rob his body. Although I don't know what the original identity of this statue is for the time being, it's obvious that it's not good for those who come here, and it's full of malice. How can Gao Peng let him go? If it's simply the enemy, it's no fault, but this hateful guy wants to rob his body. The general feeling is more unforgivable, only to see Gao Peng's face has shown a special cold mood, ready to completely eliminate this guy anytime and anywhere. At the same time, at this time, the statue of the ancient demons was completely ignorant. He didn't believe what was happening at all. It was really a blow to him. And he didn't believe how could he fail. This method has been kept by him for a long time, and he has been practicing secretly, which has been simulated countless times. He thinks it's impossible to have a problem at all. No matter who it is, as long as it's by his means, it will definitely give up the body. The final outcome of the other party depends on his mood. That is to say, because his mood is so good, he finally thought of putting Gao Peng on the horse, and pushed his soul and consciousness to one side. In this way, he can completely control the body, and Gao Peng really slowly starts to fade out of the body. It's possible to die, but it's also possible to escape, which is not certain. But he really didn't believe in his own means, and even made mistakes. This is what he can't stand. No number. What's going on? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. How can you control your body? In this sentence, the body already belongs to me. It doesn't belong to you at all. Why can you still control your body? Who are you? At this time, the statue of this ancient demon clan was completely flustered, although he was really confident at the beginning. But when everything is clear, he is completely flustered. What kind of idea is this guy thinking? The total feeling makes people feel uneasy. Chapters 1250, How on earth did you untie my curse? You've dripped your blood on my surface, so it's impossible to break free. What the hell is going on? It's impossible to break the curse so easily. Who are you to break away from my curse? Now you still want to rob my body. I will never let you succeed. I don't know if the statue of an ancient demon clan's brain has been completely destroyed, because it has been closed here for too long, and can't think normally. I can even say such words that no one else can succeed. Who should say that? Gao Peng himself felt speechless. Unexpectedly, this guy is like this. And now he's probably shaking completely, right? Because the body has been slowly out of his control, Gao Peng now also controls his body. But there are statues of ancient demons who have been interfering, but he has not given up your mind at all. What's more, it's hard for him to give up at this time. I'm afraid that you don't have a clear idea of the current situation. Now it's not a question of whether you won't let me succeed, but whether your own life can still exist. I won't spare you. It never occurred to me that someone wanted to rob my body. Your courage is really great, but you know who I am. I didn't expect a statue to dare to be so arrogant. Do you really think you are a demon? Gao Peng said ironically. At that time he had completely controlled his body, not to mention the system had slowly helped him to master everything. The first statue simply can't do anything about him. After all, as long as it is the enemy, it can hardly deal with him. Curse. Do you think that kind of thing can really hurt me? Just now you have fully seen how great the potential of my body is. Now you should not be able to say such sarcastic words. Statues of ancient demons. At that time, his heart was extremely puzzled, why his own curse could not be used at all, and it felt like there was no use. Let his heart feel special speechless. And at this time, there is a little fear in his heart. After all, he can't even use his curse. How can he get this guy? What's the matter with this guy? Although the right is really a special terror, but this is simply not what he said, can let his curse completely eliminate This is not a magnitude at all. No matter how powerful his talent is, he doesn't think someone can completely break his curse. At this time, his heart is extremely depressed, and now he can't feel his control over this sentence of body. At this time, he has really despair. After all, the shell of his statue has been completely peeled away. It can be seen that he can't go back, but now he is trapped in Gao Peng's body. That's what makes him more desperate. Why is that? At the beginning, what he imagined was fundamentally different, and what he thought at the beginning was that he could control the body, but now why has things become like this? Chapters 1251, You have been cursed by me. You should be controlled by me, but how did you break my curse? There should be no one in the world who can crack my curse. Even if there is one, he has already died thousands of years ago. Who are you? At this time, the statue of the ancient demons is still asking this question, and because he can't believe all this, he will ask again and again. After all, he has completely lost the control of this body, and now he is really pushed aside and may be eliminated at any time. If there were not some surplus strength in his body, he would have surrendered. I hope so. He will feel more desperate, which proves that he is following his plan, but why is the difference so huge now? It's like there's something wrong with it. It's different from what he imagined. It is impossible for someone to break this curse. Once someone's efforts drop on the surface of his statue, he can have the initiative to seize the body of the other party 100%. So that's the source of his confidence. But at this time, he felt that his curse had no effect at all, and now he has slowly lost control of this body. Let him feel special despair. Gao Peng listened to the desperate voice so quietly, without any tension at all, and at this time he felt special and interesting. Is this guy too arrogant? Does he really think he is invincible? Anyone who breaks the curse thinks that no one can crack it. This kind of guy is just ridiculous. I just want to play with a guy. How can I control my body completely? Anyway, he also has a system against the sky, which has already helped him to balance everything, and it is impossible for others to take away the body. So he didn't lose control of his body just now. He just wanted to see what this guy wanted to do. But I always heard this guy's harassing voice. At last, Gao Peng couldn't bear it. If it wasn't for the last time that he couldn't stand the voice of this guy, Gao Peng would not end the game so soon. At this time, I heard this guy questioning again and again, and it was like his curse, especially powerful. But really, Gao Peng didn't feel any curse at all, because he had been forced to intercept by the system for a long time, so now he would be so relaxed. The body can be controlled if he wants to. Have you finished this guy? You don't really think you are really invincible. Your curse can't work on me at all. I don't know where your statue came from. It's naive to be so confident. You're afraid that I haven't been there at all. That's why I have such a naive idea. Chapters 1252, No. You lied to me. You lied to me. How can my curse be useless? It's the most powerful curse. Whoever it is will be cursed by me. Besides, it's impossible for all demons to escape. If they are from other races, they still have a little chance to escape. But it's just a very small thing. After all, only the most powerful people can get rid of my curse. As for the demons, there is no one to break away from, but why do you say that you are completely free from my curse? I believe it. The statue of the ancient demon family cried out, heartbreaking. After all, he didn't believe his curse, and it didn't play any role at all. And he believes that his curse is very useful for the demon clan, but now it has no use at all. How can it make him willing? A long time ago, he was equally frightened by this method in the same race, so he had special confidence in his curse. But why is this happening now? He felt special, inconceivable, and at the same time his heart was desperate. He didn't believe his curse, and it was useless. Especially Gao Peng is still a demon. But when Gao Peng heard his words, it was obvious that he had a convulsion. In fact, only he knew that he was not a demon at all. That's a pure human being. It's just that he has the blood of ancient demons, and all these are his own disguises, and he doesn't want other people to find out. But this doesn't mean that he can break away completely. In fact, the main reason for the curse of the ancient demon is the system. We will block all the crises together, and we will not let those crises hurt him at all, so he will not be cursed and controlled. Gao Peng knew all this for a long time, but when he heard the cry of the ancient national statue, he could not help but curl his mouth up slightly, because he thought this statue of an ancient demon clan was really interesting. Is this guy really an old monster who has lived for thousands of years? But why did he become a statue, and always in the center of this talent pool? If it's not because he wants to find out, it's really impossible for him to come here. As for other people, it's even more impossible for him to easily step on this place. So it's a coincidence to get here. Sometimes fate is such a tease. If other people enter here, then this statue may be a real success. But he was really unlucky. If the luck is not too bad, then it is absolutely impossible to meet Gao Peng. Since my curse has no effect on you, why did you just let me control your body? Are you not afraid that I will destroy your body directly? The statue of the ancient demons seems to know that they have no chance, and asked coldly. Gao Peng didn't even hesitate, but returned directly. He said, I'll play with you. Chapters 1253. Gao Peng will be so calm because he has absolute strength, and he has been playing with this statue before. As early as when this statue launched the attack, Gao Peng had already felt the systematic prompt sound. At the same time, his strength had also changed dramatically. God Ancestor. This is a new realm, and he has reached this realm directly. When that statue wants to enter his body, he has already ascended to this realm. Now feeling his body is already full of all kinds of energy, because at the beginning, he was feeling the power in his body, so he didn't pay much attention to the statue of this ancient demon family. Otherwise, how could he wantonly let others in his body? Because at this time, he felt that this realm was special and strange, and his former realm was not the same at all. It seems that the system has changed a little bit, but what kind of changes are there? For a while, he didn't fully understand it, but he can feel that his blood and body constitution are completely about to merge. It's a special feeling. The original constitution and blood are separated. When he is promoted to this realm, it seems that constitution and blood have a hidden meaning of integration. Let him have some internal maladjustment. I don't know whether the change is good or bad, but at this time, he can't care so much. He knows that his strength is also countless times stronger than before. He felt as if all this had been completely under his control. As for the strength of magic rock, Gao Peng is now basically certain, and the other side is absolutely the same as him. If we haven't really competed, we don't know who is stronger or weaker, but now his strength has been raised to this point, it's impossible to be afraid of other people. No number. Your strength. How can your strength be God's ancestor? You just know that it's the spirit realm. How can you rise to this realm in a flash? What's the matter? Are you hiding your strength all the time? Did God's ancestors turn on their racial talents? At this time, the statue of the ancient demon family only has a wry smile, and at this time, he really does not know how to say. Now the owner of the body he wants to rob is just a madman. It's not only the expert who plays the role of pig and eats tiger, but also has such a strong strength that they haven't even started their own racial talent. If you start your own race talent, it is absolutely impossible to enter this place again, but the other side not only entered, but also his strength is beyond imagination. Where did this guy come from? He was so desperate at the moment that he didn't know what to say. He thought that he could be reborn completely and snatch a better body. But now this kind of situation directly let him give the whole Mongolia force. Who could have thought that this guy's state was so terrible, and even not affected by his curse? What kind of monster is this? Chapters 1254, for fun, of course. If I don't show a little weakness, how can you get hooked so easily? If I had shown all my strength in the first place, you would have been too scared to show it, wouldn't you? When I enter here, I have noticed your existence, although I don't know what you are and why you are a statue. But you're a sneaky guy. I'm a little uneasy. I'll have to lure you out. Gao Peng is such an upright writer. In fact, in the beginning, he did not find the statue of this ancient demon. But other people don't know what he's thinking, what he said and what it was. When the statue of the ancient demon family heard this sentence, his own brain also fell into a blank. This statue has completely lost any resistance, and his heart is squeezed in a corner, and at this time he feels special despair. His curse didn't work, and now he was pushed to a corner by others. What's more, he couldn't change back to the original statue at all. And he couldn't come out. This has made him really try to find out what is called real despair. If it goes on like this, he may have to really die. I'm really curious now. What kind of thing are you? Why is it in the form of a statue, and there is life? This statue is clearly the statue of the ancient demons, but you can even show people with this statue. I have to say it really makes me wonder what you are. It seems that your strength really means a little bit. You can even want to rob others' bodies. Gao Peng is really curious at the moment. He has never seen such a statue. And not only has the life, but also has a high wisdom life. It seems that the power is also very powerful. If he didn't have a system, he would have been controlled by this statue for a long time by virtue of his previous spirit realm. Then the body may be really lost. It's a headache to think about it, but at this time, this statue has become a lamb to be slaughtered completely, which is impossible to escape. Gao Pengyu, a guy who can make him improve his strength, also feels extremely curious. After all, he just improves his strength. Other data is not displayed at all, which also makes Gao Peng feel special doubt. After all, this is the first time for the system. This also makes Gao Peng feel more confused. This special situation can be met. No matter how powerful people are before, they can't make any changes to the system, but this statue can make some changes to the system. It's definitely something interesting. So at this time, he really wanted to know, but this statue could not have agreed so easily. If you are honest and clear about my questions, maybe I can let you go. Chapters 1255, Impossible. I don't know how the ancient demon war god could succumb to you. It's a great honor for you to let me have your body. Now you want me to give in to you. Funny. The statue smiled coldly, and his heart was absolutely arrogant. After all, he had such terrible strength, which showed his glory. But Gao Peng still thinks that this statue looks absolutely strange. It's clearly a statue. Why does it have life? What's more, it's a little puzzling to say that it's the god of war of the ancient demons. It's weird. Is the ancient warlord a statue? How can I not think of this? Gao Peng asked. The god of war of the ancient demons is actually a statue. You're not lying to me, are you? Asshole. I didn't look like this before. If I hadn't been calculated by others, I would never have been in such a mess. If it's my peak state, it can't be calculated by you at all. If it's my peak state, you're just an ant that can die with one hand. What do you think you've got? After all, he hates people saying that he is a statue. It is a great shame for him to become a statue. But he had to face this fact again, and his current state and strength had already fallen down, and there was no combat power that had once been the peak. Anyone could kill him. If he can really snatch Gao Peng's body, then he can really return to the original peak state. It's a pity that he can't eat rice without stealing chickens. He's not only not robbed of his body, but also trapped completely now. He may be killed at any time. Think of all. Special suffocation. After finishing this sentence angrily, the statue finally stopped talking. It can be imagined that now he may be thinking about how to escape. If it can meet other demons, then it can really get rid of this place, and it can also get rid of the fate of the statue. But his idea is obviously impossible. After all the demons here have been killed by Gao Peng. There is only Gao Peng left. Now this statue can't be changed into the original. If there is no carrier, it will be really destroyed. No matter how brilliant it was, it will really disappear at this time. Think about it. Maybe it's because he is so unwilling that he will become a statue and wait for the chance to move at last. It's obvious that his luck is not very good, and he finally met Gao Peng. If he met other people, he might have succeeded. Sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. Gao Peng finally understood a little when he was there. This statue was an old monster. In order to survive, it finally became a statue. It is possible to experience some things, so it will become so miserable, even his body has been lost. Chapters 1256. Although it sounds like you were really powerful, now you are nothing but a statue to be needed by others. What's so arrogant? If you talk around again, then I will definitely let you go, let you know what is really cruel. Don't think you are the god of war of the ancient demons. I will let you go. Don't think too much. Since you want to rob my body, you should be ready to die. Even after hearing what the statue said, Gao Peng is also indifferent. He is not a demon himself. So it's almost as if he didn't hear these words, and he can be ruthless as well. The statue seems to have misheard. I also can't believe Gao Peng's response. It's so calm. Don't you know that he is the god of war of ancient demons? Shouldn't you be a little surprised? Or have you already forgotten him? In any case, it makes the statue extremely depressed. I really thought I could get out of the trouble, but I didn't know that I was in another cage. At this time, Xiaoming was completely in the hands of others. If he dared to act recklessly, that could be killed by someone else. Think about it all in particular. Tell me why you have become such a statue. I think there are definitely some interesting things in it. Let me know. You also want to hear what kind of stories you are talking about. If you make up a good story, then I will really let you go. When Gao Peng heard that this guy was the god of war of the ancient demons, he had a little doubt at first, but at last he was totally relieved. In fact, at this time, he also wanted to hear what stories this guy wanted to tell, since he lived from such an ancient time to now. Then some of the more secret things are definitely known, which makes Gao Peng look forward to more. At this time, he didn't know anything, so he wanted to hear what secrets the statue of the ancient demon clan would tell. Is it something interesting? The statue of the ancient demon family was silent for a long time, because at this time his heart was always resisting. After all, he did not know what to do. All that can be done has been done, but in the end, it has also become so miserable. Not only didn't snatch the body, but also could be killed by others anytime and anywhere. I feel particularly depressed when I think about it. After all, he used to be so brilliant, but after retreating from the shell of the brilliance, he could not help but was controlled by others. It's really a bad feeling. But after hearing Gao Peng's words, he can't help but respond. If he doesn't respond at this time, he may be killed by Gao Peng. Think of all feel special suffocation. How to say that he used to be the one standing at the top of the mountain, but now he is threatened by a younger generation. Chapters 1257, tell me what you want to hear. If I know all about it, I will definitely tell you, but the only condition is that you let me go. Otherwise, I won't let you live even if you die. After all, he has lived for such a long time, and some means are still very well understood. But for him, he didn't want to make such a huge sacrifice. If he really wanted to sacrifice himself to die with others, then no one could resist it. In other words, he would make such a threat. Gao Peng laughs. Although this guy can really have some unknown means, but you are not afraid of Gao Peng's illness, and this guy didn't wait for him to make a move, so Gao Peng will definitely end his voice in an instant. So Gao Peng didn't care much about the threat, but he didn't say it. Instead, he said lightly, the question I want to know is actually very simple. Now I find that it seems that the whole demon clan is filled with a very strange atmosphere. No matter the younger generation or the older generation, they all feel the sadness on their faces. Maybe some people know something, so now they feel special anxiety one by one. It's the same with the clan elders. His strength should not be weak, but he didn't know what he was worried about. He said that whether our demon clan is the most powerful race or not, sometimes there will be a ceiling. When I heard him say this, I already felt something was wrong, so I want to ask you if you know what happened and even let him say it. It's impossible to say that from his mouth, but he was really worried at that time. It's said that the most powerful demon blood can't compete. What's the situation? Since you say you have lived so long, I think you should understand something very clearly. When Gao Peng just said what he wanted to know, he saw only the statue of this ancient demon family, which immediately sent out violent waves. And at this time, the statue of that ancient demon clan didn't know what it was thinking of, and there was a little shiver in it. There was some strange light in his eyes. This makes Gao Peng feel even more strange. He just said such a sentence, but the statue of this ancient demon clan has such a violent reaction. Does he really know something? Otherwise, it is impossible to have such a big reaction. Gao Peng looks forward to finding a question to answer. If he wants to find someone else, he is not sure. He is sure that others will answer his current question. However, there are some exceptions to the statue of this ancient demon clan. Maybe he really knows some secret things. With his reaction now, he definitely knows. It's just a matter of whether he is willing to say it or not. Chapters 1258. Gao Peng didn't want to push the statue of this ancient demon, so he felt the fluctuation of his mood quietly. And at this time, he can really feel the inner restlessness of the statue clearly. At the beginning, maybe Gao Peng just wanted to know what kind of secret it was. Even the people who have the most powerful blood are not as good as themselves. But at this time, when he felt the violent reaction of this statue, he had noticed something wrong in a faint way. Maybe something really big happened. Otherwise, why do these people react so strangely? It's so strange he has such a terrible bloodline, and everyone who starts his own racial talent has been particularly strong. It is not possible that there will be other dangers. But judging from their reactions, there is definitely one. And it's a special sensation. After a long time, the statue finally calmed down his mood, but at this time he didn't answer Gao Peng's question at all. Instead, he asked, "Do you know if there is a source of sin?" "I know that, because I have witnessed other people collect the source of sin, so what I know about this one thing. As for others, I am not very clear about it." "That's right, I didn't expect that it would reappear after such a long time. I thought those guys had already disappeared. I didn't expect that. Was all that had been done in vain?" At this moment, the breath of this statue is very strange. It seems that it has been used for a long time, and there is a sense of twilight. Maybe it's because living for too long is like an old antique. Gao Peng feels the change of this statue's breath. I was also puzzled. I didn't expect that this statue looked really evil at first, but he didn't know what he thought of. Now it will have such a huge change. Let his heart feel more curious. What happened in the end would let this two strong people show such decadent look. It's as if something happened that they couldn't even fight against. But is this really possible? Gao Peng really can't think of anything that could threaten them. After all, these guys are stronger than each other. There should be no other person to threaten them. But his idea is naive. It's just because he's improving so fast that he doesn't see something at all, that he thinks there are no enemies of these demons in the world. It's absolutely impossible that the demons are not opponents of others. Gao Peng quietly felt the change of the statue. When the statue seemed to fall into his own memory, his breath did not fluctuate violently, only occasionally exuded a special ancient breath. I don't know what I'm doing. But Gao Peng knows that this is absolutely related to the questions he asked. Otherwise, it is impossible to become this after asking these questions. Chapters 1259. Seeing this statue talking to himself all the time, Gao Peng couldn't help but interrupt him. After all, Gao Peng felt a special doubt in his heart at this time. What happened actually made the statue lose his mind for a while. Is it really something amazing? Hello, what are you talking about? I feel like it's serious. I can't understand what you're talking about at all. Foreign enemies. The enemy is coming. The statue's expression is extremely serious, and its voice is also extremely cold, as if it has met a peerless enemy, perhaps because it has encountered something very serious. That's why he made such a big change. It seems to be quite calm before, but I don't know why there is such a huge change all of a sudden. It's a little unexpected. Gao Peng is completely confused. What foreign enemies? Are there other enemies that can frighten the demons? It's impossible to think about it. But when he felt the statue of this ancient demon, it was a very serious expression, which made him slowly start to believe it. Maybe it's as serious as he said. No, it should be as serious as it feels. But at this time, he didn't understand. He didn't know what happened. Why did he feel that there were some factors in the current situation? Tell me clearly. I don't know what the enemies outside your country are. Are there any enemies that will frighten the people of the demon clan? You don't really think that the demons are the most powerful, do you? At that time, the statue of that ancient demon suddenly asked, and now his expression has changed obviously. Let Gao Peng one lang. It's true that this kind of change makes people unable to respond. However, Gao Peng really thinks that the demons are very powerful. After all, with this racial talent, almost all of them can kill a large number of races. So he hesitated a little and nodded. I think the demons are really powerful. At least our race talent can sweep all the powerful ones. Even if the Protoss are not necessarily our opponents, they just rely on the restraint of one attribute, which will make us suffer in the end, but they are not as strong as us at all. I think so. Gao Peng saw the statue staring at him, and finally he added a sentence. At this moment, Gao Peng is not really facing the statue, but is similar to his own body. Finally, he and this statue have achieved face-to-face conversation in their own body. It was a very strange encounter. But now it's the only way to talk. Whoever makes this statue completely unable to go out, his body almost as long as he goes out, then it's basically death. So this statue has been completely controlled by others. If you think about it, you can know how miserable it was before this statue. Maybe it's just because it can't stand it. That's why he's so crazy. Chapters 1260. The statue seemed to hear a great joke. At first, it was very serious. However, when he listened to Gao Peng's words seriously, he felt a little smile. Gao Peng didn't know if he was feeling wrong, but the statue of this ancient demon clan really made him feel that way. At this time, he was also puzzled. Is what he said wrong? He doesn't think what he said is wrong. After all, he saw the power of the demons. Other races are incomparable. Popping gods in them, that's impossible to compare. What kind of void? These races don't match the demon's shoes, and the race that calls itself the fighting nation is also more incomparable. Such rubbish of these races can be found on the opera side of the mainland. It can be imagined that if the demons were born, they could not resist it at all. Why isn't such a powerful race the most powerful? That's what Gao Peng thinks at this time. Although Gao Peng owns the system, according to the races he sees at present, he just thinks that only the demons are the most powerful. As for the Protoss, is it he doesn't know for the time being. After all, he hasn't seen the Protoss at all, so it's not easy to make a conclusion for the time being, but he just thinks that the demons are either the first or the second. If you have anything to say, I feel that your mood is a little weird now. Is there anything wrong with what I said? I just think the demons are the most powerful. Even the Protoss is nothing more than to occupy the role of restraint. Once there is no attribute restraint, then the Protoss is not our opponent at all. You are wrong. The statue did not wait for Gao Peng to finish saying that, he began to directly interrupt Gao Peng's speech, and at this time his expression was really peculiar, as if he was recalling something. Maybe he has lived for too long. Some memories have already been completely in his mind. If he doesn't remember carefully, then he can't remember them. At this time, he is the same. Gao Peng didn't disturb the statue so easily, but was waiting for his memory quietly. At this time, Gao Peng suddenly raised his curiosity. He couldn't figure out what kind of race could be more powerful than the demons, and listened to him as if he were eloquent. Is it true? But in any case, he firmly believes that the strength of the demon is the most powerful, because the most powerful people he has seen at present are all demons. The Protoss are not sure yet, but he is clear about what people say and what ghosts say. After all, he is facing a demon guy at this time. Of course, he also brought himself into the demon family. Otherwise, who knows if this guy will realize his mistake. It can only be said that Gao Peng is too cautious. Even for a guy who has been controlled in the palm of his hand, he doesn't want to let his identity out. It doesn't matter if the identity is leaked until the information is completely controlled. Anyway, he knows everything he should know. I know what I shouldn't know. Chapters 1261. Oh, you are really naive enough. Looking at you is like a flower in a greenhouse. It is estimated that it has been protected all the time, right? Otherwise, how could you not understand these? Have you not been admonished? Gao Peng shakes his head, without any hesitation at all. He is not a demon himself, and is even more unlikely to know what happened, so he shakes his head without any mistake. However, his move was directly shown in the eyes of the statue, only to see the statue's expression suddenly become particularly dismissive. It seems that he despised the rulers in the demon clan, and there was a slight irony in his eyes. I didn't expect that now you are so weak that you even forget the history and some things completely. It seems that you want to forget your roots. But it's not impossible. After all, it belongs to the glory of the demon family. It can't be defiled by other people. No matter what happened, the demon family is always the most powerful in some people's eyes. It's also called the most powerful race in its own race, but is that really it? Funny, it's nothing more than self-deception. People who can't even face up to their own status even want to say that they will always be the most powerful. Isn't that a joke? The most powerful race, this kind of self-deception can be said. I really don't know what the current rulers are thinking. I guess they have already forgotten the history. Otherwise, it would not have happened. Now it is estimated that some of them have a headache. When he said this, the statue's look changed again. Just now, he seemed to be particularly dismissive, and he felt particularly dissatisfied with the current kind of rule. But then, when he said those words, his face seemed to relax a lot. This change makes Gao Peng feel very strange. Why is the emotion of the statue so rich? Is it because he has lived too long? Otherwise, why is his emotion so changeable? It seems that a lot of things are piled up together. It's so strange. Anyway, I'm not in charge of it. No matter what kind of thing he has, it won't affect me, even if the land breaks apart. I don't need to pay any more attention to it. I've become like this now. What if I'm really dead? It's not that I haven't died. As if suddenly relieved, a statue smiled, and he looked like he saw through everything. Even some don't care about life and death, but it's not clear whether the real Nake is or not. People don't know what's going on in his mind, but it seems that he has completely died in this way. If you listen to his words, you can also know that he may have been the same ruler, otherwise, he would not have said that. He said that now he is not in charge. From this sentence, we can see that in a very long time, the whole demon clan is really managed by him. Chapters 1262. It is estimated that there may have been a very big accident, and eventually he will become this kind of person, and even his body has been completely destroyed and turned into a statue. But he is really in a mess now. He has turned into a statue, and he needs to curse before he can rob the bodies of other demons. If you can't snatch the body of the demon people, they may always look like this statue. It looks really special and miserable, and you don't know what he has experienced. Gao Peng can't help but begin to sympathize with him. This guy has said so much and has lived for a long time. But the mouth is still very hard. According to his appearance, he is very concerned about what is happening now, but he said that these indifferent words, it is obvious that he already knew that he was powerless. He can only hate that the current ruler has not done his job well, but he can't do anything about it, so he can only look at it. He doesn't care if he can't die. Anyway, he's not the first time to die. What's more, he has been living in such a mess all the time. Once someone recognizes his identity, it's also too special to bear. He is absolutely impossible to be recognized. So what this statue hides is a special secret. Apart from just saying something wrong, he didn't say anything else that would expose his identity. Gao Peng now basically knows the identity of this guy, but it seems that he doesn't like to reveal his identity, but it doesn't matter. Gao Peng didn't really want to know his identity. Now he just wants to know what happened. Because he was still a little confused. A statue talks a little specious, which makes him a little confused. He doesn't know what the statue says at all. What foreign enemies? What history? What can't face up to your identity? These words came out one by one, which made him feel particularly confused. He really didn't know how to describe his mood. He wanted to torture this guy. But it seems that this statue doesn't want to talk at all, and he is directly immersed in meditation, and doesn't know what's going on in his mind. However, from the perspective of Gao Peng's present situation, the statue is indeed trapped in its own memory. What is this guy thinking? And what do you mean by what he just said? Isn't the demon race the most powerful race? Are there other races more powerful than the demon race? Why face up to your identity? What kind of enemies are they and where do they come from? Gao Peng's mind is like 100,000 reasons. He always wants to understand what happened. But the statue has completely shut up, and he doesn't speak at all. This makes his heart almost like a monkey. He is about to scratch his ears and cheeks. He really doesn't know what this guy is talking about. Can't you make it clear? How to say that his current identity is also Xianxia of the demon clan, shouldn't he know? Chapters 1263. It seems that the statue is really going to be silent all the time, which makes him a little unbearable. He can not easily find out some things. If the silence goes on, he feels that he is about to explode. I've heard some interesting things. If I go on, maybe he can really know something important, but also something he wants to know. Why did it stop all of a sudden? He can't stand it. But you must be clear. Who are the foreign enemies? And why do you say that demons are the most powerful race, which is self-deception, and why do you say that you should face up to your own identity? Gao Peng could not bear it any more, so he asked himself. Since he wanted to know some secrets, he had to ask. In fact, this statue has become such a mess now, but who let the other party master more confidential things? Then you have to ask a good question. If Gao Peng goes out, he probably can't understand these things. After all, he has killed all Tianzhao of the demon family. It's a big fight out there. So he knew that when he went out, he would never know such a secret thing. Now he can only put all his hopes on this statue. Maybe this statue can really satisfy his wishes. So he had to ask. Otherwise, he would not want to know the secret. The statue was directly interrupted by Gao Peng, but there was no other reaction at all. Instead, he stood there calmly, at most, just watching Gao Peng. That feeling is just too natural. This makes Gao Peng feel particularly mad. After all, he has endured for a long time, and finally he can't easily ask. But what's the matter with this guy's performance? What do you want? If you don't tell me the truth, then I'm not polite to you. Don't give me some inexplicable words, and I won't kill you. If you provoke me again, then I will surely make you not see the sun tomorrow. I haven't seen the sun for hundreds of thousands of years, and I'm no less than 2 days that day. As soon as Gao Peng's voice fell, the statue said mercilessly, and what he said was really special. Directly let Gao Peng completely speechless. Gao Peng looked around and found that it seemed to be the same. There was no sunshine around, let alone the sun. Even on the demon's territory, it seemed that he could not see the sun. It's basically the blood-red sky, which makes him more speechless. Sometimes it's just a mantra, but if it's really true, it seems to be true. Other people haven't seen the sun for hundreds of thousands of years, and it's really like 2 days a day. But at this time, hearing the rebuttal of the statue, Gao Peng was really upset. The statue's life has been controlled in his hands. How dare he be so arrogant now? It seems that if you don't teach him a good lesson, he doesn't know the situation now. Chapters 1264. Gao Peng's face suddenly changed. It's a concession for him to say such a thing, but this statue is obviously too unintelligent. Does this statue really think Gao Peng won't fight against him? This guy is really too presumptuous. Ha ha, do you really think I dare not fight you? If that's the case, I think you're quite wrong. The reason why you live to the present is just to see that you know a little more. After all, this will save me from looking for other people. It seems that you don't want to eat any more wine. Then I'll show you what happens if you don't listen to me. Gao Peng is not ready to get used to him now, and even if this statue really knows the secret, if it doesn't say it, then everything is in vain. Since I'm not going to say it, then never say it. Blood extraction, fusion. Gao Peng's cold voice suddenly said that as early as at the beginning, he had noticed that there were ancient demon blood in this statue. Know the original identity of a statue may be the ancient demon family, that is to say, the blood in his body is particularly pure, and even more pure than the Tianzhao of those demons. It's just that I saw this statue at the beginning, as if I knew something important, so I won't give him a hand for the time being. But this statue seems to know too much about itself, so it's a little bit presumptuous. It's not afraid that Gao Peng will kill him. I guess that's the same idea. So he will be so ignored, right? But he obviously thought wrong. How could Gao Peng let him be so unbridled? If you don't tell the secret you know, it's useless to keep a statue. No matter what the statue is talking about, Gao Peng will not leave his hand easily. What's more, Gao Peng doesn't want to kill him at this time. At most, he just extracts the blood in the other party's body, so that the blood in Gao Peng's body can be improved again. Why not do it? It's just enough to knock this guy to let him know that even if he doesn't kill him, it can also make him suffer. Ding! The blood of the ancient demons is detected and is being extracted. At this time, the face of the statue suddenly changed, because he felt that his blood was ready to move, even though he had changed a very strange shape. However, he is also very sensitive to his own blood. He can feel his own blood immediately and have a slight change. What's the matter? What's going on here? Why do I feel that my own blood is ready to move, and what kind of things are causing my blood? Does anyone want to fight me? The statue is completely ignorant. If it is not that he did not use his own blood force at all, then he will surely mistakenly think that he is using his own blood force. But it's impossible, so his own face has slowly revealed a vigilant look, but he never thought it was actually Gao Peng's hands and feet. But he didn't think of it at all. Chapters 1265. The statue felt a pain. He never thought that someone could directly attack his blood. Who the hell is this? Who has such ability? He didn't believe that someone with such great ability could draw his own blood directly from his body. Because he never saw it, and at this time, he even felt that his blood was slowly drawing away from his body. It's terrible. Who is it? Who is doing it in the dark? Come out. You have the ability to plot against me. Why don't you come out? I'm the devil bear of the demon family. In fact, you can deal with me. I don't care who you are. I advise you to stop, or I'll make you look good. The devil bear roared, and at this time, the body of his statue had a faint shaking. In fact, his heart was particularly painful. After all, this kind of blood from their own body is not affordable for ordinary people, let alone this is the system against the sky. The power of Magic Bear is very strong, but it's not so easy to get rid of his blood. So it was a very slow time to withdraw his blood, but he was suffering from unprecedented pain. However, he can only shout at most. He doesn't find the right target at all. He doesn't know who shot him. And Magic Bear also directly ignored Gao Peng. He didn't think that Gao Peng had such means, so he consciously ignored Gao Peng. After hearing the words, Gao Peng smiled coldly. You're such a funny guy. Don't you know who's going to deal with you? Who do you think is looking for other people besides us? I've warned you many times. Since you don't drink with respect to others, I'm not so polite to you. Want to die? I will do it for you. Gao Peng's cold words directly shocked the bear. He didn't expect that Gao Peng would be the one who took the action this time. And he couldn't believe it. What kind of guy is this? He can't make up his mind. But in this time of suffering, he has been unable to manage so much, regardless of whether Gao Peng wants to draw blood from his body. He has to stop it as soon as possible. He can't let it go on like this, or it will be really bad. If it goes on like this, the blood in his body will be really extracted, so he will have no chance of resurrection. Although it is also very difficult now, there is still a little possibility, but once the blood in your body is extracted, there will be no chance. Hope is more remote. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of this kind of death, which was not clear and without dignity. When he died, he would be deprived of his demon identity. He used to be the leader of the demon clan, but now he is so suffocating, and finally he has such a fate and identity. How can he be reconciled? Chapters 1266, Stop. Stop it. Magic Bear is really in a hurry at this time. He didn't think that this guy is so powerful. What is the way? After living for hundreds of thousands of years, he didn't even see that someone had such a horrible means. It was so evil that he could draw blood from other people's bodies. It surprised him, but at this time, he is more anxious. If he delays like this, his blood will be really drained. This made him unable to calm down at all. Stop it for me. If you want to know anything, I can tell you all. I also ask you to stop. If you continue like this, I may die. At that time, there is no way for you to listen to any secret. The devil bear's heart is very suffocating. Maybe there was a little news before, but now he feels that the blood in his body is really about to be completely drawn away. At this time, where can he be stubborn? Even dare not chase you again. Even if he died, he could not think that he would end up in such a situation. Even if he was killed, he thought that it was an identity to be killed. But what's the matter of being drained? He could not accept such a result, so at this time he just gave in. Gao Peng didn't stop so easily, and this guy probably didn't see the coffin and didn't shed tears. He had just given him a chance. I didn't want to draw his blood at first, but after giving him a chance, I can't blame him for being impolite since I don't grasp it well. Tell me now. If you don't say it quickly, then you really don't have a chance now. I won't stop right now, because I don't know what you want to say. Tell me all you know. Time is fast, or you may have no blood. In other words, Gao Peng never thought about letting go of the bear. The first guy is too cunning and has lived for such a long time. Who knows what medicine the fox sells? If you are not careful, you may suffer. So Gao Peng will be cautious. In fact, at this time, his own strength has been particularly strong, even stronger than Magic Bear. But I dare not act rashly. Once there is any carelessness, it will really be over. Besides, the devil bear doesn't have to be honest, and only when he pulls out his blood all the time, can this guy be honest. I don't dare to play tricks anymore. The Magic Bear really felt special suffocation, and he also wanted Gao Peng to stop as soon as possible, but he also knew that no matter what he said, there was no way in the end. If you don't answer as soon as possible, then his blood may be really drawn away. So he didn't dare to hesitate at all. It's a long story, said the devil with a gloomy face. But Gao Peng said with disapproval, since it's a long story, you should hurry up to make a long story short. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Chapters 1267. The devil bear's face is choking, but he has no way, so he can only speed up his speech as soon as possible, because at this time he really feels that his blood will leave him. This feeling made him more anxious. It even made him feel a little anxious. He had never felt such a danger, even though he was sometimes in danger of his life. But it's much better than it is now. He has never seen this kind of technique and means of being pulled out of his own blood by others, and he thinks this kind of technique is too evil. I have never understood this evil method, and he didn't know that Gao Peng would have such a terrible means. If he knew that, he would never provoke Gao Peng. He would rather be a statue that won't move. It's not going to be easy. However, no matter how much he regrets now, there is no way to save it. He can only satisfy Gao Peng's wishes as soon as possible, so he doesn't need to be pulled out of his blood. In fact, there is a void. Empty. Gao Peng feels a little confused. What is this? Is this a race? Its name seems to be a little bit tall, and there is a sense of vagueness in it. Does it have something to do with the Void family? What you said about emptiness has nothing to do with emptiness. Quote? The demon bear looked puzzled, but at last he smiled coldly and said, "Don't compare that kind of garbage race. After all, those garbage races, for our demon race, can be crushed to death with one hand. There is no comparison. I can also say that emptiness is a kind of race, but that kind of monster seems to have no life. It comes in from outside. I don't know what kind of creature virtual is or where all these virtual creatures come from, but we know that all these virtual powers are particularly powerful. Every power is basically equal to that of God's ancestors, and it's very difficult to kill. Even if you want to die together, you can't do it. And once they enter our territory, they will absorb all the energy of heaven and earth without restraint, as if they are feeding on our living space. Before that, there was a continent that had been invaded in vain, so they absorbed it without restraint, and finally completely absorbed and destroyed that continent. But emptiness remains intact, and there is even a tendency to become more powerful in the dark. They are a very large army. Some of them are more powerful than others, but it's because we don't know where they come from that makes us feel more difficult. In the past, we have completely blocked those false ones in the Outland, and even made a protective film in the Outland, which can basically block them. The devil bear looks back, and when he thinks of these things at this time, it seems that he slowly finds out the memory of the wind and dust in his heart. In fact, he was also very uncomfortable, because there were so many people who died in that battle. It's almost a bloody rendering of the whole land. Chapters 1268. Gao Peng listened quietly. At the beginning, he felt shocked. He didn't expect that there were such enemies in the world. And it's still there. It seems that when something is not to a certain extent, it is impossible to know it all. Even other races may not know the existence of falsehood. What's more, even the demons don't seem to know what kind of race this void is. They only know that void is a kind of creature with great destructive power. It seems that there is no wisdom. It's impossible to communicate with others at all, and its strength is also very strong. It seems that it has a very strong army, and it doesn't know what kind of price it paid, and finally it drives out these emptiness. It seems that a very high price has been paid. Otherwise, the devil bear will not be like this, and judging from his recollection now, it is estimated that the war once was extremely tragic. Will it be after that war that he has lost his body completely? Think about it. Gao Peng didn't interrupt what the bear said, only to see that the bear said again. The protective film that all our races and people make together can stop these illusions as long as we replenish our strength for a period of time. The power of emptiness is really powerful. It is almost beyond our imagination, but it is not irresistible. We found those weak points and finally used them, so at last we managed to win. The battle lost so much that even my own body was smashed directly. If it wasn't for my other means, it would never have survived until now. But how can emptiness appear again now? Gao Peng also understood that the reason why this guy would become this statue, that is, the battle he participated in, was too tragic. Even the leader of his demon family has lost his body directly, and can only survive. It is estimated that if he doesn't seize other people's body, he may be the real waste. Think of all feel special pitiful. How to say that he was once a strong man, but now it's sad that he can end up so miserable. No one even remembers him. I have to say that the devil bear is really miserable, and he could have snatched the body, but his luck is too bad. Finally met Gao Peng. What a rough fate. Gao Peng will not sympathize with this guy. After all, if this guy is not too greedy, he even wants to rob his body. Then nothing will happen. Unfortunately, there is no if. It's estimated that those guys have completely forgotten Zeusin. Otherwise, how can they not replenish energy? I don't think I can do anything until something happens. I feel that the emptiness may have come now, but it's only a small number of them. They haven't really felt fear yet, but it's just as flustered. Gao Peng talks about the mystery, otherwise the demons will not be so turbulent, and one by one they feel special panic. That's what the clan elders said. Chapters 1269. Magic Bear is silent, because at this time he also agrees with Gao Peng. If not, he will not let those illusions enter here. They used to make such a big loss that they could finally get it out. How could such protection be broken so easily? As long as a fixed time in the transmission of energy, it will never be a problem. But it's obvious that these descendants have completely forgotten the crisis they once had, and they can't even do such basic things well. It seems that the mainland is really in danger. The bear fell into silence directly, but at this time he also felt that his blood was about to leave him. Hurry up, I've told you everything you need to know now. You should withdraw your means. Otherwise, my blood will really be taken away by you. The bear is really flustered. He felt that his blood was about to leave him, and now such a crisis, if he did not have his own blood, it would be really difficult to move. I really don't know what kind of situation he will encounter next, so he felt flustered, so he only saw that he asked Gao Peng to stop as soon as possible. Otherwise his blood will leave him. Gao Peng didn't stop so soon, and he won't be dismissed so easily. How to deal with emptiness? You tell me the way before I let you go. Because of Gao Peng's eager manner, Member felt a special anger in his heart, but at this time he had no room to bargain. Think of all feel special sorrow. At one time, he was also a god of war. He didn't flinch in the face of emptiness, but at this time, he would be so forced by a descendant. It was very hard to think about it. But he also knew that he was in the first place. If he didn't want to snatch Gao Peng's body first, then he would never have come to such a miserable end. However, he really wants to get his own body. If he can get the basis of body, then he can slowly recover his glory. Even if there is a difficulty, he can definitely top it, but he actually ran into Gao Peng, a monster, which made him hit a nail everywhere. It's too much. Good. I'll tell you, the devil bear can't wait at this time. He feels the blood in his body will really leave him. If he waits for a while, the blood will really be drawn. This feeling is too painful, and he can't accept that blood is leaving him, so he put all his ideas out, and how to deal with emptiness. There is something about the source of sin. After all, it can be used to deal with emptiness, but it's not clear whether Gao Peng is real or not, but there seems to be no big mistake in listening to this. Otherwise, the evil bear will not hear it. If he has collected the source of the evil, he will be determined to be a virtual invasion. There is also a basis for this. Gao Peng listened to his explanation so quietly. Of course, Gao Peng thought it was very interesting. As expected, there was still a way to deal with emptiness. But it's not clear if it can be done now. But try it. Chapters 1270. Gao Peng has understood how to deal with emptiness after listening to the explanation of Devil Shang. However, whether this method is still useful or not remains to be considered. But it can be tried. After all, it was once defeated by this method. Although it was said that it would have to be filled with human life, it was not impossible. But Gao Peng's time is also a face of regret. After all, those virtual strength is too terrible, even every strength is so powerful. Think of all let a person feel shudder. If there are a few emptiness, it can make a race turn upside down, even if there is no god ancestor in that race. That's the end of it. Even though there are demons, they don't have much. We can imagine that if we really want to deal with emptiness, we have to give up our old life. Those spirits or emperors that are a little weaker can't be used at all. I don't know whether this disaster will stop or not, and I don't know what kind of hidden information it has. After all, such a disaster is too unpredictable. After all, he knows too little. If he gets to the top of a demon clan, there is no need to have too many doubts about these things, and the most accurate information can be obtained at once. But he came too soon. He came to this place for such a long time that he didn't have the chance to mix with a senior manager to sit down. So much so that he was seriously short of information. This will force the bear, otherwise he will not know anything, or even what kind of disaster will happen. Who knows what it will be like to bump into it? He still doesn't know what those virtual things are. He doesn't dare to act rashly now. After all, although the system is omnipotent, it still fails sometimes. Once it fails at a critical moment, then his little life may really be built up, and he doesn't want to do so, so he has to make a clear investigation and make a decision after understanding it. Hurry up, you said that as long as I told you all the information you need to know, you would accept your means. Hurry up, otherwise, my blood has been really drawn out. You can't help trusting. At the moment of Gao Peng's stupor, the magic bear shouted directly. At this time, he felt his blood was about to leave him. This feeling is more urgent than just now. This kind of thing is really about to be taken out, and this kind of painful feeling goes directly to his soul, making him almost completely faint. He is the leader of the demon clan, but even he felt special pain. We can imagine how evil this means of extracting other people's blood. Even he is such a powerful man, a man with such a strong will can't bear it. Let alone other people. But when the magic bear was shouting, Gao Peng really calmly spread out his hands and said, "Sorry, I can only extract this method, not stop. So you have to admit your life. You can't break free, and even if you have such blood, it doesn't work at all. Recognize the reality." Chapters 1271, No, you can't do this to me. You promised to let me go, and you turned against me, no. The miserable scream of the devil bear started. At this time, he felt that his soul was almost drawn away. This feeling is not acceptable to ordinary people at all. Even if his willpower is so strong, it's just as painful, so that he let out such a shrill scream, but also for their own blood was extracted unwilling. Without this blood, it would be impossible for him to gain the body again, and he would not be able to recover his original peak strength. It is still a question whether we can regain our new life. So at this time, his heart is full of unwillingness. At first, he can slowly recover to the original peak, whether it is virtual invasion or not. But at least he can return to his former peak. He is also the leader of the demon clan, although he was once, but his strength is not weak. But at this time, he became so embarrassed that even he felt particularly unwilling. However, no matter how he fought, that magic power was pulling his blood all the time, so that he could not resist. This kind of feeling led him special despair. Gao Peng really cold said, "I do mean to let you go, but I did not say not to draw your own blood. I've given you a chance before, but you didn't take it well, so I won't be polite to you. Don't worry, you still have some use value. I will not kill you for the time being, but if I find you dare to play tricks, I will kill you first, no matter whether you have use value or not. If you do well, I will definitely let you go even if there is no use value." Gao Peng looks at this demon bear for the sake of the former leader of the demon clan, so he is ready to let him go. How to say that this guy is still useful, but he can't be killed so easily. Some secrets still have to be learned from his mouth. Otherwise, it's not so easy to get that one from some people's mouth. Even some people's voice is very tight, and this part of the people, they themselves know half of it. It's almost impossible to get some news from their mouths. Therefore, Gao Pengkai wanted to save this guy's life. How can he say that he was once the leader of the demon clan? He can't be played to death so easily. No, I won't say anything more. I won't help you anymore. You hateful guy, don't let me out, otherwise I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Because it's been a long time since he was trapped here, there have been some changes in the heart of the demon bear. At this time, he won't care whether his words will cause Gao Peng's killing intention or not. At this time, he only felt that he was too unwilling to find a person who could be his body, but now he would draw out his own blood. How can he be reconciled? In desperation, he said such things. Chapters 1272, It's your own business to say nothing. If I ask you something, if you don't say what will happen, then I won't be responsible. Gao Peng didn't care much about this guy's words. After all, it's one moment after another. If he really plays the opposite tune when he arrives, then he will never spare this guy. A man of no value is not worthy of the hope of living, and if he is in a bad mood, he may be truly given death. Gao Peng is still a little afraid of emptiness. After all, he has not fully understood what kind of situation it is. So he also wants to know more secrets. He didn't even know which direction the next situation was going, so it was necessary for this guy to stay. But it must be necessary to knock. Otherwise, I really think it's necessary for him. But let him go at this time. After all, since the blood drawn from other people's bodies, we can't go on like this. If I'm crazy about the bear, it may not be possible to compromise at all, and I want to get some more words out of his mouth. Think about it and let him go. Gao Peng's mouth showed a smile. Everything was under his control, although he did not know the strength of the virtual. But as long as it's life, there should be no big problem. The devil bear made a scream. At the same time, Gao Peng's face directly showed a smile. At this moment, he suddenly heard the prompt sound of the system. Blood extraction succeeded. Blood fusion, get the blood of the demon ancestor. After hearing the prompt sound of the system, Gao Peng's whole mood became extremely excited, because at this time, his own blood can finally be improved. Moreover, he was stuck in the last step before, but after this extraction, his blood was upgraded again, and he felt that he had more powerful control over the blood in his body. Every move can control the blood vessels in the body. At the same time, when he felt the existence of the bear, it seemed that he could manipulate the power in the bear, but because the blood in the bear was gone. It's not easy to control. But this subtle change also made him feel particularly shocked. Of course, this is only the most obvious change, and his own strength is more than several times higher than before. That's what excites him the most. He has such a strong blood power, he doesn't know who else is his opponent. This is just a person who can sweep all the same realm. What's more, his speed of improving his own realm is also very fast. Now he has a greater inner strength. Even if he encounters emptiness, he doesn't feel that he needs to be too afraid. It's right to be afraid of him. That's great, my blood has finally been improved. It seems that my strength has become stronger at this time. When I go out, I will try to control other people's blood well. Chapters 1273. Gao Peng's heart is extremely excited, and he is eager to go out and try. Now, how powerful is this new blood he has gained? After all, the bear has no blood. It's impossible to experiment with him, and there are no other demons in this talent pool. So if he really wants to try how strong his blood is, there is only one way left, that is to go out. And at this time, his heart has a stronger foundation. Even if other people ask him, he can also explain it honestly. What's more, I think it's impossible for other people to embarrass him if I only need to show my blood. After all, his blood has already exceeded all the people in the whole demon family. This is absolutely beyond the imagination of others. When Gao Peng is excited, the devil bear looks dead. At the moment, he really doesn't want to live any longer, just like a kind of shame. He is the leader of the demon clan. But now he has not only become such a ghost, even his own blood has been completely lost. His heart is a despair. Even if he didn't succeed in resurrection, he still lost the most important blood in his body. It seems that now he is more controlled by others. How can he stand it? It's over, it's all over. Why is that? Why let me meet this monster? If I had not met him, I would never have been like this. It's not the same as what I planned. If it's going well, it should be that I can get a stronger body and resurrect. Why has it become like this? Shouldn't be. The devil bear muttered to himself. At this time, he was close to self-isolation, so he was desperate now. After all, his most important blood has been completely extracted by others. How can we revive him? And he is not willing to rely on the face of the present to revive. After all, he was the leader of the demon family, but now he has become so embarrassed. Without his own blood, the resurrection has no use. Because his strength is too weak. The devil bear's face is dead, but Gao Peng is extremely excited. After all, he can feel how much his strength has improved, which is absolutely unprecedented. The promotion of the realm hasn't excited him much. After all, as long as there are strong enemies, his realm can definitely be improved, but blood and constitution are different. That's the hardest thing to improve. Therefore, he would feel so excited at this time. He did not pay attention to the black bear. This guy may not have figured it out yet. If he did, everything would be okay. So I'm just realizing how powerful I am now. I don't care whether this guy is dead or alive. It's so strong it seems that it's time for me to go out. Otherwise, I can't understand how powerful I am now. It's time to get out of here, and there's nothing to be missed. Chapters 1274, It's time to wake up. After waiting for a long time, Gao Peng saw that the evil bear was still in a dead face. He didn't even think about returning to God. He's a little upset, too. All of them have saved his life. What's the situation? Do you really want to piss him off and kill this guy? Gao Peng won't kill him so easily. After all, it's still of little use. If he kills him so easily, it's a pity. So he suddenly wakes up the bear. If you will be obedient for a while, then I will return your blood to you. Really? Hearing Gao Peng's words, the magic bear instantly returned to his senses, and at this time his face also showed a glimmer of hope. Because he had long thought that he could not get his own blood, after all, his blood was extracted forcefully, he had never seen such a means, and naturally felt special despair. But if Gao Peng said that, he would rather believe that, after all, the blood in his body is extracted by Gao Peng, then it may be able to return it to him. How can this not make him happy? If he can give back his own blood, then let him do anything, only after the real loss, can we know how precious it is to have it. Therefore, he doesn't care what is reserved. Now he only wants to get his own blood as soon as possible, and only after getting his own blood can he really revive. Otherwise, even if he is resurrected, he will not have any use. His strength is too weak, even without the blessing of blood. Everything is a false need. Gao Peng felt the devil bear's anger, nodded his head and said definitely, next, if you can help me, I will definitely give you back my blood, and then I can help you find a better body. But I advise you not to play tricks on me at this time, or I will never spare you at that time. I'm a man who does what I say. I can return your blood now, so I can extract it from your own body. If I can revive you, then I can kill you. You'd better remember. Gao Peng felt that he had to beat this guy well at this time. Otherwise, he would be too arrogant. He even didn't understand some things clearly. After all, the devil bear's life has been controlled in Gao Peng's hands, and there must be no missing. And he also wants to get back his blood as soon as possible. After all, he feels that he is suffering all over, even a little weak. This is definitely not what he wants to see. After seeing the hope, he was very happy. Where dare he have other extravagant hopes? To return my blood, and then let me get a demon body, and let me do anything, then you just need to revive me. I will definitely tell you many things you don't know, and you let me go east, I will never forget, I will listen to you. The transformation of Magic Bear is so sudden that even Gao Peng is not used to it. Chapters 1275. Gao Peng is really not used to it. This guy can change so quickly, which makes people feel a little unexpected. But it also shows how urgent this guy is. It's impossible to play tricks in the future. I will definitely be honest in recruitment, and I will tell you everything I know, but I just don't know if it can be used. Gao Peng is not worried about this yet. Anyway, the leaders of the demon clan have lived for hundreds of thousands of years. They may have been a little behind in other things, but they definitely have a special understanding of Shu that. After all, it was also the main fighting force, but also once the god of war. This is absolutely a very full understanding of emptiness. Gao Peng wants to know what kind of creatures these frightening emptiness really is. Where did it come from? If it's also life, it's not all possible to improve his strength, that is, I don't know if he has a stronger constitution. It's so hard to improve your constitution and blood. But now his blood has made great progress, and he has been promoted to this level. Even he feels a little surprised. It's a great luck, but he is not satisfied with this. Only if he keeps improving can he not be controlled by others, and at the same time, he does not need to worry about being killed by others. He still felt that when he had a strong strength, that was the real sense of security. Even if he had a system, sometimes he would be a little flustered. It is true that the system will have unreliable moments. If it is not because the system occasionally appears unreliable, then he will never just believe in his own strength, only his own strength is strong, then everything is true. Otherwise those are empty. I will not give it back to you for the time being, nor will I look for the body of the demon clan to give it to you. Only after watching your performance can I finally consider whether it will be returned to you. If there are other problems in it, then you should be like this all your life. Or I won't be so polite to you once you do something else to my detriment. Gao Peng said mercilessly. As soon as the expression on the face of Magic Bear was stiff, his eyes became a little dim. In fact, he also knew that it was such a result. But there are still some expectations in my heart. But his performance didn't last long, and then he was radiant, because he felt that if he performed a little better, he could really get back his blood. Then it will come back to life. At the moment, he didn't think about it at all. Once he could revive, he would revenge Gao Peng. He didn't think about it in his heart. He didn't really want to think about it. He just wants to get back his blood as soon as possible, and then get a demon body to revive. There are some things he has to do. So he didn't want to revenge Gao Peng at all, because it's really not necessary, and at this time he also felt the power of Gao Peng. It's not something ordinary people can handle. In addition, He was scared to be able to absorb other people's blood. He was afraid to fight against Gao Peng anymore. Chapters 1276. With what he feels at present, we can already know how terrible Gao Peng is. That's not something he can easily contend with. Maybe at his peak, but he is not in a good position now, and even if he can really recover from the peak, he does not think he can deal with Gao Peng. Gao Peng gave him a strange feeling, and this method is simply unheard of, even able to absorb other people's blood. Let other people's blood completely disappear. This kind of means is really terrible. If he had not experienced it in person, he would never have believed that there were such terrible means in the world, but that's why he was more afraid of Gao Peng. This is not easy to deal with. If you don't understand what Gao Peng's means are, it's better not to provoke easily. Otherwise, I will definitely regret it. The devil bear has such an idea, so he doesn't want to do it right at all. He just wants to get his blood back honestly, and then find a demon body with more potential to resurrect. This is the top priority. And Virtual has appeared. He had to look. After all, he was also the leader of the demon clan, although some people may have completely forgotten his existence. But he also thought he was the leader of the demons. Some things are directly imprinted in the body, which can't be changed at all. That is to say, he throws away all his frustrations and discontent. Nodded firmly. I agree. I will definitely cooperate with you. As long as you can return my blood to me and find a demon body to revive me, I will listen to you. No joke, the devil bear said after calming down a little bit, when he was very sincere, and there was no little care in it. It can be seen that he just wants to revive as soon as possible, and at the same time to return to his own blood, and only in this way can he recover his peak, although it will take some opportunities and time. But there is only a chance of resurrection. Otherwise, there is no chance. After hearing the words of the devil bear, Gao Peng cocked his mouth slightly. He could also feel the sincerity of the devil bear. That's what he wants to see. Since you are so sincere, I will promise you. As long as your performance is satisfactory to me, I will definitely give you back your blood. At that time, you will find a demon clan with potential to revive you. The value of other people can't be compared with you at all, so no matter how powerful the potential is, it's useless at this time. Gao Peng never sympathizes with other people. What's more, he is not a demon. He has killed so many demons. It's no pressure for him to resurrect a demon as someone else's body. That's why it's so natural. The devil bear is no exception. He is also the leader of the demon clan. He has been completely immune to this kind of thing for a long time, and has no discomfort at all. I don't think it's wrong. Only a more valuable person can survive. This is his own values. A person without value will definitely waste resources even if he lives. Chapters 1277. When the two have reached a deal, the atmosphere between them is not so tense now. It seems that the cooperation has been completed. Magic Bear is not so careful, and at this time, he specially charged Gao Peng. After all, he was deeply impressed by those emptiness, even after hundreds of thousands of years. But for him, he is also the enemy of life. There must be no slack. You have to be careful. Those virtual powers are very powerful. Every virtual power is equal to the god ancestor, plus their huge quantity. It's absolutely horrible. It's not necessarily their opponent to meet your current strength, so you have to find a way then. If you can get the source of sin, it will be more convenient and better for your life, but it's a little difficult. But in order to avoid problems, you have to get the source of sin as soon as possible, or it will be difficult to deal with emptiness with your current strength. Once there is a real invasion, the whole building can't be spared. No one can hide. Then it will be a real disaster. You can't get away with anything. At this time, the devil bear worried and said, no wonder he would have such an idea. It's really that those virtual forces are too horrible, and the number is so huge. If there are no more powerful people to resist, then this continent will be completely destroyed, and may even be completely destroyed by these virtual. Think about how horrible it is. Now he has been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, so he doesn't know what happened to the outside world, so he will have some worries at this time. If it was his strength, then he had some confidence, but even he had become so. Not to mention the others. What kind of situation is the highest level of combat effectiveness? It's not clear to him. Therefore, he is the only one who can know how worried he is at this time. He doesn't want to have problems without fully recovering his own strength, and even if he recovers his own strength, it's not really defensible. That's not something you can resist on your own. Gao Peng hears the devil bear say so seriously, don't change the expression on his face to be very severe. It's not a joke. I haven't thought that the virtual strength could be so powerful, and if the number is really very large, it may be particularly troublesome. Gao Peng has some worries of his own. After all, it will be a disaster in the future. Even he may not be able to resist it. He does have a racial talent, and he has a system of rebellious nature. He doesn't need to worry about enemies, and he doesn't need to be afraid of being surrounded by others. It's 2 fists and 4 hands. Before he saw the emptiness, he didn't dare to act rashly at all, and he didn't dare to act so boldly. It's better to be careful. No one knows if the system will blow next second. But worry comes from worry, but it is impossible for him to be frightened, and at the same time, it is even more impossible for him to worry about gain and loss. Chapters 1278, It's good to be careful, but if you are timid, then you can't do it. After all, if you suffer such a disaster then, no one can escape it. If I could, I would like to have a look at the situation of emptiness, so that it is more convenient for all the next actions. Gao Peng said what he thought in his heart, not that he was too arrogant, but that he felt it necessary to have a good look at what the void was. If you don't know anything, it's also a problem for him. Even if the strength how strong again how? It's not clear what the enemy's situation is. Sometimes it's really going to capsize in the gutter. Only knowing yourself and your enemy can win all battles. That's what he thought at this time. Magic Bear nodded slightly, without any objection. After all, he also felt that this method was the best result. At this time, they can only have a good understanding of what kind of situation the enemy is, so that it is more convenient for their next deployment. At the beginning, the Devil Bear did have some preconceptions, but when the two of them had reached a deal, they had completely put down their defenses. We should also discuss how to resist foreign enemies. Otherwise, when the whole continent is occupied, all the people will not be spared. Therefore, we have to understand the changes in the past. After all, it's been such a long time, there are definitely some changes. First of all, we have to understand the situation so that we can find a better way. It's essential. It's been hundreds of thousands of years, and I don't know what's going on with all those illusions, and their growth is expected to be great. Hope not to despair. If we have been standing still, it will not be easy to resist foreign enemies or even drive them out. Alas, after all, Magic Bear still feels special worry. After all, he doesn't know the current development situation at all, and he has been sealed here for hundreds of thousands of years. Think of all feel special long. The last catastrophe is hundreds of thousands of years away, but it is possible for anything to happen. This will make him feel special worry. Before worrying about the lack of more powerful people and the lack of combat power at the top, we were more worried that the strength of the whole continent was much weaker than before. What's more, it used to be a great help from all ethnic groups. I don't know now. As the bear recalls, he mumbles. The expression on Gao Peng's face became extremely serious, because only he knew that it was impossible for all races to unite, because it had been totally upset a long time ago. Now if you want to let those guys work together, it's only possible if you let them really realize what's going on. Otherwise everything is false. Think about the feeling in my heart. Why are all people holding back at this critical moment? Gao Peng is not afraid of enemies, but he is afraid of this kind of disaster. What's more, he met a group of pig teammates, who just don't know how to help. Not afraid of god-like opponents, just afraid of pig-like teammates. Chapters 1279, Alas. Let's take a step at a time. If we want all races to help us, then we can only let them see the real crisis. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Gao Peng also sighed. Although he didn't know much about it, he also learned something about it by virtue of the current trend on the mainland. That's why I have such a feeling. The race that once joined forces to resist foreign enemies, why did it turn against each other in an instant? It is not because of the uneven distribution of benefits. In mutual fear. Otherwise, it's impossible to have the current result. I don't know what these guys want to do. Even if we drive away the demons, we don't see how powerful they are. It's just that they are occupying the manger. Now the appearance of emptiness may bring unprecedented disaster to the whole continent. I don't know if they know this situation. I guess I've already forgotten it, haven't I? If they are not aware of this situation, it will be a real disaster. Even if they are aware of the situation and want to really participate in the battle, it will be particularly difficult. Now the power of the whole continent has been reduced. Just look at the Void family, the Green Willow God Emperor and others. It can be seen from this that how much has been reduced in the end. It seems that the God Emperor is already the top existence. We need to know that the emptiness but the weakest is the God Ancestor, which is not a level at all. It seems that disaster is really coming. Why bother? Although Magic Bear didn't understand the situation, he seemed to realize something after hearing Gao Peng's feeling. But he did not ask. It's just a face sigh. I think he also knows what's going on now. I don't think he is as harmonious as he used to be. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and some things have changed unimaginably. This is also inevitable. Even he can imagine that with the evolution of hundreds of thousands of years, some races may have already disappeared in the long history. This is simply unavoidable, so at this time, he felt a sigh for a while. Unexpectedly, after hundreds of thousands of years, some things have changed so much. This time may be the biggest disaster in the whole continent. Can resist, that is really an unknown number. It seems that this is a real disaster. Without the help of other races, it is unknown whether people can resist it at that time. Looking at the current situation of the demons, it is estimated that they are also irresistible. I don't know what the situation of the Protoss is. The Protoss can't be expected, because they were also driven out in the past, so it's very good not to retaliate now, and don't know where these Protoss have gone. Don't hope. Gao Peng in this sentence directly cut off the idea in the heart of the Devil Bear, and both of them couldn't help but stay for a while. Who can think that things seem to be out of their expectation? After all, even if they really know the course of things at this time. But their strength seems to be too weak. Chapters 1280, this may be retribution. I don't know if those guys know about the virtual invasion. If they have forgotten these things, then this disaster may be doomed. Maybe I don't know. Their strength is not as strong as it used to be, and the international market is not as strong as before. At this time, many people are weak. I haven't dealt with them very much, but I've seen several races, and even some of them claim to be top forces. But the strength is a little horrible. I think it's not good. Gao Peng thinks about the Void family he met before, and the Void Cave. From here, we can basically know that there are no powerful people. Those old guys who are sucked away by black holes are probably the most powerful in the realm of spirits, but what about the realm of spirits? There is no use at all. Even if they are allowed to resist emptiness, they may not be able to resist it. This is already the top power on the mainland. That other estimate is not much difference. Think about all can know. In fact, this is not very useful at all. Not even cannon fodder. I don't know what happened in these hundreds of thousands of years. It's estimated that even those races themselves didn't expect such a crisis. This is a real decline. If there is not the existence of the demon family, then it is really despairing. There is no need to say what you want to resist, just try to escape by yourself. With their strength, if they want to escape, it is actually very easy, but they can only wander all the time. Think about how much you're holding back, how time flies. In a twinkling of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and the once brilliant ethnic groups have not come to this point. It's really speechless that even the disaster has come unnoticed, and even their strength has been weakened to such a degree. It's all down. Magic Bear also doesn't know how to express his feelings. After all, he really doesn't know how to express his feelings. No one expected that there would be such a dilemma now. He was full of confidence. If it was as before, he thought it was still possible to resist the false invasion. But he seems to think too much. These decades of changes have made him a little confused, and even a little confused. This change is too big. It's surprising that not only all races have become enemies, but also that the strength of those races has declined so much. But now Kof is not the moment when he is feeling. They must find a way as soon as possible, otherwise they will have to wander all the time. Think of that kind of fate as particularly miserable. It seems that we can only think of another way. If we can, it's better to integrate the whole demon clan, otherwise it's not so easy to deal with virtual things next. It's true, but depending on my position, I can't lead them for the time being, but it's nothing to beat them down. Chapters 1281. The Devil Bear heard Gao Peng's words and had some doubts. After all, he didn't think that the Devil family could be defeated so easily. There must be a lot of powerful people. It's just the ancestor of God. That doesn't mean that he can sweep other people. The most powerful fighting power of the Devil Bear is not only that, but also that his strength has fallen completely before. That's why it's so weak. That's why he had doubts at this time. Gao Peng could also feel the inner suspicion of the bear, so he said lightly, I know you must be doubting my strength, but I want to tell you that if I want to, it can really crush them. But it's no use being strong. We can't really integrate all the demons. If there is no way, we can only think of other ways. Gao Peng is very confident. After all, he has a system. As long as he is the enemy, he can instantly improve his strength. Although some people do not regard him as an enemy. But it's up to him. But it's of no use. He thinks that even if his strength is so strong and powerful, he can't make this demon clan unite in the end. However, just when he felt there was no other way, said the bear suddenly, "No, if you can really defeat the most powerful one among the demons, then it is really possible to integrate the demons directly. But the premise is that you can defeat the opponent openly, otherwise everything will be in vain." Hear this. Is that true? There is a trace of excitement in Gao Peng. If it is true, then everything is okay. The bear nodded seriously. It's not like joking, which means it's feasible, but I don't know what to do next. Gao Peng is not ashamed to ask. After all, things that may be related at this time are very extensive. Sometimes, he has to ask carefully. This guy has lived for thousands of years. This is not a joke. At most, he just has the blood of the demon clan, and he is not a real demon clan at all, so he is not familiar with some things. But this guy is the leader of the ancient demons, so he definitely knows something about it. It's right to ask him. The magic bear is also very patient. Now they are almost grasshoppers in the same pants. No matter who is in trouble, they may suffer. So there is no stinginess at all. After hearing this, Gao Peng's expression appeared a little strange, even a little suspicious. Are you sure that's okay? It's been so long. What if they've already forgotten this rule? It's absolutely impossible. Other people may not know it, but the current clan elders definitely know this rule, and they can't avoid it. When they become the elders, they are doomed to abide by this rule, otherwise they will be punished. Said the magic bear. Very definitely. Chapters 1282. The magic bear said so definitely. Then this rule may be true, but not all people can understand it. Since only the clan elders have restrictions, it is estimated that only they can know, but how many clan elders are there in the demon clan, Gao Peng is also not clear. But it's not a big deal. Anyway, at that time, he just needs to follow suit. In fact, the more clan elders, the better. After all, this represents strength. Only the more powerful the demons are, the stronger the ability to resist foreign enemies, and the greater the mastery. Gao Peng thought so. Anyway, he thinks he can't be killed so easily. What's more, his current racial talent can make him recover in an instant. Physical strength is absolutely unlimited. In addition, he also has a system against the sky. Every time he fights, he can be promoted to the most powerful time, which makes him invincible. However, if there are too many enemies, he will feel particularly upset. But now there are other ways, it will be easier. He thinks he is powerful, but he doesn't think he is really invincible. He still has some flaws at present. But others don't understand. Since you are so sure, I will try it well after I go out. After all, I don't think my strength will be weaker than them, though I haven't handed it over. But number one will be my opponent. The evil bear is slightly stunned, and feels Gao Peng's unprecedented self-confidence, although he feels a little inexplicable. In fact, he has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. He does not necessarily think that he is invincible in the world, and only the real invincible can say such words. Although I feel a little uncomfortable. However, after a short period of conversation, he has basically learned Gao Peng's way of speaking, and he can gradually adapt to it. With this, we can know how strong his heart is, or we can't live until now. I hope so. Magic bear is not easy to say. Now he and Gao Peng are wearing the same pants. It's impossible to say anything. And he thinks that Gao Peng should be very sure to say such a thing, otherwise, no one can take his own life to joke. If we fail this time, we may suffer from other people's exclusion everywhere, if we are narrow-minded. That could be a retaliatory blow. This is definitely to think twice, but now they do not have other time to wait, virtual has been possible to invade. If we don't hurry up, all of us will be finished. In other words, because of the urgency of time, we can only say some taboos, or we will not be able to seize the initiative as soon as possible. After the negotiation between Gao Peng and Magic Bear, it has been finalized. Gao Peng looked around and saw that there was basically nothing here, let alone no other demons in this talent pool. What should be understood has been understood basically, and what should not be understood is also understood. Now he has more important things to do. It's no longer worth nostalgia. Phew. Gao Peng smashes the access token and slowly disappears from the talent pool. Chapters 1283, Out. The clan elders and others felt the change of the talent pool, and looked at the past one by one. At this time, they are really looking forward to it. After all, they don't know who won the first place and how fierce the confrontation is. They don't know that. That's because they don't know. At this time, they look forward to the entrance one by one. Who are you going to win the top 10? After all, it seems that their strength is not much worse, and only a few of them are a little more talented. But I don't think they can really crush people. I just hope they don't have too much loss. After all, each of them has the blood of ancient demons. You can't sacrifice so easily. Yes, I just hope there are not too many people. After all, every Xianxia is our treasure. When they really grow up, they will become the pillar of the demons. There will inevitably be a little friction, but as long as there are not too many problems, there will be basically no problems. At this time, people from all major factions of the demon clan are talking about each other, and they are really looking forward to what kind of results they will have. And if their faction can get the top 10, they will also get cultivation resources, which is also very important for them. They all have their own private hearts. Only the clan elders and the magic rock are calm. They don't pay much attention to whether they will get cultivation resources. That's only secondary. They are more concerned about whether there is a rise in them. After all, if there is a rise in them, whether they really awaken the blood of the ancient demons. That's the most important thing. There must be no little loss. At this time, they are all concerned about the virtual invasion, but because this event is too sensational. Therefore, the two of them didn't tell other people so easily, and only the god ancestor level people can know. Only those who have reached this level can understand this kind of secret, so at this time, their hearts are different. They are all looking forward to it. If there is really the blood awakening of ancient demons, it is also very important for them. Maybe it can be really used for cultivation. Now it is urgent to hope the awakening of the ancient demons. This may help them. I hope someone has awakened. Don't let us down. If we don't show up again, we have no other way now. The enemy is coming. I can't hold it anymore. There is not only a little expectation in their eyes, but also these worries. They have already known how serious things are. It is so severe that it is unimaginable, that is to say, they are eager for someone to resist. Now they have sent other more powerful people to resist the outside world, so they can't stand it now. The two of them can come back here just because they have a mission. Otherwise, they have to sprinkle blood in that battlefield. Chapters 1284. When everyone is looking forward to it, a figure slowly appeared in front of their eyes. When they saw this figure, all people were stunned. The old mouth of the clan twitched directly. How could it be this guy? I didn't expect this guy was the first one to show up, and it should be very easy to see him like that. This makes them feel speechless. This guy has provoked so many people before, which almost makes people and gods angry. But now he is so swaggering out. Don't you have not been picked up by others? I feel a little speechless when I think about it. This guy can't escape directly, and it doesn't look like that. He has started his racial talent directly. Magic Rock is also special speechless. He never thought that Gao Peng would be the first one to appear. Although he felt speechless at this time, he was relieved to see that Gao Peng was still alive. At least they didn't besiege them. After all, Xianxia of those demons is very powerful. As long as their lives are not threatened, it doesn't matter whether they can open their racial talents. At the moment, although his heart was speechless, he was more concerned about Gao Peng's life. At this time, he nodded happily. The other demons exploded. How could it be? How could this guy be alive? He just had that kind of performance, and then has really angered all the demons. Xianxia, they should not let him go. But how could he show up in a big way? This guy didn't come out in advance. Didn't he start his race talent? Yes, that must be it. That must be it. A guy seems to have found what he thinks. When possible, he believes in it one by one, and they also believe that it is absolutely the truth. Otherwise, Gao Peng will never come out alive. After all, he has just provoked so many demons. Xianxia. Every strength is so powerful. How could it have left him intact? If it wasn't for his crumpled exit token, he would be doomed now. This also made others believe that Gao Peng did not open his own racial talent at all. So all the people at the scene finally showed a smile. Just now, they were all iron-faced. In fact, Magic Rock has an idea with all the people present. After all, no matter how confident they are at that time, under the same situation, they can't deal with so many magic Tianzhao at once. What's more, the most deadly thing is that they all know that Gao Peng has no blood of ancient demons, which makes it even more impossible for him to be an opponent of others. So they just take it for granted. Seeing Gao Peng lightly, Magic Rock said, "It's okay if you don't open the racial talent. With your current strength, you only need to work hard a little bit, and also have the opportunity to improve. Realm and power are always endless. It's not necessary to open race. Talent can represent the potential you have." Chapters 1285, What's more, your strength is not weak now. You can improve to this level after wandering for such a long time. It's also amazing to build your own potential. Just use it again, it will definitely give you unimaginable power, so you don't need to be discouraged. A flash of magic rock came directly to Gao Peng's side, and he didn't want to let Gao Peng down. That's why it's so comforting. All the other people are laughing coldly. It's obvious that they are just watching a funny play. They also don't believe that Gao Peng can open up the talent of race, such a demon just returned. It's impossible to have such a powerful talent. As a result, they had already predicted that they could only be called deserters. They crushed the access token directly, so they could escape. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Tianzhao, another demon clan, by his angry appearance. You don't need to think about it at all. Tianzhao of those demons will do this. It's a special pride. What's more, being humiliated again and again by this guy is not something that ordinary people can bear at all. So it's a matter of course. But after hearing the comfort of Magic Rock, Gao Peng felt a little confused. Unexpectedly, someone would comfort him. It's amazing. How could he not have thought that this book only met a few people, could be so kind? Obviously, this is because he didn't want to hurt, so he had such comfort. Can't help but have a little warmth. This is the first time someone cares. It's true that his behavior was too much of a pit for his father. Every time he was provoking a strong enemy, it's impossible for someone to make friends with him. It's been pushing sideways. It's mainly the strong people he met, so he has to become the enemy, so that his strength can become more powerful, so he is a person wandering around. As time goes by, such thoughts are gradually lost. At this time suddenly heard others' comfort, also led him feel special warm heart. After all, he has rarely heard such words. But although he thought this kind of word special warm heart, but he really opened the race talent. So he said in a daze, "Who said I didn't open the racial talent? I've turned on racial talent. Be quiet." In Gao Peng's words, just finished, all the people on the scene were directly stunned, one by one staring at him. I can't believe it. What did they hear just now? How could this guy say he's turned on his racial talent? My god, it can't be fake. After all, no one else has appeared, and his speed is too fast, which makes people feel a little incredible. So one by one, they all looked at him. All the demons have attracted Tianzhao before. We should not be able to open our own racial talent. We rely on the temperament of Tianzhao. It's absolutely impossible to spare Gao Peng. But he even said that he had turned on racial talent. Isn't that cheating? Chapters 1286. The expression of Magic Rock is stiff when Gao Peng says that. He doesn't even know why he has such a reaction. He just felt a little embarrassed. Is it true that race talent has been turned on? But at the beginning, he didn't believe that Gao Pengjun could really open up his own racial talent. He just tried his luck. But after seeing Gao Peng's first exit, he has made a conclusion. It is possible that Gao Peng crushed the access token directly and finally came out of it. There's no racial talent at all. That's why I just asked. Gao Peng's answer really left him at a loss. Even he didn't know how to speak. Now other people are looking at him. Make him a little speechless. Are you serious? At this time, Magic Rock stared at Gao Peng. He felt a little depressed. This guy was just too boring. When I was here, I provoked the enemy everywhere. Now I even say such words again. Is it cheating other people? But it doesn't look like much. After all, you need to test your magic power value later. Then you can't cheat. So no matter how you try to cheat, it's impossible at all. So at this time, he will specifically ask. If it's really cheating, if it's found out, it's punishable. It's even possible to suffer the exclusion of all people. This is not a joke. When Moyan asked this question, he was so serious that he didn't even notice that his tone had changed a little. Gao Peng didn't care much, but said, "Of course, it's true. Is it necessary for me to cheat you? There's no need for that. All right. Didn't you tell me to test the magic power later? Then we can test it a little bit, and we can basically know whether we have turned on our racial talent or not. I'm not stupid. When Gao Peng finished this sentence, he also looked at Magic Rock with contempt, which seemed to say that even if you are an idiot, don't treat me as an idiot, okay? Magic Rock immediately felt speechless. This guy is just too lawless. Now he dared to show such a look. It's really disgusting, but he didn't respond very much. It's just that Gao Peng is too weak to beat. But after hearing Gao Peng's affirmation, he was extremely pleased and replied that at least after the people he brought had opened their own racial talent, it doesn't matter whether they can get the place. With this idea in mind, now his expression on his face is slowly relaxed a little bit, and it really looks very comfortable. It's really good. I don't want it to be deceiving. After all, you can definitely see if you have started your own race talent at that time. There is no point in deceiving such things. Yes, no. Magic Rock nodded his head with satisfaction, because he could feel Gao Peng's self-confidence, which means that this is the real start of racial talent, and there is no lie at all. Let him feel more at ease. Chapters 1287. Magic Rock believes in Gao Peng, but it doesn't mean that others believe. At this time, when they really hear Gao Peng's confirmation, they still have some doubts. I can't believe it. It's impossible for Tianzhao of other demons to open his own racial talent, and he will definitely stop it at that time. That's why they feel special doubt. Everyone's heart has a special suspicion. They do not believe that Gao Peng can open their own racial talent. Blood itself is very low level. Coupled with the intervention of Tianzhao of other demons, it's even more impossible to open up your own racial talent and think about things that are unlikely to happen. So someone can't stand it. I don't believe you really start your own race talent. If you have the ability, you should test it for me. Otherwise, you are definitely a problem. Yes, I think this guy really has a big problem, and I don't know where he came from. It's absolutely necessary to have a good look at whether he has turned on his own racial talent. If it's cheating, I think it's time to punish him. I can't believe this kind of guy. All the people have issued the voice of doubt. They absolutely do not believe that Gao Peng can open. Racial talent may be the same as the rich, do not believe that the poor can suddenly become rich. Learning bully will never believe that in the examination room, learning scum can counterattack, which is basically the same truth. So these guys don't believe that Gao Peng was born with his own race talent. They think that he is just avoiding disaster. After being chased and killed by others, there was no way to escape, so the access token was crushed and finally appeared here. It is absolutely possible. That's why they make one voice after another of questioning. At the moment, the clan elders also have some doubts. It's not that they are narrow-minded, but Gao Peng's speed is a little fast indeed. Other people have the blood of ancient demons, so the possibility of doubt is not great. Gao Peng is different. That's why they think so. When Emperor Qingliu first saw Gao Peng's appearance, they were very happy. However, this series of things directly made them a little confused. And at this time, they can't speak at all, or even can only watch so quietly. They are really afraid that Gao Peng is bluffing, and they will fight directly to fill the fat face, so they say that they have started the racial talent. If it is true, isn't that why they will be involved next? Think that they all feel a little bit frightened, so they all worry a little bit, and look at the atmosphere around them to know something special is wrong. This makes them more worried. But worry seems to be useless. They can only endure it. And they are getting used to the surrounding environment. Although the special pain, but this is also a kind of temper their will. After all, it's not as fragile as before. But the atmosphere around them is really weird, which also makes them a little uncomfortable. Chapters 1288, Don't do anything wrong. We finally got here. If you can turn on the racial talent, then we can follow you to eat and drink spicy food. Don't go wrong, or we will be finished. Never have a problem. The Green Willow God and the Rock Steel God are praying secretly. Because they are facing the world in the image of dark creatures, other people don't pay attention to them at all. It's as if they don't exist. That is to say, they don't worry about it because of their low sense of existence. But if there is a problem with Gao Peng, they will be involved. That's when they feel so worried. But there is no way to worry. Can only slowly endure. Praying at this time, the clan elders began to doubt, not that they were too careful, but some things still need to be seen clearly. But no matter who is in the talent pool, as long as he comes out, he must be tested to see the number of magic powers in his body. It's also possible to check if racial talent is turned on. Absolutely the most convenient. When the clan elder felt questioned by these guys around him, he immediately stood up and said, "Anyway, we all don't believe it, so when other people show up and test again, you will test first if there is no magic power in your body, then you will know what will happen. At that time, you have to reflect on it. Do you have it? Do you have it?" When the clan elders said this, they just looked at Gao Peng's eyes, as if they wanted to see if Gao Peng would feel guilty. But it's obvious that the clan elders despise Gao Peng. How could Gao Peng be so guilty? What's more, he has an unprecedented foundation. I've opened up my racial talent. Even if it is not turned on, he will not be guilty. That's how thick-skinned you are. What's more, with strength as the backing, there is no worry at all. At the same time, the evil bear has been observing the outside world in Gao Peng's body. When he saw all this, he did not know why. He was sad from the heart. Why is it so weak? Why is the strength of the demon clan so weak? He really can't believe that the strength of the demons has suddenly become so weak. At one time, Shenzhou was almost everywhere, although the number was not empty and even more. But the number is also quite large. But now those demons are only spirits. What's the situation? Although there are also gods and ancestors, the number is definitely very small. When he felt the strength of these people here, he was really desperate for the next time to resist foreign enemies. I can't resist it. Why is that? Why has the strength become so weak? What's going on? Why is the strength of the whole demon clan so weak? This is only the past several 100,000 years, it should not be able to weaken so much. What happened? The devil bear could not understand what he saw, and his heart was filled with despair. Sorrow starts from the heart. Chapters 1289. The magic bear's reaction is particularly fierce, because he has seen the current situation of this demon family, so he has thought that he can't resist the emptiness at all. Too weak. He can't bear to look straight when he is weak. It's different from the demons in his mind. There's a huge gap, so at this time, he felt a little despair. How powerful those need to be, only he himself has a very deep impression. He became like this because of the emptiness, so he became like this, but now he found that the whole demon family was so weak. Too weak. This is simply unable to resist external enemies. If there are other races to help, maybe they can resist a little bit, but now other races are also very weak. That doesn't work at all. Think about how powerless he felt. So at this time, his reaction is particularly fierce. I wish I could rush out and question these demons why they are like this and why the whole demons are so weak. What happened? He doesn't like it. He used to be the leader of the demons, and he also cared about the situation of this kind of demons, but now he found that his idea was too simple. It's a huge change. Let him never know how to believe. Gao Peng also felt the reaction of the devil bear. After all, it was so intense, even in his body. Naturally, he could feel the emotion of the devil bear. What's more, the feeling of rushing out as soon as possible is too real. If he wasn't trapped, he would have been angry now. Don't get excited. I know it's quite different from what you think, but we still have a chance. Now it's just the tip of the iceberg. We don't know what happened, and we don't know if there are any other changes. Maybe it's not as weak as you think, so calm down now. Gao Peng persuades and says that at this time, he is really afraid that the devil bear will really go crazy. After all, once there is real despair, it's not so easy to really get up. But it's still useful. How can I be so easily defeated? Gao Peng doesn't want to see this guy defeated. Next, he has to make good use of this guy to answer some questions he wants to know. So this guy must be okay. The magic bear has really had a big fluctuation, but when he heard what Gao Peng said, he began slowly and recovered a little. It's true now, it's just a little bit. I'm not sure what happened, and I don't know what the demon family has become. Is it possible that the strong have not yet appeared? It can't be said that the current demon clan must be weak, so it can't be determined so soon, so he just let go a little. Only when we have a real understanding can we determine what is going on and whether the forces we have can withstand the enemy. Chapters 1290, There is still hope. There is still hope. Magic Bear and Gao Peng seem to be overlapped. They can't help muttering. In fact, I feel that the demons can't resist the emptiness at this time, but now I haven't really seen the main force of the demons. I don't know how many strongmen the demons still hide, so they don't think they have reached the desperate step yet. Now that they all know that there is a void, I guess it's resisting too. It's just that what we do is not ideal. We even have a little sense of crisis. Otherwise, we will never have such an idea. All the elders show is a sense of crisis, because he has really known what the most powerful race is, which is totally bullshit. Whether we can resist this invasion is still a huge problem. Only if we block the enemy's communication can we use these words. Otherwise everything is false. Gao Peng looks at them quietly. At this time, all the people of the demon family are looking forward to the appearance of Tianzhao. At the same time, I also want to measure Gao Peng as soon as possible. They want to know if Gao Peng has really turned on the racial talent, which is just like they have a bottom in mind. However, their expectation now is totally unnecessary. All Tianzhao of the demon family has been killed for a long time. Can't appear anymore, but they don't know. So at this time, their hearts will be looking forward to the expressions on their faces. Only the expectation has no anxiety, because in their eyes, there must be a lot of demons Tianzhao who have opened their racial talent. Then we have to rank well. Those factional people naturally don't know the secrets of the top level of the demon clan. Since the strength of magic rock is enough, they will know what kind of situation it is. This time, it's not only to allocate cultivation resources, but also to let them awaken the blood of ancient demons. This is the most important question. As long as someone can awaken the blood of the ancient demons, then everything is really possible. At that time, they only need to unite with their old rivals. That will win. This is the method they can think of at present, but whether they can finally use it or not is not certain. So at this time, these two people are more expecting that someone will awaken the blood of the ancient demons. I hope someone can wake up. The fate of all the demons may be in your hands. What will happen to other races is beyond our concern. Even if the mainland is devastated, it has nothing to do with us. But if the invasion succeeds, no one can survive. We can only fight, Magic Rock murmured. At the same time, he had been looking at the entrance of the talent pool, when they only had one way. Clan elders are also looking forward to it. Only the two of them knew how critical the situation was. Because they both had tasks, they did not rush to the battlefield. But at this time, they also know that the battlefield is definitely very tense. The battle is on the rise. Chapters 1291. Gao Peng has a panoramic view of all the people's looks, and also knows that all the people are looking forward to the Tianzhao of those demons. Those from different factions are looking forward to their own, just to get more cultivation resources. The two people are different. Although they don't know what their purpose is, they are definitely able to deal with emptiness. It seems that some people have heard that they want to awaken the blood of ancient demons, which may be a clue. But they don't seem to have a chance. Gao Peng looked at the crowd at the moment and said, "There is no need for you to wait any longer, because there is no need for that." Everyone was stunned. I don't know why Gao Peng said such a thing. What does that mean? What do you mean? The clan elder asked. Literally. They won't come back, they won't come out at all, they will stay in forever. Dang. Everyone immediately felt a panic in their heart, and at this time, if they can't hear what it means, then they are too stupid. But they didn't believe what Gao Peng said. After all, how could this yellow boy be so easy to believe? They will never believe it. However, he was shocked. Gao Peng dared to say such words. What is this not about looking for death? And it's talking to people. This is really looking for death. Courage is really great. When I heard Gao Peng's words, almost all the faces on the scene expressed their expressions again and again, and they became extremely iron green. After all, this kind of words can't be said at all. It almost means that all those people are dead. The expression on the face of Magic Rock is also changing. After all, Tianzhao of those demons has the blood of ancient demons, which is very important. As long as one person can wake up the blood of the ancient demons, their contribution is the most important, and they can definitely be respected by other people. And they are expecting someone to awaken the blood of the ancient demons. Now they hear that Tianzhao of the demons can't come back. It's just a little inside of them. It's very hard. At this time, they didn't believe what Gao Peng said. At most, they just thought that Gao Peng was talking nonsense or even alarmist. Don't talk nonsense here, although you are the first department to appear. It's hard to say such words, said the evil rock with a bad face. You can know what kind of blood they have, and each of them has a crucial task. If their task can be completed, it is a crucial thing for the whole demon family. Some words can be used for joking, but some words can't be said. You will provoke the public anger. Magic Rock knows what kind of role those guys have, so this is the time to say so. Other people have already looked particularly ugly. They stare at Gao Peng with bad eyes. That's the feeling that they hate to eat Gao Peng. The old man's face is also not good looking. After all, no one wants to hear such words. When he hears such words, the feeling is really very distressing. Chapters 1292. Seeing the appearance of these people, Gao Peng basically knew that they didn't believe what he said, so he could only shake his head helplessly. I didn't expect no one to believe the truth. What's the matter with this world? Do you really think he can cheat? Just kidding. Gao Peng took out a string of things directly. All of them were access tokens. After all, those who were killed by him couldn't escape at all. I can't live on my own. Then their access tokens won't have any effect, so he will take them away and take all the useful things. This is just the time to prove it. When he took out these access tokens, all the people on the scene suddenly quieted down and stared at the access tokens in his hands. That's a bunch of access cards. At this time, they don't know how to use any words to describe the mood at the moment, and the result is too bad. At first, they just thought that Gao Peng was talking nonsense, even boasting, but when they saw the access tokens in Gao Peng's hands, a beating that kept their hearts from stopping. It's not like it's going to stop. That feeling is too bad. Why do you have so many access tokens? Haven't you used your own access token? Why do you still have so much in your hand now? What's going on? If you don't make it clear, then don't blame us for being rude. We won't let you off so easily then. Those factions said that the number of these in and out tokens was too much, which made them feel a little cold. This is definitely not a good omen. So they just look at Gao Peng with an iron face. Magic Rock has a very bad premonition, especially when he saw the access tokens in Gao Peng's hands. The whole person was a little bit silly. If there is some doubt at the beginning, when Gao Peng takes out these access tokens, we can basically determine what happened. This is absolutely impossible to fake. There is still someone else's breath on it. The clan elder is even more ignorant, because the access tokens are taken out by himself, so he has a special understanding of these access tokens. Just when he saw the access tokens in Gao Peng's hand, he knew that they were not fake at all, they were all true. It makes him stupid. Isn't that true? If it is true, then their previous expectations are not really lost. Where do you get your access tokens? When I was old, I was a little confused and asked directly. Gao Peng has no cold at all for these guys, and he also seems to be very skillful and not very afraid. Instead, he picked up these exit tokens and looked at them and said, "Who else can have? Don't you know why? I have just told you that there is no need to wait for them. Because none of them will come out." Gao Peng's calm expression fell directly into the eyes of all the people present, and at the same time made them feel a little panicked. Chapters 1293. Really? These access tokens are all true. He murmured to himself, because although he could feel whether the tokens were true or false, if they were, he could tell them at a glance. So at this time, he was directly confused. Since it's true, doesn't it mean that those masters have been killed? It really didn't come to him. Needless to say, he was the one who shocked all the people. After all, they all saw Gao Peng's appearance at the beginning, which was definitely a very arrogant performance. And all of a sudden he provoked so many enemies, and then he ate his good fruit. Entering the talent pool will definitely attract siege, which is inevitable. But at this time, Gao Peng was not only the first one to come out, but also took so many rental tokens in his hand. Doesn't it mean that these people who took in and out tokens were completely dead? If it's stealing, it's impossible. When Xianxia gave these access tokens to the demons, they had already infused their breath. If it's not for the owner's death, then he can't get other people's access token basically, so he already knew this from the beginning. But he didn't tell others at all. But suddenly I saw that Gao Peng had so many access tokens in his hand, which made him believe Xianxia of those demons may never come back. All of them stayed inside. All the people here were stunned when they heard the old people murmuring to themselves. At the beginning, they did have some doubts. I don't know what it means. After all, they still have a little fluke mentality. But now it's completely destroyed. The clan elders have such a look. If they don't believe it, it's a pig. Magic Rock is also gaping at Gao Peng. He never thought that Gao Peng would do such a thing. The idea in his mind is that Gao Peng can escape from it, and even open his own race talent is a very good thing, and he dare not have too much extravagance. But it seems that things are totally beyond his imagination. Gao Peng not only opened the racial talent, but also seemed to have joined the Xianxia of those demons. After a battle, he killed the other side, and then I got the access token. My god, Who can tell me what happened and why the guy had so many access tokens? Did he really kill those people? Did he really kill all the demon Tianzhao? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. With his strength, how can he kill Tianzhao of the demon family? Besides, Tianzhao of the demon family has so many people. A wandering bastard is not their match at all. Fake, this must be fake. All the people here couldn't believe it. After all, Gao Peng didn't have the same strength in their eyes, but now the facts seem to be in front of them. They can't believe it, so they just looked at Gao Peng without saying a word. Chapters 1294. If you don't believe it at first, now no one dare not believe it. All the people were stunned, and the scene suddenly fell into silence. They didn't expect that things would be like this. Everyone hopes for the stars and the moon, but it turns out to be such a result. All the demons Tianzhao have been killed by this guy in front of them. The other side even took out the access token to show off. Let their eyes full of hate. However, the clan elder raised his head at this time and looked at Gao Peng calmly and said, "Why? I want to know why. There's no reason why those guys are so conceited and always want to trouble me, so I made an appointment with them and killed them all by the way. I don't like having enemies alive. As long as my enemies can kill me, I will kill them all." Magic Rock is speechless. The explanation is strong enough. And it's also a matter of course. After all, like their demons, if someone really provokes them, then they can't be merciful. But their expectation before, it seems that they are completely useless, and they have been expecting someone to awaken the blood of ancient demons, but now they have been destroyed by such a person. The main reason is that the other side is not aware. There's no place to reason. If you say why they don't show mercy, others will say that they don't know what they want to do. Because this kind of thing itself is the news that can only be known by the special senior management, the general people just don't understand it at all. They have also considered that there may be some conflicts, but not all of them will be killed. Thousands of 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 thousands of. This is really speechless. The demons of those factions are even more intolerable. They are looking forward to a few talents in their own factions. These are the blood of the ancient demons. How can they stand being killed by others at the moment? Damn it, do you know what kind of blood is in them? You killed them, you killed them. Do you know what kind of fault you have committed? Several people of the demon clan were angry at once, and at this time they just stepped on one step and began to surround Gao Peng. Obviously, they don't want Gao Peng to live any longer. After all, Tianzhao they trained was killed like this, which makes them can't bear it. Gao Peng ignored them at all. Instead, I glanced around lightly. I know that they have the blood of ancient demons. If it's not because of their blood, then I don't want to kill them. Quiet. The eyes of all the people suddenly burst out, and they all stared at Gao Peng. They felt that they had hallucinations. Now that I heard this guy say such a bad thing. It's said that if you don't know that you have the blood of ancient demons, you don't want to kill those Tianzhao. How arrogant it is. And why did he do it? Why on earth? Everyone can't understand it. Chapters 1295. The people of the demon family are totally helpless. They have never seen such an arrogant person. This is definitely the most arrogant one they have ever seen. Knowing how important the blood of the ancient demons is, I still say that they are the ones killed. How arrogant can I say such a thing? It made everyone angry. I even wish I killed Gao Peng directly. This guy is really a little hateful. All of a sudden, the expression on the faces of all the people was distorted, and they all looked at Gao Peng angrily. Do you know what you have done? Those are the hopes of the demons. Once they can awaken the blood of the ancient demons, they will all be the pillars of the demons. Do you think they are like you? You can't match 100 of them. Do you know what you've done? This is absolutely a great loss to our demon clan. At this time, the people of the demons were very angry. They pointed directly at Gao Peng and looked at them like that. It was almost unbearable, and most of them are directly surrounded. It can be imagined that if someone orders at this time, they will never give Gao Peng any chance, or even absolutely will. Those are the hope of the demons. Tianzhao of every demon has the blood of ancient demons. Although all of them are incomplete, once they really wake up, it is absolutely crucial for the demons. But all of their plans are in vain, and Tianzhao, who has the blood of ancient demons, has been killed. Although I don't know how Gao Peng killed them. But the access token was already in his hands, so there could be no further adulteration, so all the people on the scene felt special anger. Waiting for orders. Gao Peng will not give these people a good face at all. After all, none of these guys is easy to meet now, and none of them is simple. Ah, I can't match 100 of them. But how can I say that I killed them? Gao Peng out of the special satisfaction smile, and so quietly looking at the presence of those demon people, as if to tell them how strong he really is, and how wrong these people are in their words. As soon as magic rock slaps his forehead, some speechless people look at all this. According to his own thinking, those who have the blood of ancient demons are really noble. But Gao Peng can still kill those demon Tianzhao who have ancient demons, which is absolutely incredible. Compared with that, it seems that those guys are more useless. With such a high starting point. In the end, he is still such a waste, which is really too illogical, so at this time, he also feels speechless, and there is no room for refutation. So are the others. Words can't be said in the mouth. One by one, they all feel a little bit oppressive. After all, facts are better than eloquence. Even if the Tianzhao of the demons has the blood of the ancient demons. In the end, it's really like waste. Chapters 1296. There was a little helplessness in the eyes of the clan elder. At this time, he also knew the meaning of Gao Peng's saying. That is to say, if Tianzhao of the demons has a better talent, then he is the one who can kill those Tianzhao of the demons. Doesn't he have a stronger talent? That's roughly what it means. If it is really calculated by value, it is not so at all, although the Tianzhao power of those demons is not so strong at all. But their utilization value is high. Once someone can wake up, the blood of ancient demons has unimaginable benefits for the whole demons, so at this time they feel special helplessness. But everything can't be saved. You arrogant. The demons were angry. They just wanted to tear Gao Peng apart. This guy is too arrogant. At this time, they all want to be eloquent. Isn't that to look down upon them? Now there is no order, and in this place they dare not act rashly, or even dare not to fight, so they just surround Gao Peng at most. They are all waiting for orders. But their hearts had been angry for a long time, and they could hardly bear it. It's really unbearable to see this murderer so arrogant in front of them. If it's just ordinary demon people, then there's no need to worry about it. Even they would not be so angry. However, Tianzhao, who entered the talent pool, is not the same. They all have the blood of ancient demons. Once awakened, it is the best news for this demons. But now it's all ready to be completely destroyed. And he is also a demon like them. If other races are responsible for sabotage, they can barely accept it, but what kind of situation is it now? Although Gao Peng may not know about the rate, the result is also a little intolerable. The fight will come back to the fight, but it will not be killed as soon as possible. This is to kill all the demons Tianzhao Tongtong. It seems to be a little hateful. No wonder these demons are crazy. Gao Peng did too much. I think you don't agree with me. Since you want to test me so much, I will challenge you. How is it? Gao Peng didn't give face to these demons at all. After all, he didn't want to waste time with these guys at this time. He had to get the control of the demons as soon as possible. As for these clowns, they have to be solved as soon as possible. It's a shame to waste time. Gao Peng is straightforward. All the people present are stunned. After all, they didn't expect Gao Peng to say such a thing to them. What's more, it's clearly a provocation. What can't be tolerated? Hateful. You damn guy, you know you've done such a big wrong, but now you don't know how to repent. You're looking for death. Do you know what you're talking about? You are challenging us. Do you know what the consequences are? Chapters 1297. Gao Peng was so angry with these guys that he didn't pay attention to them at all. Instead, he stood there calmly, with even a little disdain in his eyes. These guys are just shouting there. I didn't dare to make a move at all. I don't know what they were shouting about. If I wanted to make a move, I would have made a real move. And Gao Peng really can't see these guys. Strength is not only particularly weak, but also its own blood is not very strong and has no effect. Even the constitution is also unable to let him get promotion. It's really boring. So he wasn't prepared to spend time with these guys. They were too weak, and he had to get control as soon as possible, otherwise all the steps would be very difficult, so he despised these guys. I hope they can start as soon as possible. Hateful. This guy is dead. I will tear you alive. The people of the demon family have been completely mad. After all, They never thought that they would be so despised by others, and they are still a junior of the demon family. You can imagine how angry they are at this time. At this time, the two of them are a little helpless. After all, this matter is very extensive, not to mention their inner entanglement. Should we stop it or not? After all, Xianxia of the demon clan has the blood of the ancient demon clan, each of which is crucial. At this time, all the reserve forces have been completely killed. Even they have some problems. These can be used to deal with virtual. But at the moment, it has been completely killed. Now I don't know what to do. There were some of them before, and they didn't enter it. But those who have not awakened the blood of the ancient demons, it is estimated that there is not much hope. The reason why they are so optimistic about these people is that just those people can enter the talent pool, and it is really possible to awaken their own blood. But now everything is in vain. They have been completely killed by that guy, which makes them feel special helpless. After all, things have reached a critical point in this well, but everything is beyond their imagination. The two looked at each other. What should I do now? The two men kept silent for a second, and finally said slowly, it's only for other people to think of a way, and then gather all the people in the demon family who have ancient demon blood. I think it really works. Alas, I hope so. The two of them didn't pay any attention to these guys, but sighed in the back. After all, they knew what the final result was. For them, it is an urgent hope to have an awakened blood of ancient demons, which is likely to be a powerful help for them to resist emptiness. But now it's completely gone. Both of them feel helpless, and it's better not to stir up at this time. After all, it's a turbulent time. They all know what's going on. Chapters 1298. They both know what happened, so they feel helpless at this time. After all, they only find a person who can awaken the blood of ancient demons. Then we can join hands with the Protoss. But if they don't find the real pure blood, then the Protoss won't bird them at all, and it's impossible to join hands with them so easily. Even though we all know what kind of situation we are going to face, the Protoss are so arrogant. Even think that they are the most powerful race, just by virtue of their race, they can also resist the virtual invasion. Although this kind of words is too false. However, we can also know how powerful the Protoss are, and what's more, their blood power itself has a special and peculiar power, as if it can control all things. In fact, emptiness can also be restrained by 1 or 2 points. Think about it and you can see how overbearing it is. Then only they can find people who can open the blood of ancient demons. When the two races join hands, they can definitely resist foreign enemies. Of course everything is not absolute. It's just a guess between them. Now, of course, their priority is to find people with ancient demon blood. The fight in front of us is like a joke. They didn't let the two of them take any interest at all. In their opinion, the strength of these guys is too weak and they don't even have the qualification to go to the battlefield. Naturally, they don't pay much attention. There is a natural sense of pride. The people of the demon family are really angry at this time. After all, they feel Gao Peng's disdainful eyes, which makes them more unbearable. I have fought with him. I must kill him. I must tear this guy up. This guy dared to despise us. It's just unreasonable. It's disgusting to do such a despicable thing and still have the face to despise us. I must kill him. These demons were directly and completely angry, and they wanted to wait for the order of the clan elders, but now they did not see the order. Even the guy in front of me is constantly picking and quarreling, which is really unbearable. So all the people of the demons at the scene, no matter how much they bullied or not, rushed up one by one, hoping to kill Gao Peng completely. However, they think too much of themselves. They just can't get close to Gao Peng's body. When they want to do something a little, they have a lot of light. All the people were instantly shaken back, and at this time, each face showed a special look of shock. Gao Peng looked at them coldly, with a trace of contempt in his eyes from time to time. He didn't pay attention to these guys at all. This look is really outrageous. At the moment, it's really a sweep. But they were more at a loss. After all, they didn't know the guy's strength was so strong, which made them retreat in a flash. There is no room for resistance at all. This is a little shocking. Chapters 1299. All the people at the scene stared at Gao Peng. They couldn't believe all this. The guy had no trouble to shake them away. This is a sweep. I really can't believe that this young generation can be so strong. In a moment, they make a fool of themselves. It's too strong. At the beginning, they thought that Gao Peng must have used some kind of intrigue, otherwise, they would not have killed Xianxia of those demons. But then they have a little suspicion. It's possible that it really depends on real strength. Otherwise, how can we shake them back in an instant? This is absolutely incredible. Even they feel a little incredible. Although they are not the most powerful, they are also very powerful for ordinary people. Ordinary demon people are not as powerful as they are. But what about them? It seems that it's too inconceivable that I just missed and ended up in such a mess. They all look at Gao Peng. I feel that all these are special dreams in front of me. It's not the same as they thought before. How could this guy be so powerful? It's too shocking. For a moment, all kinds of things came out of everyone's mind, but most of them still felt special and incredible. They just couldn't believe all these things in front of them. It's so awesome. Magic Rock and Clan Old 2 people are also stunned. After all, they also feel special, inconceivable, even a moment to shake those demon people away. Although those guys are not strong. But each one has the power of the spirit peak. This is absolutely a very strong person. Even among the demons, it can also be regarded as the middle force. But now it has been crushed by others without any effort. If Gao Peng is willing, he can really kill them. After all, he can basically know from his just calm and effortless performance. There's no need for more performance. This makes them really realize that Gao Peng's strength may be beyond their imagination, even if they never thought of such a strong. It's really amazing. 2 people looked at each other and saw some shock from each other's eyes. Absolutely, they can't imagine it. When they really have some doubts, will this guy have the blood of ancient demons? Otherwise, how could he have such terrible power? And he said that he had killed Xianxia of those demons by himself. There's something strange about it. Then they just can't believe it, or even don't know at all. How can such people kill Xianxia, who has the blood of ancient demons? His strength is a little strange. It feels like it has the blood of the ancient demons, and it's just a fight that pushes everyone down. This is definitely not the strength that ordinary people can have. Has he been hiding before? Chapters 1300 Magic Rock thought for a moment. At this time he also had some doubts about whether he was totally blind. At the beginning, he felt that Gao Peng was not so simple, but at that time, he could really feel that Gao Peng was not so powerful at all. That's why you are so confident. But at this time, when he really saw what Gao Peng did, coupled with the strength revealed, he had some doubts. Wonder if you're hallucinating. Even before, he didn't realize the strength of the other side. This doubt is deeply rooted in his mind. He has been thinking about what is wrong. I'm sure he wasn't so strong before, and when I met him, he was really weak. Even Xianxia of the demons could easily kill him, but he was very calm at that time. I didn't pay attention to Xianxia of those demons at all. Obviously, it was from his own bottom card, but I didn't know whether he was really hiding strength or bluffing. Because I can't even detect the truth. At this time, Magic Rock finally understood that it was not his own negligence, but Gao Peng's hiding was too deep for him to realize. It was at the beginning. The old face of the clan also changed. This kind of person with unknown origin, although it is said that the blood of the demon clan is also flowing in his body. But they are not sure. In particular, Gao Peng is still so outspoken, killing all the demons Tianjiao Tongtong. The ancient demon's blood that they had been expecting for a long time did not wake up. Even those with blood have been killed. It worried him a little. Will this be sent by someone else? Even at this critical moment, there are still some people who like to do things. They don't know what kind of environment they are in, but they want to weaken the power of other races. That's why he has such doubts. Just when they are thinking, the expression on their faces is also gloomy and uncertain, and they don't know what they are thinking. Gao Peng ignores those demon people directly. The strength of those guys is too weak for him to mention any interest. At the same time, he is not interested. I can't improve myself. There is no benefit. How could he care? Walking directly past those people, without a glance at all, went straight to the clan elder in the Devil Rock. After all, they were completely ignored at this time, but now they dare not do anything. The guy in front of them is so mysterious. Let them some dare not act rashly. I was ignored. This guy's courage is really big, and his strength is also important, but what is the purpose of this guy? It's a matter of outrage. I don't think the clan elder will spare him, but when he does such a thing, he doesn't think about the consequences at all. What's his purpose? How strange, it's really strange. Chapters 1301 Gao Peng is so slow to go to the old people. There is no panic at all. All the people were staring at him. I also want to see what he wants to do. He has already done such a thing that people and gods are angry with each other. I don't think he will be lenient. Magic Rock frowned, obviously feeling special displeasure. Do you know what you have done? Your actions will directly push all of us to the abyss. Do you know the sin? Magic Rock didn't directly use his identity to suppress people, and he didn't send out any breath, so Light questioned. He really didn't know why Gao Peng did such a thing and what kind of benefits it would have for him. What's more, if you do something like this, you have to be punished. After all, you have killed all the evil Tianzhao. What will happen when you do this, don't you know? Why do you do this? He couldn't think it through, so that's why he asked. Gao Peng looks at Magic Rock calmly. At this time, there is a little gratitude in his eyes. If it's not Magic Rock, then he really can't get such a strong blood. His blood will not rise. This is absolutely the credit of Magic Rock. But he was given a lot of hope. Now he fails to live up to nature. He will have a little gratitude and a little guilt. But he didn't regret it. There were some things he had to do, especially his insistence on strength. Sometimes he had to do whatever he wanted. I also know that they have the blood of ancient demons in their bodies, and they have crucial strategic measures for the demons, said Gao. Magic Rock eyebrows immediately tightly wrinkled up. The clan elder also has a bad premonition, but he didn't speak, instead he just watched the performance of Gao Peng. But they have provoked me in the first place. I will never be merciful to the enemy. This is the first. Second, it's good for me if they die. With these two things, they must die. Silence. The scene suddenly fell into silence. Everyone wanted to know what kind of excuses he would give. What is the reason for killing? However, when all the people heard Gao Peng's words, they were really stunned. Such excuses and reasons are too powerful. It's hard for them to argue. It's good for him. Even those people have done it. They are the enemy. It seems that there is not too much emphasis on killing the enemy. All the people in the audience immediately felt a special tangle. Naturally, the other demons said that they wanted to tear Gao Peng. No matter what reason Gao Peng has, they will not give up easily. So it's more complicated that they all know how important the blood of ancient demons is to their whole race in this continent. However, Gao Peng's words are also right. Naturally, the enemy has to make up his mind a little. There must be no slightest tenderness. Whoever will do it. Chapters 1302. Mo Yan and the old people are in deep thought. At this time, they don't know how to execute Gao Peng. This kind of thing is too tricky. Now all the demons Tianzhao have been killed. Even if I kill Gao Peng now, it doesn't seem to have any use. It's a headache for both of them. How did it come to this? It's so speechless, even they are both a little unprepared, but then they look at each other. They are talking in secret, and at this time they want to come up with a plan as soon as possible. It's really the blood of the ancient demons, which plays a crucial role for them. They can't explain the problems they have now. This will make them feel extremely headache. How is it? Shall we take him down or just kill him? Or another punishment? It's unnecessary to kill. Now he is the only one who enters the talent pool. At present, I don't know what effect those people with ancient demon blood have on him. If you can know it, it's okay to think it over, but I don't know if he will say it. It's a bit nerve-wracking. At this time, all the other people of the demon family have been quiet. The two people are talking secretly, but the expression on their faces has not changed much. Obviously, at this time, they can control their expression very well, which is absolutely perfect. That's when they're talking. The bear in Gao Peng's body is in a hurry. It must be at this time, but there may be virtual invasion at any time. You need to get the control right as soon as possible. After all, no one knows that things have developed to that point. Can't drag on any more. Hurry up. Take control now. There's not much time for us now, and they've discovered that virtual invasion was a long time ago. If we don't get control soon, those who need to rush into the mainland will have to get control as soon as possible. There's no time. Nihility may have invaded. We need to integrate all forces as soon as possible, so that we can have the invincible support. As for whether we can resist the invasion, we don't know. Now we can only do our best to listen to heaven. The devil bear feels particularly anxious. After all, he feels that there may be a crisis anytime, anywhere. This feeling is really bad. So he urged Gao Peng to stop grinding like this. It's better to get what they had agreed on as soon as possible. He wants to recover his peak combat power as soon as possible, or after the real invasion, he feels that he will definitely become cannon fodder. We should improve our strength as soon as possible. But how easy is that? Let Gao Peng rest assured tightly. Then he can return to his original blood, and then he can slowly improve his strength. But it's really a little difficult, but at a time when there may be a crisis, where can there be so much time for him to think? You can imagine how anxious he was at this time. Chapters 1303. After hearing the urging of the devil bear, Gao Peng also knew that he should do something. He didn't want to deal with all the people present, because no one is his opponent. Although it is possible for him to get a little improvement in his realm, he also does not have much time. He has to see what those emptiness looks like as soon as possible. Only by witnessing him can we see if we are sure. If the system has a threat to those fictitious, then he doesn't need to be afraid anymore. He just needs to rush up without hesitation, and can also improve their own strength. That's really cool, but can we see it before we know it? Now we need to control this module as soon as possible, so that all people can join together. It's such a critical moment. The other demons don't even know it. Now they have encountered an unprecedented crisis. Instead, they turn a blind eye. This is looking for death. Gao Peng felt that he had to warn them well, that if he could gain control, he would naturally have to tell other people the news. Even if their strength is too weak to help them in the end, some things still need to be done slowly. At least all people have the right to know. Otherwise, the whole continent would have collapsed completely. They didn't know what was going on until all the emptiness invaded. They still don't know. This is absolutely the saddest. Empty rules. Gao Peng said it without hesitation when he saw that the two men were still talking. Two people are talking with each other. Suddenly they hear this sentence. They are stunned. When they come back to their senses, they look at Gao Peng in shock. It's just 3 words. The amount of information contained in it is enough spirit, so they can't believe their ears at this time. I really think I'm hallucinating. Two people just stare at Gao Peng with such a gape. The look in their eyes really shows a special shock all the time. It can be imagined how violent the fluctuation is in their hearts at the moment. After all, it is impossible for ordinary people to know such things. But this young generation even knows that. It makes them feel a little unbelievable. The clan old man's trembling body and hands trembled a little. What did you just say? You said empty. In the rules. Did you say that? In the heart of the clan elders, it's like turning over the river. After all, only they can understand what these 3 words mean. At the same time, they also know that if they can really say these 3 words, then I absolutely know what happened. It excites them. Yes, it's the rules of virtual harmony. I think with your current position, I should know what I'm talking about, and I don't have so much time to stay here with you. I have more important things to do. Now I will let you solve them as soon as possible. I think you haven't forgotten the rules, have you? In ancient times, the rules established for special periods should still be useful now. Don't tell me it's useless. Chapters 1304. At this time, the clan elder and the devil rock were really shocked, because they found that they did not hear them wrong. Gao Peng really said the 3 words. The two looked at each other. They all saw a special and incredible look in each other's eyes, and the secret was only because of the strength of the two of them. But where does Gao Peng know? This makes them feel particularly shocked, and even their eyes have gradually become particularly cold. If Gao Peng can't explain it clearly, they will never forgive him so lightly. Where do you know that? Clan Old tightly frowned. At this time, his body exuded a trace of authority. The breath is huge, but even so, Gao Peng is indifferent. At all. For such a breath, he doesn't care at all, and the breath can't hurt him at all. That's why it's so presumptuous. After seeing so many things happening suddenly, everyone else's faces seem to be very strange. I even feel a little confused. Why? Because they also don't know why the clan elders suddenly get angry, as if something happened to them, which makes him appear so grumpy. The expression on the face of Magic Rock is not good. This will make all the people in the audience feel special and strange. What is the matter that makes both of them change so much at the same time? What is it? This can't help but make people have a great curiosity, and all people are a little far away, just can hear a little information. But it is not really fully understood. You'd better make it clear to me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude, now. Right away, right away. The clan elder suddenly revealed a very domineering tone, and his expression was also very serious. Once this kind of thing really leaked, that would be a disaster. And it will also cause unrest, which will never be stopped at that time, and may cause all people to fight. That's why he looks so serious. Magic Rock also looked at Gao Peng coldly, but his eyes were cold. At the beginning, he had a good attitude towards Gao Peng. Now it's freezing. It's what Gao Peng said that makes them feel frightened, even a little uncomfortable inside. Such a big thing is not known by ordinary people at all, but Gao Peng can know, and even knows a lot. That would have shocked them so much. More indifference. At the moment, their hearts have slowly judged Gao Peng as an enemy. No matter what happened next, they all want to know how Gao Peng knew it. It seems to be a special bully. This makes them feel better to cross-examine. Otherwise, who knows what will happen next? Even emptiness in rules are known, which is absolutely intolerable. They can only know the secret after they have been promoted to the current state. However, Gao Peng even knows it now, which is absolutely incredible. Chapters 1305. In the face of questioning, Gao Peng also chose to be calm and self-contained, without any panic at all, because when he said this sentence, he already knew it. It is also known that there will be such treatment. After all the senior managers are hiding the news, so now that he has said it, he will naturally be questioned by others. In addition, he was able to say the rule that he didn't say for a long time, which is absolutely a matter worthy of attention. So that's how things end up. Both of them are very careful, even they have some hidden intention to do it. This made the people in the room speechless. They really don't know what has happened now, and the direction of things is obviously beyond their imagination. What's going on? I always feel that what they see is not the same as what they hear, or that they are too ignorant. Some things are not clear at all. What the hell are they doing? I don't know what they're talking about. Who can tell me what they're doing? One of them couldn't bear it anymore, he said angrily at last, but the others shook their heads one after another. Because even they don't know, their inner feelings are also special. It's like watching a pantomime. It's totally incomprehensible. Gao Peng looks at the two people calmly. At this time, he naturally knows that the two guys are absolutely like the waves. After all, the 3 words he said. For others, it may be just a common 3 words, but now it is a special incredible thing for people who know it. You are afraid. What are you afraid of? It's such a big thing that you've been hiding all the time. What do you want to do? Do you really think you can resist it with your strength? Do you know what those are? I'm particularly disappointed with your actions, so I'm going to enforce the rules. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for being rude. I won't give you any extra opportunities. I hope you'd better think about it and answer my questions. Maybe you are doubting my identity now. It doesn't matter, but I hope you will face up to this time. Some things are not as simple as you think. Everyone has the right to know. There may be, but it can also arouse all people's bloodiness, and even death can make them understand. Gao Peng's voice just dropped. Those demon people are more unable to calm down. After all, they didn't understand what was going on at the beginning. Why can't they understand at all? But when they heard Gao Peng's words, they all seemed more indecisive. How can we call death to understand? Just make it clear. Why do you feel that things seem to be very serious? What's going on makes you do such a riddle? At first, they did think it might be Gao Peng's prank, but when they saw the expression between Magic Rock and the old people, they knew that it was definitely not a prank. It was something that happened. They don't know, not even a bit of wind, how can they not show such excitement? Chapters 1306. Other demons are really restless, because hearing these inexplicable words makes their hearts itch more, and they always feel that something is going to happen. One by one would like to question, but looking at those 3 people, they dare not take any rash. If it's Gao Peng, they may do something impulsive, but however, they cannot easily offend them, and they dare not. So these guys can only scratch their ears and cheeks. They really don't know how to do it. Magic Rock looks at Gao Peng lightly. At this time, his heart is also not calmed down, but it has been said by Upeng. He can't hold back any longer. The clan elder and the Magic Rock looked at each other, and nodded slightly at last. It was obvious that the two had reached an agreement. I don't know where you got the news. After all, such a secret news is not easy to disclose. And the rule estimation is not something you can touch. In fact, it's very difficult for us to touch. If we don't reach this level, we won't know it all. This kind of thing is really strange. You should know the rules like this, which makes me feel a little unbelievable. But the rule is the rule. Since you insist on it, then we can't stop you. You'd better be prepared, you can't turn back when you start. The expression on Gao Peng's face was very flat, as if he didn't pay attention to each other's words at all, and he also felt that his eyes were empty. But no one cares too much. Who cares if they are not relatives or relatives? I still insist on my request. The two men nodded, and both of them were directly silent, and they were not so aggressive at this time. But there are still some doubts in their hearts. They also want to know where Gao Peng actually knows the existence of emptiness. Then, can't help but ask curiously, where on earth do you know the emptiness? They both looked at Gao Peng curiously and wanted to see what kind of answer Gao Peng would give. Gao Peng shook his head and didn't want to explain too much. The two feel special regret, but at this time they have no other way. After all, Gao Peng has decided to open the rules. Then they can't stop it. Two people just look at each other, a more powerful force comes out of them in an instant, and when their power comes out, a larger shadow appears directly. All the people of the demons were shocked. They never thought that they would have such a terrible power. Let them completely unable to calm down. However, they look at the scene in horror. They don't know what they are going to do, but they have no right to know and don't know what it is. That attraction directly shrouded Gao Peng. Gao Peng was completely shrouded in a short time. Magic Rock and the clan elders stood by. Because at this time, they seem to maintain the power of this virtual shadow, but they do not consume much. Just look at this huge virtual shadow with twinkling eyes. Chapters 1307, this. What's going on? What are they doing? Seeing the Magic Rock and the clan old, two people suddenly join hands, and after they join hands, they have become so. A huge virtual shadow appears, which makes them feel a little inexplicable, but also some creepy. Especially Gao Peng. This made them wonder, what happened? Why did it change all of a sudden? It seems that some of the mysterious things of the three gods don't want them to know at all. What is this? The more hidden, the more curious. Among them, there are several demons who are invisible and blinking. They seem to have found something, and they are trying to think about it. Some things are just like legends. Generally, if they don't see them with their own eyes, they may not find them. I even thought it was a legend. But when they saw it with their own eyes, they felt a little impression. So they began to think about whether they had heard of some legends. One of the demons hesitated and said, I feel I've heard what's going on. After this demon opened his mouth, all the people cast curious eyes. After all, they didn't know what was going on. Mo Yan and the clan elders didn't even want to explain, and some things were still wanted, and they kept it secret all the time. That is to say, they are naturally more curious. But there is no way to know. At the moment, the curiosity is more and more intense, so they all ask urgently. What is it? What are they doing? Now that you know it, tell us about it. It seems that these three people are doing something very huge. Let's talk about it quickly. After thinking about it, the demon man said without hesitation, this is an ancient ceremony. I heard about it. Only the god ancestor can really open such ancient rituals, and at least 2 talents are needed. When such ancient rituals are opened, the one who chooses to enter the ancient world will have to see the purity of his own blood. There will be this comparison in it. If the purity of his own blood is particularly high, he may be able to directly control the whole demon clan. It's a road designed for those who have a very strong demon blood, but their own strength must not be too weak, otherwise they will stay in it for a long time. But there are not many people who know this ceremony at all, and if they don't get recognition, their blood may be drawn away, which is also a very risky thing. Not everyone can do it. That's because it's too dangerous. It's already forgotten by others. Not everyone has the courage to try. The people of this demon family spoke slowly, and all of them listened attentively, and when they heard this, they felt a special shock. At the same time, let out a cry. Chapters 1308, My God. Why don't we know? If we know, then we can let our younger generation to try, maybe we can get such a chance. One of them felt that it was a waste of opportunity, and they didn't even know such an important thing. I don't know until now. I don't know how many opportunities have been wasted, so I feel special regret and heartache one by one. If the previous generation can participate in it, then it may be able to gain control at this time, which is the blood of the ancient demons. Maybe it's true. However, when he finished this sentence, the demon family who just explained it to the people showed a very speechless look. Do you think you're going in so well? When this ancient ceremony is really opened, all people will be really limited, and not all people can open it. You need the presence of the god ancestor, and your own strength should not be too poor, otherwise you will not have to go in, and you may be isolated. There are some things to do. The people of this demon family have heard all these words, but they have not really understood them, but what he said is also 8 to 9. At least it's a very serious thing. It is a special danger in itself. Although they have some opportunities, not all people can have such opportunities. Is the clan strong? That's very powerful, of course. At the same time, the blood is also very strong, but also did not get the control of this demon. It can be imagined that this ancient ceremony is not so easy. Of course, what kind of measurement is there? I don't know. Few people will know about it. And people who know don't talk. Some of the rules have been slowly disappeared, and will not be slowly passed to these people, that is, so they will be so behind the news. But there are also people with blinking eyes. I don't know what I'm thinking, but looking at his eyes now, I guess I also want to try it, no matter what the price will be. I think they all want to try it. That can be controlled into a demon clan. Who doesn't want to? Therefore, many people are thinking in their hearts, and they have been looking at that virtual shadow. They wish they could rush to it now. That demon family's people didn't pay much attention to it. He has done his job now. As for how other people think, it's none of his business. He won't go in so rashly. He still has it. However, he looked at that virtual shadow, and his life was full of worship, which was absolutely enviable, if he could also enter it. It's not clear whether it will succeed. At least a chance. Although I know what kind of benefits there are, it's a mystery how to evaluate them. Legends are legends after all. If it's really just by blood, there must be a lot of people who can already control it, but why not now? There must be something wrong here. You have to think about it. Chapters 1309. After Gao Peng was shrouded in the shadow of emptiness, the whole person felt special discomfort. After all, it's really too weird here. And he also felt a strange smell. But just when he wanted to do something, the bear said suddenly, "Come on, quick, burst out all your own blood power directly, do not have any reservation, now get control as soon as possible." Well, Gao Peng didn't follow suit, because he didn't know how to do it at this time, and he felt a little strange about this empty shadow. So at this time, he didn't act recklessly. What's more, he felt that he had to observe this place well, but he could not be led by others so easily. However, where will bear have so much time to wait? It has already been invaded by the enemy. If it goes on like this, all people will suffer. Hurry up, we don't have time to waste anymore, because they found it too late, and now it's possible to invade. If we don't solve it as soon as possible, then all of us will be finished. Now you can radiate your blood power as soon as possible, and then you can be guided by me. Then you will be recognized easily. I used to be the leader of the demon clan. Even if there was no big problem in launching this kind of ancient suspected smoke, they should still be able to feel my breath. Borrow your blood at most. Hurry up, we don't have time. Magic Bear has been urging, at this moment is really not much time to procrastinate. Gao Peng really doesn't know what's going on, but it seems that he can only solve everything as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be a big problem. Now he wants to see what Shu looks like, so he immediately bursts out of his own blood. A huge force has sprung up. Everyone was a little caught off guard. Even the bear felt special and inconceivable. At first, he just thought that Gao Peng had at most a little blood of ancient demons. But this sudden burst of blood force in the end, what is going on, directly led him a little doubt about life. No, it's impossible, isn't it? The evil bear's eyes are directly stupid. It can also feel the power of Gao Peng's body. That's why he knows how violent this blood force is. It's not just him. The clan elder and the magic rock originally wanted to see Gao Peng's situation. After all, Gao Peng actually chose this method, and naturally there will be two brushes. However, they do not believe that Gao Peng can finally gain control, among which there are too many decisive factors. The average person doesn't choose to take risks at all. But now that some people are taking risks, and they have never seen such ancient suspects, of course, they are extremely curious. But when Gao Peng broke out, they were all stunned. Is this really blood power? Why is it different from what they feel, even more terrible than they thought before? It's amazing. Even if they are outside the shadow, they can clearly feel the power of this terrible blood. Chapters 1310. Boom, boom. All the people felt that they had been hit hard, especially when Gao Peng released his blood power directly. That feeling, it's really suffocating. It goes without saying that the evil rock and the clan are old, and the evil bear himself is completely stupid. He has never seen such horror of the blood power of someone. Originally, he just wanted to guide Gao Peng to release his blood power, and then he also guided at home, and finally he could be recognized. But he didn't think, is it the same race with them that the power of different blood is so terrible? All the blood in the human body coagulates instantly, feeling the condition in the body directly, and there is no way to fight back at all. Needless to say, I use my own blood. Whether they can do it or not is a question. It's beyond their imagination. The bear was completely stunned. Hear what's going on. Why is it so terrible? I've never seen such a terrible blood force. Don't you? Is his blood still more powerful? Incredible, it's just incredible. I have never seen such a terrible blood. Is there such a terrible blood in this world? That's great. Although he used to be the leader of the demons, he never saw such a terrible blood. Now he has no blood of his own. Naturally, he could not feel the feeling of blood coagulation, but he could feel the horror of Gao Peng's blood power. It will definitely make the same people despair. Both Magic Rock and the clan elders feel special ignorance. At this time, they do feel that their blood is coagulating. Although the speed is particularly slow, it will really cause a serious impact on them. It's terrible. The two looked at each other. They all clearly saw the emotion to be expressed in each other's eyes. They looked at Gao Peng in shock. What level of blood is this? Why can it directly affect us? Now I feel that our strength has been reduced. If we fight with him, we are not rivals at all. He can easily solidify our blood. Here, isn't that too scary? There was a look of horror on both of them. It was definitely not any blood they had ever seen. At first, they just watched a good play. But when Gao Peng's blood power appeared, they didn't know how to describe their mood at the moment, but they knew that they could really take control. Such a terrible power, the average person really can't get it. And in this ancient ritual, the power of blood is actually the most dominant, if the power of one's own blood is particularly strong. There is a real possibility of recognition. As long as it is recognized by this ancient ritual, there is a certain restriction for the people of the demon family, which is why as long as it can be recognized, it will gain control. But the power of Gao Peng's blood can already have a very serious impact on other people. It's of little significance that he won't be recognized in time. Chapters 13-11. Both Magic Rock and clan elders have felt their blood coagulating, let alone other people. They are the same now. Even they feel more obvious. After all, they suddenly feel the blood in their body is coagulated, and their strength is obviously reduced. The people of the demon clan outside, originally they still looked at the virtual shadow with twinkling eyes, said that they really wanted to try it. But this sudden situation makes them a little bit confused. This feeling they had never felt it before, and there was a look of horror on their faces. A fear from the bottom of their hearts slowly spread, and even they never felt this kind of horror. They are the embodiment of evil. But now, everyone was particularly frightened. What's going on? I feel that my blood is frozen, and my strength just doesn't exist. Why is that? Every demon people have different reactions. Some people really feel that this situation is particularly baffling, so they are a little panicked. But some of them frown tightly and are thinking about what's going on. It's impossible for them to be confused. There will definitely be a reason. So one by one, they began to see the shadow. At this time, their strength had declined too much. Everyone felt the fear from the deep. But they just can't resist. Most people are thrillers on their faces. It's really terrible. I have never felt such a terrible scene before. But at this time, they feel for themselves how spectacular it is. This feeling is very special. Let their blood clot. Their own strength has been basically fixed. They are eager to find their own problems. In the end, we didn't find out. Some of them put their eyes on the shadow, and some doubters said, all our blood is coagulating. Even if we work hard, there is no way to do it. I always have a bad feeling. Will it be the one on the top, or how could it make us feel so suddenly? That's the appearance of the virtual shadow. Just now we have the feeling that the blood is coagulated. Will it really be something happened? Ancient rituals, it's very suspense. After all, it can gain the control of the demon clan, although I don't know what it is. But I'm still skeptical. These demons are dignified, they can't control their fear, but they think it's the ghost. Otherwise, it is impossible to be so inexplicable. The appearance of virtual shadow is the beginning of their blood coagulation. How can they not think about it? It's just fear that stops them, and at the same time they feel that they can't even control their bodies. Even if they want to take a step forward, it is impossible for them to feel that kind of fear. At this time, they believe that it is the ghost of the phantom. Chapters 13-12. After Gao Peng broke out his own blood power, the inner part of the virtual shadow didn't have much influence on him, but he also felt a little kindness in the dark. Gao Peng had some doubts, but he didn't know what was going on. But he didn't say it directly. quietly understand this feeling. Even when he felt this virtual shadow is kind to him, his strength seems to have increased. This made him very happy. It's definitely a surprise. He didn't expect to be attracted by this one for recognition, but he would let his own strength get promoted, and the power of promotion is really great. It's like a system upgrade. Do I have control now? Gao Peng feels happy in his heart. He also quietly realizes the benefits he has gained, and then he can feel the dense breath in his own mind. Those who are all demons. There are many places, some of them are huge, and he can also feel them. Those huge breath are far away, but these huge breath are flashing all the time, different from others. What's the matter? Why don't other people flash like this, but these powerful people are flashing all the time, don't you say? Is this a fight? Gao Peng thinks it's really possible, so he feels some of the mysteries quietly. Now he knows what it means to gain control. And it's really a little baffling that he got the control. He attributed it all to his own blood, which was too powerful. I got it in a flash. The reason does make sense, but it's not clear what other people think. The bear was shocked at first, then said anxiously, hurry up quick. Now listen to my command. We will get the control right soon. Now as long as you can accept my guidance, you can get the control right then. I seem to have control. Gao Peng, in the face of the urging of the devil bear, said in a stupefied way. At that time, he didn't know what was going on, but when he did, he couldn't calm down completely. You said you had control. It should be. When I release my blood, everything here seems to be very kind to me. Even I feel that I can control everything. It's a little strange. My God, what's going on? Is it because of the special power of your blood? The devil bear just can't believe what he saw in front of his eyes. He has lived so many thousands of years and never seen such a scene. It's just unprecedented, no one comes after, so that he doesn't know how to judge what's going on at the moment. So he was stunned in an instant. Others were even more shocked. It was such a sudden change that somehow someone could directly control their fate. But it can't decide life and death, which also has a certain control function. Chapters 13:13, The Power of My Blood. Gao Peng feels how powerful his blood is now. It is estimated that other people's blood is not as strong as his. Otherwise, it will not be easy to get control. It's really a little unexpected. However, Gao Peng did not feel how shocked, because for him, this is a special matter of course. How can the system make things worse? Now, Gao Peng still has some doubts. Maybe it's because of the system that he can get the control right at once. But it's impossible for him to say such things. Just know it for himself. But he didn't even think about how shocked his move was to others. They all knew that it was not so easy to really get control. But what's the situation now? This is just the outbreak of their own blood force, the moment has gained control. It's just not playing cards according to common sense. Here is this true. Do you really have control? The devil bear is crazy. After all, he has planned a series of actions in the beginning, but now it is useless for martial arts. It's just too disruptive. Gao Peng didn't pay attention to the madness of the bear. In his opinion, this kind of thing is natural, so he waved. It's all gone. He appeared in front of others. Mo Yan and the clan elder look at Gao Peng stupidly. At this time, they are really a little confused. They didn't expect to end so quickly. And it's different from what they think. After all, at the beginning, they really thought that Gao Peng was looking for his own death, but now they are obviously wrong. The other side is not looking for his own death. It's a long time ago. This made the two of them feel particularly shocked. After all, this kind of thing determines the fate of a race, but the other party can get control at once. They have just felt that kind of feeling. After all, the ancient rituals of the shadow are called by both of them. Can they not feel it? At this time, they also felt that Gao Peng was just too unreasonable to play cards, and what they thought did not happen. And this control permission rate is taken by others. How should they explain it? If this guy is messing up, then those who are fighting with blood are probably going to collapse. The clan old man said stupidly, what's the matter with you? Why do you get control all of a sudden? It shouldn't be so simple. Why is it like a common thing on your side? What's the matter? Everyone here felt like a cat catching it. After all, they were too itchy. They are all eager to know what kind of situation will make a person get control quickly, but what can control the fate of most people. Before, none of them dared to touch easily, but now they are easily obtained by others, and they feel the inner entanglement. Chapters 13-14. Instead of answering their questions, Gao Peng glanced lightly at all the people present. In fact, even if he doesn't look, he can feel the breath of all the demons, and there are several powerful breath flashing. Those people are supposed to be fighting with blood. Even if it's not fighting with blood, it's also fighting against those false invasions. Now there's not so much time to struggle with this kind of thing. Even if he has this system or not, he can't afford to be careless. After hearing what others have said, he feels very powerful. I just don't know if the emptiness is life. I don't have time to ramble with you here. Now we have more important things to do. Do you think we are safe now? Now that we have reached this critical juncture, everyone can help us. I don't want to wait for the disaster to come, and then we are in a hurry to find a way to deal with it. There's no time. Gao Peng looks up at the sky, and there is a faint breath on it. At this time, his strength can be felt. Especially after he gained control, his strength has improved. That is to say, he can feel the above things. All the people watched him. Those who were still at a loss didn't know what happened now. However, they did know what was going on, so when they saw Gao Peng's move, they couldn't help looking at each other. There was a vague guess about something. Does he really know the existence of emptiness? It is estimated that he should also know that Shu is invading now. Otherwise, he would not have known that he said it directly before the ancient ruins. Empty. At this time, the two people are deeply moved. After all, even if they are of such strength, they can't help but feel deeply when they think of that horrible guy. There is even a hint of panic. It's really that kind of guy is too scary. He doesn't feel like any creature, but he doesn't feel like a beast without any wisdom. At best, it's just not communicating. At this time they will feel so helpless. All people are so. After all, they have made enough efforts, but the virtual strength is too strong. Let them feel tired deeply. Therefore, they want to awaken the blood of the ancient demons, and then look for the cooperation of the gods. Maybe this is the only way for them now. But I don't know if it's feasible. Nonsense. Who do you think you are? Also at this time, the people in the demon clan suddenly stood up and looked at Gao Peng very attentively. It seems that Gao Peng is bragging. But I wish I could tear Gao Peng alive. With this person's shouting, other people also came out one after another. They all feel that Gao Peng is alarmist. After all, they are the most powerful race. How could they fall into crisis? This kind of thing will never happen. So they all stood out one by one and looked at Gao Peng with special bad eyes. It seemed that if Gao Peng said more, they would be rude. Chapters 13-15. Gao Peng didn't look at those stupid demons. Then he took a look at the evil rock and the old people. His eyes were very thoughtful. I think you know what kind of situation it is now. Is this your response? To die in ignorance? Oh, the stupidity is great. Mo Yan and the clan elders immediately lowered their heads. After that, they really felt a little ashamed. After all, they just wanted to suppress them. They didn't think about how to deal with it at all, because they thought that if they said this thing, then this demon would be in turmoil. It is possible that many people will lose confidence completely. This is their most worried point. You should know that the demon people claim to be the most powerful race. How can it be acceptable for them to suddenly know that they are going to be in crisis? It's totally unacceptable. That is to say, the two of them will procrastinate for a long time. They never wanted to disclose the truth, and sometimes even deliberately concealed it. So most people don't know at all. At the moment, the people of the other demons suddenly froze. At first, they really thought that Gao Peng was alarmist. When they saw the reaction of the old people, they were shocked. They believe it a little. Make them a little bit creepy. What's the matter? Aren't they the most powerful race? Why there will be a crisis, which makes them feel special, cannot believe, so one by one cast the eyes of doubt. But no one paid attention to them. Who will pay attention at this time? Gao Peng looked at the clamorous man at a glance. There was a trace of blood light in his eyes, and other people also felt the strong pressure. Phew. As if there was some kind of power traction, it made him stupefied instantly. It was that all people felt the blood in their bodies coagulated. And it doesn't give full play. Before they were shocked, Gao Peng whispered, I don't know, you are still living in your own fantasy, but I advise you to break it now. Now not only are we in danger, but the whole continent is in danger. If you don't realize the seriousness of the present situation, I suggest that you should hold your tail and become a turtle with a shrunken head. Stupid guy. Don't get in my way. Of course, if you want to know what kind of situation it is now, ask these two guys. Now they will answer your questions. Gao Peng suppressed all the people directly, and then slowly explained and said, at the same time, he asked all the people to ask the two elders if they had any questions. There was no other way for them. If no other measures are taken, there is a real possibility of problems. Then you two will answer their questions as soon as possible, and let everyone know what kind of situation we are going to face now. You can do something as soon as possible. It may not be able to withstand it. Gao Peng looked up at the sky and said solemnly. The clan elder and the devil rock are both slightly stunned, and the expression on their faces is particularly frightening, which directly falls into the eyes of all the people present. One by one, I've already believed 7 or 8 points. Chapters 13-16, don't you is that guy telling the truth? No, we're in a real crisis, aren't we? Who else in the world is our opponent? All the people here feel special and incredible. After all, the demons they have been indoctrinated with are the most powerful race. No race is their match. However, when their faith was broken at this time, they felt a little panic for a while, even as if they had no goal to live. It is only when they reach the gods' ancestors that they are entitled to know the news. At that time, their bearing capacity has been slightly strengthened for many people, can still feel a little can't accept, but don't accept how. The fact has been put in front of them. They can't help but refuse to accept it. They just stare at the slow loss of brilliance in their life. Gao Peng didn't pay much attention to them. After all, they have reached such a critical moment. Where can they pay attention to their mood? When they go, they are nothing more than cannon fodder. In fact, it can't help, but all of us can work together. Maybe we can have some miracles. Of course, it's just expectation. Don't expect too much. Gao Peng didn't put all his hopes on them. Now he wants to see what the emptiness is. So he is not going to stay here. Next, you will let everyone know what our situation is like, and everyone must be ready. If the virtual invasion succeeds, then there is no place for all of us to escape. I hope you can let them understand that. Now it's impossible to be pretentious. This is a real disaster. Next I will go to the real battlefield and have a look. I want to see what the situation is. You are waiting here. If you can join up with other races as soon as possible. It's not necessarily that you can do something. After all, they were also the main force. Maybe there will be something left to deal with emptiness. I don't know if it can be useful. At least it can help a little. If someone makes trouble during this period, I will be killed all the time. Gao Peng is not ready to be soft-hearted. At this time, he has gained the control of the demon clan. No matter whether other people want to listen to him or not, they have to finally implement it. What's more, at this critical moment, if he wants to stay out of the business, he can only wait for his own death, so Gao Pengkai has no fear. There are no other ideas. Just want to unite, so that all people can deal with virtual as soon as possible, only hope virtual do not invade success. Otherwise, it's really bad. The expressions of the two people at this time are very strange, but they don't have too much entanglement, because they also know that it may be imminent. There is no time for them to wait. Maybe we can only unite with other races. After all, this is the crisis of the whole continent, not its enemy. So for such a disastrous crisis, if anyone wants to stay out of it, he will have to wait for death. Chapters 13-17, the next thing is up to you. I hope you can really value it if you don't want to die. Hard work may still survive. If you don't work hard, you can only wait here to die. This is an unprecedented catastrophe. No one can survive. Hurry up. Gao Peng didn't pay attention to the stupefied people, because he knew how to do it at this time, and then he had to leave here as soon as possible. What kind of reaction other people have had has nothing to do with him, not to mention the weakness of these guys. Even if we go to war, it doesn't work. It's just to see if it can become cannon fodder, or it can really play a role as a cavalry. That's all. Gao Peng believes in the system more. Before other people react, Gao Peng has already soared to the sky. Phew. It broke through the sky immediately. He could feel the existence of those breath, so he pursued those breath to fly in the past. At the moment, he can also feel how violent those breath fluctuations are, and he is definitely pouring his own sweat. I just don't know what that battlefield is like. Are you really dealing with those who need to be positive? Do you think it's a real war with Shu now? I don't know. I haven't fully recovered, so I can't feel what's going on right now. You can only rely on your own control to slowly feel. Now we are still in the downwind, we have to look for good opportunities. Don't be too impulsive. Two people are talking like this. Gao Peng is actually a little excited. He also wants to see what Shu is. It's said to be so mysterious. The main thing he wants to know is whether he can gain more power, which is the most important point. If he can get more powerful power, he doesn't think it's a crisis. Maybe it will be a stepping stone for him. So he's looking forward to it. I only hope there is no problem. Then he will have to see if he can gain more power. Those are cowardly emptiness. Come on, I want to see if you are a living body. If you can really improve my strength, you will wait and see. There is a smile on the corner of Gao Peng's mouth. Nobody knows what he is thinking at the moment, but it is impossible for him to have good things. With his high-speed movement, and he can also know where the powerful smell of the demon people in the end, in a short time has basically arrived at the battlefield. Here there is a special weird atmosphere around, which makes people a little uncomfortable. But his strength is still acceptable, almost without much influence, but he felt it quietly. If it's the spirit realm, it may come to the question in minutes. Let him know that without the strength borrowed by God, he would not even be qualified to be a cannon fodder. It seems that what he thought before was too naive. Some take it too much for granted. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, he felt the spread of the emotion of killing. Chapters 13-18 An atmosphere of annihilation spread. Gao Peng felt that serious mood was not influenced by other people, but that he could see the battlefield ahead now. In fact, there was no fighting. But it can also be seen that there are all those powerful demons who have to contend with. There is a huge film left in front of the battlefield. On the inside of this film, there are several powerful demons who are desperately fighting against each other and are desperately transmitting their power. And also felt the outflow of magic power. This is absolutely in desperately, if not because there are demons in desperately, perhaps this film will really have no resistance and break. Gao Peng has seen interesting cracks. They seem to be real. Some of them can't be resisted. Otherwise, how could these cracks appear? If there are more and more cracks, then those emptiness may really invade. Behind it is the demon's territory, and then the whole continent. It is absolutely impossible for these virtual intrusions to succeed. And if these virtual invasions succeed, no one can escape. After all, this kind of guy who doesn't know where to come out always symbolizes destruction. Demons are the embodiment of evil. Emptiness is the symbol of destruction. It's all ominous, but it's obvious that the virtual strength should be more powerful, and I don't know where it comes from. Gao Peng's eyes were fixed on the front. He wanted to look for the virtual figure, but the film seemed to have completely blocked everything, even he could not see clearly. Some trouble. At this time, however, the bear exclaimed, "Look, that's emptiness." Gao Peng suddenly looked at the past. When he saw the guy, he felt a little shocked. Then some horror. It should be a huge jellyfish, which can cover the whole film. It seems that it is many times larger than that of the Abyss Devil. It's just a void. What if it's something else? It should be said that the number of virtual is endless, and every strength is so powerful. It's despairing to think about it, and it's really terrible. No wonder other people will feel such a collapse when they hear emptiness. It's not okay if they don't. After seeing the real face of emptiness, Gao Peng frowned tightly. He really felt that emptiness was too horrible. But I don't know if I can give him strength. It seems that we have to do a good test. It's just through this kind of film, can we do it? Try it. I believe in the power of the system. The only thing that Gao Peng can trust is the system. After all, the system has given him too strong power. If there is no system, then he has been really killed when crossing. There won't be such a day. He will doubt that no one can doubt the existence of the system, so he thinks that to believe in the system, perhaps through that film, can also let him improve his realm. Those virtual forces are so strong. If he can get such a terrible power, he can sweep these emptiness with one's estimation. Isn't that faster? Chapters 13-19 While Gao Peng was watching, some changes have taken place in the distance. Those illusions seem to launch another attack, and another crack appears in the protective film. One of the demons said, "No way, if it goes on like this, it will be broken by them sooner or later. Our strength is not enough. It can't last long at all, and it's not a long-term plan. Only when real solutions emerge, can we isolate them from the outside world. If it goes on like this, all of us will be finished. No, there is no good way at all. Even if the blood of the ancient demons and the blood of the gods are combined, it is a question whether they can resist it at last." Another demon said, "There are 18 demons in total here. Each of them has a divine ancestral realm, and their strength is particularly strong. No matter where they are, they can dominate one side. But at this time, it seems particularly embarrassed. It's not that their strength is not strong, it's just that the virtual quantity outside the protective film is too large, even they can't resist it at all. Therefore, they will choose such fatigue, they need to release their power all the time, which can make the film have more powerful power to resist. But this is not a long-term plan. Only in this way can they resist this kind of emptiness. Otherwise, the whole film will burst, and then they will not have to resist it. It's estimated that all of them will die here. So at this time, they are really a little flustered. Now they are just a little useless. They are already a little flustered. It happened too suddenly. It's the most desperate thing for them to be unprepared, but there's no way to deal with it now, and they don't know how to really stop these false invasions. Now we are trying to find a way. The clan elders just need to consider other methods, so they will stay on the demon clan's territory. They have to face more despair. But at this time, it is useless. After all, there are more and more cracks on that film now, as if it could break completely at any time. Then there will be no way. It's possible the whole continent has to go into a state of disaster, and it will even be completely destroyed by this emptiness. This is what they don't want to see. In fact, everyone knows that they don't belong to this continent for a long time, but almost all of them live and die together with this continent. Never let anyone else invade. What's more, it's a destructive creature. Absolutely not allowed. No matter how, we can never give up. We still have hope, but we can't give up resistance just because of this. But if we give up resistance, then the real end will come. The whole continent will be really occupied, and all the people behind us will be completely wiped out by this emptiness. We can't control the other races. But I can't let the demons disappear. Absolutely not. All the people of the demon clan have strong power, so it seems to heal the cracks in a moment, but the external power seems to become more powerful. Chapters 13-20. When Gao Peng saw these people resisting, he felt a little moved. After all, he didn't expect that he could resist so many enemies only by these people. In his view, the battlefield itself is full of despair, and the number of the other side is too terrible. If it wasn't for the protection of this film, it would not be able to withstand a moment at all, but with these 18 people. In the end, I resisted it. Under those virtual violent attacks, they were forced to fight back, although it seemed that they could not support for a long time at all. But they still have their own insistence. With their own persistence, they can make themselves more powerful, which makes people feel special. The atmosphere of extermination is stronger. More is still tragic. After all, no matter how hard these 18 people try, it seems that they can't resist the enemy's invasion completely, and the enemy may invade at any time. Then they will face emptiness first. But even so, they do not have any trace of retreat, although the heart has long been filled with a little despair, but no one flinched. It's really moving. Good. The people of the demon family must not have any flinch. We can fight inside and never allow others to invade. Absolutely not allowed. We can only bleed in our own hands, never let others let us leave a trace of blood. Magic Bear also felt a burst of excitement. If not for now, he would not be able to recover all his strength, otherwise he would have joined in. You can imagine how excited he is at this time. It's a pity that his own blood is no longer there. Even his own strength has long been different from that before. There are too many now, it's almost like living for a long time. Where can we support it? Gao Peng feels different. After all, at this time, he really has the strength to help, and he also wants to see if he can improve his strength. Although separated by that protective film. But it's not impossible to try. So he went over. Are you crazy? You don't have any use in the past, but it will make a mess. And if you die here now, have you thought about what to do next? Although the devil bear was very excited, when he felt that Gao Peng wanted to help him, the whole person was a little silly, even a little anxious. After all, Gao Peng has obtained the right of control. As long as he has the right of control, he can lead the demons to break this disaster. But once there's something wrong with Gao Peng, then the demons may fall into a particularly passive situation, or even have no room to overturn the game, and have control, which is good to unite with other races. There will be a chance then. The devil bear was worried that Gao Peng was too impulsive, so he tried to stop him at this time, but Gao Peng didn't pay attention to his clamor at all. Even at this time, his heart is also hot. If he wants to see it as soon as possible, he can only feel the breath far away. It's not a positive face at all. Chapters 13-21. You don't have to worry, I have my own discretion. Gao Peng didn't explain too much. At this time, he knew that too much explanation was useless. Besides, he just wanted to see if he could get promotion. If he can really improve his own strength, then he really doesn't need to be afraid of those emptiness. If not, then change the way, or think about other ways. It is only possible to try all possible methods as soon as possible. Now he can see that the films are full of all kinds of cracks. Where can we wait to die? Evil Bear is in a hurry. At this time, he wants to dissuade Gao Peng, who has already appeared. Other demons also discovered Gao Peng's existence. Who? Why are you here? Get out of here. It's not where you can come. Get out of here as far as you can. Or don't blame us for killing you. When those demon people saw Gao Peng, they all felt very anxious. At this time, they were totally separated from each other. And they don't know who Gao Peng is or what his purpose is. If he accidentally destroys everything here, that may really put those empty give in. Even they wonder if Gao Peng is their enemy, otherwise how could he appear here? Let them feel more anxious. However, Gao Peng didn't pay much attention to these 18 people at all. At this time, they were desperately fighting against them and instilling their own strength all the time. This is just a virtual counterattack, so that they do not have any chance to breathe, and now they do not dare to go to rest easily. Once someone goes to have a rest, those virtual people will be really crazy, that is to say, they will let all the demons resist this crazy moment. In order not to let those virtual can destroy this film, but at this time they are afraid of Gao Peng's making trouble here, one by one, they are very anxious. Now they all look at Gao Peng. If Gao Peng does anything rashly, they will not give up so easily. They will definitely solve Gao Peng's problem quickly. People with relatively weak strength can't enter here at all, and at this time, when they look at Gao Peng, they also feel that Gao Peng's strength is not weak. But they have no other way. They can't have any glitches at all, so at the moment they all look at Gao Peng with special vigilance. Once there is any change in Gao Peng, they will never have any mercy. Naturally, Gao Peng only knows what they are thinking, so he doesn't care much about it at all, but he is moving forward so slowly. All of a sudden came to the side of the film. Just look at the emptiness at this time, other people are still confused. They don't know what Gao Peng means and why it appears here, and seeing that Shu didn't respond at all made them feel particularly confused. But at this time, they couldn't separate themselves, or they would have completely controlled Gao Peng. Now they don't dare to have any stimulating behaviors. They are also afraid to stimulate Gao Peng, and then they will make some irrational behaviors. That's really bad. Chapters 13-22. Gao Peng first observed the emptiness for a few seconds. I found that the number of virtual outside is really very much. At least there are hundreds of them. It's not clear if there are more in the back, but just by virtue of such a number, it is already hopeless. You should know that every virtual power is particularly terrifying. At least it is equal to the strength of those demons here. This has made people particularly desperate. The quantity can't be compared with each other, and now the quality is only equal. If these virtual and real intrusions succeed, it will be a real disaster. It's scary to think about it. That is to say, the whole demon clan will be so alarmed. After all, it's not clear how many accurate figures these virtual numbers are, and it's impossible to know. I just feel the emptiness is terrible. Has been pounding this film. If the real break, then all the people have to really end. Now there is no time to escape. You guy, are we listening to you? It's not your place to stay. Go back where you come from. Don't make trouble here, or all the people will be here. You'd better go as far as you can. The people of these demons here are really worried at the moment. After all, they have no idea what Gao Peng means. Here quietly watching those virtual attacks. What's the situation? This really makes them feel too laborious, so they all scold Gao Peng one by one, hoping that Gao Peng can leave as soon as possible. Not everyone can come here. But Gao Peng didn't pay any attention to them. You guy, who is it? One of the demons was angry. After all, they were already desperate. Now there was a strange guy. They are trying hard to stop the virtual invasion here, but there is still one person making trouble here. How can they not be angry? Gao Peng didn't pay attention to what they said. Just glanced at them. It doesn't matter who I am, it's what I'm here for. Do your own business, and don't meddle there. I know what I'm doing. I don't need you to direct there. Gao Peng didn't use his own blood power and control power to suppress them. Now these 18 people are desperately trying their best. If anything goes wrong, It's really possible to overburden the film. So Gao Peng still knows the importance, just admonished them, although the people of the demon clan were slightly shocked at this time. Even special anger, but they didn't act rashly, and their place was very important. If there is a problem, then all the people have to be buried, and the whole continent may be destroyed by those virtual. They can't be willful, but most of the demons are gnashing their teeth at this time. They just want to kill Gao Peng. This guy is really disgusting. Inexplicably appeared here, now said these words is really too angry, let people some unbearable. If it wasn't for their heavy responsibilities, they couldn't stand it at the moment. Chapters 13-23 Gao Peng doesn't pay attention to the people who are angry. At this time, he is observing the emptiness outside. He really wants to observe. What are these virtual creatures? It's not a living thing, but no matter how he observes it, it seems that it's useless. He doesn't have complete control over where these guys come from. Even if we observe it like this, we don't know whether these emptiness has life or not, but we just feel a little wisdom. It looks really weird, but the most important thing for Gao Peng is just to know whether these emptiness can provide him with the strength to improve. If not, then everything is fake. I think it's time to have a good look. After making up his mind, he no longer plans to wait so quietly, and those demon people seem to have been unable to support for too long. If we continue to support it like this, it will not be long before all the demons will really dry up. Because they have no rotation at all. It's the most deadly. Just with a dozen of them, they can support for such a long time. We can imagine how desperate they are. But thanks to this film. Otherwise, it may be defeated in an instant, without any resistance at all. Now they can resist, but when this film disappears completely, it really has no resistance, and can only wait for death there. At most, we can only die together with emptiness. Gao Peng stepped out step by step, gently stroking the film with his hand. His move directly let the people of the demons in the presence feel some unexpected. Even when they saw Gao Peng's move clearly, they were really scared one by one. This kind of action is really frightening. It's afraid that Gao Peng will destroy the film, so all of them will die here, and the whole continent will fall after the earthquake. Asshole, what do you want to do? Get out of here. You are not the place where you can stay. If you dare to destroy here, then all of us will die together. All people will die here. Do you want to die? The people of the demon family are really angry at this time, because when they see Gao Peng's move, they are really scared. Once Gao Pengjun destroys this protective film, all their previous efforts will fall short, even with such a small amount of them. There's no way to turn things around. I can only wait for death quietly. I can imagine how angry they are at this time. I wish they could just let go. But those feints seem to be attacking again. If someone leaves his post without permission, he will also be attacked by others, but if no one stops Gao Peng, they are also doomed. No matter how to choose them, there is no way, so one by one there is a bit of despair. Looking at Gao Peng's eyes, it just turns red. I wish I had eaten Gao Peng alive. That kind of look is just horrible. However, Gao Peng ignored them and didn't deliberately go to see those demon people, because he knew what their expressions and eyes were without looking at them. Chapters 13-24 Gao Peng caresses the film quietly, and he can feel that the film is full of all kinds of energy, if not for the balance of all kinds of energy. It's really hard to resist the virtual invasion. It's amazing. Gao Peng looks at this film like this, and regrets that the opposite side is ferocious emptiness, and it's still a terrorist thing that may really invade at any time. But he turned a blind eye. Instead of looking at Gao Peng in the eye, it was a person who was there feeling his appearance, which made the people of the demons feel special anger. At this moment, I really wish I killed Gao Peng. Nobody thought that Gao Peng had any purpose to come here. But looking at Gao Peng's action now, they are not at ease. I always feel like this guy is here to destroy. Otherwise, why are you so arrogant? And now you are touching that film. If it really breaks, all people will die. This is what they are worried about. Asshole. Badass. Badass. Hurry up. Get out of here. Do you really want the whole continent to be destroyed? Which race are you and who are you? Do you really want to kill so many people? At the moment, the people of the demon clan are completely crazy, because they don't know what Gao Peng wants to do at all, and they are touching the film all the time. But I really want to destroy it. They must not allow such a thing to happen. But just when they want to fight, Gao Peng slowly turns around and stares directly at the 18 demons. There is no emotion in the eyes. It's like a cold robot. Shut up, I know what I'm doing. You can do your own thing. I didn't come here to destroy it. Put your thoughts away. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Peng stopped paying attention to the people here. It's true that these guys don't understand the purpose of his coming here. The evil bear is also frightened in Gao Peng's body. I really don't know what Gao Peng's purpose is. Now, it's not only to scold those demon people, and even gently stroking this film. What does this mean? How is this film formed? Why do you feel that there are all kinds of forces in it? Is this really a joint effort of all ethnic groups? Although Magic Bear didn't know why Gao Peng asked such a question, he also didn't have any ambiguity. It's true that almost all races had done their best at that time, and it was because of the use of the power of all races that the film of protection finally formed. If every race injects a little bit of power, it can restore this film, at least for a long time. But after so long time, most of the races have already disappeared in the long river of time. Now it's impossible to get together. So this method is doomed to fail. We can only think of other ways. Chapters 13-25. After hearing this explanation, Gao Peng also fully understood that the film is actually the crystallization of the power of all races, if not so many races combined. That can't be formed at all. It also makes him feel a little emotion in his heart. Maybe if all the races unite, they can really resist the virtual invasion. And if all races are united, there will be no cracks in the film, and the emptiness will not become so rampant. However, most of the races have disappeared in the long history. Now it's difficult to find a master. Besides, some other races can't unite at all. It's already split. It's impossible to get together at all. The strength of some races is too weak to help at all. Therefore, whether they appear or not, they have nothing to do with the present. Gao Peng could not help shaking his head. Sometimes everything fails, and no one thought that it would happen in hundreds of thousands of years, after all, when all the people have driven out the emptiness. Basically, it has been thought that there will be no crisis, but who knows, after such a long time, the real crisis came. And no one can stop it. Because at this time all means cannot be used, think of all feel special helpless. The people of the demon family can only use their own lives to fill this vacancy, otherwise they will not be able to resist those emptiness at this time. It's so sad. Known as the most powerful race, the embodiment of evil, it should have been possible to be reckless and domineering. At this time, I tried my best to resist those false invasions. There are those who think they are powerful, even think they are just, but disappeared at this time. None of them appeared. I think it's very ironic. When Gao Peng looked at the scene, he could not help but think of so much, which is really a special feeling. Where is justice and evil in this world? It's just that we have different positions. The power of evil doesn't mean that we must be eliminated. Who defines what is the power of evil? Anyway, the powerful ones of the demon clan are fighting against the strong enemies desperately at this time. Gao Peng didn't want to spend any more at this time. Just now, I felt a sudden emotion. I really don't think it's worth it. The demons have always been misunderstood by other races. In fact, at this time, no one has ever looked at the demons. They always think that the demons are evil races. It's really the embodiment of evil. But what about that? At least, the demons are trying their best to resist other invasions, but they are trying their best, and they may even lose their lives. But who will complain? After all, what they do at this time is for the whole continent, not for their own private interests. But where are those races now? Maybe it's true that some races don't know that there is such a crisis, but it's impossible that all races don't know, right? This is simply impossible. Chapters 13-26. Gao Peng touches this protective film so gently, which is absolutely the last defense of the whole continent. If even here can't resist the virtual invasion, then it will definitely die next. He felt he had to do something else. Other demons, not only resist those false attacks, but also observe Gao Peng. After all, they have no idea what Gao Peng wants to do. It's really that Gao Peng's series of actions are too strange for them to rest assured. They are also afraid that the real here will be destroyed. At that time, they will not have any resistance. At this moment, with a protective film, they are all in such a mess. Let alone if you lose this film, what will they become? Damn it, who is that guy? Why is he standing there all the time? Does he want to completely destroy this protective film? Never let that guy succeed, or the whole continent will be invaded in vain. Once the invasion is successful, all of us will be really finished. Then there will be no real way. At the moment, they can clearly feel the virtual quantity, so they will be so panic if they are really invaded by the other party. All will die. From the records of ancient times, we can know that these emptiness are absolutely cruel and crazy, which cannot be resisted by ordinary people at all. Once invaded, then the mainland may be really destroyed, so they have to resist it as soon as possible. They can't let these horrible guys invade successfully. No one is allowed to, but when they are all watching Gao Peng's every move. Gao Peng suddenly waved, and the people of the demons were shocked. After all, they were all absorbed in resisting those false attacks at the moment. There is no other way to stop Gao Peng, or even some lack of skills. So that's when they're scared. They even want to stop Gao Peng as soon as possible, but the next second they find that Gao Peng disappears directly, and their eyes suddenly stare very big. As if seeing something frightening. But they are looking for Gao Peng all the time, but no matter how they look, it seems that they can't see where Gao Peng is. Strange, where is that guy? Is he just here to see what it is? Or does that guy have another plot? All the people of the demon clan feel confused by blood, even some stupid eyes. However, when they felt a little relieved, one of the demons suddenly saw the protective film and a figure appeared outside. It made him speechless. Even a little shivering said, "That well, what is that?" When the demon opened his mouth, other powerful demons also looked at the past one after another. Almost all the demons felt their hearts were about to burst at the same time. What did they see? The guy just now. It's outside. How does this work? Even those emptiness can't be done, but how can he wave his hand already appears outside? Chapters 13-27, What's the matter with him? How did he do it? In this moment, the movements of these powerful people of the demon clan stopped for a while, and how shocked they were at this time, especially watching Gao Peng appear outside. It's amazing. Everyone can't do this, but Gao Peng can go in and out at will. What's the matter? Their hearts are extremely eager to know what kind of situation it is, but no one will answer their questions. They really want to know who Gao Peng is. The general feeling is too mysterious. Their hearts were really shocked, but when they saw that the cracks appeared a little more, they were immediately back to their minds. Now more important is not how Gao Peng went out, but how to resist these emptiness as soon as possible. Otherwise, once this protective film breaks down, everyone has to die. They can only bite their teeth and start to resist. But it's not known whether it's useful or not. But when they saw Gao Peng's action, they had a faint expectation. If Gao Peng is on their side, will there really be some ways to resist these emptiness? It seems not impossible. They also let their hearts slowly rise a trace of hope, but they are only looking forward to it at most. They can't put all their thoughts on Gao Peng. Even they dare not bet. It's true that there's also a little fear in my heart. Once there's a real mistake, everyone has to die. When Gao Peng appeared outside, the first thing he saw was the huge emptiness. Now he knew how small he was. It's not worth mentioning. It looks like a shutter in the sea. I didn't expect these poems to be so huge, and when I went through that membrane, the energy outside was so terrible. And inside are just two kinds of forms, just like the flowers in the greenhouse. They will not be harmed by anything else. It's not that after passing through that film, you can fully feel that kind of stormy energy. Isn't this the environment where the virtual lives? Gao Peng is not very clear, even the devil bear is also not clear, so at this time he will feel such feelings. But what kind of creatures are he more curious about? He really wants to have a look. Even want to experience these virtual, is it really will let him improve the strength. With this idea, he will directly appear in front of those empty. He has had countless fantasies. When he really faces these empty, what kind of situation will it be? But at the moment, there is no fluctuation in his heart. Even there is a trace of excitement in the dark. It can be imagined that these needs bring him a trace of pressure, but also make him more excited. This is what he hopes to feel. After all, there are no other people to interest him, and there are no things to excite him, and now it is finally found. Chapters 13-28 For other people, emptiness may really be unmatched. Of course, it's a little exaggeration to say so. Sniper's strength is really terrible, but it's not to the point of incomparable, just because there is no intelligent life mentality at all. And the number is very large. This will make people feel special despair. On the contrary, these emptiness is just a kind of destruction. I don't know whether there will be such wisdom at all. It's totally impossible to communicate. That is to say, only in this way can many people feel the special despair when facing the emptiness, which is really irresistible. The quantity is too large. The weakest is the god ancestor. How can people resist it? That's why I'm so scared. But it's not that I want to say how terrible the power is. When Gao Peng is faced with these emptiness, there is no panic at all in his heart, and even there is a special emotion. And he also felt these virtual strengths, most of which were not enough for him at all, especially when he gained the control of the demon clan, the strength improved. The previous strength has been particularly terrifying, let alone now has been improved, and these virtual nature is not the opponent. But he is also very excited. Because he can feel the power of destruction hidden in these virtual bodies, which is absolutely novel, he wants to see how terrible the power of destruction is. It's really strange. I should have had a good look at how terrible your power is, but it contains the power of destruction. It's not easy. If there is wisdom, it may not be so terrible, but it is because there is no wisdom or negotiation at all. We can only deal with it head on, and if it is not for this reason, it will never be an overseas enemy that everyone is afraid of. Let me see how terrible your power is. The magic bear felt Gao Peng's idea at the first time, but before he could dissuade and block it, Gao Peng had already made a direct move. One blow hit Shu hard. At the beginning, it was as if Gao Peng was hitting the stone with an egg. After all, the gap between the two bodies was too large, and it was a special gap, which made people speechless. But what's really shocking is that when Gao Peng's fist directly touches these emptiness, the emptiness body actually slowly starts to collapse. There is no hesitation at all. Even if it seems that there is no sign, all the people are directly stunned. The devil bear just feels special and incredible, because he doesn't know that he can still do it. Kill Shu with one punch. Even at his peak, he didn't dare to think, let alone now, so when he saw Gao Peng's move, the whole person was a little silly, and didn't know how to describe the mood at the moment. Even he reacted like this. Not to mention the powerful ones of the demons, their movements are stopped directly, and they haven't been back to God for a long time. My eyes are about to fall off. Chapters 13-29, one of the powerful demons was stunned. Even though he tried to speak, he finally found that he could not speak a complete sentence. I only feel that my vision has been refreshed. Even some of them can't believe the scene in front of them. It's really beyond his expectation. It's invincible in their cognition. At least a few talents can really kill a void. We can imagine how terrible the strength is. Before, they were still struggling. If it wasn't for this protective film, they would have been really finished, let alone resisted it. At this time, when they really saw Gao Peng's move, they could kill those who were regarded as invincible. They really don't know how to describe the mood at the moment. Special complexity and shock. Even in the heart, it's just like shaking the waves and clapping the waves. All the movements in the hands of the people are stopped directly, whether they are attacked or not, they are stunned. In fact, Shu also stopped the attack. Only their companions disappeared at this moment, a doubt that made them feel a little bit. Although they are not real intelligent creatures, they can also feel the threat. So it stopped. At the same time, they have been looking for their goals. After all, they are too huge. They rely on their own destructive power to find their own goals. At this time, Gao Peng's goal is too small and not very obvious. In addition, if Gao Peng doesn't let others find his own existence, others simply don't know where he will appear. Therefore, even if these virtual powers are particularly powerful and even have the power of terror and destruction, they can easily find other people, but it will not help. Now it's just like a headless fly. The devil bear has not known how to describe his mood in Gao Peng's body for a long time. That mood is just a way together. It's like riding a roller coaster. It's a little unacceptable. You, how can you be so powerful? When did you become so strong? Why didn't I know? I've been looking at you all the time. Your own strength has become stronger. How can I not sense it? It's absolutely impossible. In principle, even if you hide your strength, you can never hide mine. I can always feel your strength. What the hell is going on? Magic Bear has always been in Gao Peng's body, so at this time he feels the most clear, and he also thinks that this is impossible. He is always paying attention to all the movements of Gao Peng. Gao Peng's strength has become stronger, which he didn't know. It's too shocking, so he asked at the moment. Gao Peng said lightly, "My strength is endless. Do you really think my strength is so weak? It's just that I don't want to show it. Some things are unnecessary. When it's time to use your own strength, you will naturally use it. When it's not necessary, there's no need to show it." Chapters 13-30. The devil bear didn't believe this statement, but the fact was already in front of him, and he could not help believing it. But the heart is also a little skeptical. Gao Peng doesn't care what kind of thoughts he has in mind. After all, the system he has is invisible to others. So he's not afraid, even if his own strength has been improved, but other people are also unaware, he can say that he is hiding the strength. So anyway, he has the right to explain. However, in the farthest place, a black light seemed to be flickering, and he seemed to be sensing something, and he suddenly came from far away. This breath, that's right, I've been looking for so long, but now I've been able to find them. As expected, I can find them if I want to. Ha 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 ha, this is the direction of emptiness. It seems that emptiness has already begun, and that breath should be fighting with emptiness. If you let me know that it will appear, then I've been waiting for you for a long time. I will never let you live for such a long time. But it's not too late to find out. I will never let you escape. The owner of this voice is particularly unscrupulous. He is not afraid of the strong enemies around him. Even when some creatures feel his breath, they hide. Especially afraid of him. There is not even a biological sense of obstruction in his way, it is not close to strangers. If you look carefully, you can see that this is a devil clown who deceived the abyss devil. At this time, he looks crazy and his mouth has cracked to the ear. As if something good happened to him, his smile didn't disappear, even his speed was improving. In fact, it was quite a blink at this time, but the distance was still a little far, so he desperately began to run away. No one knows what he's excited about, but he feels as if he's feeling something, so he starts running away without stopping, and doesn't pay attention to other things at all. Even after he felt this breath, the whole person appeared some madness, and the whole person was particularly excited. What's powerful is that you can do whatever you want. No one dares to approach him, one after another, and that kind of feeling seems to be coming from the god of death, and it is not easy to approach him at all. The devil clown doesn't care about other creatures, even if he can see them, he will solve it. But now he's in such a good mood that he doesn't even pay attention to those creatures. After searching for thousands of years, he came out at this moment and felt it. The breath was so clear that he couldn't bear his excitement for a moment. It's a wonderful feeling, so he has to find what he needs as soon as possible. He can't let his breath escape anymore, or he won't know how long to find it. This is definitely a unique opportunity. Don't miss it. Chapters 13-31. Gao Peng feels that these virtual strengths are not so powerful. At the beginning, he just felt a little shock. After his personal experience, he just felt that these virtual strengths are a little bit strange. But really can't threaten him. Maybe at the beginning, it can make him feel some threats, but when he has gained the control of the demon clan, his strength has been improved. Even if he can't improve his strength at this time, it makes him feel a little strange, but he didn't think much about it. He wants to kill them well. Boom, one punch after another, that is, because of his sudden hand, he was also sensed by those Feige, but Feige didn't have time to make it. He was forced to leave by Gao Peng. It's because these virtual bodies are too large, together with their destructive power, they can't threaten Gao Peng at all, so there is no way to deal with them. If it was other people, it would have been impossible to deal with it at that time. After all, these virtual destructive forces are too terrifying to destroy the power in other people's bodies in an instant. At the same time, it can also cause unimaginable disasters to others, but for Gao Peng, it has almost no effect. Too weak, too weak. It's too weak. I thought you guys could let me improve my strength, but I didn't expect that I overestimated you. What kind of strength are you? I can't even hurt you. It's ridiculous to be called a disaster. When Gao Peng killed another feint, he shouted loudly, and there was no pause at all. All the people watched him kill all around. When the bear heard this, the whole person felt speechless. This is absolutely beyond his imagination. He never thought that since someone can directly ignore the power of emptiness, and look like this, he can kill emptiness at will. Before that, they tried their best to fight for power, but in the end, they just drove out those false ones, and finally they didn't get much cheaper. But now I can see that those who are so scared are slaughtered like pigs by others. It's really amazing. He didn't know what words to use to describe the mood at the moment, but he knew it was really unimaginable. It has never been thought that such powerful emptiness could be easily killed by seconds, and there is no room for any counterattack. The destructive forces they are particularly afraid of. Now we can't stop Gao Peng's pace at all. The speed of killing Shu is beyond everyone's imagination. In a short time, we killed several Shu. Some of them may also be because the virtual bodies are too large, and some of these attacks can't affect Gao Peng at all, but their own strength can't affect Gao Peng. At this time, it seems to be a special loss. Incredible, it's amazing that the power of destruction can't affect you, and you can be immune to the power of emptiness. It's terrible. If all people have immunity like you, then where can we be afraid of these virtual invasions? Chapters 13-32, Do you think I'm universal? Can anyone be me? In a word, Gao Peng directly refutes all kinds of conjectures of Magic Bear. After all, Gao Peng has such immunity, which is really not everyone can have. I don't know why, but this is simply not universal. But with his own strength, Gao Peng can also sweep these emptiness. This is a very good thing. At least it will reduce their pressure. For example, at the moment, the demons are basically able to stand aside, because they do not need to maintain that protective film. All the emptiness has put the target on Gao Peng. It seems that if Gao Peng is not killed, then those emptiness will never be like a dry rest. The evil bear can also feel the virtual anger, but he now has a faint sense of confidence after seeing such a scene as Gao Peng. It's really weird for Gao Peng. Not only can we kill those emptiness directly, but also can't be destroyed by the emptiness. It's amazing that we can influence it. Let alone now a large part of emptiness has been eliminated. Gao Peng doesn't pay attention to the response of the bear. Where else can he think of at the moment? I just want to solve these problems as soon as possible. Anyway, I can't make him improve his strength, so I don't need to care too much. Although there are still some doubts in my heart. But he owes all this to the fact that he has gained the control of the demons. After that, his strength has improved, and now there will be no movement. Maybe that's the way it is. The system tone hasn't sounded. You guys are so weak. I really wanted to see how strong you are, but your real performance really disappointed me. Since you are no longer useful, I will kill you all directly. Gao Peng was disappointed. When other people see Gao Peng's performance at this time, they naturally feel a little shocked. Even after they have seen Gao Peng's strength, they also feel a little uneasy. But they had no time to speak at all. Gao Peng has already begun to sweep the emptiness. Now he has been ruthless. He has no thought to give any room for relaxation to the emptiness. One punch at a time. One punch at a time. Just like packing balloons, the strength is equivalent to the emptiness of God's ancestors, and there is no resistance. This feeling is too dreamy. Especially for the demons, they think that these virtual creatures are the most terrible creatures in the world, and they can't resist them easily at all. But now it's actually slaughtered by others, and it's the kind that can be easily slaughtered. This is to refresh their three views. Let them doubt again and again whether there is an illusion now, or how could this scene appear in front of them. It's scary. It's terrible. So all of them stayed there and watched Gao Peng slaughter. It didn't take long. Most of their needs had been cut off. But the power of destruction is still spreading, not disappearing, but seeing the emptiness being eliminated. Let a person still have a little peace of mind. Chapters 13-33 When Gao Peng killed himself, he suddenly felt a huge breath approaching, and even his heart was shaking. And when that breath appears, the system prompt sounds at the same time. Rebel appears. Rebel appears. Rebel appears. The system prompts the sound 3 times, and there is no other prompt at all, only the voice of the rebel appears all the time. There is nothing else. But just like this, Gao Peng has some vigilance. After all, he has never felt such changes in the system. Let him immediately alert up. What's the matter? How did this rebel suddenly emerge? Is there anything else in the world that scares the system? Gao Peng has appeared many doubts. At the same time, his forehead seems to be staring at a lot of question marks. His sudden reaction made the bear feel a little confused, so he asked, "What's the matter with you? Why do I feel that you are a little strange?" "Nothing. It's just that there's a breath approaching, and it's very powerful. It's really strange." Gao Peng seems to be talking to himself, and at the same time, he seems to be returning to the words of Magic Bear. When the Magic Bear heard this, he immediately felt a special shock. For a time, he doubted whether he had heard it wrong. Gao Peng, who was so powerful, said that there was a strong breath approaching. Even he said it was powerful. Isn't that really scary? But I haven't waited for him to ask. Gao Peng has been looking at the distance seriously. Here we are. Phew. A dark black light appeared directly in front of them. A strange guy with a mask on his face slowly appeared. That mask was just like a clown. It's a very scary feeling. There is no speech at all, but it has already made people bristle. The same is true of other demons. They suddenly dare not speak anymore now. It's this clown who suddenly appeared, which surprised them a little, even a little bit of fear from the bottom of their heart. Gao Peng looks at this guy suddenly and calmly. The expression on his face is also very serious. He has never been so serious. It can make the system react so greatly, so the strength of this guy can't disappear, and maybe even more powerful. It's absolutely necessary to be careful. So he didn't dare to be careless at all. The devil clown looked around and was surprised to see that the void had been killed so many years ago. Oh, I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. Some of the products I worked out with difficulty will be killed by you. It seems that you really surprised me, but it's just an accident. Now I find you. Then you don't want to escape easily. The devil clown said recklessly, didn't care about other people's opinions at all, and when he appeared, those falsehoods had stopped their actions. It has already stopped quietly. Gao Peng frowned at this remark, which he could also know. It seems that these falsehoods were made by the clown in front of him. If such a horrible creature can be created, then its strength should not be weak. We have to deal with it carefully. Chapters 13-34. The devil bear heard the devil clown's words, and the whole person felt a special thrill. After all, he knew how terrible those emptiness was. But he never thought of it. It's just too incredible that those illusions are created by others and make them so embarrassed. But he didn't think it was a lie, because the present performance of Shu can prove that what the devil clown said is not empty, and what he said is true. Gao Peng frowned, always feeling that the clown in front of him gave him a special evil feeling, which was not the same as the feeling of the devil. The devil, just because of the evil breath, it would be called the embodiment of evil. But this clown gives a special feeling. It's really weird. Who are you? Why do you want these guys out? And, what do you mean by what you just said? Let me introduce myself first. The devil clown looked at Gao Peng and said seriously, my name is Devil Clown. Don't care who I am, let alone why I made these guys. I come here only for one purpose, that is, to find you and then to seize that one thing. I think you know that, too. I don't know what you're talking about, but I feel that you are such a disgusting guy. It makes me feel very uncomfortable from inside to outside. I want to kill you. Gao Peng has no taboo at all. Others have said this directly. The devil bear is completely ignorant. Why should we say our inner thoughts? No matter how dissatisfied we are with others, we can't say such words directly. However, that's what Gao Peng said. He really felt the disgust of the devil clown in front of him. Ha ha ha, that's right, I want to kill you and grab your one. I think you've already got the hint. You want to kill me, I want to kill you more. As long as I can take your things, then I will truly become the strongest in the world, and then I will have the qualification to fly to the Supreme Land. Are you ready? At this time, Gao Peng's face finally changed a little. He never told other people about the systematic thing about himself. Moreover, he was afraid that once he was known by others, there would definitely be problems. As a result, he never told anyone else about it. The devil clown in front of him knows even the system prompts, which makes Gao Peng more alert. This guy has a problem. I don't know what you're talking about. I really want to kill you. Ha ha ha, you are really ignorant, so don't hide it anymore. After all, our abilities are almost twin. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? It may be difficult for other people to understand what we have, but only we know it ourselves, because we can have such terrible power after we have such ability. Or what do you think? Chapters 13-35. At the moment, Gao Peng finally understood why he felt so resistant and disgusted when he saw this devil clown. And why does the system give such a hint? This guy may have a system in front of him, but I just don't know what kind of system it is. However, no matter what the strength is, it is absolutely impossible to be weak. Moreover, Gao Peng is not sure about the system at this time. Will he be promoted directly? Not really. It's the first time that he has ever met such a thing that other people have a system. He feels a little headache. What a terrible feeling. Don't take chances. When we meet, either you or I will die, so don't think about anything else. To other people there are some inexplicable time. The devil clown has begun to laugh. Laughter gives a sense of shivering. It's just too scary, especially when the devil clown gets up in the afternoon. Those virtual generals are avoiding, and they don't dare to approach easily at all. Gao Peng frowned tightly. At this time, this kind of thing was too difficult. He never met this kind of thing, but he would not be counseled for it. Bang! As the saying goes, it's better to start first. Gao Peng suddenly burst out of his own physical and blood power. He didn't even want to give the devil clown a little breathing room. Since it's a deadly enemy, don't be merciful. Ha 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 ha, you've done it, but do you really think you can handle me with your strength? I've lived a lot longer than you, and your ability will never work on me. After Gao Peng launched the attack, he did feel that his strength had not been improved, but the strength of the other side seemed to be some strong. A little better than him. It made him feel a little bit distressed. Unexpectedly, the system didn't have any expression. Isn't this guy a traitor? Why can't you promote? Is it because of the twin system? This is just a pit of daddy. I didn't expect it would be such a result, but with his current strength, it seems that he can't defeat this devil clown. This kind of feeling is really a little inadequate. Never felt this kind of feeling, especially when he really broke out all the power. The devil clown could easily resist it. Don't try again. It's not my opponent at all. It's not only your own ability that can't work on me, but I've worked so long to collect the blood of all races. Not long ago, I finally got the blood of the Protoss. I need to use you as a medicine guide. I will become an invincible strong person. Give up the struggle. The devil clown laughs and ravages Gao Peng, which makes people can't bear to look at him directly. All the demons in the audience feel a special shock. Never seen such a terrible fight. And still fighting outside the country. Virtual has been very strong, but in front of the two of them, it's almost nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Chapters 1336. When the two fight. There has been an unimaginable disaster in ancient China. It's really that the strength of the two of them is too terrible. Just a little collision has shaken the continent for a while. Those who are weak seem to feel the disaster, even if they want to avoid it. A large part of people are killed by the sudden disaster, which is a little unexpected. At the same time, there are a lot of races that have gone out in a flash. No one thought there would be such a disaster. They are engaged in all kinds of struggles and self-cultivation. Who knew there would be such a disaster? Horror spread everywhere, just like the end of the world. Even the sky seems to have cracks, and there is no light as before. Shout, scream, crash, there are all kinds of voices. They don't know what kind of situation it is. They just feel like the whole continent is about to burst. It's terrible. Outside the country, the fight between Gao Peng and the devil clown is still going on. At this time, Gao Peng is completely in the downwind. There is no room to fight back at all. The whole person looks particularly embarrassed. Because there is no system. He just can't improve his strength, and the devil clown has gathered so many bloodlines, which has already exceeded the original limit. I don't know what his realm is, but the strength of the special terror directly let Gao Peng feel some despair. What is the matter? Why is this guy so powerful? You don't have to struggle. It's all in vain. After all, the time you exist is too short, let alone I have made a good layout long ago, otherwise why do you think I have so many blood vessels? I've gathered all the racial blood, and now I'm going to be able to be really supernatural. Oh, as long as I can absorb all your communication, I am the creator. Tremble. You shake me. The devil clown's roaring laughter is very contagious. All people feel special pain, and only Gao Peng can barely support it. But it's not so easy. However, Gao Peng didn't give up so easily, but he has always been so relaxed, but there is also a sense of relaxation, because he relies on his own system. So we can have such a strong strength. But now it's useless, but he doesn't want to experience another death. He must kill the devil clown in front of him. There is a strong inner persistence. Gnashing his teeth at the devil clown, even his teeth are about to break. You can imagine how angry he is at the moment. Damn it, you fellow, I'm going to kill you. At the time of extreme anger, there was a little response together, and Gao Peng didn't feel any problem. At the same time, he no longer felt the existence of the system. But he had no other time to pay attention. Chapters 1337. Power. Endless power. You bastard, you are really powerful, even let me really feel the feeling of another death, but you are too complacent. When all the people think there is no way, the devil clown thinks he can kill Gao Peng. However, Gao Peng's sudden change made him completely ignorant. Just now he felt that Gao Peng had no room to fight back, and he could kill Gao Peng directly. But why has it changed again? No number. Impossible. Just one strike already contains a trace of the power of the creator. How can you resist it with your power? I absolutely don't believe it. Impossible. No, it's all fake. At this time, the devil clown felt that he couldn't believe it. Just then, it was the most terrible power for him. He wanted to solve Gao Peng directly. Who knew that it would turn out to be like this? Who can think of that? You will not, you're not going to integrate with the system, are you? At this moment, the devil clown seems to think of a certain possibility, and he didn't care about other taboos. After all, it has arrived at this moment, where else can he care? After hearing the devil clown, Gao Peng's eyes suddenly dim. When he has such a terrible power, he really has lost the existence of the system. It seems that the system is really integrated with him. His feelings for the system are particularly complex. This system brings him glory, and at the same time, it also gives him such terrible power, although it has always been like a robot in his body. But the feeling already had. When he just despaired, the system would merge with him autonomously. Now almost all of them are inseparable. After hearing the devil clown's words, he naturally thought of the system, and it will never appear again. It is not clear whether he can improve his strength or not. But he can't manage so much in such a dangerous time. He doesn't even think about too many things himself. He just wants to kill the devil clown now. You scum, if it wasn't for you, it wouldn't have made such a choice. You can die for me. No number. No, it's impossible. It's impossible for the system to make such a decision. It's possible, absolutely impossible. The devil clown doesn't believe this result at all. He seems to be a little crazy, but no matter how he struggles, the final result can't be changed. A more terrifying force came. Directly destroyed the devil clown's body, even though the devil clown finally had a little struggle, and in that moment it had slowly gone out. Not even a scream. Then a ray of light flew directly into Gao Peng's body. He knew that this was definitely another system, but its own system was completely integrated with him. It's really gone. It seems that everything is over. Even he feels very sad, because the brilliance brought by the system is no longer there. So uncomfortable, he didn't expect that it would be such a result in the end, and the system that came along with him would merge with him and really disappear. And there is a twin system. Chapters 1338. Gao Peng integrated the system and finally achieved the creation god. When he became the creation god, he felt a trace of traction. It was from a higher continent that was guiding him, but he resisted that guidance. At this time, he had more important things to do. Because the war just brought unimaginable disaster to this continent, even if he didn't observe it deliberately, he also knew what kind of destruction it would bring. He didn't pay attention to the powerful demons here. A flicker disappeared in place. The next second he will be in the sky of the ancient continent. He saw all kinds of disasters, and there were many ethnic sites, completely destroyed, and even all kinds of terrorist disasters were happening. Just because of the fight. There's been a lot of genocide. Is this the result of the fighting just now? Since it's my reason, I'll let it all come back. Gao Peng waved directly. At this moment, he is already a creator. His ability to create the world will be very easy for these restorative things. Directly created everything. Even if it is to bring people back to life, it's no surprise that these talents have just died, and they are not completely destroyed. For the weak people, he can easily bring them back to life. If the strength is equal to him, it is not so easy. With his power to play a small role, it seems that the mainland is slowly recovering. Even those who are dead are also resurrected. Gao Peng saw all kinds of races, even people he had seen and people he knew. All kinds of, but he didn't come forward to say hello. He just threw out energy after energy and flew directly into their bodies, which helped them improve their strength. I don't think it will be long before some people can make their mark on this continent and become the most powerful. But in the end, it depends on their creation. Gao Peng sees Xianxia, but he is not ready to go back. He has already felt that kind of strong traction ability. He does not know what is his destiny to meet him next. So he can't let others take risks with him. Although he is selfish in this way, he finally chose to go ahead alone. A more pure flame flies into Xianxia's body. If she makes good use of this, she will definitely become the most powerful person on the continent. It's the last protection given by Gao Peng. Gao Peng doesn't want to see his own woman and is finally bullied by others. No one can. Looking across the continent, Gao Peng sees Guan Kaimeng, a woman disguised as a man. She seems to be looking for something, but no matter what she is looking for, Gao Peng doesn't care. Another light flies in. How to say it is also a meeting, and even caused a little misunderstanding. When thinking of that scene, Gao Peng couldn't help laughing. Everything seems to be getting very fast. All the people he once knew have received a little welfare. As long as there is no accident, their strength will definitely be greatly improved. Seeing that everyone has changed, at the same time, he has given so many benefits, and that traction has become stronger and stronger. It can't last long. I'll come back to see you if I have a chance. If possible, let's meet on it. Farewell. Gao Peng gradually disappeared with the traction, and finally disappeared directly in this world. No one knows where he went. Finale. Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobook, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request.